Chapter 001 Rebirth 1111 Wake Up Classes Arbeitster Start 1111 In the crumped confines of the bed curtain, a delicate ego with a pale complexion clutched her soft bedding tightly, her breath coming in quick gisps. Yunzi ways ensnared an dark nightmare, oblivious doth the gentle calls echoing grounder. With less than half an hour runtal class, to Georgia began to feel anxious. Simple lifted her bed curtain and Gleneding closer to Yunzizi, shouting 1111 get up. Like a klapoft hunder, Yunza jolted awake. Her fingers trembled momentarily before she quickly calmed herself. Before a lair beautiful face and a simple, unadorned ceiling, confusion washed over her. She instinctively murmured, "Ho? Hadn't shed it?" 1111, look at the time, why aren't you jetting up? Giorgio, Yunzai finally come to her senses. She picked Joffer Fernie from the bedside, discreetly glancing at the timing date. September 11, 2035, 7:35 a.m. This time. Shetrali had been Reben. 1111, what were you waiting for? Hurry up and wash up. There is still time for breakfast, and Chen Han and Lily Haviel read left to Georgiarged, applying Mercu Pass spoke. Yunza shook her head, feeling as if she were still in our dream. Surveying her surroundings once more, she confirmed Toch had returned to her university dormitory from 10 years ago, with two Giorgio as a roommate. Jiao, in not feeling well, called a help mesk for Aliev. Upon hearing this, to Giorgia set down her cosmetics, turning to her with concern. 1111, you're not feeling well, do you want metal company air to the infirmary? None. I just have a slyer dake might be coming down with a cold, I just need to take some medicine. All right then, I'll help you ask for leave, use hold rest in the dorm. Thank you, Jiao. As huge to Giorgio's figure apart, Yunza's gaze grew dim. Today was September 11, 2035, and tomorrow what name precisely was the launch time for the test server of the Fallen God Continent. The Fallen God Continent. With just over a day left, Yunzai felt an urgency. She lay back down, closed her eyes, and began to verify her earlier conjecture. In her mind, amidst her boundless darkness, a faint glimmer of light appeared. As Yunzai's spiritual energy brushed against that point, an overwhelming brilliance offered enveloped her. Thys waste spacey bent to a soul, and within it stood a colossal red mountain, filled to the brim with stacked crystals. The mountains are days a treasure trove, yet it was also the very source of her demise in her previous life. Yunzaiger's fixed head on the topmost crystals, where three treasures floated. These were three gemstones of different colors, radiating white, emerald green, and crimson light. As he understood, this were the Inheritance Crystal, the Rebirth Divine Stone, and the Killing Jade, all classified as red tier divine artifacts. One of the costs of obtaining this treasure I was to accept this unique patient bind her saltwart, the men synagogue within having explosively shattered Yunza's body in her previous life, leading to her demise. Fortunately, the items within this space had automatically bound to a soul, and the Rebirth Divine Stone hardle saw played its part. The inly downside was that she had not set a specific time for the Rebirth Divine Stone, resulting in her being sent back our full 10 years. Looking at the expanse of red crystals, a surge of excitement welled deep within her. The sweared crit crystals, according to the currency conversion in the Fallen God Continent, owned crystal equals 100 purple crystals, 1,000 blue crystals, 1,000,000 green crystals, and 100 million white crystals. Moreover, the value of white crystals equated to golden new height crystal equals an gold coin, 100 silver coins, and 1,000 copper coins. Within this space, bound to a soul, Yunza possessed an almost limitless supply of red crystals, easily numbering in the trillions. Thus he had lost the powers gained from 10 years of cultivation in her past life, acquiring such immense wealth was no small consolation. Especially with those three treasures, even if she did not lodge into the Fallen God Continent and simply focus on cultivating in Blue Star, she should still fight Kaitool. Of course, upon receiving the treasure in her previous life, she'd also been assigned a divine level mission. Mission objective: eliminate the enemy Swoni Highlight Tedio clan. Mission duration: Notum element. Completion reward: on self Rebirth Divine Stone and the Killing Jade. Since the treasury hard followed her into a rebirth, this mission should also persist. At the moment a mission was assigned, various pieces of fine formation flooded her mind. The Werner of the Treasury belonged to the ancient divine clan. The divine clan was the dominant power in the ancient world, possessing gunpurely led wield hand the mightiest staff powers, looking down with disdain upon all beings in this world. Consequently, the rebirth divine stone had never been bound Bunio Fitzkin. Thyronemi Eshad employed dark tactics to annihilate their clan. The clan leader had paid a heavy price to escape, Bella clickling to life, and the remaining spiritual energy ways of wicked hand to for Norden or mortal. Hugh was suitable to bind the rebirth divine stone, leaving him on lionity meet Washu at this mission before he perished. Where's an ancient script Yunza could not comprehend. Yet, Sheckled understands some of the words divine clan. To her surprise, the fallen god continent truly heart existence so for divine clan. What Sheckled not for them ways with Thakos Harris de Ravenger. In her previous life Yunzai had been quite formidable her intelligence warshai, thus meeting the conditions to transition into a sorceress couplet with various fortuitous occurrences and a good mentor. Thou her journey could not be described as metric, after overcoming the initial hardships, shad enjoy relatively smooth path. However, thys was merely notable within thram of mortals. Compared to the entire fallen god continent, even on Blue Star, countless prodigies existed. With her modest talent and diligent efforts, she was only average at best, hardly qualifying as set up to individual. What merit did she possess over Cosin birth inheritance crystal? Indeed, only those selected by the inheritance crystal could gain access to the treasury, and those who completed their mission would subsequently unseal the other two divine artifacts. Inheritance crystal the complete knowledge delegation of divine clan. Rebirth divine stone concept level divine artifact. Sealed state after charging Kanaki veen finite rebirth before yatching divine tier. Unseal after charging Kanaki vine finite rebirth. Killing jade concept level divine artifact. Sealed state by slaying malicious entities, when he is guaranteed to receive a random number of free attribute parent skill parents. Unseal by slaying in a liver form, when he is guaranteed to receive a random number of free attribute parent skill parents. Functions of the three divine artifacts were clear as day. Thys was no more regaled and finger retways a golden leto standen. Not to mention, Yunze had already experienced each rebirth divine stone's effects firsthand. Chapter 002 Time and Space. Gazing at the vast expanse of red crystals within the soul-bound space, Yunze pondered the plight seemed t'other path in this life required careful reconfiguration. The task of eliminating the annihilators of her clan was not something she could entertain at this stage. However, one thing was clear: she must avoid drawing too much attention to herself. She was acutely aware of the principle of guilt by association. In her previous life, the little treasures her heart acquired were coveted by countless individuals, let alone such a treasure trove. If sure to attract the gaze of the destroyers due at a reckless extravagance before she hearted equidly matured, event the ability to resurrect infinitely would not save her this life would likely be forfeit. After all, Nooney cold predict whether the destroyers possessed methods to counter divine artifacts. Having contemplated this, Yunze began to reorganize her memories. As time passed, her expression grew increasingly rigid. Something was amiss how was a thought or segment of memory that did no belong to a hurt suddenly merged in her mind. Yet, undeniably, she is indeed her, or rather, she was this version of herself in this timeline. In Yunze's original memories, her parents shad perished in a accident to Briar, leaving her a house in her o metan under savings of 100,000 Iwarn. With this savings, Yunze had enrolled in university, and it was during his second year that the Fallen God continent was launched. Her life before entering the Fallen God continent had been rather unremarkable. However, the life of her in this timeline was nothing short of tumultuous. Tu Sago, her parents shade also did an accident it. In this timeline as perception, they were adoptive parents. Not long after the demise of her adoptive parents, her biological parents came to claim her. Fellow Inga paternitist, she was recognized as the true daughter of the prestigious Vermilion City, the new ho had been mistakenly switched date birth. From that momentum, her life underwent a dramatic transformation filled with wealth and privilege, as her biological parents provided her with a lavish lifestyle. However, this game white conditions as the daughter of Oriel the family, the Yun family acquired her Toronto marriage alliance. Within a year, they arranged a betrothal for her to the young master of another affluent family in City A. At this point, everything seemed relatively normal, but a problem arose when the young master's family suddenly encountered a crisis. Recently, the young master's parents shattered in an accident, and, for reasons unknown, began offering to liquid assets. Thus, the young master's family fell into decline. In a panic, her biological parents insisted to Yunzi break off the engagement. This version of Yunzi had endured a loss of her adoptive parents which had profoundly affected her, leading her to cherish her bond with her biological parents. Consequently, she bade her biological parents without much hesitation and ended her engagement with the master. Coincidentally, the engagement was scheduled of just yesterday. And then, her memories abruptly ceased. Yunzi's led deeply this narrative felt eerily familiar. Not only was there the trope of the true and false daughter, but it also simmered as if she was playing the role of the family supporting character host for Murphy and seen a certain shallow engagement novel. Most importantly, she was also familiar with the Malad in that story. Jiuxian was one of her closest friends in her previous life within the Fallen God continent, with whom she frequently battled monsters and lead up together. Reflecting on his frantic asset liquidation, called it both the two have been reborn. Yungsishuker had most pressing matter was not Jiuxian, but the launch of their Fallen God continent tomorrow. Moreover, the rebirth Divine Stone had returned her to Perntintimi that was no their original timeline. Did this imply that future remained uncertain? After rising and freshening up, Yunzi formally requested an extended leave from her homeroom teacher and advisor. With the launch of their Fallen God continent tomorrow, the test server would beep for Tandies, leaving her not in totem classes. Furthermore, logging into their Fallen God continent required her physical presence taking leave was essential. Once seal arrangements were made, Yunzi died up briefly before exiting the school gates, hailing her taxi to return home. From her memories, she knew that while her biological parents favoured the false daughter, they treated her adequately, at least in material terms. To facilitate her education, they had purchased a spacious apartment in a high-end community near Hercule, allowing her tourists on weekends. They provided her with a fixed monthly allowance of 50,000 yuan, and on her birthday ordering significant holidays, they were the best gifts upon her gel sang gold without exception. In truth, Yunzi felt little emotional attachment to her biological parents. Unlike this timeline's version of her, Yunzi had lived an additional 10 years, allowing her to perceive of genuine affection her biological parents shall for her. Beneath her gentle fake their profound indifference. While left false daughter heard undoubtedly stirred pot, the primarius uas that is implied not loving 11. Bringing her back and providing her with a comfortable life daily was merely army and to maintain the Yun family's reputation and facilitate her marriage alliance. The false daughter, Yun Lin, enjoyed similar treatment however, unlike Yun's sudden elevation, her view quashed her childhood's with it, and the relationship was deeply rooted, thus boring objections and even welcome at the arrangement. As for Yunzi herself, suddenly to her friends whose memories aligned with both her past and present their childhood companion Yu Jingxing and her university roommate Tu Jiao. In her previous life, during first ice drifter the merging of the Fallen God continent and Bluester, Yu Jingxing had unfortunately fallen into misfortune. Tu Jiao, on the other hand, had supported Yunzi for in for quite some time, thus the two even chilificide peril duetto an equisala mission. Subsequently, Yunzi Madame of Ryans, but has too held a special place in her heart, as her presented her memories from the peaceful era Philippine Blue Star. Now thoughts had been reborn, Yunzi naturally intended to remain them at crucial moments beyond that, shackled off a little assistance. Without her treasury, she might have felt less constrained, but given the threat of the destroyers, Yunzi Culden exercise it most scorching survival was paramount, and she must not appear excessively out of the ordinary. With regard to her friends, she should maintain a balanced distance no too close, yet not too distant, occasionally kicking Genoni at Chotas well-being would suffice. Excessively close ni scowl den danger them. Time slipped away swiftly, and they take zero of that thin trance of the community. Shatter nido meto tidy uper betanthan header tothi super merkitar purchases min perishable footatems. Share tate after the complete emerging of Blue Star and the fallen god continent, all food resources from Blue Star being tainted by Mesmer. In this life, she was determined not to repeat the hardships of her past. At the released, Shenida to obtain the chef's secondary profession. The soulbound space was filled to the brim with red crystals, leaving no room for anything Josephus. Yunze had nakusputo store purchased food supplies in the scant bedroom, filling the entire room. Before merging with the fallen god continent, she likely wouldn't have I meto cook properly and would eventually in this instant products. Chapter 003, the game launch. Once all arrangements were in place, Yunshi sat cross-legged on her bed, attempting to activate the legacy crystal within her treasury. However, upon her mental energy making contact, the crystal remained utterly unresponsive. Was it necessary to activate it within the divine fallen continent, or had she not fulfilled the requisite conditions for its initiation? Undeterred, Yunshi decided to wait until the game system was bound before taking any further action. After a simple dinner, she took an early bath and retired to bed, eager to conserve her strength for the next day's venture into the divine fallen continent. The following day, Yunshi awoke naturally, feeling a slight restoration of her mental faculties. Glancing at her phone, she realized it was already 10 o'clock. After a swift morning routine and a meal, she settled down to quietly await the emergence of divine fallen continent. Although the game was set to launch at 12, the game icon would appear at 11. As the seconds ticked away, precisely at 11 o'clock, a distinctive icon materialized on her phone screen. Yunshi recognized that the unusual combination of characters on the icon represented the universal script of the divine fallen continent, signifying divine fallen. Not only Yunshi, but individuals across the globe found this icon on their devices, heralding the commencement of the game's test phase. In stark contrast to Yunshi's complex emotions, the instinctive reaction of others was a wary suspicion of a potential scam. Without hesitation, Yunshi tapped the icon. Dear player, welcome to the divine fallen continent. Register account, returning user login, guest login. Note: this game employs a true body entry technology, ensuring the most authentic experience for players. Reading the barely perceptible cautionary note, Yunshi couldn't help but smirk. In her previous life, many had overlooked such warnings, leading to untold misfortunes. The guest login was particularly treacherous. Clicking it would designate one as a mere guest, casting them into the wilderness without an identity card and lacking even a new player village to fall back on. In her past life, Yunshi had been among those cast adrift, suffering numerous hardships until her talent as a sorcerer was recognized, allowing her to turn her fortunes around. With time still on her side, Yunshi refrained from hastily registering an account. Instead, she scoured the internet to confirm that news of the divine fallen continent game icon had begun circulating online. Once assured, she captured a screenshot of the game, particularly highlighting the note in a red circle, and sent it to Yu Jinxiang and Tu Jiajiao. Jinxiang Jiajiao, do you also see this game on your phones? I've heard online that it's appearing for everyone. Shishi, be cautious, this could potentially be a virus. Yu Jinxiang, being naturally cautious, was reluctant to click on unfamiliar software, especially since the icon could not be deleted, heightening her wariness. Shishi, have you recovered from your illness? How can you still find time to play games? You should rest well. Tu Jiajiao, coming from a wealthy family, was less concerned, knowing her parents could cushion any financial losses that might arise from a virus. Seeing their differing yet sincere concerns warmed Yunshi's heart, she replied to both of them, subtly hinting at the game's unusual nature. Jinxiang Jiajiao, my intuition tells me we should give this game a try. How about we register for an account and play together? Yunshi couldn't outright state that she had been reborn, so she chose a more tactful way to encourage them to register, thus avoiding the pitfalls of guest login. As for playing together, that seemed unlikely given the vast expanse of the divine fallen continent, where the odds of their paths crossing would be slimmer than winning a multi-billion lottery. The urgency of her warning to Yu Jinxiang and Tu Jiajiao arose from the fact that in the test phase of the divine fallen continent, accounts could only be registered within the first hour post-launch. Shishi, are you serious? Yu Jinxiang hesitated, but recalling that Yunshi never spoke without reason, she eventually acquiesced. Shishi, sure. But only if you're certain your health is fine, and remember to play in moderation. Tu Zhejiao, who had a penchant for gaming, readily agreed. With the responses from both friends, Yunqi felt a sense of relief. As for others, she felt powerless. She was not a public figure, and her social media following was negligible, meaning her messages would likely have little impact. Nonetheless, she reiterated her hints to Yu Jinxian and Tu Zhejiao and shared the information on the largest social platform available, leaving the outcome to fate. Contemplating her biological parents, Yunqi decided to forward the information to them as well. Regardless of their shortcomings, they had provided her with a comfortable material life. Beyond that, she had little else to offer. Given her parents' self-serving nature, she could not divulge more substantial insights nor provide them with the coveted red crystals. Regrettably, as in her previous life, her messages seemed to vanish into the void, stirring not even a ripple. Her parents rarely acknowledged her, aside from the monthly financial support from their assistant and the occasional family gathering. Having completed her tasks, it was already 11:59. Yunqi returned her gaze to the game interface and tentatively clicked on returning user login. Perhaps her previous life's account still existed. Ding, no account detected for the player. A realization settled in. She had been overly optimistic. With a swift motion, she clicked on account registration. Ding, the Divine Fallen Continent will officially launch at 12 o'clock. Please wait a moment. As a minute swiftly elapsed, Yunqi clicked account registration once more. Ding, generating player ID. Ding, please select your birthplace, Shuyu Plain, Tonghu Island, Tianjing Plateau. Yunqi furrowed her brow slightly. These three locations were entirely different from her previous choices. Could it be that the timing of her login influenced her options? Moreover, she had never heard of these places in her past life, undoubtedly situated far from her previous residence. Ultimately, she selected Shuyu Plain. In the Divine Fallen Continent, technology was virtually non-existent, with transportation methods remaining primitive unless one transitioned into a sorcerer or a formidable warrior. Escaping the vicinity of one's birthplace would be nearly impossible. Under normal circumstances, an island would likely be isolated, and the plateau would present harsh living conditions, making the plain the most favorable choice. Ding, does the player wish to enter Shuyu Plain? Yes, no, feeling a flutter of anticipation, Yunqi gently clicked yes. In an instant, the world spun around her, and she was engulfed in darkness. Chapter 004, The System. Upon opening her eyes once more, she found herself immersed in an unfamiliar environment. Enshrouded by a veil of black mist, a campfire in the distance radiated a warm glow. Yunqi glanced around and, as anticipated, discovered that she had been randomly born in a novice village. Scattered near the campfire were a few modest wooden huts. This novice village was hardly deserving of the title village, so pitifully small it was. Looking down at her attire, she noticed she was clad in coarse linen garments, with a modest beginner's bounty of 10 copper coins nestled in her pocket, accompanied by an identity badge. Yunqi retrieved the badge for a closer inspection. Its surface bore a complex circular emblem, while the reverse inscribed her ID information. Who are you? Suddenly, a vigilant inquiry arose from behind her. Yunqi, upon hearing the words, remained unperturbed. As a newcomer, she enjoyed a 3-day protection period, rendering her impervious to harm from either humans or monsters. Turning around, she beheld a middle-aged man wielding a torch, clad in rough black fabric, his unkempt beard framing a sharp gaze. The moment he laid eyes upon Yunqi's face, the wariness in his expression diminished slightly, as if he had already discerned her identity. Are you a newly born adventurer? Please present your identification. Yunqi presented her identity badge to him. The man accepted it, and his demeanor visibly softened. Yunqi sighed in relief. At last, she was not starting with the status of a vagrant. The middle-aged man then accommodated her in a small wooden hut. It is getting late. This hut shall serve as your temporary abode. Rest for now, and we can discuss matters in the morning. Yunqi understood. Few could grasp the dangers that lurked in the night on the fallen god continent better than she. Presuming that the man would need to stand watch, she refrained from saying more. The door to the hut was secured by the middle-aged man, and Yunqi locked it behind him, turning her attention to her lodging for the night. There was a wooden bed, a small cupboard, and a set of rudimentary tables and chairs. The bed bore no bedding, only a layer of dry straw. Yunqi bore no disdain. In this world of extreme scarcity, being assigned a place to stay was already quite fortunate. As far as she knew, this accommodation would only be free for 3 days. She plopped down on the edge of the bed and silently invoked the system. The Fallen God system has been activated. Personal interface, store interface, chat interface, quest interface. Yunxi opened the personal interface, which was divided into 3 main panels. Basic panel, name. Yunxi system ID 826927, race human, age 20, level 0, health 60/60, determined by constitution, Marner 0/290, determined by spirit. Profession panel, main profession, none. Secondary profession, none. Free skill points 0. Attribute panel, spirit 29, constitution 6, luck 92, maximum 100, cannot allocate freely. Charm 96, maximum 100, cannot allocate freely. Free attribute points 0. Yunxi was slightly taken aback. Her spirit attribute stood at an impressive 29 points. She recalled that in her previous life, her initial spirit was a mere 9 points. Yet in this life, it had risen to 29. Considering that spirit represented her soul, it was evidently a consequence of her rebirth. Her soul remained unchanged, and thus her spirit attributes followed suit. However, her pre-rebirth spirit had been 59 points. This suggested a reduction of nearly half. Indeed, it seemed that the rebirth divine stone bore its own side effects. With each resurrection, her soul paid a price. Contemplating this, Yunxi swiftly cast aside any reckless thoughts of hastily enhancing her strength, recognizing that it was prudent to minimize the use of the rebirth divine stone. And no longer dwelling on these matters, she closed the attribute panel and proceeded to the next interface. The store interface was categorized into a system store, local store, and to recharge services. Within the system store, one typically found only basic living supplies, with a minuscule chance of encountering anything of value. A cursory glance revealed coarse wheat cakes, black bread, and edible lumps of fruit. The sight made Yunxi dizzy. In her previous life, she had subsisted on such fare for much of her time, which was not merely unpalatable but nearly impossible to chew. The local store, as its name implies, was run by local merchants, offering a range of survival supplies. However, this village was so diminutive that they could hardly be bothered to establish a local store. It was devoid of any goods for sale. Finally, she explored the recharge services. Indeed, as in her previous life, during the beta phase, every individual had a daily recharge limit of 648 yuan. 1 yuan equated to 1 copper coin, allowing for a maximum acquisition of 648 copper coins. Reflecting on Ji Yuxian's frenzied liquidation of assets, she couldn't help but wonder if his golden finger lacked any recharge limitations. With Ji Yuxian possessing assets estimated at 100 billion, even if he converted it all, 100 billion copper coins would amount to 10 million silver coins, equating to 1 million gold coins. The value of gold coins paralleled that of white crystal stones, which meant 1 million white crystal stones equaled 100,000 green crystal stones equaled 10,000 blue crystal stones equaled 1 purple crystal stone. Ji Yuxian's 100 billion copper coin seemed capable of redeeming only 1% of a red crystal stone. Simultaneously, the image of her towering mountain of red crystal stones flashed through her mind, bringing a moment of quiet delight. Was this the joy of being wealthy? Of course, while Ji Yuxian's 100 billion copper coins might not be significant to Yunxi, one must not forget that others were limited to a daily recharge of 648. Within the 10 days of the beta phase, they could recharge a maximum of merely 6480. Even in the Fallen God continent, 100 billion copper coins constituted a substantial fortune. If used as startup capital, it would be more than sufficient for Ji Yuxian to squander. With these thoughts, Yunxi proceeded to click on today's recharge, deducting 648 yuan from her bank card, which was promptly replaced by the sudden appearance of 648 copper coins before her. Ding detected that the player's copper coins exceed 100. Would you like to deposit them into the system account? Note, depositing into the system account incurs a 1% fee, but withdrawals are free of charge. Deposit. The stingy game system didn't even provide a space to store items. Even saving money incurred a fee, yet the advantages were evident. Depositing into the system ensured safety from loss or theft. Most importantly, only funds deposited into the system account could be utilized to purchase goods from the system store. A total of 648 copper coins, combined with the 10 initial copper coins generously bestowed by the system, resulted in a deduction of 658 copper coins from her account. The remaining 642 copper coins prominently appeared in the system's account, situated conspicuously at the top of the entire marketplace interface. After completing this, Yunxi casually perused the system's marketplace once more, ensuring that no rare resources had refreshed, before proceeding to the next interface. Chapter 005, Occupation. The chat interface possesses but a single function. Once friends are added, private conversations may ensue, albeit at the cost of 1 copper coin per message. After all, the continent of the fallen gods is devoid of any network. Each utterance demands a toll of energy. As she turned to the final task interface, a grave expression flickered across Yunxi's eyes. Main quest, side quest, special quest. Yunxi's main quest had yet to be triggered, and no side quests were available, only the special quest remained. Special quest. Eliminate the enemies of my clan. Task duration, indefinite. Completion reward, unseal the Rebirth Divine Stone and the Jade of Slaughter. Indeed, this god-tier quest, linked to the treasury, had been resurrected alongside her. Yunxi exhaled deeply. Regardless of the circumstances, having taken on the treasury, she must shoulder the corresponding responsibilities. Since she was here, she would adapt. Her sole focus should be on growing stronger and diligently seeking clues to fulfill the task. There was no need for further contemplation. Closing the system, Yunxi shut her eyes, her mental energy gradually sweeping over the 3 treasures bound to her soul within the binding space. Among them, the Rebirth Divine Stone and the Jade of Slaughter were already fused with her essence, while the Inheritance Crystal remained dormant. Now that she found herself in the continent of the fallen gods, she would attempt to activate it once more. Her mental energy brushed against the resplendent Inheritance Crystal, and this time, Yunxi keenly sensed a unique force of rule sweeping through her soul, slowly merging with the crystal. This force was familiar to her. It was the game system of the continent of the fallen gods. Could the ancient divine race be connected to the system? No, it seemed that everything in the continent of the fallen gods was intertwined with the system. After all, it was not only the players from Blue Star who were bound by the fallen gods system. The native inhabitants of the continent were similarly ensnared, and every life within this realm was subject to the system's governance. It was not the ancient divine race that was linked to the system, but rather, the system's rank was simply too elevated. The continent of the fallen gods had just descended upon Blue Star in the guise of a game, and had yet to invade extensively. Thus, the Inheritance Crystal could not establish contact. Naturally, Yunxi had been unable to activate it while on Blue Star. Beep, detecting that the player is attempting to initiate concept-level inheritance. Player's soul cannot sustain it. Would you like to activate the system's exclusive soul protection? Yes, no. Note, one-time fee of 1,000 red crystals. Professional protection of player's soul for 1,000 years. During this period, the system will safeguard the player's soul from destruction. Immunity to all soul control and attacks. The sudden dialogue box emanated an incredibly brilliant light, nearly blinding Yunxi. Once she comprehended the content of the panel before her, she fell into a prolonged silence. The system could protect the player's soul from annihilation. What did that imply? Given that she possessed the Rebirth Divine Stone, as long as her soul endured, she would remain unscathed during this millennium. Even if using the Rebirth Divine Stone might weaken her spirit, the system's promise to preserve her soul was sufficient. However, Yunxi was taken aback by the system's exorbitant demand. After all, this was 1,000 red crystals, akin to Ji Yuxian's complete bankruptcy, which would not yield a single red crystal. In her previous life, despite 10 years of diligent effort, during which she had become a minor expert, she had never encountered even a fragment of red crystal. Even in the auction house of the world-class main city, the existence of red crystals had eluded her, leading her to believe they were merely a mythical currency. Nevertheless, this was no longer a concern for her present self. Yunxi hesitated for a moment. To deny the value of her soul would be a disservice to herself. She promptly counted out 200 red crystals from within the soul binding space, refraining from withdrawing them physically, instead directly transferring the amount into the system, leaving her with 98 red crystals after deducting the service fee. Before clicking yes, she tentatively inquired of the system, "May I recharge further?" The vibrant hues of the system's dialogue box momentarily stilled. Subsequently, As if detecting the influx of her 10,000 red crystals, the system subtly modified the wording in the dialog box. Beep, detecting that the player is attempting to initiate concept-level inheritance. Player's soul cannot sustain it. Would you like to activate the system's exclusive soul protection? Yes, no. Note, one-time fee of 10,000 red crystals. Professional protection of player's soul for 10,000 years. During this period, the system will safeguard the player's soul from destruction. Immunity to all soul control and attacks. 10,000 years, a span of time too vast for Yunxi to even contemplate. She refrained from greedily inquiring whether the system permitted additional payments. In truth, she already knew the answer. Although the nature of the entity behind the system remained a mystery, it was evident that they were a connoisseur of wealth. Well, in 10,000 years, should she still possess red crystals, the likelihood of recharging again seemed promising. Consequently, Yunxi gained a deeper appreciation for the significance of red crystals. They were a resource sought even by the entity behind the system. With solemnity, Yunxi clicked yes. In the next instant, a profound force enveloped her soul, imparting an overwhelming sense of warmth and acceptance. Simultaneously, the power belonging to the inheritance crystal surged forth, a potent impact swiftly permeating the depths of Yunxi's soul. A progress bar has appeared on the crystal of heritage, displaying increments of 0, 0.1, 0, 0.2, and so forth. The progress bar has stagnated at 0.29, and the reason is none other than the system's suppression of the energy from the heritage crystal in order to safeguard the stability of Yunxi's soul. Undoubtedly, 0.29 represents the maximum capacity of knowledge that Yunxi can endure. One might justifiably speculate that this is attributable to Yunxi possessing merely 29 points of spirit. As anticipated, the subtle hints stemming from the system's rules indicated to Yunxi that the remaining 99.71 required her to enhance her soul's power before proceeding with the reception. Without the luxury of further contemplation, Yunxi found herself wholly captivated by the wealth of knowledge that permeated her soul. Astonishingly, it was an entire array of vocational skill inheritances. Among them were numerous fundamental spells, perfectly suited for Yunxi's current stage of learning. Elemental spells, specialized spells, and even rule-based spells were all present: basic fireball, basic water sphere, basic immobilization, basic lockpicking, basic levitation. Astonishingly, even the most precious of foundational spells, basic purification and basic wish, possessed complete spell patterns. Truly, this constituted an exceedingly valuable treasure. In addition to the sorcerer's skills, the foundational skills of other professions were innumerable. In the continent of Divine Fall, the most remarkable feature regarding professions is their inherent freedom. In theory, any profession can be deemed as such. For instance, painters, musicians, scholars, pharmacists, artisans, and alchemists, among others, can all infuse their craft with spiritual energy due to its presence in the continent of Divine Fall. However, the prerequisite is that one must possess the capability to manipulate this spiritual energy. It can be asserted that the sorcerer serves as the foundation for all professions, as only a sorcerer can harness the power of spiritual energy. Chapter 006 Exclusive. Upon acquiring the ability to manipulate spiritual energy, as an artist, you possess the potential to infuse this energy into your creations. With diligent practice, the legendary divine brush Marliang may not be beyond your reach. However, for those who are mere artists and not sorcerers, even the most advanced spiritual energy brush can only produce mundane artworks, which serve no purpose beyond mere admiration. Thus, sorcerers undoubtedly rank among the primary professions in the realm of Shenyun continent. Besides them, the only other profession that can be considered primary is that of the warrior, for warriors are unbound by the limitations of spiritual energy. Nonetheless, in a world where spiritual energy can virtually measure everything, the later development of a warrior's career is evidently overshadowed by that of a sorcerer. In Shenyun continent, the status of a sorcerer is exceedingly esteemed. The distinction between sorcerers and warriors is akin to that between cultivators in the realm of immortality and mundane martial artists. While anyone can embark on the path of a warrior, aspiring to become a sorcerer is no trivial matter. Shenyun continent is not a mere game, but a genuine world where one cannot simply click to learn skills as in an online game. It demands personal effort and dedication. To enter the profession of a sorcerer, one must first have access to a means of learning sorcery, such as being chosen by a seasoned sorcerer mentor or acquiring a scroll inscribed with sorcery patterns through various channels. Furthermore, one must genuinely comprehend a sorcery through their own intellect, analogous to the rigorous college entrance examination. Mastering sorcery necessitates not only intelligence but also perseverance. Thus, those who ultimately become sorcerers are indeed rare gems among the masses. In her previous life, Yunxi was fortunate enough to encounter an exceptional sorcerer mentor, who, in their old age and with little time left, urgently sought an heir. She became that fortunate individual, initially possessing a spirit level of 9, which drew the mentor's attention and allowed her to escape a life of destitution. Alas, in this lifetime, she may not be so fortunate again. The Shuyu plane is far removed from the place of her previous birth, and by the time she gains strength to seek it out, her mentor may have already passed on. In contrast to sorcerers, the path to becoming a warrior is relatively straightforward. While knowledge of sorcery cannot be obtained from thin air, martial skills can be self-created. If intelligence determines a sorcerer's attributes, then physical constitution dictates a warrior's. Physical constitution is the very foundation of a warrior. Through self-training, one can gradually enhance their constitution, during which agility and strength will also increase in tandem. Certain bizarre creatures can be slain with cold weapons, and upon gaining experience, one can level up and acquire free attribute points, thereby further augmenting their strength. Many warriors, even without a legacy of knowledge, can carve out their own path through various life and death trials. This is the advantage of being a warrior. Even those with nothing can rise against the odds. Indeed, many sorcerers begin as warriors, striving to gain free attribute points through leveling up to enhance their spirit. Yunxi's career plan for this life is straightforward: to pursue sorcery as her primary profession, while selecting other professions as secondary. Thanks to the existence of the Killing Gem, she will never lack free skill points and attribute points throughout her life. Others, in choosing their secondary professions, generally select one or two based on their talents or interests, for attempting to pursue too many would only lead to a lack of skill points, rendering the effort futile. In Xinyun Continent, each level gained only bestows a single skill point and 2 free attribute points. The rarity of skill points is self-evident. Rather than merely being skill points, they represent a unique reward, akin to free attribute points, both of which are gifts from the system. Each time a skill point is allocated, the player experiences a profound enlightenment, deepening their understanding and mastery of the skill, consequently enhancing its power. In her previous life, Yunxi had heard that skill points come with a highly valuable bonus. Each allocation boosts one's comprehension. In this life, although the Killing Gem remains sealed, it is still sufficient. By slaying malevolent creatures, she can earn random free attribute points and skill points, completely alleviating her concerns regarding insufficient skill points. She can pursue the simultaneous cultivation of all professions. Chef and pharmacist are of utmost importance, followed by talisman maker and artist. Among these, the chef role will liberate her from the hell of taste, while the pharmacist will ensure her safety and well-being. The talisman maker can store sorcery, and the artist role is significant as Yunxi is an art student. Neglecting it would squander the foundation she has painstakingly built over the past 10 years. Of course, regardless of her extensive plans, Yunxi must gradually practice these professions. Mastery cannot be achieved overnight. With a clear strategy in mind, Yunxi officially commenced her training. For her first sorcery, she chose the beginner water sphere technique, the one she was most familiar with. In her past life, she primarily focused on water-based sorcery, simply because her mentor specialized in it. The beginner water sphere technique can produce clean water sources, and is among the most widely practiced sorceries in Xinyun Continent. The continent suffers from extreme scarcity of resources. Aside from villages and towns enveloped by special spiritual fields, all other wilderness areas are contaminated. If this pollution is inadvertently ingested, it may lead to mild symptoms such as diarrhea and vomiting, or in severe cases, threaten one's life. Water and food can only be procured through the system's marketplace or self-sufficiency, as they cannot be obtained from the wilderness. Thus, finding clean water is a considerable challenge. Most novice villages lack spiritual field protection, and to drink safe water, one must purchase it from the system marketplace. Without funds, they are relegated to consuming relatively less contaminated well water, which often requires multiple purification processes before it is fit for consumption. Not to mention the inconvenience, it still invariably contains trace pollutants, which may also lead to a permanent decrease in constitution over time. The beginner water sphere technique perfectly resolves this dilemma. Moreover, Yunxi's selection of beginner water sphere technique stems primarily from her desire to transition to a sorcerer as swiftly as possible and gain the ability to manipulate spiritual energy. With only 10 days for the game's internal testing, she must seize every moment to expedite the transition of her secondary professions, particularly in the case of the chef profession. Yunxi plans to document all the recipes from Blue Star, having grown thoroughly weary of subsisting on coarse bread daily. Only during the internal testing period, when the Shenyun system has not yet fully infiltrated Blue Star, can she do so. Once the official server launches, she will need to learn recipes painstakingly, one by one. In just a few short minutes, Yunxi Adept mastered the small water sphere technique. Ding! Congratulations to the player for learning beginner water sphere technique LV1, successfully transitioning to the sorcerer profession, unlocking the sorcerer exclusive skill, spiritual energy control LV1. Yunxi opened her personal panel. Everything remained unchanged except for her primary profession, which had transformed into sorcerer. Sorcerer profession skills, spiritual energy control LV1, sorcerer exclusive skill, allows free manipulation of spiritual energy, with control strength determined by one's own spirit. Beginner water sphere technique LV1. Consumes 10 to 100 points of spiritual energy, can condense a small water sphere, capable of dealing a maximum of 39 to 129, spirit skill level consumed spiritual energy, points of water-based sorcery damage to malevolent creatures. Chapter 007. Recipe. With a mere cursory glance at the recipe, Yunxi promptly closed the panel. She shut her eyes and began to adept manipulate her spiritual energy, absorbing the ethereal essence from the air until her energy capacity reached its zenith. Spiritual energy is a unique force, manifesting in various elements and pure energy, even capable of transforming into special rules. Thus, it supports an array of peculiar magical arts, such as the purification and wish-granting spells that Yunxi had long coveted in her previous life. In her former existence, Yunxi had heard much about these two spells. The former, although commonplace, was notoriously difficult to acquire, a secret art withheld by the indigenous people of the Godfall continent. The latter, however, was a time-honored legend within the realm. The purification spell can cleanse malevolent energies, rendering wild food sources safe for consumption. Various factions on the Godfall continent typically select trusted individuals to cultivate a cadre of purification mags, dedicated solely to this art. Did the people of Blue Star wish to learn the purification spell, they could, but only after signing a servitude contract with the faction leaders. Yunxi had harbored resentment over this in her previous life, but in this one, she was determined to leave no regrets. Alas, the heritage crystal bore certain restrictions. The knowledge contained within could not be imparted to others at her discretion, nor could she teach the people of Blue Star to lift these restrictions. She must complete the Divine Clan's tasks, thereby obtaining true ownership of the 3 divine artifacts. The wish-granting spell, on the other hand, is a genuine conceptual magic. Theoretically, any wish could be fulfilled as long as one could expend sufficient spiritual energy. Should she master the wish-granting spell and peak her own energy levels, she might well become invincible. As Yunxi contemplated her future path, she unconsciously filled her spiritual energy to its limit. Rising to stretch, she felt an exhilarating lightness throughout her body. Glancing at the time, she noted that dawn was still far off. After a moment's reflection, Yunxi decided to lock out. The nights on the Godfall continent were fraught with peril. She would have to wait until morning to activate the main quest. This time could not be wasted, so she returned to Blue Star to gather recipes. Upon logging out, the scene before her shifted, and she found herself back in her bedroom on Blue Star. She was still clad in the coarse linen garment, while her original clothes lay abandoned in the previous realm. Changing into her own attire and neatly stowing away the linen outfit, she made her way to the kitchen and began to boil instant noodles. Before long, the noodles were ready, yet Yunxi did not cease her actions. She continued to channel a stream of spiritual energy into the pot before her very eyes. The noodles became more visually appealing and aromatic. Ding! Congratulations, player! You have mastered boiling noodles LV1, successfully transitioned to the chef profession. Unlocking the chef's exclusive skill, Culinary Arts LV1. Yunxi raised an eyebrow, feeling no surprise. Indeed, akin to the transition to sorcerer, one must personally engage in the cooking process and create dishes infused with spiritual energy to become a chef. With her current culinary skills, she could only bestow the most mundane effects upon food. By infusing spiritual energy into her dishes, they would acquire the ability to restore energy, gradually improving the physique of ordinary individuals who consumed them over time. With her transition complete, Yunxi opened various recipe apps, tirelessly compiling an array of culinary instructions. Hours passed, and ultimately, her chef profession interface was transformed. Chef Profession Skills, Culinary Arts LV1, exclusive skill for chefs. Recorded recipes, boiling noodles LV1, braised pork LV0, sweet and sour pork LV0, all braised shrimp LV0, stir-fried crab LV0, braised conch LV0, sweet and crispy carp LV0, kung pao chicken LV0, fish fragrant shredded pork LV0, dry braised shark fin LV0, scallop with finger snap LV0, Tai Chi shrimp LV0, Longjing shrimp LV0, West Lake vinegar fish LV0, Beggar's chicken LV0. Every recipe available online, including various seasoning concoctions, had been thoroughly learned by Yunxi. Even if she had not physically executed them and they remained at LV0, she was immensely satisfied. As long as she possessed sufficient skill points, she would eventually elevate all her favorite dishes to their maximum levels. Even if she hesitated to expend skill points, practicing cooking could still enhance the levels of her recipes. Of course, to enjoy these dishes in the future, not only would culinary skill be required, but also the corresponding ingredients. Once the game fully invaded, malevolent energies permeated Blue Star, rendering all food contaminated. Only purification magic could restore edibility now. Having fulfilled both the culinary and purification criteria, Yunxi was finally liberated from the daily ordeal of consuming inedible coarse wheat cakes. With ample time remaining before the game's total invasion, Yunxi was in no rush to learn the purification spell. Her paramount task was to acquire more magical arts and attain the means for self-preservation. Glancing at her phone, she noted it was 5 p.m. on Blue Star, corresponding to 5 a.m. on the Godfall continent. An hour remained until dawn broke in that realm. Seizing this opportunity, Yunxi swiftly perused the news online. Shocking! The Godfall continent is a real world. Folks, the Godfall continent is the legendary holographic game. What is this Godfall continent? Isn't it just a virus software? You can't even register an account. Upstairs 1. I can't register an account either. Even guest logins are failing. At that moment, news regarding the Godfall continent had spread across the entire network. However, due to the hour-long delay in account registration, most individuals were unable to log into the game, and thus remained skeptical of the claims made by the scarce few who had succeeded. The two factions engaged in heated online debates. Ultimately, the successful registrants were a mere fraction, less than 1 in 100,000. Some people keep insisting that the Godfall continent is a real world. Why not provide some evidence? Want evidence? That's simple, I'll tell you. We brought out the in-game items after logging off. Accompanying this message was an image of the coarse linen garment, atop which lay 10 copper coins and an identity badge. Is this for real? It's definitely fake. But I must say, the game's promotional team is unprecedentedly powerful. How many paid shills did they hire? Exactly, those so-called copper coins and identity badge look like cheap wholesale goods. The craftsmanship is simply atrocious. This fast concluded with the official announcement to suppress the news. In her previous life, prior to the official launch of the game, ordinary people merely regarded the Godfall continent's game icon as an undeletable virus, dismissing the notion that the Godfall continent is a real world as a mere marketing gimmick, and seeing successful loggers as promotional shills. This was also the reason why Yunxi had never logged into the game in her former life. Her phone buzzed with a series of notifications. It was a message from Tu Jiao Jiao. Chapter 008, Main Quest 1111. Have you logged into the Fallen Guard continent? It's truly marvelous, like an entirely different world. 1111. Let us be friends. My ID is. Yunxi refrained from further words and promptly opened the game system to add Tu Jojo as a friend. It's such a pity that I can only recharge 648 yuan each day. I wish I could contribute more, Tu Jojo lamented. though her financial status was far from precarious. Since this is a genuine world, there must be certain restrictions. Jiao Jiao, you need to be cautious in the game. After just a few hours of logging in, I sensed an unusual atmosphere. There could be danger, a Yunqi cautioned her. Oh come on, it's just a game. Of course, we'll need to fight monsters and undertake quests, a Tu Jiao replied. Jiao Jiao, have you ever considered that we are entering the game with our own bodies? If we were to get injured or even perish, a Tu Jiao paused, momentarily taken aback. She was not foolish and understood Yunqi's implication. 11:11, I will be careful. You must also act prudently. Yes, do not be reckless. If you encounter danger, log off immediately. This could be considered a boon for newcomers, as during the testing phase, players were permitted to log off at any time during combat, an essential means of self-preservation for them, the people of Blue Star. Meanwhile, Yu Jinxiang also sent a similar message, and Yunqi added her as a friend, offering a few words of advice. After finishing her conversations with the two, the time had approached 6 p.m. Yunqi donned the coarse linen robe provided by the game and logged in. A familiar sense of disorientation washed over her, and upon regaining her senses, she found herself back in the small wooden cabin of the Fallen God continent. A strand of white light gradually ascended from the horizon, perfectly marking her return. As dawn broke, rising, she opened the door. The eerie stillness of the night in the village had dissipated, replaced by the brilliance of sunlight. In contrast to her hasty observations the previous night, Yunqi could now clearly see the entirety of the novice village. Aside from the scattered 6 wooden cabins, there was only the gradually extinguished bonfire at the center and a 4-square-meter patch of farmland surrounding the cabin, along with a well. Upon seeing the 4-square-meter farmland, Yunqi's eyes brightened. Now a sorceress, she could perceive the manifestation of spiritual energy. She discerned the spiritual array enveloping the farmland, designed to prevent contamination by malevolent forces. This was exceedingly rare for a novice village. It indicated the presence of an array master within the village, at least a level 10 sorcerer, who possessed the mastery of spiritual energy necessary to establish a protective spiritual array against pollution. This was fortuitous for Yunqi, as the presence of a powerful sorcerer willing to guard such a humble village ensured a degree of safety for her in the early stages. Moreover, the resources held by this individual were invaluable. Although Yunqi had no intention of using substantial currency to purchase supplies, the person undoubtedly knew the routes to nearby towns, a crucial piece of information for her. The Fallen God continent was vast and boundless, with considerable distances separating villages. The wilderness was perilous. Without specific routes, few dared to venture forth. To reach a major town, one must consult the village elders or navigate the paths through trial and error. Adventurer, you're awake. Lost in thought, a middle-aged man who had arranged Yunqi's arrival approached her. Yunqi nodded. Come with me, I shall take you to meet the village chief. She followed him to the most exquisite of the wooden cabins at the center of the village. Adventurer, you may enter. The village chief is waiting for you inside. Yunqi knocked on the door. Come in, a gentle voice called from within. Pushing the door open, she was greeted by the sight inside. The layout mirrored that of the cabin where she had spent the previous night, albeit more spacious, with more exquisite furnishings, and the bed adorned with pristine white linens. The village chief sat at a table, his gaze warm and inviting. He was a young man with a refined appearance and clear eyes, though a subtle hint of age lingered in his gaze, revealing he was not as young as he seemed. Greetings, dear adventurer. Welcome to the Fallen God continent. Hello, chief. Please, take a seat. He gestured towards the chair opposite him. Yunqi complied. Adventurer, as you have seen, our village is quite small, and resources are limited. If you wish to settle here, I fear, the village chief was almost explicit in indicating that the village could not afford to support her. Chief, please speak plainly, Yunqi said, uncertain of his intentions, as she was unfamiliar with the Shuyu Plains. Did he intend to send her away? What I mean is that the village cannot support idlers. If you wish to stay, you must join the Night Watch team. Once you join, the village will provide you with daily sustenance, devise a training plan for you, and assign a mentor to teach you basic martial skills. If you possess sorcerer's talent, I will personally guide you. If you choose to leave, I will be visiting Jinglan Town next month, and I can take you along. However, you will need to manage your own food for this month. Ding! Main Quest 1 activated. Please choose to stay or leave. Quest completion reward, 10 copper coins. Quest failure penalty, none. Upon hearing the notification of the main quest activation, a flicker of understanding crossed Yunxi's eyes. Indeed, the main quests for refugees differed greatly from those of formal players. She recalled that the main quest for refugees was simply to survive, earning 1 copper coin for each day lived until their status as refugees was lifted, at which point the quest would conclude. In contrast, formal players were treated differently. Merely making a choice awarded them 10 copper coins. Chief, if I choose to stay, will I still have the option to leave later? Yes, but you will need to pay a fee or work in the village for 10 years. Yunxi furrowed her brow slightly. The rules of Shuyu Plains differed significantly from those of her previous life. The chief's meaning was clear. Joining the Night Watch team would allow her to access resources ahead of time, but should she wish to leave, she would need to provide suitable compensation. I understand. I choose to leave. Had Yunxi not possessed the legacy crystal, she might have opted to stay, leveraging her sorceress talent to learn from this village chief, who was undoubtedly at least a level 10 sorcerer. However, she clearly had no need for his tutelage. Moreover, the first internal test lasted only 10 days, and she could only remain in the village for that duration. The second internal test would occur next month, coinciding with the chief's journey to Jinglan town. Ding! Main Quest 1 completed. Reward, 10 copper coins, automatically deposited into system account. The village chief's expression remained unchanged upon receiving Yunxi's response. Well then, you may return. The wooden cabin you are currently residing in does not require a rental fee. Though Yunxi was not short on funds, she felt a surge of delight at this news. Such an arrangement was indeed a rare gift. Chapter 009, The Choice. In her previous life, she had overheard discussions among seasoned players, noting that typically, a novice village would only offer 3 days of complimentary lodging. It was evident that the population of this village was quite sparse. Thus, the small cabin she occupied remained unoccupied, serving as a makeshift compensation for her stay, as if they were subtly attempting to expel her. Adventurer, the Godfall continent is fraught with peril. Before you embark on your journey to Jinglan town, I hope you can acquire some means of self-defense. Ding! Main Quest 2 has been activated. Before proceeding to Jinglan town, please learn a martial skill or a spell. Quest completion reward, 100 copper coins. 1 low-level resurrection token. Quest failure penalty, none. Ding! Main Quest 2 has been completed. You have received a reward of 100 copper coins and 1 low-level resurrection token, which has been automatically deposited into your system account. Yunxi pondered thoughtfully. It appeared that the main quests for formal players were tailored to their circumstances. Additionally, a low-level resurrection token upon leaving the village chief's cabin and returning to her own, Yunxi retrieved the low-level resurrection token from her pocket. This token could only facilitate the resurrection of characters below level 10, and each individual could only utilize it once throughout their lifetime. Its side effects were akin to those of the Rebirth Divine Stone, as resurrection would diminish certain mental attributes. This token represented the greatest boon for formal players. Many entered the new world in a state of ignorance, often triggering death conditions without warning. This resurrection token afforded them an invaluable second chance at survival. However, not all formal players were entitled to it. One had to fulfill the corresponding main quest to obtain it.in her case. The condition for acquiring this resurrection token was to learn a martial skill or a spell within 1 month before heading to Jinglan town. Should she choose to remain, she would still be required to master a martial skill or spell within the same time frame. However, for players from Blue Star, the initial testing period was limited to merely 10 days, granting them only a brief window for learning. As for the vagrant players, unless they could shed their status and secure formal residency within 10 days, they would be deprived of any opportunity to undertake quests. Yunxi possessed the Rebirth Divine Stone, making it highly probable that she would not need to rely on this resurrection token. Yet, prior to reaching level 10, this token would undoubtedly serve as an excellent safeguard. Yunxi conducted a search through the fragments of her memory, which contained a mere 0. 29 of the inheritance, and found no mention of the method for inscribing a resurrection talisman among the content related to talismans. Although this low-level resurrection talisman bore the label of low-level, it was evidently beyond the capabilities of a novice to inscribe. With her thoughts refocused, Yunxi began to study the art of magic. In her previous life, her avenues for learning magic were limited. Aside from the 5 spells taught by her sorcerer mentor, she had also acquired 2 spells through completing fortuitous tasks. This included 3 low-level spells, 2 intermediate spells, and 2 advanced spells. As a wild sorcerer, having learned 7 spells was commendable, especially since she had no desire to serve a large faction. Currently, Yunxi was at level 0, restricting her to the study of low-level spells. The low-level spells she had mastered in her previous life consisted of only the basic water ball spell, along with the basic water arrow spell and the basic water spray spell. The basic water arrow spell, as the name suggests, launched a water arrow capable of inflicting magical damage upon foes. The basic water spray spell, on the other hand, was purely ornamental, lacking any offensive capabilities and serving only the purposes of water creation and aesthetic appeal. While the basic water arrow spell had its utility, Yunxi decided against further pursuing the basic water spray spell. With the foundation from her past life, akin to her experience learning the water ball spell, she soon mastered the basic water arrow spell with ease. She continued to peruse the inheritance crystal, selectively arranging the spells she intended to learn next. Offensive, basic fireball spell. Defensive, basic light shield spell, basic counterattack spell. Healing, basic healing spell. Supportive, basic appraisal spell, basic immobilization spell, basic purification spell, basic wish spell. Ultimately, Yunxi chose these 8 basic spells. Having already learned the basic water ball spell and the basic water arrow spell among offensive spells, the addition of the fireball spell, which inflicted the highest damage on aberrations, brought her close to a well-rounded arsenal. The light shield spell and counterattack spell were the best defensive spells she could find. The light shield spell enveloped Yunxi in an endless defensive aura, allowing her to disregard any attacks until the aura was depleted. This meant that she could maintain the light shield spell indefinitely, no longer fearing unexpected assaults or ambushes. The counterattack spell, however, would allow her to rebound damage, proving crucial in battles against aberrations. The healing spell was self-explanatory among the 4 supportive spells. The basic appraisal spell was of utmost importance, especially in the wilderness, where one could hardly progress without it. It could identify everything below a certain level, including aberrations disguised as humans. The immobilization spell aided in combat, while the purification spell could cleanse the various aberrant contaminations of rare materials found in the wild. The wish spell was legendary, and Yunxi could not afford to forgo it. Among these 8 spells, the fireball spell was the most common, yet was not a privilege available to the denizens of Blue Star. Like the appraisal spell, healing spell, and purification spell, the fireball spell was also a closely guarded secret among the natives of the Fallen God continent. The reason was simple: spiritual fire was a unique resource that inflicted tremendous damage on aberrations. Just like the bonfire that burned in the novice village at night, it had to be ignited with spiritual fire to possess the ability to repel aberrations. As for the light shield spell, immobilization spell, and counterattack spell, Yunxi had never heard of any sorcerer employing such spells in her previous life, suggesting that they were ancient spells long lost to time. All 8 of these spells represented a wealth of knowledge that had previously been beyond Yunxi's reach, yet in this life, she had effortlessly gained the opportunity to learn them due to the treasure trove of inheritance. However, unlike the ease with which she learned the water ball spell and water arrow spell, acquiring entirely new spells would still require considerable effort. Fortunately, her mental attribute stood at a commendable 29 points. Had it only been the initial 9 points, she recalled how it took her an entire month to learn the basic water ball spell. During the following 9 days of testing, Yunxi had modest expectations. If she could master 2 new spells, she would be satisfied. 3 would be even better. The light shield spell and fireball spell were her top priorities, followed by the appraisal spell. Once everything was arranged, Yunxi commenced her formal study of the light shield spell. As she gazed at the intricate patterns of the spell within the inheritance crystal, she attempted to slowly sketch them out. The process of acquiring knowledge was as monotonous as ever. When Yunxi next opened her eyes, it was already midday. After an entire morning, her progress in learning the Light Shield spell was still less than 1/5 complete. Compared to the Water Ball spell, the patterns of the Light Shield spell were far more complex and difficult to memorize. The challenge of tracing them with spiritual energy was at least tenfold greater. Yunqi furrowed her brow. At this rate, she would not be able to master the Light Shield spell within 9 days. However, next month, she would be accompanying the village chief to Qinglan town, and without the Light Shield spell, her risk would significantly increase. Chapter 010, Redemption. As for venturing into the wilderness to slay monsters and gain attribute points, given her current capabilities, meandering through the wild was acceptable, but choosing to engage in combat would be nothing short of a death wish. Although there was the option of infinite respawning, the rebirth stone came at a price. Was it not preferable to remain alive? Perhaps, apart from the 20 days of closed beta testing, she could endeavor to study on Blue Star. Just then, a rumble emanated from her stomach, bringing Yunqi back to her senses. Considering that sustenance in the Divine Fallen Continent was limited to coarse wheat cakes and black bread, both unpalatable and costly, Yunqi decided to log off and return to Blue Star. After a simple meal, Yunqi also topped up her account with an amount of 648 yuan today, resulting in an increase of 641.52 copper coins in her system account. Yunqi presently boasts a copper coin balance of 651.42.9. 99 in Main Quest 1 reward 99. 9 in Main Quest 2 reward 641. 52 1402. 83. Indeed, casting a glance at the time, it is now noon in game time, equating to midnight in Blue Star. Since the midday of Blue Star until this moment, Yunqi has not had a moment's respite. Having consumed food, her mind now feels drowsy. She can no longer bear to keep herself awake. After freshening up, she changed into her pajamas and succumbed to a deep slumber. On the following day, Yunqi arose early and consumed a solitary egg before opening her phone to peruse news regarding the Fallen Continent. Following the events of yesterday, all players logging into the Fallen Continent had seemingly vanished, or rather, the officials had entirely suppressed any information pertaining to the true nature of the Fallen Continent. The general populace merely regarded it as a game. Even her biological parents, who have overlooked matters related to her, failed to respond to her. Upon meticulously scrolling through her phone, she was quite astonished to discover a message from Ji Yuxian. Yunqi, it would be best to register an account for this game. I would never harm you. Accompanying the message was an image, the very icon of the Fallen Continent. This message had been sent to her prior to the game's launch yesterday, a detail Yunqi had neglected while preoccupied with Jinxiang. Ji Yuxian's message bore significant implications. Firstly, sending her this message before the game went live suggests that he may very well have returned from a previous life. Secondly, in this timeline, Yunqi had just cast aside her engagement to him, yet he still chose to extend a benevolent warning. Perhaps their future relationship holds promise. Not to mention, even before her rebirth, she had shared a commendable camaraderie with Ji Yuxian as fellow warriors. With a plan forming in her mind, Yunqi quietly categorized Ji Yuxian alongside Jinxiang and Tu Zhejiao in her consideration. Thank you for your warning, she replied, including her game ID. The absence of a response from him did not concern her. Ji Yuxian likely remained online. Shutting her phone, Yunqi refrained from hastily logging into the Fallen Continent. Instead, she settled cross-legged upon the living room carpet, endeavoring to learn the art of light manipulation. She needed to ascertain whether it was feasible to learn magical techniques in the current phase of Blue Star, thereby allowing her to better strategize for the ensuing month. To her delight, the legacy crystal had already bound to her, permitting access even in Blue Star to review its contents, which naturally included the intricate patterns of light manipulation. She found that she could mobilize her inner spiritual energy. However, unlike the Fallen Continent, Blue Star at this stage lacked spiritual energy. Once her reserves were depleted, she would need to log into the Fallen Continent to replenish them. This indeed posed a dilemma, yet the solution was rather straightforward. Absorbing the spiritual energy contained within spirit crystals would suffice to restore her expenditures. Spirit crystals serve as the universal. She promptly accessed her system panel. Previously, to secure the system's sole protection, she had topped up with 200 red crystals. After deducting transaction fees, she currently retains 98 red crystals in her system account. Within this account, the currency system allows for downward exchanges but prohibits upward ones. In essence, 1 red crystal can be exchanged for 100 purple crystals, yet purple crystals cannot be converted back into red crystals. At this moment, her system account displayed a total balance of 98 crimson gemstones and 1402. 83 copper coins. Without a moment's hesitation, Yunxi promptly opted to exchange 1 crimson gemstone. Though these gemstones were exceedingly precious, equivalent to a year's worth of soul protection provided by the system, Yunxi could not afford to dwell on their value. For her, the most pressing concern was to swiftly enhance her strength. After a series of operations, Yunxi's currency balance transformed into 97 red crystals, 99 purple crystals, 99 blue crystals, 99 green crystals, 100 white crystals, 0 gold coins, 0 silver coins, 1402. 83 copper coins. With the mere consumption of a single red crystal, she found herself in possession of a myriad of colorful crystals. Among them, the white crystals contained 100 points of spiritual energy, and 100 of these white crystals would suffice for her use. Naturally, with the ability to log into the Godfall continent and restore her spiritual energy within 10 days, Yunxi had no intention of wasting the white crystals during this interval. Upon logging in again, the morning in Blue Star coincided perfectly with the onset of night in the Godfall continent. As she opened her eyes, Yunxi immediately sensed something amiss. Before her lay a void of darkness. The wooden cabin had windows, and just the previous night, the flickering bonfire had nearly illuminated the entire room, yet now, outside the window, there was an impenetrable blackness. Although Yunxi was not well acquainted with the shu, if the spiritual flames in the village or town center were to extinguish, it would signify. A chilling thought crept into Yunxi's mind, just as she contemplated logging off for safety. Suddenly, the flames flared back to life, and a faint squabble arose. "Where on earth have you been? Father, I truly did not mean to neglect it. Just moments ago, the flames began to burn more rapidly, and I was completely taken aback." Burning more rapidly? Farther, the spiritual flame extinguished for just an instant. Surely, nothing disastrous could have occurred. Grandfather is so powerful, he would definitely. The youthful voice trailed off, gradually revealing an undertone of despair. "You had better pray that all is well." The middle-aged man's voice resonated with a tone of exasperation. "I will seek out your... You stay here and remember, it is imperative that the spiritual flame does not extinguish again." Yunxi fell into a contemplative silence. From the dialogue between the father and son, it could be inferred that a creature of a higher level had undoubtedly approached the vicinity of the village, for the flames would not have accelerated in their burning otherwise. As for the grandfather mentioned by the middle-aged man, he was most likely the village chief, the most formidable among them. Chapter 011, The Monstrous Once a sorceress. Aparsis level 10, their lifespan extends to 2 centuries. Considering the age of a middle-aged man, the village chief should be around 65 years old. It is no wonder that he is reluctant to accept her as an adventurer. This appears to be a familial settlement. It seems that there are directives from above regarding the arrangements for adventurers. Those whom the village is unwilling to accommodate must be assigned to a relatively safe alternative. Otherwise, the chief could easily expel her, leaving her to fend for herself. After a brief moment, a knock sounded at the door. Yunxi rose to open it, revealing the familiar middle-aged man. "Adventurer, the spirit flame has unexpectedly extinguished. For the sake of safety, the chief has decreed that everyone in the village must remain together tonight." Yunxi was somewhat taken aback. She hadn't anticipated that he would still be concerned for her. "All right," she replied, following the middle-aged man directly to the campfire, where an array of curious gazes turned towards her. Yunxi discreetly assessed them. Although she had expected it, she was surprised to find that the entire population of the village amounted to only 7 individuals. Aside from the chief and the middle-aged man, there was a middle-aged woman, 3 teenagers, and a young girl. It was indeed as she had surmised. This was a family unit. The middle-aged woman was currently cradling a girl of about 5 or 6 years old, gazing at Yunxi with a friendly demeanor. She was likely the wife of the middle-aged man. The 3 teenagers and the little girl were presumably their children, with the chief being the grandfather of the children among them. The eldest youth bore a flush on his face, a hint of irritation in his eyes. He was likely the one named Harder, who had just been reprimanded harshly by the middle-aged man. The other two youths were twins, their curiosity piqued by the presence of the outsider, yet they dared not speak too freely in front of their elders. Overall, this family harbored no ill will towards her. "Little girl, you must be the newly emerged adventurer. Yes, come, sit here," the middle-aged woman beckoned to Yunxi, patting the space beside her. Yunxi responded with a polite smile. To be honest, her sudden emergence in this familial village felt akin to intruding upon someone else's home. With everyone gathered here, the atmosphere was undeniably awkward. Suddenly, the chief raised his hand, signaling for silence. Instantly, everyone held their breath, the innocent little girl being swiftly silenced by the middle-aged woman to prevent any sound from escaping her lips. Not only the chief, but Yunxi also heard the sound of chirping crickets. Before their very eyes, the campfire rapidly diminished, being consumed at an alarming rate. The twin youths hurriedly added more wood, while the middle-aged man and the youth named Harder swiftly stood up, positioning themselves alongside the chief at the periphery of the gathering, adopting a protective stance to shield the others. Simultaneously, Yunxi prepared for battle, channeling her intrinsic energy and swiftly began to sketch the incantation for the water arrow spell. Beginner Water Arrow LV1 consumes 10 to 100 points of spiritual energy, capable of forming a small water arrow that can inflict a maximum of 39 to 129 spirit skill level consumed energy points of water-type magical damage on the monstrous entity. Uncertain of the enemy's level and considering her total spiritual energy of only 290 points, Yunxi opted to expend merely 20 points, preparing a small water arrow capable of inflicting approximately 49 points of damage. The fluctuations of energy emanating from her did not escape the chief's notice, though the urgency of the situation left him no time for astonishment. "The enemy is approaching," he declared in a grave tone. Yunxi, positioned at the chief's right rear, followed the trajectory of the fireball, which was aimed at a horde of densely packed rats. Some were the size of basketballs, while others were as small as fists, and without exception, these were the monstrous rats. As the fireball descended, the rats scattered in a frenzy, yet several were too slow to evade, getting struck directly and suffering significant damage. Fire magic inflicted double damage on the monstrous entities, and among the rats struck by the chief truly was formidable. He was indeed a sorcerer of over level 10. This attack must have consumed over 100 points of spiritual energy. As a novice sorcerer below level 10, Yunxi's total energy was calculated as Spirit 10. Even with her spirit attribute at a commendable 29 points, her total energy amounted to only a few hundred points. In contrast, the chief, being a mid-level sorcerer of over level 10, calculated his power at Spirit 100. Even with a spirit attribute of merely a few points, his total energy exceeded 1,000. Should the chief have allocated all his free attribute points to spirit, his total energy might very well have surpassed 2,000 points, establishing a fundamental disparity between them. Yunxi could have opted to expend over 100 points of energy to deliver an attack exceeding 100 points of damage, but with her current total of 290 points, such an attack would allow for at most 3 strikes. While her wealth ability could absorb energy from crystals, this process required time. In the heat of battle, the dynamics shifted rapidly, and replenishing energy on the battlefield was often impractical unless one could buy time or possessed robust defensive measures. This was precisely why Yunxi had chosen to learn light shielding and counterattack techniques. Following closely behind the chief, Yunxi launched her small water arrow, targeting a rat the size of a fist, which had only 40 points of health. With 49 points of attack power, her spell was more than sufficient to eliminate it in a single blow. Her actions drew envious glances from the twin youths, whose initial spirit attributes were too low, preventing them from successfully transitioning into sorcerers. Despite having reached level 2, even with all 4 of their free attribute points allocated to spirit, they only possessed a total of 7 points, and after 2 years of studying the basic fireball spell, they still had not mastered it. In contrast, their elder brother Harder, along with their little sister, had higher initial spirit attributes. Harder had already become a formal junior sorcerer, and at this moment, his demeanor mirrored that of the chief, as he continuously conjured fireballs to assault the rat horde. The middle-aged man, a pure warrior, gripped a machete, his gaze fiercely fixed on the swarm of rats. At the moment Yunxi dispatched the small rat, a notification chimed in her ear. Ding, congratulations player, free attribute point 1. The effect of the Bloodlust gem had activated. As long as she eliminated a malicious monstrous entity, she would invariably gain a random number of free attribute points or skill points. Should the seal be lifted, the condition would merely require the defeat of any living creature. It was astonishing to consider that even ants could be classified as any living creature. It was unfathomable that such a conceptually powerful artifact could belong to an ancient divine race that had been annihilated. As Yunxi's thoughts swirled, she continued to harvest the lives of the small rats. Ding, congratulations player, free attribute point 1. Ding, congratulations player, free attribute point 1. Ding, congratulations player, free skill point 1. Chapter 012, Extinguishment. The system's alert resonated with an additional 9 chimes. Yunxi did not lack the desire to harvest more rodent lives, rather, the lowly vermin she could dispatch with a single strike had all been eliminated. Only 3 medium-sized rats remained, along with their formidable leader. The village chief was engaged in combat with a basketball-sized rat, while Harder and a middle-aged man each contended with one of the medium-sized rodents, leaving the last to set its sights on Yunxi, who similarly attracted a vast amount of animosity. The medium-sized rat was nothing like its diminutive counterparts. Its health soared to an impressive 200 points, with speed and strength that far surpassed those of the smaller rats. The small water arrows condensed by Yunxi were deftly evaded, filling her with frustration at her lack of mastery over the binding technique. Previously, she had unleashed a total of 10 small water arrows, expending 200 points of spiritual energy, leaving her with a mere 90 points remaining. Even should she deplete every last point of her remaining energy, she could only inflict a total damage of 29,190 points, merely reducing the rat's health by approximately half. Yunxi remained composed, discreetly extracting a white crystal stone into her hand, commencing the absorption of its internal spiritual energy. As she felt the gradual increase of energy within her body, she nimbly evaded the medium-sized rat's assault. "Little girl, be careful." The middle-aged woman, clutching a young girl, agilely dodged while reminding Yunxi to stay safe. If only she were a sorceress, she thought, her hands tied by the knee to protect her daughter. Otherwise, she could have joined the fray. The twins, however, split their efforts, one assisting their elder brother Harder while the other chose to aid Yunxi, attempting to distract the medium-sized rat. Yet, the twins had allocated all their attribute points to mental prowess, and their physical constitution was not dissimilar to Yunxi's. Even with their father's teachings in martial techniques, their impact proved negligible. Yunxi assessed the unfolding situation, realizing that she need not force the defeat of the medium-sized rat. Her objective was merely to endure until the village chief dealt with the rat leader. However, plans often falter in the face of unpredictability. Suddenly, it appeared that the rat leader had invoked a peculiar sorcery, a wave of dark mist emanating from its form. In an instant, the campfire extinguished. Yunxi's heart sank. The extinguishing of the fire was a price they could ill afford. As anticipated, the rat surged forward as if bolstered by divine intervention. Under the gaze of her psychic vision, Yunxi witnessed the health bar of the medium-sized rat spike from 200 to 300, marking a staggering increase of 1.5 times. This stark contrast exemplified the difference that the presence or absence of a guardian spirit flame could make. If her conjecture proved accurate, the campfire could no longer be reignited due to the proximity of the rat leader's ominous aura. Simultaneously, the fireballs cast by the village chief and Harder descended upon the campfire, but as Yunxi had anticipated, the extinguished flames showed no response. Moreover, if the rat was not swiftly dealt with and the campfire rekindled, numerous malevolent creatures lurking in the wilderness would be drawn by the scent of humans. At that point, even the village chief, a formidable intermediate sorcerer, would be unable to safeguard everyone. The pressure on the group surged instantaneously. Fortunately, with the aid of one of the twins, Yunxi's psychic energy was restored to its full capacity, having expended 2 white crystal stones, equivalent to 2 gold coins or 20,000 copper coins. Perhaps due to the extinguished campfire, Yunxi sensed an air of arrogance emanating from the medium-sized rat, which puffed up its belly as if to boast about its impressive 300 health points. Seizing this opportunity, Yunxi decisively unleashed both the water arrow and water ball spells, delivering a combined attack of 29,100 to 258 points. This constituted the maximum damage Yunxi could inflict at this stage, consuming 200 points of her psychic energy. The water arrow and water ball struck the rat with precision, sending it flying several meters away, reducing its health from 300 to 42. Capitalizing on its weakened state, Yunxi unleashed one final water arrow spell, consuming 20 psychic energy points and dealing 49 points of damage, thus slaying it in a single blow. Ding! Congratulations player, you have gained 2 free attribute points. One of the twins, closest to Yunxi, stood in stunned silence as he beheld this spectacle. Is this the true power of a sorcerer? No, that can't be right. Why doesn't his elder brother possess such strength? The thick black mist obscured the scene of battle between the village chief and Harder, rendering it invisible to Yunxi, even with her psychic vision activated. At this moment, she had 70 points of psychic energy remaining and calculated in her mind as she approached Harder while absorbing the white crystal stones. The village chief was undoubtedly strong, and as a middle-aged one, Harder, being merely a novice sorcerer, would undoubtedly face considerable difficulty against the enhanced rat. Of course, Yunxi also sought to benefit herself. Slaying malevolent creatures would yield advantages that no one could refuse, especially the allure of free attribute or skill points. Behind her, the other twin chose not to follow, opting instead to approach the campfire in search of his mother and sister. As Yunxi drew closer to Harder, a pungent scent of blood permeated the air. She quickened her pace, unable to spare any further thought, and evenly distributed the free attribute points she had just acquired into her spirit and physique. Instantly, her speed surged to nearly double. When the stench of blood reached a critical threshold, Yunxi finally beheld the scene before her. The other twin lay sprawled in a pool of blood, while Harder valiantly brandished his machete, engaged in a desperate struggle against the rat. His psychic energy had long since been depleted, and holding on until now was no small feat. Just as the rat was poised to sink its teeth into Harder's neck, Yunxi's psychic energy had restored to 180 points. Without hesitation, she unleashed her maximum water arrow and water ball attacks, inflicting a total of 109 points of water-based damage. The rat's remaining 180 health points were obliterated in an instant. Ding! Congratulations player, you have gained 2 free skill points. Harder, unable to express his gratitude to Yunxi, promptly succumbed to unconsciousness. Yunxi hurriedly checked on the brothers, relieved to find they were still breathing. A loud crash echoed in the distance, likely signaling the conclusion of the village chief's battle with the rat leader. As expected, almost immediately, the black mist dissipated entirely, and the campfire blazed back to life. Harder, are you both all right? The village chief swiftly approached, his clear eyes reflecting evident concern. Chief, I just checked. They are gravely injured, Yunxi responded hastily. The village chief exhaled a sigh of relief, grateful they were alive. He quickly administered a vial of potion to both boys before shifting his gaze to Yunxi. Adventurer, are you injured? Here, take this. The village chief offered her a vial of the same potion. Yunxi, taken aback, replied, No, thank you, chief, I am uninjured. Now it was the village chief's turn to be taken aback. A newly emerged adventurer, unscathed after facing a level 2 or higher rat, he then recalled that new adventurers typically enjoyed immunity to damage, and he did not ponder further. Chapter 013 Inch Here, take this. This potion has no side effects and can restore 50 health points in a short time. Keep it for future use, make sure to rest well tonight, and come find me during your leisure time tomorrow. The village chief insisted, pressing the potion into Yunxi's hands, clearly aware that she was the one who had rescued his 2 grandsons. His request for her to visit him the next day was a formal gesture of gratitude. Yunxi did not decline further, understanding the chief's concern for his grandchildren. At that moment, a middle-aged man arrived. Observing that he had only sustained minor injuries and was capable of dispatching the level 2 rat monster on his own, it was evident that he possessed considerable martial prowess. Upon reaching this place, the man overheard the conversation between his father and Yunxi. Realizing that she was indeed the savior of his sons, the coldness he had initially harbored towards Yunxi evaporated, replaced by a subtle gratitude in his eyes. He escorted the 2 injured individuals back to the center of the campfire, while Yunxi chose not to intrude upon the family's reunion and retreated to her small wooden cabin. The night's crisis had passed, and it seemed unlikely that any further monstrosities would disrupt the peace. The earlier anomaly at the campfire was likely a result of the rat leader's deceptive magic, attempting to bring its offspring to test their luck. Unfortunately for it, it had underestimated the village chief, a formidable figure of over level 10, leading to its downfall. Yunshi sat cross-legged on her straw-covered bed and opened her personal panel. During the battle, she had accrued a total of 10 free attribute points and 3 free skill points, which she evenly distributed among her 2 primary attributes. Previously, her attributes were Spirit 29, Constitution 6, now they had transformed to Spirit 34, Constitution 11. The increase in Constitution was not solely due to her low health. Additionally, she had vanquished 9 level 1 rat monsters and 2 level 2 rat monsters, earning a total of 90-40 experience points. In the Godfall continent, the experience required to level up before level 10 was minimal, necessitating current level 10 experience points for each advancement. From levels 10 to 20, the requirement escalated to current level 100, and so forth. The accumulation of 130 experience points elevated Yunshi to level 4, granting her 8 free attribute points and 4 free skill points. Basic panel name. Yunshi System ID 826927 Race Human Age 20 Level 4 of Experience 30-50 Health Satsmiley 110 Basic Sorcerer's Health Limit Constitution 10 Spirit Energy Satsmiley 24 340 Basic Sorcerer's Spirit Energy Limit Spirit 10 Profession Panel Main Profession Sorcerer Secondary Profession Cook Free Skill Points 7 Attribute Panel Spirit 34 Constitution 11 Luck 92 Max Value 100 Cannot be freely allocated Charm 96 Max Value 100 Cannot be freely allocated Free Attribute Points 8 After some contemplation, Yunshi allocated the 8 free attribute points evenly between Spirit and Constitution. Spirit 38 Constitution 15 As for the 7 skill points, she distributed them among her sorcerer skills. Spirit Control LV4 Sorcerer Exclusive Skill, allowing free control of spirit energy, with control strength determined by one's own spirit. Basic Water Ball Technique LV3 consumes 10 to 300 spirit energy, capable of condensing a small water ball, inflicting a maximum of 124 to 414. Spirit Skill Level Consumed Spirit Energy, Water-type Magical Attack on Monsters. Basic Water Arrow Technique LV3 consumes 10 to 300 spirit energy, capable of condensing a small water arrow, inflicting a maximum of 124 to 414. Spirit Skill Level Consumed Spirit Energy, Water-type Magical Attack on Monsters. Spirit Control is a skill exclusive to sorcerers, and the level of other magical techniques cannot exceed its upper limit. After advancing to LV3, both Water Ball and Water Arrow techniques saw significant enhancements in their maximum controllable spirit energy and attack power. With a single spell, Yunshi could unleash an attack of 414 points, sufficient to annihilate a level 2 rat monster. This was attributed to her high spirit attribute. A typical level for sorcerer, even with a maximum initial spirit of 10 points, would only reach 18 points at most after allocating all 8 gained free attribute points to spirit. Their maximum spirit energy would be 180 points, and under the same LV3 skill conditions, they could only deal a maximum of 180, 234 points of damage. However, it is important to note that any magical skill's damage is based on the lowest spirit energy consumption. Yunshi only needed to expend 10 spirit energy to inflict 124 points of damage, meaning that over 4 instances, she would expend merely 40 points to surpass the damage caused by a single consumption of 300 spirit energy. The use of massive spirit energy is best suited for instant kills and is not practical for routine combat. Returning to her thoughts, Yunshi glanced at the potion bestowed upon her by the village chief. Lacking the skill to identify potions, she could not ascertain its true effects, yet observing the 2 injured individuals, it was evident that their wounds would gradually heal after consuming the potion. She surveyed the interior of her cabin and chose to place the potion on the small cabinet beside her bed. Regrettably, her novice village was too small to procure any substantial supplies. Otherwise, she would have been able to purchase storage items to contain the potion. Furthermore, her soulbound space was already filled with red crystal stones. Although she had previously extracted 200 red crystals, the remaining space was still limited, better reserved for other crucial items. Having completed these tasks, Yunxi closed her eyes and began absorbing the spirit energy from the air until her spirit energy reached its maximum limit of 380 points, at which point she ceased her actions. It was still only midnight, and several hours remained until dawn. Yunxi promptly opened the system interface and chose to log off. Upon returning to the Blue Star, she prepared to change her profession to pharmacist. After discarding her coarse linen clothes, she hurried to the largest bookstore in the city, purchasing every medical-related book available, particularly those pertaining to traditional Chinese medicine formulas, leaving no volume unacquired. The methods for crafting Western medicine were somewhat daunting. While traditional Chinese medicine appeared simpler, at the very least, she could find some recipes online. Yunxi's initial goal was to personally concoct an effective potion, infuse it with spirit energy, and thus transition into the role of pharmacist. She opted to start with the simplest recipe. Angelica blood nourishing soup, requiring 20 g of astragalus and 6 g of angelica. Just as recipes from Blue Star would gain system approval, so too would valid medicinal formulas. Chapter 014, Apothecary. After brewing a small pot of medicinal herbs, Yunxi gradually infused it with spiritual energy. Indeed, the system promptly provided a notification. Ding! Congratulations, player, you have learned Angelica Blood Replenishing Soup LV1, successfully transitioned to the apothecary profession, and unlocked the apothecary exclusive skill, Pharmacology LV1. Yunxi perused numerous medical texts, and soon her apothecary panel was adorned with various skills. Apothecary skills. Pharmacology LV1, exclusive skill of the apothecary. Recorded formulas. Angelica Blood Replenishing Soup LV1, 8 Treasure Soup LV0, 4 Substance Soup LV0, 6 Flavor Rehania Pill LV0. While some recipes available online may not be entirely accurate, as long as they yield results, the system would acknowledge them. Thus, Yunxi endeavored to incorporate all publicly documented formulas, particularly those pertaining to blood replenishment, which, upon the infusion of spiritual energy, indeed proved effective, a fact validated in her previous life. If an Angelica blood replenishing soup were concocted by someone other than an apothecary, it would still provide some healing, albeit at a considerably slower pace. For instance, should a person's health be at a maximum of 50 points, consuming an apothecary-crafted Angelica blood replenishing soup could, depending on the infusion of spiritual energy and dosage, restore a fixed amount, for example, between 1 to 10 points, in a brief period, such as 1 to 10 minutes. In contrast, an Angelica blood replenishing soup made by a non-apothecary would mirror the reality on Blue Star, where, depending on individual absorption and constitution, it would require at least half a month of continuous consumption to gradually restore health from a suboptimal state to optimal. The blood replenishing potions native to the Divine Fall continent similarly consist of various medicinal materials supplemented by spiritual energy. The sole distinction from Blue Star is that the herbs in the Divine Fall continent thrive in a spiritually enriched environment, leading to significantly superior efficacy compared to those found on Blue Star. Under the apothecary's spiritual enhancement, certain high-level potions possess the remarkable ability to revive the deceased. Just as top-tier talismans can inscribe revival talismans, elite apothecaries can craft revival potions. Of course, both revival talismans and potions are exceptionally rare and precious. One can only say that the Divine Fall continent is indeed a wondrous world. Having completed her tasks, Yunxi glanced at her phone, where Jin Xiang and Tu Jiao had, as usual, sent her messages assuring her safety. She replied to each in turn. Additionally, Ji Yushuren had also messaged her, indicating that he had sent her a friend request using the ID she provided. Yunxi clicked to accept without hesitation. Once the Divine Fall continent fully invaded Blue Star, it would also assimilate it. All technological methods and firearms would become ineffective. Consequently, the game's friend interface would serve as the sole means for people to connect with distant relatives and friends. After adding Ji Yushuren as a friend, they exchanged no further words. The internal testing period lasted only 10 days, and they needed to maximize every moment. Casting a glance at the current time, Yunxi silently calculated that it should be dawn in the Divine Fall continent. She donned the coarse linen attire gifted by the game and clicked to log in. There was no alternative. Items from Blue Star could not be transferred to the Divine Fall continent, her clothing included. Fortunately, the game provided a free set of coarse linen garments, otherwise, she would have been left in a rather embarrassing state. Upon returning to the small wooden cabin in the Divine Fall continent, she heard a series of rhythmic knocks on the door. "Adventurer, are you awake?" It was the village chief's voice. To her surprise, the village chief had come personally to find her, prompting Yunxi to quickly approach and open the door. "Chief, Yunxi exclaimed with astonishment as she beheld the village chief holding a large basket brimming with supplies. The village chief smiled slightly, a hint of embarrassment evident on his face. "Adventurer, I thank you for saving my 2 grandsons last night. This is a token of my gratitude." "This is far too much." A mere glance revealed several precious resources within the basket. "This is a storage pouch, though its capacity is modest, only 1 cubic meter. It is an old piece of equipment I retired during my youth. If you do not mind, you may make use of it," the village chief said, retrieving a simple little pouch from the top of the basket. He was well aware that the newly arrived adventurer would lack resources, especially since the village had yet to establish a local marketplace. "This is a potion that can restore health, similar to the one you received last night. It has no side effects, so you may use it with confidence." The village chief then produced 3 red potions from the basket, carefully explaining their purpose, anxious that she might not fully understand their utility. "This is a potion for restoring spiritual energy. 1 bottle can replenish approximately 50 points of spiritual energy. I have only 2 bottles remaining without side effects, and they are all yours." Perhaps due to their limited quantity, the village chief smiled sheepishly. "The remaining items consist of some uncontaminated food. I hope you will find them to your liking." It must be said that the village chief's generous gift was indeed a thoughtful preparation for her. Just the uncontaminated food alone was exceptionally precious, comprising crops akin to sweet potatoes and fruits resembling apples. All were sweet-tasting delicacies, one of the rarest ingredients in the Divine Fall continent. While not exorbitantly priced, they were difficult to procure, without access to relevant resource channels. Even in major cities where resources were less scarce, such items would be snatched away the moment they appeared in the local marketplace. As for the value of the potions, it goes without saying that they far surpassed the worth of the food. The storage pouch was an alchemical product with spatial capabilities, its value transcending mere gold and silver coins, requiring white crystal stones for purchase. The supplies provided by the village chief had far exceeded her contributions. Yunxi, however, was not greedy. Her most pressing need was the storage pouch. She contemplated rejecting the food and potions, but then considered that in the village chief's eyes, she was a newly arrived adventurer likely lacking these resources. To refuse entirely would seem rather strange. "Chief, you have given too much. I can accept the storage pouch, but for the other supplies, I can only take 1/3. "Not too much at all, not at all. To me, the lives of my kin far outweigh these material possessions. It is a pity, however, that my sorcerer mentor once required me to sign a contract, stating that the fireball technique could only be passed to my own disciples and bloodline descendants, and could not be shared with any adventurer. Otherwise, with your talent, you would surely have learned the fireball technique swiftly." The village chief's words implied that had it not been for that contract, his rewards to Yunxi would have included the technique's spell patterns. Yunxi, however, was not surprised. From the village chief's considerable resources, it was clear he had once hailed from a significant faction, yet, for reasons unknown, he had brought his descendants here to establish a small village. Chapter 015, Knocking on the Door. The contract signed by the powerful factions is exceedingly strict. It is already quite lenient that the village chief's magical arts can be passed down to his bloodline descendants and apprentices. Having said this, the village chief did not give Yunxi a chance to refuse and directly spilled all the resources from the basket onto the wooden table before hastily departing, fearing she might decline once more. Yunxi pondered for a moment but chose not to pursue him. Compared to the value of the storage bag, the other resources were indeed insignificant. However, with such a depletion of food supplies, the village chief would likely need to procure more from Qinglan Town ahead of time. Yet, with only 10 days for the internal test, if the village chief ventured to Qinglan Town during her absence, would he not be unable to take her along? Taking this into consideration, Yunxi tidied up the resources on the table and sought out the village chief once more. "Oh, about that, you need not worry. Concerning the arrangements from above regarding our trip to Qinglan town, I will not make any changes." The implications of this statement were substantial. Were they referring to arrangements made by those in higher authority for newly emerged adventurers like themselves? Observing the village chief's somewhat obscure gaze, Yunxi refrained from asking further questions. The days of the internal test swiftly passed by, and amidst various time constraints, Yunxi finally mastered 1/3 of the light barrier technique. At this rate, she should be able to fully grasp it before the next internal test. Both the chef and alchemist professions were successfully transitioned, and she had diligently compiled all publicly available recipes and medicinal formulas from BlueStar.as for her planned transitions to Rune Master and Painter. She did not rush, for there were no relevant rune charts or painting charts available on BlueStar. These two professions were rather unique. The profession of Rune Master was relatively common. To put it simply, it involved inscribing one's known magical arts onto paper for the purpose of storage. If one utilized special paper and ink in this process, the effectiveness could be further enhanced. It is said that high-level rune masters can inscribe spells they do not know, as long as they can draw the corresponding magical patterns. Even if one's innate talent as a sorcerer is insufficient to learn high-level spells, they can still use rune drawing to manifest them. On the other hand, the painter profession is considered even more challenging to attain. In theory, a painter can create anything, provided that one's spiritual energy is sufficient to support it and their artistic skills are of a high caliber. Conjuring something from nothing is not entirely impossible. At this stage, aside from compiling BlueStar's recipes and medicinal formulas, Yunxi's greatest focus remained on her sorceress studies. The development of her secondary professions would have to wait until she reached a larger main city, where the necessary resources were available for formal research and learning. As the first phase of the internal test concluded, a considerable stir arose once more on the internet. The reason was simple: the players discovered they could not re-enter the Godfall continent and naturally wished to learn about the circumstances of other players. The official monitoring of online discussions had changed significantly. Once relevant comments were posted, there was a 90% chance they would be scrutinized to ascertain the situation. Yunxi had no intention of revealing herself proactively, but it was apparent that even if one did not appear online, there would still be traces left during their absence. Take, for instance, the records of her leave from school. They could not be erased. Even though she had applied for leave in advance, her absence for 10 days would undoubtedly draw attention. Compared to other students who vanished under the public eye, Yunxi remained relatively inconspicuous. Of course, she had no intention of deliberately concealing her whereabouts. She simply opted to let things unfold naturally. However, she did not anticipate that her exposure would occur so swiftly. On the second day of her inability to log into the Godfall continent, there came a knock at her door. After a few straightforward inquiries, Yunxi learned that the cause stemmed from a reminder she had posted on her personal social platform an hour before the official launch of the game. She neither denied nor felt the need to deny it. "Miss Yun, may I ask why you published that information? Did you have prior knowledge of the related details?" I noticed the note regarding entering the true body in the game description, which struck me as unusual, particularly since it indicated the official launch would begin after midnight. Hence, I took the opportunity to share the game's notes. "I see. Could you briefly recount your experiences after entering the game?" Upon entering the game, I landed in a small village where the village chief was quite kind and took good care of me. I logged in daily for the past few days, as I found the game intriguing. "Thank you, Miss Yun. We have gathered your basic information. We need to record your game ID, along with your identification number and phone number, to facilitate further contact. Rest assured, your ID information will be kept strictly confidential and will not be disclosed. Should you encounter any incidents, such as danger or other issues, you may contact us promptly." The two officials investigating Yunxi were both young women, approximately 25 or 26 years of age. One of them was an official player of the Godfall continent and immediately sent a friend request to Yunxi, stating that she could be reached through the friend system or via WeChat if necessary. The game system of Godfall Continent did not allow for nicknames. Everyone used their real names by default. Once they became friends, one could easily see the other's ID, name, avatar, and game level. The official named Chen Naner had a game level of 0. Upon seeing Yunxi's game level, her pupils widened in astonishment. During the 10 days of logging into the Godfall Continent, no one understood better than her how arduous it was to gain experience by defeating monsters. When she had entered the Godfall Continent, she had chosen to register an account, thus acquiring the status of an official player, and was born in a moderately sized village. Coincidentally, just as she had newly arrived, the village was collectively attacked by monsters, and she witnessed firsthand how those creatures effortlessly slaughtered the villagers. Many formidable warriors fell victim to the attacks of the most basic monsters. Had it not been for her immunity to all damage during the 3-day novice protection period, she likely would not be standing here today. It was unimaginable how Yunxi had managed to level up. A hint of gravity appeared in her gaze as she looked at Yunxi, yet she said nothing further, merely bidding her a polite farewell before hastily departing with her partner. After seeing the two off, Yunxi reflected for a moment before returning to school to prepare for her leave of absence. However, plans often fall victim to unforeseen changes. Upon arriving at school, Yunxi discovered she could not even secure a spot in line. Chapter 016, Group Chat. Unlike in junior or senior high school, university students are permitted to constantly wield their mobile devices. The emergence of the game coincides with the midday break, prompting numerous students to log into the realm of Divine Desolation on the spot. Upon encountering an alternate reality, everyone recognizes that this may be their chance to transform their lives. This other world is not merely inhabited by ordinary individuals, it harbors extraordinary powers, and with sufficient cultivation, one might even attain immortality. In light of this, the academic pursuits of Blue Star seem rather inconsequential, even in the esteemed institution that Yunxi attends, which is renowned as a top-tier university across the nation. This sentiment holds true. Particularly, the majority of formal players carry a crucial mission. If they master a martial technique or spell within a month, the system will reward them with a low-level resurrection token, an opportunity that few can refuse, as it represents a second chance at life. Given that items from the realm of Divine Desolation can be transported back to reality, one wonders if this low-level resurrection token could also be brought back to Blue Star. Within the 10-day testing period, many have grasped the methods of martial arts cultivation, and with continuous practice over the next 20 days, they might indeed accomplish this task. Moreover, students who have yet to log in have begun to sense the unusual atmosphere and are inquiring of their roommates and friends. Some, eager to boast, have freely shared their experiences. Gradually, even though official channels have attempted to suppress related information online, it has begun to circulate among those who seek it out, particularly in crowded venues. Most maintain a skeptical stance, yet a small faction is already poised to swiftly register and log in once the realm of Divine Desolation opens its doors again. As for the numerous applications for leave from studies, the administration's response was remarkably straightforward. An announcement was issued stating that students need not apply for leave or suspension. In other words, students are free to forego classes to focus on their martial techniques or spell cultivation. However, concurrently, the school mandated that students must also attend to their academic responsibilities. Gaming is one thing, examinations are another. Should one fail an exam, and subsequently the retake, they would not receive their diploma. This policy was perhaps inevitable, as no one could guarantee when the realm of Divine Desolation might next open. The announcement sparked considerable uproar. The notion that one could legally skip classes without prior notice, was it truly credible? From this incident, it is evident that while the authorities' stance on the realm of Divine Desolation is somewhat ambiguous, under the allure of the low-level resurrection token, they are not overly insistent on maintaining the conventional lifestyle and studies of Blue Star. Instead, they have afforded students a choice, to immerse themselves in the game or to attend classes, leaving the decision entirely in their hands. Of course, regardless of what unforeseen circumstances may arise in the future, one must bear the consequences of their choices. Naturally, Yunxi opted to forego her classes. With her current mental attribute score of 38, she has long possessed the ability of photographic memory. Even if she neglects her studies for an entire semester, a week of intense cramming before exams would suffice for her to pass, leaving her unperturbed. Furthermore, those players who have already leveled up within the game have tangibly experienced the benefits of attribute allocation. The enhancement of physique and mental attributes is not a mere arithmetic sum of 1-1. The physique encompasses all aspects of one's physical capabilities, including agility, strength, reaction speed, and other related attributes. Meanwhile, the mental attribute encompasses one's intellectual capacity, comprehension and analytical skills, sensory perception, and more. Each allocation is a comprehensive elevation. Do not merely consider adding a point, even an increment of 0. One can evoke a distinctly palpable sensation among individuals. It is likely that the higher-ups, aware of this reality, refrained from vehemently obstructing the flow of information, opting instead to confine the dissemination of data online to prevent widespread societal panic. That evening, on Yunqi's WeChat, she received a message from Chen Nana, inviting her to a group chat. Official Player Discussion Group 326. Yunqi, would you care to join this group chat? Rest assured, all members are officially verified players, with no opportunists lurking about. Joining the chat would facilitate the acquisition of information. If you prefer not to disclose your personal details, you may join using an alternate account. Naturally, Yunqi would not decline. In her past life, she had merely been a casual player, with scant knowledge of the internal communications among official players in the early stages. No need for that, Sister Nana, I will join with my main account. With so many official players, and the official statistics indicating at least 326 large groups, the preliminary estimate suggested there were hundreds of thousands involved. Even if she were to be recognized, it would not matter. Yunqi clicked to accept the invitation. In an instant, a flurry of messages appeared before her. Wind in the breeze, trading trading, flower coins for copper coins, interested parties please message privately. Chen Nana. Wind in the breeze, purchasing copper coins, please indicate your purchase price. Wind in the breeze, Chen Nana, understood. AAA laundry detergent, I am also purchasing copper coins, price 10 flower coins per 1 copper coin, interested parties please contact me. Blooming prosperity. Wait, why is everyone buying copper coins? Can't the game be recharged? 1 flower coin for 1 copper coin, right? AAA laundry detergent, blooming prosperity, are you new to the group? Aren't you aware that each person has a daily recharge limit? You can only recharge 648 copper coins per day. By the way, if you happen to have excess copper coins, feel free to sell them to me, I'm open to negotiation. Chen Nana. Friends who are new to the group can check the group announcements, which contain some known information from reliable sources. Everyone recognized that Chen Nana was an official representative, and they promptly clicked to view the announcements. Yunqi, too, opened the announcement and scanned through it. Information 1. Each day, players are limited to recharging 648 copper coins. It is advisable that upon the next server opening, all players maximize their daily recharge. If flower coins are insufficient, please contact the group administrator. Information 2. The main quests for official players are of utmost importance. It is known that certain quest rewards, such as the revival token, are exceedingly valuable. All official players are encouraged to make every effort. Information 3. Do not venture alone outside the novice village to slay monsters. Do not venture alone outside the novice village to slay monsters. Do not venture alone outside the novice village to slay monsters. The area beyond the village is extremely perilous. The area beyond the village is extremely perilous. The area beyond the village is extremely perilous. Players are advised to tread cautiously and develop for a while. Information 4. There is a risk of demise in this game. According to official statistics, over 1,000 individuals in Jing City have mysteriously vanished, with the greatest likelihood being that they met their fate while logging into the Divine Ruin continent. It is recommended that players prepare themselves mentally each time they log in. Even remaining in the novice village does not guarantee absolute safety. Should danger arise, disconnect promptly. Chapter 017. The Gathering. There are a total of 4 pieces of information, of which the first 2 can be discerned with a little effort. However, the third and fourth are of paramount importance. Many remain oblivious to the perilous nature of the anomalies in the Forlan Divine Continent, Generally speaking, within the occupational hierarchy of the Fallen Divine Continent, one must reach level 10 to fully suppress anomalies below that level, with an inherent risk of injury. This is due to the drastic transformation in individual power that occurs upon reaching level 11. The limits of one's spiritual energy are defined as mental attributes multiplied by 100, while health points are determined by physical attributes multiplied by 100, making them tenfold greater than those below level 10. For those below level 10, the sole strategy when encountering anomalies is encapsulated in a single word: flee. Failure to escape leads to but one consequence: death. Of course, Yunxi is an exception. Her initial mental attributes surpass those of a level 10 sorcerer. Even if she has yet to cross the threshold of level 10, she can leverage the substantial damage output from her mental attributes to vanquish anomalies of levels 1 and 2. However, when it comes to anomalies of level 3 and above, her initial attributes fall short. Even with her extraordinary rebirth advantage, she must tread carefully. The same caution applies to others, whose plight is even more precarious. Below level 10, upon leaving the novice village, one is susceptible to instant demise unless accompanied by a powerful ally. Reflecting on this, Yunxi recalls her life as a vagrant in her previous existence. Starting as a vagrant in the Fallen Divine Continent necessitates relying entirely on one's fortune for survival. Fortunately, her luck has reached a commendable level of 90, allowing her to encounter anomalies infrequently in the early stages. Even when she does, they are merely level 1 anomalies, which pose little threat to an ordinary person focused on escape. However, there is one inaccuracy regarding the fourth piece of information. The advice to log off promptly in times of danger proved useful only during the initial closed beta test. Beginning with the second closed beta, the novice benefit allowing blue star individuals to log off upon encountering danger disappears. One cannot log off once engaged in combat. Alas, Yunxi currently has no means to alert them. She cannot explain how she possesses this foresight and must await the next test server to report the relevant information. Yunxi closes the announcement and resumes her perusal of the group chat, hoping to glean useful insights. Nyo, friends, could someone enlighten me on the distinction between sorcerers and warriors? I am truly torn between becoming a sorcerer or a warrior. Meng, Nyo, how can you be indecisive about this? Haven't you heard any relevant information in the village? Sorcerers hold a prestigious status, while warriors are rather average. Nyo, my novice village is quite large, and the information sources are diverse. I actually wish to choose the warrior path, but the village's unified instructor insists that my mental attributes are adequate and recommends I pursue sorcery instead. How ran? Nyo, may I ask how high your mental attributes are? I wish to become a sorcerer, but my mental attributes fall short. My warrior master informed me that I must allocate points to my mental attributes after leveling up to have a chance at becoming a sorcerer. The problem is, I don't know how many points I need to meet the standard for sorcery. Nyo, how ran? My mental attributes stand at 7 points. How about you? Is that insufficient? How ran? Nyo, my mental attributes are only 3 points. Quite disheartening. AAA laundry detergent. For those whose initial mental attributes don't meet the standards, stop fixating on how to become sorcerers. First, complete your main quest before considering anything else. AAA laundry detergent. To my knowledge, leveling up independently by slaying monsters is exceedingly difficult. Focus on enhancing your warrior capabilities to a level sufficient for defeating anomalies before contemplating points allocation to mental attributes. How ran? Thank you for the reminder, laundry detergent. Wind and the breeze, why do you all persist in discussing this? Doesn't anyone find it curious why the food sold in the system shop is so unpalatable? AAA laundry detergent. Wind and the breeze, are you hoarding copper coins merely to purchase more delectable food? The normal food in the local shop isn't cheap. Wind and the breeze, har, you've guessed correctly. Observing the stream of messages, Yunxi finds no particularly noteworthy information. The prevailing discussions revolve around the choice between sorcerers and warriors, some confusion regarding martial techniques or sorcery spells, and various trades. Transactions not only involve copper and flower coins, but many are also attempting to acquire martial techniques and sorcery patterns. However, the various factions in the Fallen Divine Continent maintain strict control over this aspect. Unless one has acquired techniques or spells through fortuitous quests, there is no transmission right. For those learned through local factions in the Forlan Divine Continent, a contract must be signed upon apprenticeship, prohibiting dissemination. The sorcery techniques Yunshi possesses are subject to the same restrictions. The techniques she learned from the heritage crystal cannot be shared until the crystal is irrevocably hers. The only two techniques she holds the transmission right for are the two advanced sorcery patterns obtained through fortuitous quests in her previous life, but they are techniques that can only be mastered by sorcerers above level 30, far beyond the current capabilities of the Blue Star individuals. Thus, she cannot assist her compatriots in this regard. Yunshi shuts off her phone and resumes her practice of light manipulation. The spiritual energy around her surges continuously. Once completely depleted, she takes out a white crystal to replenish it, cycling through this process. Just when she believes the next 20 days will unfold in monotonous repetition, on the third day after the closure of the Forlan Divine Continent, her biological parents finally received pertinent news, with her mother, Liu Yui, graciously calling her. Shishi, I apologize. I was too busy recently to see your messages. Liu Yui opens with an apology, though it remains unclear whether it is sincere or feigned. I've heard about that game lately, Shishi. Have you logged in and registered? Is your allowance sufficient? Would you like me to send you some more? Mom, my allowance is sufficient, there's no need for that. Well then, Lin is coming home today. Would you like to return home and have a meal together? The invitation to return home is unmistakably motivated by the buzz surrounding the game. All right, I will return. Though Yunshi harbors no emotional attachment to her biological parents, in this life, she has nonetheless benefited materially from them. A mere gathering is hardly something to decline. Upon hearing Yunshi's response, Liu Yui's voice evidently brightens. Shishi, your father and I will await your return. As the call ends, Yunshi tidies up briefly before heading back to the Yun family estate. To her surprise, upon her return, she discovers that her biological parents are not the only ones present. Her aunt and her family have also gathered. Chapter 018, The Yun Family. The Yun family is a prominent clan in Jing City. While they may not be regarded as the elite tier, they certainly hold a respectable position among the second-tier families. The Jiyu family, with whom the Yun family had previously formed a marital alliance, specifically, the family of Ji Yushun, boasts a slightly superior status. The two families had collaborated for over a decade. However, their relationship has experienced a decline in the past 2 years, prompting Yunshi to be sent to negotiate a marriage with the Jiyu family. Subsequently, Ji Yushun liquidated all his shares and assets, stripping away any commercial value, leading Yunshi's biological parents to urge her to annul the engagement without delay. The demographic structure of the Yun family is quite straightforward. The patriarch is Yunshi's grandfather, Yun Hu, who has 2 children, Yunshi's father, Yun Hai, and her younger aunt, Yun Mai. Yun Hai has only one biological daughter, Yun Shi, while Yun Lin is a pseudo-adopted daughter. Yun Mai, in her youth, chose to marry a son-in-law rather than marrying out, and she has one son, Yun Li, who is currently 17 and attending high school. Her husband passed away a few years ago, leaving only her and her son, Yun Li, present at the gathering. From Yunshi's own recollections, it is evident that Yun Hai and Yun Mai share a strained relationship, rarely dining together. Apart from their struggles for inheritance, they are half-siblings, which has contributed to the long-standing tension between them. The fact that they have come together now underscores the significance of the news regarding their Forlan god continent. Shishi, you're back, come sit down, your grandfather wishes to ask you something, called out Liu Yui, beckoning Yunshi. Although mealtime had yet to arrive, the family had gathered around the sofa. As Yunshi approached, all eyes turned toward her grandfather Yun, who maintained a serious demeanor, his expression toward Yunshi as calm as ever. Yunshi's biological parents appeared gentle on the surface but were cold within. Yun Lin watched her with keen interest, waving her hand. Shishi, you've come. Yunshi and Yun Lin share the same birthday, so there's no formal distinction between sister and cousin. They simply address each other by name. As for Yun Mai, due to the discord between the two families, she was not well acquainted with Yunshi and merely nodded in acknowledgement of her arrival. Yun Li, however, stood up and greeted her with, Sister Shishi. Yunshi nodded in response. Grandfather, dad, mom, aunt. After greeting her elders in turn, Yunxi made her way directly to Liu Yui's side and took a seat. Observing this, Yunhu initiated the conversation. Little Shi, your mother mentioned that you have discovered something unusual about the game Fallen God Continent. Indeed, Yunxi reiterated her explanation to the official personnel. Does this mean you have logged in? Can you confirm that it is a genuine world? A grave expression flickered in Yunhu's eyes. Absolutely, and the items within can indeed be extracted. As she spoke, Yunxi retrieved a copper coin she had prepared in advance from her pocket. Liu Yui took it, glanced at it, and then handed it to Yunhu, who scrutinized it closely. The coin appeared quite ordinary in both texture and design, but it bore intricate inscriptions that were not representative of any known language on Blue Star. I encountered relevant information online previously and thought it was merely a hoax, remarked Yunmai, her posture poised yet her tone somewhat sharp. Sister Shishi, I truly envy you. When the game launched, I was at school and had no time to play on my phone. What a pity. Yun Li, an avid gamer, expressed his regret at missing out. Alas, I didn't have the opportunity either. I envy you, Shishi, Yun Linlin added with a touch of lament. Shishi, is it true that the game offers task rewards on par with resurrection tokens, as rumored? Yes, my reward for main quest. No one has verified it yet, Yunxi responded thoughtfully. The most crucial information we have so far is that this game is exceedingly perilous. Yunxi briefly outlined the announcements from the formal player group. Upon hearing this, a contemplative silence fell upon the group. Yunxi shared this information without reservation, as it could easily be uncovered with a little inquiry. There was no need for concealment. My recommendation is that when the game launches again, it would be best for everyone to register and log in to attempt the main quest, though I advise against venturing out to battle monsters, Yunxi suggested earnestly. The family nodded in agreement, as her advice mirrored the information they had previously gathered. While the game's matters are significant, what is more pressing is whether reality will change as a result, Yunhu sighed softly. Grandfather, I believe you should not dwell on real-world concerns just yet. The practitioners in Fallen God Continent might be able to extend their lifespans. Am I right, Sister Shishi? Yunli asked with a hint of anticipation. Yunxi was momentarily taken aback but then nodded. The village chief in the novice village I reside in is a youthful-looking sorcerer. To my knowledge, he is already a grandfather of 4. At this revelation, everyone was taken aback. The distinction between ordinary extraordinary powers and those that could prolong life is of an entirely different magnitude. As Yunhu nears 80, what does he cherish most at this age? Undoubtedly, it is the impending conclusion of his own life. The prospect that the strong in Fallen God Continent might extend their lifespans could also apply to him. Yunhu's grip on his cane tightened slightly. Liu Yui and Yunmai shared similar concerns. Both had crossed 40. Their youthful beauty fading, and no woman is devoid of a desire for beauty. The possibility of rejuvenation through cultivation was tantalizing. The thoughts of those present were varied. Ultimately, it was the head of the family, Yunhu, who spoke up. Let us heed Shishi's counsel. After the game reopens, we shall all register and log in, but we must proceed with caution. Dad, what will happen to our enterprises in the real world? Let it be for now. A few days off work won't cause any harm. But the issue is that many employees have resigned recently. Yunmai expressed her reservations. Yunxi. It was no wonder they suddenly realized something was amiss. It turns out the company employees were behaving similarly to the students at their school, agitating for resignations or withdrawals. If the company's matters can be put on hold, then let them be. Those who resign can be granted temporary leave. If it becomes untenable, then there is little we can do. Currently, it was not only their company facing turmoil, other collective units were also experiencing disruptions due to the emergence of the Fallen God Continent. The directives from above were unclear, leaving them to navigate the situation step by step. With this in mind, Yunhu turned to Yunxi once more. Shishi, could you share the details of your experiences in the game? It may serve as a valuable reference for us. Yunxi pondered. Apart from her reincarnation and the treasure vault, there was little that was inappropriate to share, and she could attribute her learned spells to the village chief. Chapter 019, The Shield. Regardless, once they enter the game, it is improbable they will encounter her. Not to mention the vastness of the map in the Fallen God continent that renders such meetings nearly impossible. By the time of the next internal test, she will have already journeyed to Qinglan town, leaving no trace in the village. Subsequently, Yunxi recounted her experiences within the game, placing particular emphasis on the formidable combat prowess of the rat spirits. So, does this mean you have become a sorceress? 1111. Have you ever practiced magic in reality? Yunhai and Liu Yui could hardly contain their excitement. If their daughter had indeed mastered the arcane arts, did that imply the Yun family had outstripped other clans? Instantly, Yunxi's significance in their eyes surged dramatically. Sister 1111, may I be so bold as to inquire if you could teach us the ways of magic? Perhaps we might learn it here on Blue Star as well. Yunli, brimming with enthusiasm, was tempered by a sharp glance from Yunmai, prompting him to rein in his exuberance. Clearly, Yunli had voiced the collective curiosity of everyone present, as eager eyes turned toward Yunxi. That, unfortunately, cannot be permitted. When we took on apprentices with the indigenous people of the Fallen God continent, they required us to sign a contract, one stipulation being the prohibition of sharing magical sigils. Moreover, even if ready sigils were available, Blue Star lacks the necessary energy fluctuations to successfully learn magic. It would be nearly impossible. As for martial arts, there might be a chance to attempt that. Yunxi's caution was unmistakable. The natives of the Fallen God continent exercised an almost obsessive control over magical knowledge, whereas martial arts were less stringently regulated. This was partly due to the fact that the martial techniques available in novice villages were largely mundane, lacking the necessity for oversight, and partly because martial arts could be self-created. From what she understood, certain martial disciplines from Blue Star could be recognized by the system, especially for those who had honed their bodies from a young age, such as soldiers, mercenaries, and boxers. Their initial physiques were commendable, and some even possessed innate martial techniques. However, recognition would only occur upon logging into the Fallen God continent, once the system activated. In other words, it would be prudent for ordinary individuals on Blue Star to commence physical training as soon as possible, selecting a suitable martial discipline for focused practice. When the game reopens, they might, like Yunxi, complete main storyline tasks in synchronization with their activation. Upon hearing Yunxi's response, the group fell into contemplative silence. As the discussion regarding the Fallen God continent drew to a close, at that moment, an aunt approached to announce that dinner was ready. The entire family gathered around the dining table, yet each seemed lost in their own thoughts, oblivious to their surroundings. Yunxi, however, enjoyed her meal heartily. After the gathering concluded, Yunxi bid farewell to her adoptive grandfather and parents. The three understood her preoccupation with matters concerning the Fallen God continent and did not press her to stay longer. 1111, once you return, do practice your magic diligently. Yunxi was uncertain whether to disclose the improbability of their meeting. Perhaps it was best left unsaid, for they would ultimately learn the truth in due course. Moreover, even if they did cross paths, Yunxi would not provide them with tangible aid. There was no emotional bond between them, a truth they all understood. As for the material conditions they had previously offered, Yunxi sincerely reminded them to register for an account and emphasized the importance of the Fallen God continent, which was already ample repayment. She would not forget the fact that her biological parents had no love for her, nor could she afford to invest more in them. Faucets remained mere faucets. Superficial kindness could not blossom into genuine affection. All right, mother, you and father should engage in more physical exercise to enhance your health attributes. Do not allow work to consume you, Yunxi stated, putting on an air of politeness to avoid further interference. This was also her final reminder. She had said all that needed to be said. The rest was to do her best and leave the rest to fate. The Yun family's chauffeur was responsible for driving Yunxi home, and just as he was about to close the door, Yun Linlin clambered in from the other side. What are you doing here? Isn't Uncle Wu supposed to be driving you? Yunxi inquired. Yunxi, please don't be so cold. I'm sorry for my previous mistakes. Can't we move past that? Yun Linlin gazed at her with puppy eyes. Yunxi, oh, what mistakes did you make? I spoke ill of you in front of our parents. I was just worried they might abandon me. Yunlin's voice dwindled to a whisper, her hands tugging at Yunxi's sleeve. Yunxi felt a chill run down her spine. Yunlin, why the sudden change? I'm truly sorry, I have learned my lesson. I promise I will never act that way again. As a gesture of goodwill, I can sign a contract with you once I register for the game. In the future, as long as it lies within my capabilities, I will unconditionally agree to 3 requests from you. How does that sound? Yunxi was taken aback by this offer. This was indeed a significant condition. Given that Yunlin was unaware of her own talents, proposing future 3 requests as an apology was quite sincere. One must consider that if Yunlin were to acquire a powerful artifact in the future, Yunxi could demand it without conditions. With Yunlin's intelligence, she surely recognized this implication, although there might be an element of wanting to cling to Yunxi, the official sorceress. Given the various stakes involved, Yunlin's approach was emotionally intelligent and not off-putting. Let us discuss this matter at a later time. Yunlin's proposal was entirely in her favor. Yunxi did not need to invest anything extra, and the contract would solely bind Yunlin. Seeing that Yunxi did not outright refuse, Yunlin relaxed slightly. Upon returning home, Yunxi resumed her studies of the light protection technique. Once her spiritual energy was depleted, she utilized white crystal stones to replenish it, with time slipping away. Finally, on the eve of the next internal test, Yunxi mastered the light protection technique. Beginner light protection technique LV1 consumes 10 to 100 points of spiritual energy, can conjure a radiant halo, providing 48 to 138 spirit skill level consumed spiritual energy, points of defense to oneself, capable of permanent and limitless stacking, with a cooldown time of 2 hours. The implication of permanent and limitless stacking meant that as long as the light protection technique she cast was not depleted by attacks, it could persist indefinitely and stack without limit. Even for someone as composed as Yunxi, a flicker of joy emerged. The only unexpected aspect was the 2-hour cooldown period. The water arrow technique and water sphere technique she had previously learned did not have any cooldown time. Yunxi resolved that each time the cooldown expired, she would cast the highest defense light protection technique upon herself. Excluding her sleeping hours, she could potentially apply 8 layers of light protection technique over the remaining 16 hours, yielding a total of 138,804 points of shielding daily. Should her spiritual energy be insufficient, she could simply use white crystal stones for replenishment. This was hardly a concern for her. After all, preserving her life was paramount. It was worth noting that her total health points, after allocations, amounted to only 150. With 1104 points of shielding each day, it was akin to gaining 7 additional lives. Should this accumulate over time, the figure would become even more alarming. Contentedly, Yunxi cast a layer of light protection technique upon herself. Instantly, a faint circular halo materialized above her head, barely discernible unless one looked closely. Chapter 020, Official. Upon accessing her personal interface, Yunxi noticed a change in the blood volume section. Blood volume, 150,138,150, Novice Sorcerer's maximum health constitution 10, there 138, represented her additional shield value. Rising from her seat, Yunxi made her way to the kitchen, seized a kitchen knife, and without hesitation, brought it down onto her other hand. Yunxi emerged unscathed, with only their 138 diminishing to 134, as the shield absorbed 4 points of damage. She was exceedingly pleased with the experimental outcome. Theoretically, as long as her shield remained sufficiently robust, she would no longer sustain injuries in the future. Setting an alarm to ring every 2 hours, she resolved to cast her light protection spell each time. In her leisure moments, she perused her phone for various updates. Particularly compelling was the formal player group that Chen Narner had added her to. Yunxi was astonished to discover that numerous individuals were boasting about having completed the main quest and received the task reward of a low-level resurrection token. The group comprised several hundred members, yet only 5 or 6 were sharing images in the chat, indicating that many others had also accomplished the quest privately. AAA laundry liquid. Har, I truly am fortunate, finishing my martial arts training in the last few days of the month. Har. Nyo, I envy you so much. I want one too, but unfortunately, I haven't mastered my martial arts yet. Wind amongst the blossoms. AAA Laundry Liquid, are you selling your resurrection token? I'll offer $1 million. AAA Laundry Liquid, wind amongst the blossoms, only a fool would sell it. If the game remains offline, I shall keep it as a family heirloom, but if the game launches, it will be for my personal use, alright. Meanwhile, Chen Nana sent a message to Yunqi. Yunqi, may I inquire if you have completed main quest 2? The officials are currently compiling relevant information. Of course, if it's inconvenient, you may keep it confidential. Chen Nana represented the officials, who, as always, granted everyone the right to choose. I have completed it. Yunqi was aware that Chen Nana could see her level, and any formal player capable of reaching level 4 undoubtedly possessed the ability to slay the cunning monsters. To claim otherwise would be disingenuous, thus, Yunqi chose not to conceal her progress. I see, the officials are currently recruiting players to become formal sorcerers or warriors. Would you be interested in applying? By the way, the benefits are quite appealing. What benefits? Yunqi inquired with curiosity. A monthly salary ranging from 10,000 to 30,000, along with comprehensive insurance and benefits, which go without saying. Additionally, there will be a daily recharge limit of 648 yuan once the game launches. Most importantly, there will be an internal marketplace for materials related to the Xinyun continent, where copper coins can be exchanged. In essence, the officials were establishing an offline shopping mall for everyone to trade resources. Aside from the benefits, are there any obligations to fulfill? Indeed, there are. Should the Xinyun continent affect our Blue Star reality in the future, the recruited players will be obliged to safeguard our nation and its people, and will need to follow orders when necessary. Chen Nan, arrangements will be made based on our individual strengths. Correspondingly, the greater the contribution, the more substantial the benefits, with priority rights to some rare resources. What I just mentioned is merely the most basic of benefits. Yunqi contemplated briefly before agreeing. Although she had nominally joined the officials, in reality, there was little difference whether she did or not. With benefits to be gained, why not seize the opportunity? The official perks were secondary. After all, possessing infinite currency, she was not in need of money or resources. Her primary concern was that when the Xinyun continent began its incursion into Blue Star, the officials would undoubtedly possess first-hand information, facilitating easier communication for Yunqi. As for the so-called obligations, dispatch tasks, once the Xinyun continent fully invaded, everyone on Blue Star would be under system control. At that time, tasks issued by the officials would require system approval and must come with corresponding rewards. All individuals would be free to accept tasks. In summary, whether one joined the officials or not made little difference. Those who wished to fight for their homeland would naturally accept tasks, while those averse to risk would not be compelled to execute tasks, even if they joined the officials. All actions were entirely voluntary. Upon receiving Yunqi's response, Chen Nana felt a slight stirring in her heart. Prior to this, she had inquired of several senior players, most of whom opted to decline, expressing a desire to retain their future freedom. She could understand their perspective. If she were a powerful individual, she too would resist excessive constraints. Initially expecting to have to persuade Yunqi further, she was surprised by how readily Yunqi agreed. All right, I will register you right away. Do I need to report in? No, just carry on with your training. I will input your information here. Simply send me the verification code from your phone. Additionally, please provide me with your bank account number. Your salary for the previous month will be disbursed around the 10th, and based on your level, your salary will be approximately 25,000. Remember to check for it. Okay. Yunqi was taken aback, having expected that her level 4 status would qualify her for the maximum salary of 30,000. It seemed there were others with higher levels than hers. Given that the experience required to level up below level 10 was not particularly high, she did not dwell on it further. Yunqi, your identity information has been successfully recorded. If you have time, feel free to visit the XX building. The official material exchange is located here. You can enter by scanning your ID card. I will send you the detailed address. She included a location pin as well. Yunqi glanced at her phone, noting the current time. 3:10 p.m., the location Chen Niner provided was not far from her residence, approximately a 20-minute journey. Considering that the Shenyun continent would launch tomorrow, she would need to accompany the village chief to Qinglan town, where various unforeseen events might occur along the way. Perhaps she should visit the official material exchange. After a brief tidy-up, Yunxi hailed a cab. Entering the XX building was even simpler than she had anticipated. Her ID card functioned like a universal pass, allowing her to swipe it wherever she went. Following Chen Niner's provided address, Yunxi was led by a staff member to the 6th floor lobby. To her surprise, it was bustling with activity. Amidst the diverse crowd, various discussions erupted, creating a cacophony of sound. The staff member escorting Yunxi, upon noticing the scene, smiled apologetically. "Miss Yun, would you like me to provide you with a brief overview of the exchange process?" Naturally, Yunxi did not refuse. "I would appreciate it." The staff member, upon hearing her response, first led her to a resting area, then retrieved a tablet from the front desk, returning to present it to Yunxi. Chapter 021, Goods. Miss Yun, this tablet contains a record of all our currently available exchangeable goods. Should you require anything, you may place an order, and a staff member will promptly deliver your selected items. You can simply pay upon receipt. If you possess surplus materials that you wish to exchange for copper coins, please click here to fill in the relevant information, and a dedicated representative will assist you. This is remarkably user-friendly, akin to ordering from a restaurant. However, it must be said that it is indeed very convenient. Yunxi took the tablet and began to peruse the options. Potion category, type 628 blood recovery potion, quickly restores 10 points of health, heals wounds, with minor paralysis as a side effect after consumption. Price: 100 copper coins, remaining quantity, 26. Type 268 blood recovery potion, gradually restores 20 points of health, heals wounds, with mild dizziness and nausea as side effects after consumption. Price: 120 copper coins, remaining quantity. 12. Food category, chilled fruit, contains traces of contamination, refreshing and cooling, can quench thirst in hot weather. Price: 13 copper coins, remaining quantity. 32. Breadfruit, a healthy food that is uncontaminated, soft in texture, can replenish energy. Price: 30 copper coins, remaining quantity. 15. Yunxi glanced over the items, many of which were familiar to her from her previous life. Particularly, the two types of blood recovery potions were the most common in novice villages, typically sold in bulk by merchants. It is said that the alchemists who devised these potions were quite impoverished and, lacking in talent, opted to sell the recipes at high prices in bulk. Given their mild side effects, which are nearly negligible, and their reasonable pricing, they were exceedingly popular among low-level players, becoming the most widely circulated blood recovery potions in the continent of Divine Fall. Yunxi did not expect to encounter them so soon in Blue Star. Chilled fruit, as the name suggests, possesses a cooling essence, with abundant juice and delightful flavor, originally capable of fetching a high price. However, this version is contaminated, priced a full 10 times lower than its uncontaminated counterpart. As for the breadfruit, aside from its soft texture, it is virtually devoid of flavor, yet its lack of contamination justifies its price of 30 copper coins. In the system's marketplace, items like coarse wheat cakes and gnarled fruits are exceedingly cheap, ranging from 1 to 3 copper coins, and are likewise uncontaminated. However, their dreadful taste renders them nearly inedible, even receiving high praise. The coarse wheat cakes contain not only coarse flour but also various dust and small stones, producing a crunch that could damage one's teeth with a single bite. Gnarled fruit, resembling lumps, encases layers of a viscous substance reminiscent of mucus, not only in appearance but also in taste. New players are guaranteed to vomit after a single taste, without exception. Other inexpensive foods in the system's marketplace are equally unremarkable, all falling under the category of common fare. Yunxi could only wonder how the system amassed such an array of unpalatable items, suspecting that these were aged materials discarded by the indigenous populace of the continent of Divine Fall, which the system simply packaged and listed for sale. Nevertheless, it is undeniable that many drifters relied on these foods for survival, as Yunxi did in her earlier days. After all, once the public beta for the continent of Divine Fall commenced, there was no longer a recharge system, and Yunxi had to survive on the daily copper coin rewards from the drifters' main quest. The inventory on the tablet refreshed rapidly, with the blood recovery potions soon dwindling to single digits, although the prices of the goods provided by the official organization were approximately 20 higher than those in the continent of Divine Fall. Everyone understood the rationale. Collecting these goods and transporting them back was no small feat, especially since the server for the continent of Divine Fall remained closed for an extended period. They could very well be purchasing top-tier items. Yunxi had no intention of buying potions or food. She continued scrolling down. Equipment category: a beginner warrior set, male-female, a universal warrior outfit suitable for heights 170 to 190, 150 to 170 cm, meticulously crafted from ordinary beast hide, designed to allow for a wide range of movement while providing minimal defense. Includes top, trousers, and shoes. Price: 500 copper coins, or for silver coins. Remaining quantity: 5-3. Beginner mage set, male-female, a universal mage outfit suitable for heights 170 to 190, 150 to 170 cm, expertly woven from spirit silkworm silk, slightly enhances mana absorption speed, provides minimal defense, and includes a self-cleaning effect for mana. Includes top, trousers, underwear, socks, and outer robe. Price: 2,000 copper coins, or 16 silver coins. Remaining quantity: 2-3. A warrior set and a mage set. Upon closer inspection, the price difference was a staggering fourfold, with the beginner mage set boasting additional undergarments, socks, and an outer robe, while the cost of spirit silkworm silk should also exceed that of ordinary beast hide. If one opted to purchase with silver coins, a discount of 20 could be availed, rendering the price nearly equivalent to that of the tailor shops in the continent of Divine Fall. Yunxi understood the situation. Within the system's balance, currency could not be exchanged upwards, copper coins could not be converted into silver coins through the system and had to be procured through alternative means. Moreover, certain items in the continent of Divine Fall were restricted from copper coin purchases, prompting the official organization to employ such indirect methods to garner more silver coins, ensuring that players would not find themselves unable to buy desired goods in the future. Though acquiring silver coins was a formidable task for everyone, collective strength meant that just because one person lacked them, it did not mean another did as well. Yunxi was one of the fortunate few. The beginner mage set was a vast improvement over her current coarse linen clothing, not to mention, garments made from spirit silkworm silk were undoubtedly soft. She promptly clicked the plus sign next to the beginner mage set, selected the female version, and confirmed her choice. Next, Yunxi turned her attention to the weapon category. A large, sharp cleaver, primarily used for chopping wood, inflicts an additional 8 to 10 points of physical damage. Price: 150 copper coins, or 1 silver coin. Remaining quantity: 1. A small sword, a blind sword that inflicts an additional 6 to 12 points of physical damage. Price: 160 copper coins, or 1 silver coin. Remaining quantity: 1. A thunderwood wand, a novice mage staff crafted from lightning-struck spirit wood, inflicts an additional 3 to 9 points of magical damage. Price: 130 copper coins, or 1 silver coin. Remaining quantity: 1. Unlike other goods, weapons generally possess a unique quality. Yunxi casually selected the small sword and the thunderwood wand. The small sword was intended for close combat preparation, and while the additional damage from the thunderwood wand was modest, even the smallest of gains could prove significant. It might just make the difference in a critical encounter with a tricky foe. Chapter 022. Second time after selecting the appropriate supplies, Yunxi chose to submit her order. Please enter your order number 379, Junior Sorceress outfit, female, cautionary sword, thunderwood wand, totaling 2,290 copper coins or 18 silver coins. Please select your payment method, copper coins or silver coins. Friendly reminder: to reduce the workload of our staff, once the order is submitted, it cannot be retracted or modified. After entering the necessary information, Yunxi clicked to confirm and handed the tablet back to the staff in the hall. Miss Yun, have you submitted your order? Yes. Very well, please proceed to the trading booth over there, swipe your ID card to enter, and wait for the staff. Yunxi glanced towards the indicated direction. On the western side of the trading hall, there was a row of trading booths, some illuminated with red lights indicating occupancy, While many green lights signaled vacant booths, the privacy of transactions was duly considered. Yunxi did not rush over. Approximately how long will the wait be? It shouldn't take long, around 10 minutes. Yunxi nodded in gratitude and chose an empty booth to enter. Perhaps due to her choice of conducting the transaction with silver coins, the staff arrived promptly. To her surprise, the delivery was made by 2 armed security personnel, and the supplies she ordered were contained within a locked briefcase. Miss Yun, all the items you ordered are here. Please take a look. The briefcase was opened, revealing 3 neatly arranged items inside. The cautionary sword was simple and unadorned, accompanied by a scabbard, measuring approximately 60 centimeters in length, somewhat petite, yet sufficient. The Thunderwood wand, entirely pitch black, was about 15 centimeters long, truly deserving of the title wand. Finally, the sorceress outfit was thoroughly examined by Yunxi, who felt relieved upon confirming that it was crafted from silkworm silk. She had no desire to purchase imitations or counterfeit goods, for the materials from Blue Star could not be transported to the continent of Divine Collapse. Weapons were one matter, but if her clothing could not be taken along, it would be rather embarrassing. Miss Yun, you can rest assured that the items we sell are guaranteed authentic, with a 100-fold compensation for any fakes, the staff added, seemingly accustomed to the cautious nature of traders. Yunxi nodded, refraining from further words, and directly handed over 18 silver coins while receiving her goods in return. Noticing her decisiveness, the staff inquired if she required an escort back. No, thank you. The security in Flower Country was still reliable, and Yunxi possessed the means to protect herself, so she did not wish to occupy additional resources. Upon returning home, Yunxi placed her newly acquired supplies into her spatial pouch, preparing to bring them to the continent of Divine Collapse. 18 noon tomorrow, the server for the continent of Divine Collapse would open again, and the number of players choosing to log in was sure to increase significantly. Moreover, the village chief would be taking her to Qinglan Town. She wondered whether Qinglan Town would be similar to the one she remembered from her previous life. If there were not many discrepancies, it would provide her with ample opportunities. The following day, at noon, many had their eyes fixed on this time, as the inaugural opening had been precisely at 12 o'clock. Once again, new users could register accounts an hour prior to the opening. Without needing reminders, those with intent had already set alarms, habitually clicking to register their accounts. Unlike before, this time the game finally responded. New users successfully registered. However, many still stubbornly opted for guest login, most of whom were unaware of the dangers lurking within the continent of Divine Collapse, while others simply did not take it to heart. In their eyes, could the continent of Divine Collapse truly be a real world? Impossible, absolutely impossible. At the same moment, Yunxi's micro-messages chimed incessantly. Messages flooded in from Yu Jinxiang, Tu Zhejiao, Ji Yushun, and Chen Nana, all members of the official player group. The continent of Divine Collapse is now accessible. Yunxi casually forwarded the news to her family group. Indeed, ever since the last family discussion, Yunhu had joined the trend and created a family group, forwarding any relevant news to the members. Yunhai and Yunmai also set aside their prior grievances. At this moment, extraordinary power was of greater importance. After sending the message, Yunxi did not check their replies. Instead, she donned the junior sorceress outfit she had purchased the previous day and clicked to log into the game. A familiar sense of disorientation washed over her, and Yunxi found herself back in the familiar wooden cottage. As she inhaled the rich spiritual energy in the air, it was evident that the atmosphere of the continent of Divine Collapse was indeed more refreshing. At this time, it was still night in the continent of Divine Collapse. Yunxi decided against practicing this time. Instead, she organized the items she needed for her journey to Qinglan Town the next day. She would carry the cautionary sword and Thunderwood wand, along with 4 health potions and 2 energy potions given by the village chief. She was uncertain how far the journey to Qinglan Town would be or how long it would take. During this time, she could not log off and would have to consume the food provided by the village chief. The second closed beta test lasted only 10 days, and she hoped they could reach Qinglan Town before it concluded. Yunxi climbed onto the straw bed and closed her eyes, knowing that she needed to rest well for the journey ahead. Early the next morning, a knock echoed at the door. Yunxi rose, brushing off the straw clinging to her sorceress robe before approaching to open the door. Standing outside was harder. Upon seeing Yunxi, a smile blossomed on his face. Yunshi, you're back. To the natives of the continent of Divine Collapse, the sudden disappearance and subsequent return of adventurers was a normal occurrence. It was akin to a migrant worker returning home, merely utilizing the spatial teleportation prepared by the system. Indeed, that was the reality. Hence, the adventurer's absence rarely attracted the attention of the locals. Following the battles from the last closed beta test, despite Yunshi largely remaining indoors for training, her rapport with the villagers had steadily increased, largely due to her having saved their kin. Harder, in particular, was acutely aware that had it not been for Yunshi's timely intervention, he would have certainly met his demise with only 10 health points remaining against the monstrous bite of a rat demon. As a gesture of gratitude to his savior, during the last beta test, Harder and another twin frequently brought Yunshi delicious treats, although he felt a tinge of reluctance upon hearing that Yunshi would accompany the village chief to Qinglan town. He respected her choice without objection. Yunshi, this time I will accompany you and Grandpa to Qing. I have learned the identification spell. This time, I will be responsible for assessing the road conditions, while Grandpa will retain his spiritual energy to ensure our safety. Will be perfectly fine. Chapter 023. Off to a good start. A few minutes later, at Harder's warm invitation, Yunshi indulged in a sumptuous breakfast, and thereafter, accompanied by the village chief, Harder, they ventured out of the village. Grandpa, big brother, you must return safely, echoed the tender voice of a little girl behind them as the figures of Yunshi and the others gradually faded into the distance. In stark contrast to the village enveloped by a spiritual energy formation, the wilderness was perpetually shrouded in a peculiar mist. Even during the brightest moments of the morning sun, the view remained ominously dreary. The village chief, evidently seasoned in travel, began instructing Harder to intermittently use his appraisal technique to assess the road conditions after they had walked approximately 500 meters from the village. Chief, how? Indeed, when measured against the map of the Divine Foreland continent, 200 kilometers was relatively close. Should they maintain a steady pace without rest, they would likely reach their destination in about 50 hours, and with breaks included, it would take 4 to 5 days. Chief, do you often visit Qinglan town? Not frequently, perhaps once every 3 months, primarily to replenish living supplies and sell the pollution-free plants we cultivate. Yunshi, Qinglan town is quite large, so do exercise caution while there. Do not provoke the powerful lightly. With your talent as a sorcerer, you could consider joining a sorcerer faction, but be wary of signing contracts blindly. Always scrutinize them carefully. The village chief held Yunshi in high regard and offered her several pieces of advice. However, you need not worry excessively. There are regulations in place regarding newly emerged adventurers like yourselves within the town. They cannot unjustly trouble you. Yunshi had been unaware of such details in her past life. Thank you for your reminder, she expressed gratefully. Grandpa, can I also stay in Qinglan town to train? Harder, listening to their conversation, interjected. He had only been to Qinglan town once last year, and its vastness was a stark contrast to their village, igniting his yearning. Not yet, you can only go out to train once your fireball technique reaches LV11. By then, I will not hinder your desires. What, when will that be, Grandpa? You are too cunning. Indeed, it was true, for sorcerers, advancing skill levels was exceedingly challenging. It was known that sorcerers gained only a single free skill point with each level, and to upgrade the fireball technique, they first needed to elevate their energy control. Even though Harder was already an intermediate sorcerer at level 11, all his skill points had to be allocated to energy control. The exclusive skills of sorcerers could not be enhanced through proficiency. They could only be improved by skill points. The fireball technique, however, did not have this restriction, yet skills from LV1-10 required a proficiency of current level 10, while LV11-20 demanded current level 100, and so forth. Thus, if Harder aimed to elevate his basic fireball technique to level 11 without allocating points, he would need to practice for 701-100-1570 times. This number might seem manageable, but it was contingent upon the prerequisite that each practice session consumed the maximum energy of his current level to effectively gain proficiency. If Harder relied solely on his own recovery without the aid of white crystal stones to replenish his energy, he could only practice 1 to 2 times a day, assuming he devoted his entire day to absorbing energy. Even at maximum capacity, 1,572,785 sessions would require approximately 2 years to reach LV11 in Fireball technique. All of this was predicated on Harder already achieving level 11. With the village chief's assistance in leveling up, reaching level 10 should be relatively easy for Harder, but crossing the threshold from 10 to 11 was a formidable challenge that most ordinary individuals found insurmountable. The time and energy required would undoubtedly exceed 2 years for an average person. Yunqi shook her head. She was only at level 4 and found such considerations futile. As time flowed steadily, the trio walked along the road, occasionally encountering a few low-level monsters, all of which were swiftly dispatched by the village chief. Along the roadside, they observed an abundance of wild fruits, flourishing under their nurturing energy, yet regrettably, all were heavily tainted by the mysterious aura, rendering them inedible. Noticing Yunqi's curiosity, the village chief took the time to explain. Yunqi, once you arrive in Qinglan town, you can purchase a few books related to botany. If you encounter rare materials in the wild, even if they are contaminated, there will be buyers. As for these ordinary fruits, they hold little value. Purifiers will not expend their efforts on such. Yunqi nodded in understanding, as she was already aware of this information. The buyers were those factions adept in purification techniques, with their purifiers dedicating nearly all their energies to mastering purification arts. Even the most severely tainted materials could be entirely purified for consumption or medicinal use. Following her previous plans, her next focus would be on learning either the Fireball technique or the appraisal technique, with purification technique relegated to a later stage. As for which technique to learn first, that would be determined once they settled in Qinglan town. The journey was filled with stops and starts, yet remained devoid of peril. Yunqi participated in several skirmishes, slaying 5 level 1 monsters and 1 level 2 monster, garnering 50-20 experience points, thus leveling up from 4 to 5. Level 5 experience, 50-60. She earned a total of 6-2 free attribute points from monster kills and leveling up, and 1-1 free skill points. The free attributes were allocated to Spirit and Constitution, while the skill points were assigned to Light Guard technique. Spirit 42, Constitution 19. Basic Light Guard technique LV3 consumes 10 to 300 energy points, capable of summoning a protective halo, providing 138 to 326 Spirit skill level energy consumed points of defense, with permanent unlimited stacking and a cooldown of 2 hours. With her Spirit attribute boosted to 42, the maximum shield she could conjure with the Light Guard technique reached 326. Thus, if she performed it 8 times a day, she could accumulate an additional 2,608 points of defense. Once she finished allocating her points, they arrived at the outskirts of Qinglan town. Beyond this grove lies Qinglan town, the village chief remarked, having traveled for over 4 days. Even he appeared somewhat fatigued. Harder, with his lesser constitution, was visibly exhausted, dark circles under his eyes nearly reaching his chin, his complexion quite haggard. Yunqi's constitution was comparable to that of a pure martial artist at around level 10, granting her endurance that far surpassed the duo, leaving her with little sense of fatigue, though she endeavored not to appear overly refreshed. Chapter 024 Qinglan. Having just experienced a rainfall, these individuals have ventured out to gather mushrooms. The newly sprouted fungi possess a remarkably low level of contamination, and some common folk are inclined to purchase them, the village chief elucidated as they strolled. Do they not fear encountering peril? Harder inquired, perplexed, for they were surely beyond the bounds of the town, were they not? Qinglan town is vast, entirely unlike our village. Typically, patrols are organized to monitor the vicinity of the town, routinely clearing away any lurking anomalies. As long as one does not stray too far, there are generally no issues, the village chief appeared to be explaining to Harder, yet he subtly imparted a wealth of information to Yunqi, ensuring she was not left in ignorance during her initial arrival. Village chief, what is the status of the official authority in Qinglan town? Yunqi proactively asked. To my knowledge, their benefits are rather commendable. However, correspondingly, the contracts are quite stringent, the village chief replied candidly. I have a friend who is a warrior serving in the patrol team of Qinglan Town. He holds the position of squad leader and is allocated a vial of attribute potion each year, along with a monthly provision of a standard medicinal supplement. When all allowances are summed, he earns a monthly salary of 100 silver coins. The sum of 100 silver coins constitutes a remarkably substantial wage. 100 silver coins are equivalent to 10,000 copper coins. This is merely the surface exchange rate. Due to the intrinsic value of silver coins, it would not be uncommon to exchange 100 silver coins for approximately 12,000 copper coins in private transactions. 12,000 copper coins are sufficient for a family of 3 to indulge in luxurious, pollution-free sustenance daily. The common fare for ordinary citizens, however, consists primarily of coarse bread and murky water, both priced at a mere 1 copper coin each. Altogether, the monthly living expenses amount to a modest 60 to 200 copper coins. With 100 silver coins, one could support over 200 individuals, yet, this is but a secondary concern. The paramount issue lies in the annual vial of attribute potion and the monthly medicinal supplements. The attribute potion can directly enhance one's attribute points and is a rare and extraordinary high-grade elixir, which an ordinary person may never encounter in their lifetime. Mental attributes cannot be augmented independently, hence, unless one is a pure warrior who has no desire to become a sorcerer, most individuals typically opt for potions that increase their mental attributes. The function of the medicinal supplements is akin to that of the attribute potions. With prolonged usage, they may subtly enhance one's physical attributes. However, the terms of the contract are quite stringent. Firstly, the duration of the contract is 50 years. Secondly, in the event of danger, one must not flee or retreat, and unauthorized leave is strictly prohibited. Lastly, there are common contractual stipulations, such as the prohibition against divulging the secrets learned within the patrol team. 50 years, how many such spans does one experience in life? Even if one ascends to the rank of an intermediate sorcerer, their lifespan is but a mere 200 years. During their conversation, Yunxi and her companions witnessed numerous disputes ignited by mushroom picking. I discovered this patch of mushrooms first. Did you not see me harvesting them? A young man clad in coarse linen shouted defiantly. Oh please, this is not your private garden. I am not stealing the mushrooms from your hands. A fair-skinned maiden rolled her eyes. They were all dressed in similar rough linen attire. Who was afraid of whom? Such scenes were plentiful, yet undeniably, they all shared a commonality: skirmishes among the linen-clad. Occasionally, the indigenous people cast bewildered or entertained glances, seemingly perplexed by the fervor of these outsiders. You two children, cease your bickering. These mushrooms are hardly valuable, fetching only 2 copper coins per pound. There are plenty over there. Go collect from that area and stop your ruckus. A middle-aged woman donned in warrior attire approached, a long sword slung across her back and a patrol badge hanging from her waist. The chastised youth and maiden immediately subdued their expressions, akin to kittens caught by the scruff of their necks, swiftly tucking their tails and refraining from further argument. Indeed, this is the current state of the players from Blue Star. Following the initial closed beta, most players became acutely aware of the ferocity of the locals, and these foreign adventurers dared not offend them. The last player to speak disrespectfully to a patrol member found themselves hung upside down on the city wall for several hours, unable to log out due to being trapped in a special state, akin to being engaged in combat. During the punishment period, logging out was impossible, just as the indigenous people are obliged to adhere to rules regarding adventurers, such as not provoking new adventurers. Players too must refrain from violating the official laws of the Fallen God continent. Within the town, while the official authority may not be the most powerful, it is undoubtedly the most respected on the surface. Should a player speak rudely, the aggrieved party is entitled to impose harmless minor penalties. Being hung upside down on the wall poses no life-threatening danger, yet it is profoundly humiliating. Thereafter, no player dared to cause trouble in Qinglan Town, all too aware of the repercussions, grateful they were not the first to test the waters, lest they suffer disgrace. As the mushroom-picking incident concluded, Yunxi walked alongside the village chief, overhearing numerous complaints from her compatriots. We must collect 20 pounds of mushrooms. When will we ever finish? Moreover, completing this task yields no experience. What's the point? You fail to grasp the significance. This will enhance the locals' goodwill towards us. Who knows, if they become familiar with you, they might take you on as an apprentice and teach you sorcery or martial skills. In my view, it would be better to participate in the patrol team's assessment. You must. Do you think we wouldn't want to? The issue is that the patrol team does not allow an authorized leave, and we cannot predict when the closed beta will end. Failing to report for duty on time would breach the contract, and that could cost you dearly. So, after the game officially launches, can we join then? Yes, as long as you are prepared for an extended absence from Blue Star. I truly envy those born in the village. It is said they face far fewer stringent requirements to join the patrol team, and their main storyline quests are straightforward, with rewards of resurrection tokens. The village's resources cannot compare to those of the town. You should be content. The supplies we purchase in the town can be sold for a handsome profit back home. As for the main storyline quests, perhaps the rewards from activating the second main storyline quest will surpass theirs. There's no need for jealousy. That is true. It is a pity that resources from Blue Star cannot be brought here, otherwise, the mushroom picking task would be a breeze. As they drew nearer to Qinglan town, the number of figures began to swell. It was only upon seeing the grand entrance of Qinglan town that Yunqi realized the profound differences between the Shuyu plains and the realm she had once descended upon in her previous life. While the novice villages might have shared a semblance in their quaint wooden cottages, the stark contrast in civilizational styles became evident upon entering the town. Chapter 025, Real Estate. As they ventured into the woods, it became increasingly evident that the number of passers-by was on the rise. Yunqi even spotted a few familiar figures clad in coarse linen garments, compatriots hailing from the Blue Star. However, dressed in her sorcerer's robe, she remained unrecognizable to them. In her previous life, Yunqi was born in a realm completely immersed in savagery. The urban structures were exceedingly rudimentary, with stone and wooden edifices haphazardly intermingled, presenting a disordered yet faintly discernible semblance of order. In stark contrast, the forces governing Qinglan town were characterized by a profound cultural heritage. Its city walls, constructed of black bricks, towered approximately 10 meters high, and upon closer inspection, one could discern a subtle sheen upon their surface. The main gate, crafted from metal, bore intricate engravings, indicative of an alchemical creation. Through the metallic bars of the gate, Yunqi glimpsed the distinctive architecture within. Behind the gate lay a spacious plaza, dominated by an imposing white statue of a goddess, remarkably pristine and orderly. The surrounding structures, also built from black stone, echoed the architectural style of Western Europe from the Blue Star, accentuated by a cascade of black luminescence, creating a strikingly beautiful scene. This suggested that Qinglan town's financial situation was indeed quite prosperous. As she queued to enter Qinglan town, Yunqi distinctly felt the moment her identification badge was taken by the staff, followed by a sweep of identification magic over her person. This precaution was a necessary measure to deter any anomalies from infiltrating. Typically, the sorcerers stationed at the gates of ordinary towns would only employ basic identification spells. It was rare for anyone to waste advanced identification mags on such positions. While basic spells could only ascertain fundamental information such as level and race, Yunqi recognized the gravity of the situation. Today, she was examined by a basic identification spell. However, what would happen in the future if an advanced identifier were to scrutinize her? Her exceptionally high attributes were utterly incongruous with the norm, unless she hailed from an influential family that had nurtured her with legendary potions since childhood, making it implausible for her to possess such terrifying attributes. Her identity was evidently that of a lone adventurer without any backing. It was difficult to fathom the potential consequences of her passive exposure. In a moment of contemplation, Yunqi restructured her earlier plans for magical studies. She must urgently learn a protective spell of anti-identification, yet, even if she acquired related spells, a low-level anti-identification would be futile against the scrutiny of others wielding high-level identification spells. It appeared that alongside her studies in anti-identification, she would need to devise a means to obtain a high-level anti-identification artifact or alchemical product, serving as a dual layer of protection. As her thoughts swirled, she raised her gaze to see the village chief and harder awaiting her ahead. Yunqi, this is as far as we can accompany you. Though my visits to Qinglan town have been infrequent, I am aware that certain areas are not suitable for young ladies. You must avoid renting particularly cheap accommodations, they are unsafe. While there are patrols in the town, some areas inevitably go unmonitored. Understood, thank you, village chief, Yunshi replied politely, after bidding farewell to the village chief and herder, who were intent on conducting trade in Qinglan town. They turned to depart, eager to complete their business swiftly and return, for every additional day spent in Qinglan town incurred considerable lodging expenses. As she watched their figures recede, a system notification echoed in her ears. Ding, main quest 3 activated, breakthrough to intermediate sorcerer, completion reward, 1 white crystal, 1 intermediate resurrection token, failure penalty, none. Upon arriving in the town, main quest 3 had been triggered. Achieving the status of an intermediate sorcerer meant leveling up to LV11. Surprisingly, the system was quite generous, offering not only a white crystal but also an intermediate resurrection token as a reward. Intermediate can resurrect players below LV20, usable only once in a lifetime, side effects, weakened mental attributes. Remarkably, there was no time constraint. As long as she methodically advanced to intermediate sorcerer, she would receive a free resurrection opportunity. It must be said that the system made a significant investment in its players. However, Yunshi was currently only at level 5, and the journey to reach level 11 would likely be a lengthy endeavor. Yunshi had no intention of venturing out in the immediate future. Once she settled in Qinglan town, she planned to devote herself to studying magic, striving to master all the spells she had previously intended to learn. Furthermore, she would explore the local marketplace to see if there were any high-level items related to anti-identification. With these thoughts in mind, Yunshi refrained from hastily wondering about Qinglan town. Instead, she approached the roadside and opened the system to check. Local marketplace, first-class tailoring shop, delicacies from the inn, miscellaneous goods store, guardian equipment store, official property center of Qinglan town, official treasure store of Qinglan town, useful bookstore. In the Godfall continent, merchants wishing to engage in lawful bulk trade must register within the system, which takes a percentage from each transaction, whether one is a small vendor or a merchant with a physical store. Compliance with this rule is mandatory. Non-compliance is also possible, but upon being reported, the system will conduct an investigation. If the host is indeed found to have engaged in tax evasion for bulk transactions, not only will they incur penalties amounting to 100-fold of the original tax, but they may also face fines depending on the severity of the infraction, rendering the endeavor utterly counterproductive. Undoubtedly, the system is an unabashed moneygrubber. Fortunately, one-time private transactions go undetected by the system. Otherwise, chaos would have already ensued. Currently, Blue Star has not been monitored because the system has yet to fully infiltrate it. However, in the future, even internal transactions organized by the national government will require merchants to register within the system, incurring fees. To understand a town swiftly, one must consult the local marketplace registered within the system. It records the addresses of every local shop, the primary product sold, and even the IDs of the shopkeepers, allowing one to add friends and inquire about goods. Qinglan town boasts hundreds of local businesses, indicative of its vibrant economy. At this moment, what Yunshi needed most was a secure place to stay, prompting her to directly access the official property agency of Qinglan town. Official Property Center of Qinglan town. Responsible for the buying and renting of properties in Qinglan town. Address, number 45 Central Avenue, Qinglan town. Contact ID, 752464. Yunshi glanced up at the directional sign. Central Avenue was the road that connected to the plaza featuring the goddess statue. She quickly located number 45. This was an exquisite 3-story building, adorned with expensive alchemical glass, flanked by rare and pristine flowers, standing in stark contrast to the other shops. Chapter 026. The abundant gold. Upon entering, Yunshi was first enveloped by the rich waves of spiritual energy, accompanied by an untainted purity devoid of any sinister influences. Only thereafter did she take notice of the immaculate and spacious environment within. The ground was adorned with exquisite, smooth white tiles that reflected dazzling specks of light under the illumination of spiritual lamps. As soon as the staff spotted Yunshi, one approached her promptly. Esteemed guest, greetings. Hello, I have come to explore the properties here. Do you have any recommendations? Yunshi did not specify whether she intended to rent or purchase, as she was uncertain about the available listings. Logically, she was still unaware of how long she would remain in Qinglan Town, making renting the most pragmatic option. Nevertheless, should a high-quality property be available at a reasonable price, acquiring a residence would not pose a problem, especially since she was no longer the same as her past self. She no longer lacked financial resources. Most importantly, there exists a significant difference between renting and purchasing a home. Upon acquiring a property, she would automatically establish residency in Qinglan Town. Consequently, her identity badge would no longer classify her as merely an adventurer, but rather as an entity equivalent to the locals in their eyes. Should she remain merely a transient inhabitant of Qinglan Town, her identity badge would still denote her as a newly arrived adventurer. Although adventurers do not face discrimination, they are often subjected to a stereotype among the locals, perceived as lacking a substantial background. As Yunqi had previously contemplated, if she were to persist in bearing the identity of an adventurer, and her attributes were to be scrutinized by a high-level appraiser, it would undoubtedly spell considerable trouble. Establishing residency in a city would significantly mitigate the complications stemming from this issue. The only drawback was that once she settled in a town, future aspirations to purchase property or establish residency in other cities would inevitably face restrictions, which varied according to each town's policies. "May I inquire, esteemed guest, are you a resident of Qinglan Town?" the staff member inquired, as anticipated. If you are local, there are currently discounts available for purchasing properties in Qinglan Town. If you are not, fret not, I will strive to secure the best possible offer for you, and should you opt for a full cash purchase, we will facilitate your residency procedures free of charge. Well, I have just arrived in Qinglan Town and am not yet well acquainted with the local policies. I would like to ask, if I establish residency here now, will there be any restrictions should I wish to purchase property in other cities in the future? Yunqi posed her question. You need not worry about that. Qinglan Town has always championed freedom. Have you noticed the statue of the goddess at the entrance? That is indeed the statue of the goddess of freedom, whom we revere here in Qinglan Town. Hence, regarding residency and deregistration, there are virtually no restrictions. If you wish to leave Qinglan Town in the future, all you need to do is sell the property back to us, though the buyback price will be set at 90% of the current market value. If you are concerned about incurring losses, you can rest assured. The property prices in Qinglan Town are on the rise, having increased by approximately 10% this year compared to last, ensuring you won't suffer any losses. Is there any other restriction? None whatsoever. The only limitation on selling the property is to prevent the homes in Qinglan Town from remaining vacant. As you may know, some talented individuals and strong figures often do not return after moving to larger cities, which has caused certain inconveniences. Therefore, those wishing to settle in other cities must first sell their properties back to us. In this regard, Yunqi need not worry about deceit. Whether purchasing a property or establishing residency, a contract must be signed, with all terms clearly stated therein. Should the staff member lie, it would be immediately apparent. Rest assured, our security standards in Qinglan Town are renowned for their excellence in the surrounding regions. Choosing to settle here will undoubtedly be more advantageous than in other small towns. The staff member went to great lengths to extol the virtues of Qinglan Town for the sake of performance. Very well, please recommend a property for me. My requirement is for the neighborhood with the highest security standards, preferably one that is rather tranquil. Upon hearing Yunqi's request, the staff member's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Following a thorough exploration, Yunqi ultimately selected a property located at number 26, Phelan Street, adjacent to Central Avenue. This was a quaint two-story building, modest in size, totaling a mere 100 square meters, perfectly suiting Yunqi's personal living needs. However, the price was exorbitantly steep, requiring 10,000 gold coins, exclusively payable in gold. Converting this, 10,000 gold coins equated to 1 million silver coins or 100 million copper coins. In contrast, other slightly superior properties in Qinglan Town were priced only in the hundreds to thousands of gold coins, with some even available for purchase using silver coins. Lower-tier properties were even more affordable, ranging from several hundred to several thousand silver coins, with the cheapest houses in Qinglan Town available for as little as 80 silver coins. Correspondingly, aside from the exorbitant price, the property Yunxi had her eye on had no discernible flaws. Phelan Street was renowned as the cleanest and safest residential area in Qinglan town, predominantly inhabited by noble families. The small building at number 26 that Yunxi was considering was elegantly designed, with interiors and exteriors finished with non-toxic materials, ready for immediate occupancy. According to the staff, this was the only vacant property on Phelan Street, originally constructed by the former town mayor for his daughter. Now, with the former mayor's family having relocated to another city, the property had been reclaimed by the Qinglan town authorities for resale. However, its steep price deterred potential buyers who found the size too small, resulting in its vacancy. Accompanied by the staff, Yunxi conducted an on-site inspection and was thoroughly satisfied. The property matched the staff's description perfectly, and witnessing it in person proved far more convincing than mere verbal accounts. This residence was not merely beautiful, its walls were adorned with special pigments depicting simple spiritual runes. It was no wonder the price was so steep. One could discern that the former mayor had indulged his child immensely. Upon returning to the property center, Yunxi began to negotiate with the staff member. You mentioned earlier that you would strive to secure the best possible discount for me upon purchasing the property. May I inquire how much of a reduction I might expect? Although she was financially secure, it did not mean that she was indifferent to price. Furthermore, she could not afford to present an image of extravagance before the staff, as that would only attract unwanted attention. This property is exceedingly expensive, but rest assured, since I made that promise, I will do my utmost to negotiate on your behalf. Please hold on for a moment while I consult my supervisor. All right, I will wait. Yunxi would not disdain a modest reduction. Even a single gold coin less would translate to 10,000 copper coins. Currently, her daily income barely amounted to 648 copper coins. Chapter 027, The Bookstore. As for the concern regarding whether purchasing such an expensive property might attract unwanted attention, Yunxi need not worry. All property contracts include confidentiality clauses, ensuring that the official real estate center cannot disclose any of her identity information. The consequences of breaching such contracts are far too steep for any. Before long, the staff returned, accompanied by a well-dressed middle-aged gentleman. Upon seeing Yunxi, he first bowed courteously and then, with a sincere tone, remarked, "Esteemed guest, for the property you wish to purchase, we can offer you a minimum discount of 95. I wonder if this arrangement suits you." To be candid, the original construction cost of this property was a staggering 5,000 gold coins, and the land itself is equally valuable. When we acquired it from the previous owner last year, the purchase price was no less than 8,000 gold coins. Moreover, this year's property prices have risen by 10 compared to last year. Thus, Yunxi discerned the underlying implications. Given that the official acquisition price from the original owner was 90 of the original price, the previous market value of the house must have been around 9,000 gold coins. With a further 10 increase this year, it can be deduced that the current market value of the property is indeed 10,000 gold coins. The fact that they could offer her a 95 discount was merely due to the property remaining unsold for an extended period. Otherwise, considering all its outstanding attributes, it would hardly have been available for her purchase. With this realization, Yunxi nodded in agreement, appreciating the 500 gold coin saved, a substantial sum, nonetheless. Seeing her willingness, both staff members expressed visible delight and promptly escorted her to a nearby lounge area to explain the various terms of the purchase agreement. After confirming everything was in order several times, Yunxi affixed her signature. The value of gold coins is equivalent to that of white crystal stones, thus, 500 gold coins equate to 95 green crystal stones. However, Yunxi had no intention of trading with green crystal stones. In comparison to gold coins, green crystal stones are exceedingly rare currency. To some extent, they possess the unique ability to rapidly restore spiritual energy, making them akin to precious artifacts. Items that can be purchased with gold coins are seldom acquired with crystal stones by others, especially not with the higher-grade green crystal stones. Should Yunxi attempt to use green crystals for her transaction, it would only lead others to perceive her as a naive and foolish young lady, ripe for exploitation. Yunxi directly exchanged the required amount of gold coins within the system, withdrawing 500 gold coins and handing them over to the staff member responsible for collecting payments. Once the contract was officially established, the gentleman handed her the keys to the building at 26 Violin Street, while the contract scroll served as the property deed. At this moment, Yunxi finally possessed her first home in the Godfall continent. Subsequently, she made a trip to the tailor and the general store to purchase some essential clothing, bedding, toiletries, and other necessities, preparing to settle into her new abode. After 4 days of wandering outdoors, no matter how resilient Yunxi's constitution, the continuous strain had left her somewhat fatigued. Once she laid out her bedding, she promptly succumbed to slumber. The following morning, Yunxi awoke. After a restful night, she felt more than just refreshed. After her morning routine, she decided to log off. It was prudent to save where possible, but indulging in the delightful, untainted cuisine of the Godfall continent could be quite costly. Yunxi still intended to return to Blue Star for her meals. Even a simple bowl of noodles, enhanced with spiritual energy, would elevate the flavor to extraordinary heights while also possessing a chance to eliminate harmful substances. However, there exists a restriction for the culinary profession. Only food personally prepared can be successfully transformed into spiritual food. For pre-made items like coarse wheat cakes, infusing spiritual energy would result in it dissipating automatically. Conversely, more complex dishes require the careful input of various energies during preparation, with the potential for failure. After satisfying her hunger, Yunxi habitually opened her phone to check for any recent messages. The official player group chat remained as lively as ever, and the family chat was equally bustling. Several friends, including Jin Xiang, Tu Jiao, and Ji Yushuren, sent her well-being messages, as previously arranged. Since Yunxi had not logged off earlier, they sent her messages again in the system's private chat interface, to which she responded in kind. Unexpectedly, Yun Linlin also reached out to her. Shishi, I have logged into the game. As per our previous agreement regarding the contract, I have purchased the contract scroll. Once you return, we can finalize the agreement. By the way, my ID is 345222, please add me as a friend when you see this. In the family group, others also shared their IDs, which Yunxi dutifully added, although she felt indifferent towards these relatives. Maintaining a FA aid was necessary. Otherwise, she would be pestered incessantly, which would be quite bothersome. Due to the time lag in logging on and off within the game, Yunxi did not wait for their replies and set her phone aside before logging back into the Godfall continent. It was a bright morning in the game, and rather than wandering aimlessly, she resumed her previous study plan, focusing on learning the identification spell. The fireball spell was relegated to a later stage. For the time being, she did not plan to venture out to battle monsters, as water arrow and water ball spells were sufficient. In contrast, the identification spell is a commonly used technique, an essential preventive spell. With the right precautions, she would no longer fear being swindled while shopping, falling into traps while exploring, or encountering human skin monsters in social interactions. Following the spell patterns contained within the inheritance crystal, Yunxi began to meticulously outline the symbols. With her current mental attributes, recalling the basic spell patterns was no longer as daunting as it had been initially, and the identification spell was significantly simpler than the light shield spell. In just a day's time, Yunxi managed to master a tenth of the identification spell, a pace 3 times quicker than her learning speed for the light shield spell. With 5 days remaining until the second internal test concludes, she had ample time to reach the halfway mark in her mastery of the identification spell. However, unbeknownst to Yunxi, her arrival had already drawn the attention of her neighbors. The considerable expense of the building at 26 had not gone unnoticed by those nearby. While 10,000 gold coins might not be substantial for them, the small size of the building was atypical for affluent individuals, leading to speculation. Could she be the daughter of a noble from a large city seeking refuge, or perhaps an unfortunate soul lost in this location? Despite their curiosity, the neighbors had no intentions of intruding upon her, merely observing with interest. Yunxi maintained her routine of eating, sleeping, and studying until the final day of the second internal test, at which point she ceased her studies. The next day would mark the conclusion of the second internal test, with the next server opening heralding the public beta. On the last day of the internal test, Yunxi resolved to explore the various commodities available in Qinglan Town. Unfamiliar with the civilization of Shuyu Plain, her first destination was the bookstore. Qinglan Town boasted only 3 bookstores: Satsmiley Useful Bookstore, Official Qinglan Town Bookstore, and a Scholars Exclusive Bookstore. Chapter 028. Books. Yunxi perused the introductions of their respective bookstores. Their Useful Bookstore, catering to the general public, offered a selection of fundamental texts. Their Official Bookstore touted itself as the most comprehensive bookstore in Qinglan Town, and given its official status, it was deemed highly credible. Their Scholars Exclusive Bookstore was rather unique, operated by a scholar who practiced sorcery as a side profession, specializing in books essential for scholarly studies and examinations. It is well known that in the continent of Divine Fall, knowledge is the most invaluable treasure. Thus, Yunxi resolved to visit all 3 bookstores to gain a thorough understanding of the civilization and knowledge level of the Shuyu Plain. First, she entered the Useful Bookstore. Basic Common Script of Shuyu Plain, Basic Introduction to Shuyu Plain, Millennia of History and Civilization of Qinglan Town, Modern History of Qinglan Town. Common Medicinal Herbs and Ingredients of Shuyu Plain, Common Celestial Materials and Treasures of Shuyu Plain, Common Monsters of Shuyu Plain. Indeed, as the store's introduction suggested, all these were basic texts. The prices of these books were not exorbitant, ranging from a few silver coins to several hundred. Yunxi was somewhat surprised that the price of knowledge in Qinglan Town was not as outrageous as she had anticipated. In her previous life, the cheapest knowledge books were no less than 1 gold coin. In addition to these ordinary books, there were also some spirit paper texts. Warrior, a treatise on efficiently enhancing physical strength. Price: 78 gold coins. Remaining stock: 13 Intermediate Martial Arts, Skyward Leap. Price: 130 gold coins. Remaining stock: 1 Sorcerer, How to Improve Spiritual Energy Control. Price: 200 gold coins. Remaining stock: 12 Key Points for Sorcerer Job Change. Price: 360 gold coins. Remaining stock: 6 Chef, How to Master Culinary Skills. Price: 30 gold coins. Remaining stock: 12 Pharmacist, A Guide to Successfully Transitioning to a Pharmacist. Price: 100 gold coins. Remaining stock: 16 Recipe, How to Cook Guargua. Price: 20 gold coins. Remaining stock: 102 Recipe, Method for Making Whole Wheat Cakes. Price: 30 gold coins. Remaining stock: 120 Prescription, Formula for Blood Restoration Potion No. 628. Price: 233 gold coins. Remaining stock: 6 Prescription, Formula for Blood Restoration Potion No. 268. Price: 326 gold coins. Remaining stock: 10. Undoubtedly, in the continent of Divine Fall, bookstores were akin to luxury boutiques, unaffordable for the average person. These profession-related texts were the epitome of luxury, crafted from special paper infused with spiritual energy. All were single-use spirit books, designed to ensure the accuracy and exclusivity of information, each sheet of spirit paper possessing the attributes of a 100 authentic, burns after reading, and patent contract. The term 100 authentic speaks for itself. The phrase burns after reading indicates that upon perusal, the knowledge would automatically be stored in the reader's mind for study, while the spirit book would incinerate and vanish. The patent contract is a default agreement inherent to the spirit book, preventing readers from profiting through the resale of its contents, lest they breach the contract. However, it does not restrict the reader's other activities. For example, if you purchase a prescription, you cannot directly sell its contents, but you may profit by crafting potions or freely teach apprentices about the prescription without violating its patent exclusivity. The official bookstore sells spirit books merely as authorized consignments from the original authors, taking a commission, or the bookstore purchases from the authors and then resells them. Although these books are rather expensive, limited to gold coin transactions, in her previous life, Yunxi had encountered formulas requiring crystal stones for purchase. Ignoring the books related to warriors and sorcerers, Yunxi directly acquired the prescriptions No. 628 and No. 268. Although the prescriptions she had gathered from Blue Star were usable, in the continent of Divine Fall, the latter two were far more prevalent. and procuring the necessary materials was considerably easier, as the apothecary shop sold pre-processed ingredients, facilitating her practice of the pharmacist profession. In addition, Yunqi purchased Basic Common Script of Shuyu Plain, Basic Introduction to Shuyu Plain, Common Medicinal Herbs and Ingredients of Shuyu Plain, Common Celestial Materials and Treasures of Shuyu Plain, and Common Monsters of Shuyu Plain. The most crucial among these was Basic Common Script of Shuyu Plain. The reason was simple: these texts were inscribed in the basic script of Shuyu Plain, and without the assistance of the staff for translation, she could not even comprehend the titles. In the continent of Divine Fall, the system would offer free translation for basic communication between players and natives, but for written language, one must learn independently. Subsequently, Yunqi ventured to the official bookstore of Qinglan Town. The official bookstore occupied a vast area, housing a plethora of texts recorded in the local language, as well as many in other languages. Yunqi was particularly interested in some local recipes and prescriptions. Recipe: Comprehensive Guide to Cooking White Mushrooms, 36 volumes, price, 30 gold coins, available for volume purchase, single volume price, 1 gold coin, remaining stock, 160. Recipe: Comprehensive Guide to Cooking Green Silk Vegetables, 45 volumes, price, 40 gold coins, available for volume purchase, single volume price, 1 gold coin, remaining stock. 200 white mushrooms and green silk vegetables were the most common vegetables in Qinglan Town, and upon seeing numerous related recipes, Yunqi decided to purchase the complete collections for convenience. Prescription: Number 346 Spirit Restoration Potion, no side effects, price, 30 green crystal stones, remaining stock. 1. Prescription: Number 12 Blood Restoration Potion, no side effects, price, 50 green crystal stones, remaining stock. 1. The two prescriptions with no side effects were swiftly acquired by Yunqi, as she intended to learn how to craft potions for her personal use. However, the cost of these two potions was considerably higher than that of the ordinary blood restoration prescription sold at the useful bookstore, adding up to a price comparable to a house on Filan Street. Finally, Yunqi stumbled upon a spell pattern scroll. Low-level wood growth technique spell pattern scroll, price, 1,000 gold coins or 900 white crystal stones, remaining stock. 1. This scroll, like the spirit books, was also a single-use, self-immolating item, retaining the attributes of a 100 authentic and patent contract. Yet, before Yunqi could make the purchase, the staff informed her that the wood growth technique had just been sold a moment prior. Yunqi lamented her delay in glancing at it. Upon reviewing the contents within the inheritance crystal, she realized that she already possessed the knowledge of the low-level wood growth technique. However, the issue was that if she were to acquire the spell pattern scroll sold in Qinglan Town, aside from the prohibition against breaching the patent contract, she would hold full rights to its handling. After mastering this spell, she could teach it to others. Chapter 029, Membership. Even if she lacked the time to study, she could still resell the scrolls to the official entity of the Flower Nation. As long as someone mastered them, they could offer free apprenticeship-style teaching, undoubtedly enriching the foundation of their nation, thereby enhancing their chances of withstanding future invasions from malevolent forces. Noticing Yunqi's troubled expression, the attendant immediately grasped the situation. Esteemed guest, if you wish to purchase the magical patterns in a timely manner, you may add me as a friend. Should any other magical scrolls become available, I will promptly notify you. Yunqi, regaining her composure, turned to him and inquired, are there any conditions? She had not forgotten that adding an ID for friend requests would incur a fee from her money-loving system. Well, you could become a member of our store, which would grant you dedicated service. The annual fee is merely 1 gold coin, a trifling sum for someone of your means. Given that Yunqi was willing to lavishly spend green crystal stones on rare formulas, she certainly did not lack for that single gold coin. The thought of persuading Yunqi to become a member, thus earning him several silver coins in commission, filled the attendant with delight. Upon becoming our member, you will also enjoy the privilege of reserving goods. If items that meet certain criteria become available, you will have the priority to purchase within a specified time frame. For instance, the magical pattern scroll you just saw was purchased first by a member. What a clever business strategy! Yunqi found herself enlightened. In the savage lands of her previous life, local shops merely engaged in straightforward selling. They would never concoct such schemes. What if I reserve the same item as another member? Who retains the priority purchasing rights? Yunxi quickly discerned a loophole and posed the question. That is determined by the amount each customer spends in our store. The more one spends, the greater the priority purchasing rights. Yunxi, dear guest, your concerns are unwarranted. There are not as many members in our store as you might imagine. Such situations are seldom encountered. Very well, then please sign me up for a membership. After a flurry of purchases, Yunxi could scarcely recall how many gold coins she had already spent. If an annual expenditure of just 1 gold coin granted her priority access to magical scrolls, it was indeed a most advantageous deal. After producing a gold coin to register her membership with the attendant, Yunxi informed him of her intent to reserve the magical patent scroll, regardless of faction. Not a problem. Once the magical scroll arrives, I will promptly alert you, the attendant assured, nodding vigorously. The thought of earning several silver coins in commission made him exceedingly cheerful, yet he maintained his composure. Upon receiving his reward, he was still bound by the terms of the membership contract to provide diligent service to Unileven.at. That moment, the two of them added each other as system friends, and Yunxi then exited the official bookstore. Her next destination was, of course, the exclusive bookstore for scholars. In her previous life, Yunxi had heard of the scholar profession, and the indigenous people of the Divine Forlan continent held a first impression of scholars as being profoundly knowledgeable. Most of the spiritually related tomes associated with this profession were recorded in collaboration with the original authors. The authors provided the knowledge, while the scholars were responsible for the writing. Particularly with magical patent scrolls, the success rate of creation could increase by 10 to 50 depending on the scholar's rank. In contrast, the success rate for the original author's own writing was only about 1 to 10, which was one reason why magical patent scrolls were exceedingly costly. Yunxi held little interest in the scholar profession. She had already determined for secondary professions that sufficed for her studies. Consequently, she merely glanced at the scholar-exclusive bookstore, noting that most of the foundational texts overlapped with those of the useful bookstore, while the advanced materials pertained to esoteric knowledge related to scholar examinations. She chose not to linger and departed promptly. Her tasks for the day were numerous. Not only did she need to visit bookstores, but she also aimed to explore other shops as thoroughly as possible, particularly concerning her prior worries about identification techniques. She needed to devise a way to procure an item that could counter identification spells. First-class tailor shop, guardian equipment shop, long-lasting accessories store, miscellaneous goods shop. Yunxi's gaze flitted over the names of these shops until it settled on one. Empowerment Accessories Store. She clicked on its details to investigate further. Empowerment Accessories Store. Alchemist crafted spiritual accessories. Come in and make your selections. Address, number 3 Yulong Commercial Street, Jinglan Town. Contact ID 758181. Yunxi had already discerned that not all shops in Jinglan Town sold spiritual items. For instance, the first-class tailor shop merely offered ordinary clothing for the general populace, devoid of any special attributes. Naturally, there were other tailor shops that sold garments for both ordinary folks and professionals. However, a store like the Empowerment Accessories Store, which explicitly stated it offered alchemist-crafted spiritual accessories, indicated that it contained no ordinary items. Furthermore, the quality of its merchandise would undoubtedly be superior. Following the address provided, Yunxi made her way there, the distance between the commercial streets not being particularly far. Moreover, given her enhanced physique, she moved swiftly and arrived at her destination in about 10 minutes. Empowerment Accessories Store. White crystal ring, blank. Crafted from white crystal and ordinary metal, beautiful yet dazzling, a failed alchemist's creation, devoid of any effects. Price, 1 white crystal. Remaining quantity, 1 white crystal rune pendant, low level, made from white crystal and ordinary metal, can increase spiritual energy absorption speed by 1. Price. 10 white crystals. Remaining quantity, 2 blue ghost stone ring, low level, created from inferior blue ghost stone and ordinary metal, adds 1 point to mental attributes. Price, 10 white crystals. Remaining quantity, 2 green springstone necklace, ordinary. Composed of regular green springstone and ordinary metal, adds 2 points to mental attributes, increases spiritual energy absorption speed by 2. Price, 3 green crystals. Remaining quantity, 3 fire shining stone ring, ordinary. Made from ordinary fire shining stone and ordinary metal, adds the Fireball Technique LV1 spell, infusing 10 to 100 spiritual energy, capable of inflicting 20 to 110 fixed damage on enemies. Price, 2 green crystals, remaining quantity, 1. Under the attendant's enthusiastic introduction, Yunshi gleaned a general understanding of the offerings. The prices of these accessories rivaled those of precious knowledge tomes, truly befitting a shop helmed by an alchemist. A few days prior, while arranging her housing, Yunshi had visited a miscellaneous goods shop, which also sold some items imbued with spiritual energy. However, these were primarily natural spiritual energy items, fundamentally different from those crafted by alchemists. Chapter 030, The Legend. Just as Yunshi acquired the Thunderwood Staff from the official source of the Flower Kingdom, its capability to enhance magical damage belies the simplicity of its procurement. Numerous spirit woods abound in the wilderness, many of which have been struck by lightning. One need merely fashion them into the form of a staff with a knife, thus creating natural spirit wood, a gift from nature herself. There is no necessity for an alchemist's craftsmanship, and given its widespread availability, it is naturally quite affordable, costing around 100 copper coins. However, the accessories that can augment the absorption speed of spiritual energy and enhance mental attributes are of a different ilk, meticulously crafted by alchemists using specialized techniques. Yunshi dismissed the notion of low-tier accessories, as they would soon become obsolete for her. Among the ordinary accessories, she opted to purchase the Aquastone necklace. As for the Firelight Stone ring, with its added fireball spell, Yunshi intended to learn it independently later. The fireball spell attached to the ring boasted a rather feeble attack, even with a double damage bonus against cunning monsters. It paled in comparison to her water sphere and water arrow spells, rendering the purchase unnecessary. After acquiring the Aquastone necklace, Yunshi pondered for a moment and inquired, "Do you not have any high-grade accessories available in your store?" Dear customer, the crafting time for high-grade accessories is exceedingly lengthy. Should you require them, we can indeed offer custom services, and the pricing is negotiable, the shop assistant replied, recognizing that Yunshi, having readily purchased a necklace worth 3 green crystals, clearly possessed ample funds and thus qualified for custom orders. Could you provide me with a brief introduction to the process? Yunshi felt a spark of interest. Indeed, having an alchemist's shop offered such services. Here's how it works: you can first express your requirements, and I will relay them to our alchemist. If he confirms the feasibility of the creation, we can negotiate the price, including both material and crafting fees. Once both parties reach an agreement, we can sign a contract to commence the crafting. And what if the alchemist makes a mistake? Who bears the cost of the materials? In this regard, according to our shop's custom contract, we do not charge you any additional fees for ordinary materials. The costs for the second and third attempts will also be borne by our shop. However, if the materials are particularly rare or exceptionally special, the alchemist will inform you of his success rate, and you may choose whether to proceed. For instance, in the case of this Firelight Stone ring, we have only one Firelight Stone available, and the alchemist's success probability is merely 50. Should you opt to continue and the alchemist fails, the material costs will not be refunded, but the crafting fees will be fully reimbursed. This arrangement seemed quite reasonable. In her previous life, customers were typically responsible for 80 of the material costs incurred during the first 3 failures of an alchemist. However, if a 4th failure occurred, the alchemist was obliged to provide a full refund, including the material costs from the first 3 attempts. This model had significant loopholes. If an alchemist had particularly poor luck, he could very well feign failure in the initial attempts. Very well, I understand. I would like to place an order. My requirement is for at least an ordinary grade or higher of identification protection accessories. The higher the level, the better. Is that feasible? Yunshi refrained from setting her expectations too high to avoid an outright rejection from the alchemist. Certainly, I will inquire with our alchemist right away. Before long, the shop assistant returned with a response. Customer, we have conveyed your requirements to the alchemist, and his reply is that he can create high-grade identification protection accessories, but the success rate is approximately 30. If you prefer ordinary identification protection accessories, the success probability rises to 80. If you are interested, you may add him as a friend in the system to discuss the specifics before deciding whether to proceed. Upon hearing this, Yunxi's eyes brightened. She had not anticipated that the alchemist could indeed craft such items, indicating his advanced skill. However, she was left wondering why he had chosen to settle in Qinglan town. Without leaving, Yunxi took a seat in the shop's resting area, opened her system interface, and sent a friend request to the advanced alchemist. The alchemist was in a hidden state, rendering his name, avatar, and level invisible, so Yunxi added a note, Advanced Alchemist of Empowering Accessories Shop. Hello, I am the customer who just contacted you through the shop. Hello. I heard from Xiaoli that you are looking for high-grade identification protection gear, correct? In fact, I have a ready-made item that fits your requirements. If you are in a hurry, you may choose to purchase it. With that, he sent the item details to Yunxi. Black Mist Stone Earrings, Legendary. Grants the probe protection trait, capable of shielding against all probing spells. Legendary grade equipment. Surely, she could not be mistaken. The classifications of low, medium, ordinary, high, and legendary corresponded to levels 1 to 10, 11 to 20, 21 to 30, and 30 to 40, respectively. Legendary represents the highest tier. Below level for 0.I. In her previous life, she had never encountered a being above level 40, as it was said that those beyond that threshold achieved godhood. And now, she was face to face with legendary equipment. This was indeed Qinglan town, not some bustling city auction house. While contemplating, the alchemist responded again. I understand that you have many questions. Please allow me to explain. This equipment is one of the items left by my late mentor, which I can no longer utilize. Additionally, I have encountered certain difficulties and urgently require financial support, hence my decision to sell it. Legendary grade accessories are not easily sold in stores. Since you have shown interest, I thought to share it with you. However, do not be overly joyous. The value of this item dictates that its price will not be low. The minimum price I can offer is 300 blue crystals, firm. You may opt for a payment plan over 300 months, paying 1 blue crystal per month, or 120 green crystals, whichever suits you. Yunxi. She harbored serious doubts about whether anyone in this small town could afford such an item. No wonder he had carelessly shown it to her. He must have been banking on her wealth. If you are in such dire need of money, why not take it to a big city to sell? Surely, at an auction house, it would fetch a far higher price. Yunxi immediately sought to exploit the flaw in his reasoning, questioning the situation. To be an advanced alchemist, he must have originated from a major city and was certainly aware of the routes to reach one. To be honest, I have encountered some troubles that prevent me from leaving Qinglan town for the time being. I do not trust others to take it to the big city for sale, so I must try my luck here. Allowing you to pay in installments is already my greatest concession. I hope you can understand. His words were coherent and clear as he explained to Yunxi. Can you confirm that this legendary equipment was obtained through legitimate means from your mentor? Given the hefty price of such a legendary item, Yunxi felt compelled to clarify. Chapter 031, The Jade Chalene. Indeed, I can assure you that purchasing this legendary equipment from me will not pose any concerns. It will not bring you any negative repercussions, as all of this will be addressed in the shopping contract. Therefore, you need not worry. Upon hearing this, Yunxi finally felt a sense of relief. Her primary fear was that this equipment might be stolen goods, and if that were the case, it would be a troublesome affair. Ultimately, Yunxi opted for an installment payment plan, spanning 300 months, approximately 12 years, thus burdening herself with a jewelry loan. However, there was no other choice. The blue crystal was far too precious to display openly. After contemplating Yunxi's decision for a moment, the alchemist acquiesced. Shortly thereafter, he arrived at the jewelry store, clad in a black robe, obscuring his visage. The only visible feature was his long, white hair cascading from beneath his hood, shimmering with a lustrous sheen. He had prepared the shopping contract in advance and placed it before Yunxi. The shopkeeper, on high alert, promptly closed the store's door and activated the shop's ultimate defensive array. This transaction involved a substantial sum of 120,000 green crystals, and Yunxi dared not be negligent. She scrutinized the contract several times, confirming its accuracy before affixing her signature. With the contract established, a fair exchange was made. Yunqi swiftly sent the alchemist the transfer information, and her system balance automatically converted into 120 green crystals, credited to his account. After settling this month's payment, she received the black mist stone earring, which possessed the characteristic of anti-detection. This was the first time Yunqi had heard of such a peculiar material. The earring featured a metallic base, adorned with a solid black gemstone, within which wisps of mist-like substance could be discerned upon closer inspection. With the contract in place, Yunqi felt no apprehension regarding any underhanded dealings during this transaction. The earring was undoubtedly authentic, thus, she had no qualms about donning it immediately. After securing the contract scroll, Yunqi exchanged pleasantries with the alchemist and prepared to depart. "Wait, would you care to undertake a task?" the alchemist inquired at that moment. Yunqi's movement halted. "What sort of task?" she asked, immediately suspecting that this esteemed alchemist might be referring to something related to his current predicament. "It's a mid-level task," he replied cautiously. "That won't do. My abilities do not meet your requirements," Yunqi firmly declined. After all, she was only at level 5, and no matter the benefits, without the requisite power, she could achieve nothing. The rebirth stone could revive her, but such an act would diminish her mental attributes. In many respects, her mental attributes were more valuable than their black mist stone earring. "Very well, we shall discuss it another time," the alchemist conceded, his gaze lingering on Yunqi, betraying a hint of contemplation. After exiting the jewelry store, Yunqi absent-mindedly touched her earlobe, successfully acquiring the legendary accessory with anti-identification properties left her feeling somewhat incredulous. She had not missed the alchemist's final remark. It seemed that Qinglan Town might harbor some secrets, yet she felt she lacked the qualifications to delve into them at present. Casting a glance at the sky, she noted it was approximately 3 p.m. With 3 hours remaining until darkness fell, she had ample time. Yunqi wandered through the local shops in Qinglan Town, focusing her attention on rune and potion stores. Among the numerous establishments, she did not encounter another empowered accessory shop. All the wares available conformed to the town's standard inventory, consisting entirely of lower-tier materials. Considering that both potions and runes were single-use items, she decided to purchase a few more. 346 No. Spirit Restoration Potion rapidly replenishes 50 points of spirit energy with no side effects. Price, 30 silver coins. Remaining stock, 16. 12 No Health Restoration Potion rapidly replenishes 50 points of health with no side effects. Price, 45 silver coins. Remaining stock, 12 Low-level Explosive Rune inflicts 200 points of explosive damage to enemies. Price, 26 silver coins. Remaining stock, 26 Low-level Levitation Rune bestows the target with the ability to levitate, doubling their flight speed for a duration of 10 minutes. Price, 32 silver coins. Remaining stock, 19 among these, the 346 No Spirit Restoration Potion and the 12 No Health Restoration Potion were the very ones the village chief had previously gifted to Yunqi. Additionally, she had acquired their formulas from the official bookstore. Unfortunately, she currently lacked the time to practice the alchemist profession, so she opted to purchase some potions for her own use. Amidst the myriad of lower-tier runes, Yunqi selected both the Explosive Rune and the Levitation Rune. The Explosive Rune, a fire-type spell, allowed for concentrated attacks, dealing double damage to cunning foes. The Levitation Rune was ideal for escape, also proving useful in navigating swamps and ponds. She purchased the entire remaining stock of these 4 items, fulfilling a desire she had harbored in her previous life. Upon returning to her modest abode on Filan Street, Yunqi organized the materials she had acquired that day. A collection of books, 2 types of potions, 2 types of runes, and the most crucial and valuable black mist stone earring. The spirit books, possessing their burn after reading trait, were perused in their entirety by Yunqi. Subsequently, the contents of these books were automatically imprinted in her mind, accessible whenever she wished to study. The remaining ordinary books contained only foundational information pertaining to the Shuyu plane. With several hours still remaining before the second internal test officially concluded, Yunqi did not hasten to log out but began to peruse these ordinary books. First, she opened basic texts of the Shuyu Plain, and with her current photographic memory, she comprehended all the material after a single glance. Next, she delved into an overview of the Shuyu Plain, finally able to grasp its contents. The Shuyu Plain was divided among three principal kingdoms, with Qinglan Town classified as a fourth-tier settlement under the jurisdiction of the Jade Qilin Kingdom, governed by a viscount from the kingdom. There were countless other towns akin to Qinglan, with the Jade Qilin Kingdom boasting over 10,000 fourth-tier villages and innumerable fifth-tier hamlets. Above Qinglan Town, there existed over 1,000 third-tier small cities, hundreds of second-tier major cities, and the singular first-tier capital. The Jade Qilin Kingdom encompassed a vast expanse of land, characterized by a humid climate and frequent rainfall, thus yielding an abundance of mushrooms and green silk vegetables. In addition to the Jade Qilin Kingdom, their overview of the Shuyu Plain briefly introduced the circumstances of the other two kingdoms. Furthermore, it emphasized that the Shuyu Plain was merely a droplet in the vast ocean that is the divine fallen continent, urging readers to approach the continent with reverence. Yunxi was certainly aware of this. Lastly, the author of the book even included a personal advertisement: those with ambition shall achieve success. The Jade Qilin Kingdom is currently recruiting talents. Eligible individuals may receive a noble title from the kingdom. For details, refer to the Welfare Overview, Chapter 032, Sale Baron, monthly base welfare of 100 silver coins, with advanced benefits arranged according to specific circumstances. Application requirement, contribution value of 100 in the Yushi Principality. Viscount. Monthly base welfare of 100 gold coins, white crystal stones, with advanced benefits arranged according to specific circumstances. Any two of the following conditions must be met to apply: contribution value of 1,000 in the Yushi Principality, advanced warrior, intermediate sorcerer, any intermediate subprofession. Earl. Monthly base welfare of 100 green crystal stones, with advanced benefits arranged according to specific circumstances. Any two of the following conditions must be met to apply: contribution value of 10,000 in the Yushi Principality, legendary warrior, advanced sorcerer, any advanced subprofession. It turns out that the author of this book is an official from the Yushi Principality. Yunxi only glanced at the application requirements for Baron, Viscount, and Earl, and did not continue to look at those for Marquis and Duke, as they were entirely beyond her reach. Of course, even if she met the conditions, she would not apply for a noble title. Once one joins a large faction, one must sign a stringent contract, which is entirely different from a regular household registration. If she were to officially become a noble of the Yushi Principality, it would be exceedingly difficult for Yunxi to leave in the future. Her previous entry into the Flower Kingdom's official ranks was due to the minimal constraints they imposed, as they did not require mandatory contracts. Even tasks related to protecting the homeland were voluntary. Naturally, this was limited to ordinary members. If one were to receive significant support and investment from the official faction, it would be impossible not to sign a contract. No one would invest in someone who might betray or abandon them. In her past life, Yunxi had been devoid of wealth and had not joined any factions in the Godfall continent, and in this life, she would not compromise either. Correspondingly, she did not require substantial support from the officials, nor could it be said that she would sign a rigorous contract with the Flower Kingdom's officials. Subsequently, Yunxi flipped through other ordinary books, particularly reviewing the common monsters of the Shuyu Plain several times. In the Godfall continent, the air is filled with spiritual energy and eerie aura, and the monsters are species born from the pollution of this eerie aura. In certain areas of the wilderness where the eerie aura is dense, these monsters grow wildly. Cities inhabited by humans are primarily located in areas with the faintest eerie aura, ensuring that humans can reside there for extended periods without adverse effects. This is also why the distances between cities and villages are so vast. However, even the faintest eerie aura cannot render food contaminated by it safe for consumption. Prolonged ingestion of such tainted food can lead to a permanent decline in one's constitution, with the eerie aura gradually consuming the individual, ultimately resulting in death or evolution into a human skin monster. The common monsters of the Shuyu Plains fall into two categories: animal monsters and human skin monsters. Animal-type monsters include rat monster, cockroach monster, spider monster, etc. Human skin-type monsters include short-eared monster, red-browed monster, beautiful monster, etc. Yunxi meticulously noted the characteristics of various human skin monsters to ensure she could recognize them if encountered in the wild. After a long while, she finally closed the last page of the book and exhaled slowly. As the time for the second internal test was drawing to a close, Yunxi quickly tied it up, placing all the supplies she had purchased today into her storage bag, preparing to return to Blue Star. Particularly, the basic ordinary books she had completely memoized were now of no further use to her. Ordinary books do not have a patent contract, and Yunxi planned to resell them to the Flower Kingdom officials. Although the Godfall continent is vast, and few people are born in the Shuyu Plains, some contents within the books are universal, such as the characteristics of monsters. Yunxi was not in need of money and would not exploit the officials' hard-earned funds. She would sell the books to them at the same price she had purchased them. As for gifting them for free, that was out of the question. Selling them would be a normal transaction, while giving them away would suggest a lack of sound judgment on her part, possibly raising suspicions. At midnight, the internal test concluded. Upon returning to Blue Star, it was precisely noon. Yunxi's phone chimed incessantly, and after a brief chat with her friends, she made her way to the official building. As soon as she produced the knowledge-related books, they garnered the attention of the official personnel. Chen Naner, who had previously been responsible for inviting Yunxi, hurried over with a middle-aged male leader. Upon learning that Yunxi had acquired these books for merely a few hundred silver coins, both were overjoyed. Although they had dispatched some key members to procure resources from the Godfall continent, knowledge-related books were prohibitively expensive, often costing dozens or even hundreds of gold coins. They could manage silver coins, but gold coins were more of a strain. All these books were written in unfamiliar characters, and after Yunxi's brief introduction, Chen Naner and the middle-aged leader understood that these were a complete set of foundational texts from a region in the Godfall continent. Such a well-established foreign language could not possibly be false. Miss Yun, thank you for bringing back these books. They will greatly assist us in understanding the Godfall continent. We will proceed according to the price you provided. The middle-aged leader, after verifying the books were in order, readily agreed, not even attempting to haggle. Yunxi was not surprised by this. Having traversed numerous regions in her past life, she knew the prices for books from the Shuyu Plains were indeed quite reasonable. The transaction went smoothly, and after receiving the silver coins, Yunxi did not linger, departing immediately. The middle-aged leader watched her retreating figure, hesitating to speak. Director, should we invite this Yunxi to join the Special Operations Bureau? She must have experienced some fortuitous encounter in the game to have acquired so many silver coins, Chen Naner inquired. Not for the time being. After all, she is not from the system and was only recently invited to join as a university student. We still do not fully comprehend the nature of this game, especially with the recent server shutdown preventing access. We will discuss it further once we have more clarity, the leader replied, rubbing his temples. Chen Naner frowned slightly upon hearing this. Recently, they had invited many formal sorcerers and formal warriors to join the official ranks. She could understand the leader's perspective. The number of these individuals was vast, with varying character qualities, and selecting those suitable for the Special Operations Bureau for intensive training indeed required careful consideration. However, she firmly believed that Yunxi possessed the qualifications. Setting aside her strength, her character was undoubtedly reliable, as she had not taken advantage of the situation to inflate the prices of those expensive books. However, this does not prevent you from continuing to build rapport with her. If convenient, when the next server opens, you could ask her to assist in procuring some resources and ensure she is compensated fairly for her efforts, the leader added, seemingly recalling something. Understood, I will take care of it, Chen Naner responded. After taking a taxi home, Yunxi unexpectedly found someone waiting outside her door. It was none other than Yun Linlin. Yunxi, where have you been? I thought you would be at home since the game has shut down. I came to fulfill the contract. Yun Linlin waved the contract scroll in her hand. Yunxi, was it really necessary to be in such a hurry? Chapter 033, the contract, what are you in such a hurry for? With this thought in mind, she inquired. I merely fear that you might misunderstand my intentions regarding our agreement. Are you truly willing to sign this contract with me? Are you not apprehensive that I may demand the divine artifact from you in the future? Yunxi casually asked as she retrieved her key to open the door. That would only be feasible if I possess it, wouldn't he it? Yun Linlin responded with a sweet smile, her bright, puppy-like eyes sparkling. If I genuinely had the strength and fortune to acquire a divine artifact, I would not hesitate to share it with you. What if you only have one? Yunxi continued her inquiry. Then I would still give it to you, Yun Linlin stated earnestly. Everyone must bear the consequences of their mistakes, and I am no exception. All right. Yunxi regarded Yun Linlin with a serious gaze, her impression of her gradually becoming clearer. Yun Linlin handed the pre-drafted contract scroll to Yunxi. Having already signed it in advance, Yunxi inspected it thoroughly, her heart filled with astonishment upon seeing the penalties for breach of contract inscribed on the scroll. Such contract scrolls were available for purchase in the system's marketplace. They were remarkably inexpensive, costing merely 100 copper coins, and came with the system's witness and enforcement effects. Logically, the system, typically averse to loss, would not sell contract scrolls at such a low price. However, the system's objective was not the sale of the scrolls themselves, but rather the collection of penalties for breaches of contract. Each type of contract sold by the system had varying penalties for breach. The lightest penalty involved monetary fines. For instance, in ordinary job or shopping contracts, the penalty would usually amount to hundreds or thousands of times the involved sum, such as a shopping contract's clause of a 100-fold compensation for a counterfeit. More severe were their indenture contracts, which were stringent agreements signed when joining large factions. Breaches of such contracts could result in the loss of personal attributes or even soul energy, depending on the conditions set by the contracting party. A violator might lose attribute points or, in the worst cases, face death. The gravest consequence involved the weakening of one's soul, rendering rebirth as a human nearly impossible. Lastly, there were special contracts, where both parties could freely draft the terms and penalties, or opt for the system's default breach penalties. For instance, the contract Yunxi signed with the alchemist for their black mist stone earrings was classified as a special shopping contract due to the rarity of the legendary item. If the legendary item were counterfeit or of questionable origin, the alchemist, as the seller, would face the most severe penalty. Death and a significant weakening of their soul energy. The system's decision to sell contract scrolls at such a low price ensured a vast number of participants, which naturally led to the occasional breach of contract for various reasons. Consequently, the system, as the entity collecting penalties, profited from this, retaining half of the monetary fines while compensating the buyer with the other half. For penalties involving vitality or soul energy, the system would pocket these special energies entirely. The contract scroll handed to Yunxi by Yun Linlin explicitly stated that should the second party, Yun Linlin, breach the contract, she would not only face immediate death but also experience a significant reduction in her soul energy. The fact that Yun Linlin chose the most severe penalty for herself was entirely unexpected for Yunxi. After confirming that everything was in order, Yunxi inscribed her name upon the scroll. The contract was officially established, and after a moment of contemplation, Yunxi addressed Yun Linlin. I wish to set my first condition now. What condition? Yun Linlin asked. You must never act against my interests, regardless of the manner. Yunxi added a layer of assurance. No matter how sincere Yun Linlin was, Yunxi needed to guarantee her own safety. Yun Linlin hesitated for a moment, then promptly nodded. Of course, that is no problem. The first condition set forth by Yunxi was inscribed upon the contract scroll. Yunxi had not anticipated Yun Linlin's willingness to comply so readily, thus they had settled their accounts. With the contract concluded, Yun Linlin did not linger, as she had recently taken a master in the Godfall continent and was currently learning martial techniques, striving to complete the second main quest and earn the reward of a low-level resurrection talisman. After bidding farewell to Yun Linlin, Yunxi did not rush to study. Instead, she opened her phone to check the recent messages in the group chat. Meanwhile, online, discussions regarding the Godfall continent's recent server closure sparked fervent debate in various chat groups. AAA laundry detergent. Why does this game keep shutting down? Surely the next test won't be for another 10 days. Nyo, who knows, that seems likely. Sky's the limit. No, please, I just started learning magic. When I return, there won't even be any spiritual energy in the air for me to outline the magic patterns. AAA laundry detergent, sky's the limit. You could choose to learn martial techniques first and secure your task rewards. Recently, some official bigwigs have already tested it, and certain martial techniques from Blue Star will also be recognized by the system. Wind in the breeze, is that true? Laundry detergent. AAA laundry detergent. Absolutely. I suspect the officials will announce it soon if this game is truly going to become a trend. Nyo, AAA laundry detergent, have you joined the officials? AAA laundry detergent. Nyo, indeed, I became a formal martial artist not long ago and was invited to join. Of course, the information I shared is permitted by the officials. This statement immediately incited numerous rebuttals. 0 for 5-3. No way, I joined the officials too, yet I'm unaware of this information. Imini, 0 for 3-5 is correct, I am also in the dark. Upon reading this, Yunshi raised an eyebrow. She too had joined the officials and was equally uninformed about these developments. AAA laundry detergent, everyone, please remain calm, I have not finished yet. AAA laundry detergent, in fact, I consider myself fortunate. I made a special contribution that led to my invitation to the formal department. AAA laundry detergent, I know there are many brothers and sisters in the group who have also been invited, but they have not yet been assigned. It is entirely normal for them to be unaware of some internal news. AAA laundry detergent, you can inquire with the group administrators to verify that I am not fabricating anything. Yunshi pondered deeply. It was highly likely that AAA laundry detergent had entered a significant department, such as the exceptionally renowned Special Operations Bureau, Special Investigation Bureau, or Special Enforcement Bureau from her previous life. Meanwhile, many others, including Yunshi herself, remained merely basic entry-level members. To this day, she had only been receiving a simple salary and had the privilege of conducting offline transactions. The officials had invited numerous martial artists and sorcerers, and those who wished to genuinely join the formal department for extensive training would naturally undergo a selection process. In due course, their salaries would no longer be in flower coins but would instead be in more valuable copper and silver coins, along with various additional benefits, though they would also need to sign corresponding contracts. Yunshi had long since resolved that she would not join the formal department nor would she sign a contract. Firstly, she did not lack for money. Secondly, she bore a special task, the implications of which could very well lead to unforeseen complications. Chapter 034, Chaos. Even the slightest mishap holds the potential to trigger a myriad of chain reactions. If she were to inadvertently breach the contract, the consequences are too dire to elaborate. Contemplating this, Chen Naner promptly sent out a message. Chen Naner, I have addressed everyone's various inquiries in the announcement. Feel free to peruse it when you have a moment. Group chat announcement, message 1. Players may recharge a maximum of 648 copper coins daily. Message 2, the main storyline quests for formal players are of utmost importance. Message 3. Do not venture outside the novice village alone to hunt monsters. Message 4, this game entails a risk of death. According to official statistics, over 10,000 individuals have mysteriously vanished in Silent City, with the greatest likelihood of demise occurring during the login process to the Shenyun continent. Players are advised to prepare mentally for each login. Even remaining in the novice village does not guarantee complete safety. Special reminder, it is impossible to log off during combat. The first 3 messages remained unchanged from before, yet the 4th message had transformed the phrase thousands into tens of thousands, omitting the warning about logging off when in danger and adding a line of special reminder. Prior to the second round of internal testing, Yunshi had intended to inform Chen Naner about this pertinent information. However, upon heading to Qinglan town, where the wilderness posed significant dangers and her nerves were frayed, she momentarily forgot. Fortunately, the officials seemed to have promptly recognized this issue and released the information. Beyond the first 4 messages, 3 additional entries emerged, directly related to the exposure of AAA laundry detergent, including clarifications concerning it. Message 5. Certain martial arts from Blue Star are acknowledged by the system as martial techniques, though they are not yet suitable for public disclosure. players interested in cultivating Blue Star martial arts may privately message the group administrator to receive detailed content free of charge. Message 6. We sincerely invite all formal sorcerers and martial artists to join the official ranks, with the following benefits and obligations. Basic benefits: monthly salary ranging from 10,000 to 30,000, comprehensive insurance coverage, a daily recharge limit of 648 yuan during the game's operation, and eligibility for offline marketplace transactions. Basic obligations: should unforeseen circumstances arise in the future, we ask for your utmost cooperation in safeguarding our homeland. Note, there are no contractual bindings, and players will not be compelled to undertake perilous missions. Rewards will be distributed based on contribution levels. Message 7. The relevant official departments have yet to publicly disclose the selection of members. We kindly ask all players who have joined the official ranks to remain patient. We will announce any updates as soon as they become available. Message 5 elucidated the information concerning Blue Star martial arts. The public recruitment detailed in Message 6 mirrored the conditions presented to Yunqi when she received her invitation. Such internal group recruitment is unlikely to significantly disrupt societal stability. Although this joining does not equate to a formal entry into crucial official departments, it undoubtedly provides reassurance to the populace. It assures players that even after resigning from their jobs, they can sustain a reasonable standard of living, thereby allowing them to concentrate their energies on cultivation. Furthermore, it may serve to diminish crime rates. After all, financial stability alleviates many concerns. The official recruitment imposes no other conditions, plainly stating that anyone possessing unique powers merely needs to complete a simple identity registration and receive a verification code to secure a substantial monthly salary, with insurance provided by the authorities. To some extent, this could mitigate the likelihood of unscrupulous individuals engaging in criminal activities after obtaining extraordinary powers. Society is undergoing subtle yet profound transformations. This phenomenon is not exclusive to our country. Nearly all nations are experiencing similar shifts. While our country maintains a facade of tranquility, beneath the surface, turmoil is brewing in certain regions. A plethora of chaotic information inundates the internet, rendering it nearly impossible for ordinary individuals to discern the truth from the falsehoods. International media networks have been overwhelmed by a deluge of information regarding the Shenyun continent. During the second round of internal testing, many individuals received incomplete information, and some were misled, inadvertently clicking on the visitor login option. After logging off, they vented their frustrations vocally. Those with a modicum of integrity would remind others online to register an account, while the more callous continued to guide individuals toward the visitor login, espousing a philosophy of if I suffer, others must too. Numerous individuals have also taken to showcasing their in-game acquisitions, food, weapons, potions, as proof, seizing the opportunity to form various small factions and alliances. Many merchants have recognized a lucrative opportunity, using online displays to manufacture replicas of items from the Shenyun continent. In our country, there have been similar temptations, although these have been swiftly curtailed by stringent crackdowns. Relevant businesses received explicit warnings from the our country authorities that selling counterfeit game items constitutes a criminal offense subject to legal repercussions. As 20 days passed, an array of information began to ferment and circulate. Gradually, even though the whole country officials continued to suppress news, the growing number of informed individuals rendered the concealment increasingly untenable. Yunqi remained undisturbed by outside influences. Within 5 days, she mastered the identification technique, and in the remaining 15 days, she learned the fireball spell, all with remarkable ease. Basic identification technique LV1. Consumes 10 to 100 spiritual energy, capable of identifying the basic attributes of all living and non-living entities. The success rate of the identification technique is determined by the practitioner's mental attributes and consumed spiritual energy. Basic fireball spell LV1. Consumes 10 to 100 points of spiritual energy, capable of conjuring a small fireball that can inflict a maximum of 52 to 142 mental skill level consumed spiritual energy, points of fire-type magical damage, dealing double damage to aberrations. The basic identification technique is straightforward. It can only ascertain basic attributes without restriction on the target, provided she expends sufficient spiritual energy and possesses the requisite mental attributes. Should she attempt to identify someone with superior mental attributes, the outcome is unequivocal. Failure. The formula for the fireball spell mirrors that of the waterball spell, with the distinction that it inflicts double damage against aberrations. Additionally, the spiritual fire conjured by the fireball spell possesses a guarding effect during the night, capable of dispelling low-level aberrations in the wilderness, which is one of the crucial reasons for Yunqi's choice to learn it. Once she masters the fireball spell and prepares some spiritual wood, she can craft a guardian spirit flame pile, significantly enhancing her survival rate in the wilderness at night. As the official public testing approaches, it is also time to assess the learning outcomes of the second batch of internal testers. The formal players descending upon the novice village have generally fared similarly, and those who complete the second main storyline quest within a month will receive a low-level resurrection talisman as a reward. A new wave of boasting has commenced across various group chats, including Yunqi's family chat. Yunhu, how's everyone's learning progressing? Has anyone completed the main storyline quest? As the head of the family, he naturally expresses the greatest concern for the well-being of others. Yunhai. Dad, my mental aptitude surpasses my physical constitution, so I have chosen the path of a sorcerer. I have yet to master the spells taught by the master in the novice village. Yunhai seems to have anticipated his failure. Chapter 035, Public Beta Test. Cloudly, Grandpa, I have mastered martial arts, and I have received my rewards. My martial arts master also mentioned that my mental attributes have met the standards for learning magic. However, the novice village I landed in is rather small, and there are no sorcerers here. After speaking, Cloudly shared a photograph of a low-level resurrection scroll in the group chat. Cloud who? Little Lee, you have done remarkably well. Cloud who praised him. Shortly thereafter, the response from Cloud Chi's aunt, Cloud Mai, arrived. In just a few words, one could easily discern her displeasure. Cloud Mai. Haven't mastered martial arts yet. Willow you, Dad, I also haven't learned it, but a distant cousin of mine has. She intends to sell the resurrection scroll. What do you think? Cloud who? Oh, let's hear her conditions. Willow you, she is asking for 5,000 gold coins, claiming she wishes to buy a house and settle down in the Godfall continent. Upon reading this message, Cloud Chi was somewhat taken aback. It was surprising that someone would be willing to sell a resurrection scroll, especially for the purpose of purchasing a house. Cloud who, what kind of house costs 5,000 gold coins? Moreover, 5,000 gold coins equate to 50 million copper coins. Even if our Cloud family is affluent, we cannot amass such a sum of copper coins, as the majority is held by the officials. Cloud High. Could you possibly negotiate with your cousin? Perhaps she could lower the price. Our family can only afford a maximum of 5,000 silver coins. Is she unaware of the value of gold coins? Even if she wishes to exchange for 5,000 silver coins in the black market of the Godfall continent, it would require at least 600,000 copper coins. Currently, the exchange rate of copper coins to floral coins is as high as 120, making it quite difficult to acquire copper coins. To gather 5,000 silver coins, we would need to expend at least 72 million, and likely even more floral coins to establish connections. It is truly a significant amount. Cloud Chi was nearly astounded. Her thrifty father was being rather blunt, reducing 5,000 gold coins to a mere 5,000 silver coins, a staggering 100-fold difference. Yet, it must be said that, upon hearing his explanation, there was indeed a sense of being moved. It was no surprise that he was a person well versed in the business world. It appeared that her frugal father had not been focusing on his training but rather pondering the currency system of the Godfall continent. Willow you, I suppose we can't negotiate too much. After all, resurrection scrolls are exceedingly precious, and many who acquire them are reluctant to part with them. My cousin is no pushover. She has already reached level 4. It is said that she has found a formidable sorcerer as her master, and with her strong innate talent, she managed to complete her tasks in a short time, unafraid of facing death before reaching level 10, which is why she is willing to sell it. Willow Yu. Initially, she intended to sell it to the officials, but considering our familial ties, she contemplated selling it to us instead. Cloud Lee, Aunt, is your relative serious? Even if she cannot utilize it herself, would she not keep it for her own family? Willow Yu. It is because she is particularly eager to purchase a house in the Godfall continent. It may also pertain to her apprenticeship fee, but I am not entirely certain of the specifics. Willow Yu's remarks clarified the situation for everyone. Cloud She speculated that this was most likely a condition for her apprenticeship. However, the house was not intended as a gift for the master, rather, it was a requirement for her to settle in the town where her master resided. In doing so, nurturing this apprentice would not be a waste of time, as it would provide an additional ally in the future. Cloud Who, if she truly refuses to lower the price, then so be it. Our family does not need that resurrection scroll desperately, as both Little Lee and she have succeeded, haven't they? Cloud Who, and what of Lin Lin? Why has she not responded? Is she still occupied? As if summoned, Lin Lin appeared. Cloud Lin Lin, Grandpa, I was just practicing martial arts and have successfully completed the second task. Cloud Who. That is wonderful, splendid indeed. Our Cloud family's younger generation is quite impressive. That is sufficient. Cloud Who, Xiao Hai, Xiao Mai, you, do not be disheartened, I am here with you. I have yet to complete the learning of magic as well, so let us encourage one another moving forward. Cloud She found it unexpected that, by the end of the conversation, Cloud Who had not requested the younger generation to surrender their acquired resurrection scrolls. After all, given Cloud Who's age, he faced the greatest peril upon entering the Godfall continent. It seemed she had underestimated him. Previously, regarding the second main quest, Cloud She and her friends had tacitly avoided inquiring about each other's progress. To ask would only evoke sorrow if one had failed to complete the task, while success would render the resurrection scroll irrelevant to them. Thus, the best choice was to refrain from asking altogether. The following day at noon, as the game officially commenced its public beta test, an announcement appeared on the login screen of the Godfall continent. This game will officially commence its public beta test today at 12 p.m., with no restrictions on the number of logins or login times. Players are encouraged to enjoy their adventures to the fullest. The release of this announcement completely dispelled the officials' previous intentions. The game would no longer impose registration time limits, which indicated that eventually, everyone would log into the Godfall continent. In order to prevent further casualties, even if releasing related information at this juncture might incite societal unrest, the officials could no longer conceal the truth. 1 hour after the public beta launch, once it was confirmed that the registration time limit was indeed lifted, an official representative finally stepped forward to issue a formal public announcement. Ladies and gentlemen, friends. Recently, there have been various reports concerning the Godfall continent. Here, I shall provide a clear response. First, I can confirm the authenticity of the Godfall continent. It is indeed real. Second, regarding logging into the Godfall continent, choosing to register an account will grant you the status of an adventurer, while opting for a visitor login will not provide any form of identification. Absolutely do not choose the visitor login. Third, the Godfall continent is exceedingly perilous. Formal players with adventurer status are advised to refrain from leaving their starting novice village or town until they reach level 10. If you inadvertently select the visitor login, it is best to avoid logging in altogether. Your life is paramount. Fourth, to date, there have been thousands of reported disappearances in the Floral Kingdom, and this number continues to rise. Please cherish your lives and exercise caution in deciding whether to log into the Godfall continent. The release of this announcement caused a tremendous uproar throughout the Floral Kingdom. Is this for real? I always thought the Godfall continent game was merely a promotional gimmick. I secretly browsed foreign websites and initially believed they had all gone mad. It turns out, only we were left in the dark, right? Wait, I think I may have discovered a bug in information number 3. The officials advise us to refrain from leaving the village or town until we reach level 10. But the issue is, if we don't venture out to hunt monsters, we want to be able to level up. Doesn't that seem unreasonable? You can seek an apprenticeship, your master can help you level up, or you can join a group for action. I joined the village patrol team, and it feels quite good. My master provides free instruction, though the contract is rather troublesome. Chapter 036, The Debate of the Contract in the Fallen God Continent is excessively stringent. I was born in a small town, possessing a commendable aptitude for sorcery. To my astonishment, in order to join the local sorcerer faction, I was immediately made to sign a contract of servitude. I was infuriated but managed to suppress my anger. After all, I lacked the funds to purchase a scroll of magical patterns. Upstairs, you are quite fortunate. At least you have a means to acquire the scrolls. I was born in a desolate little village, devoid of any sorcerers. Even if I possessed sorceress talent, it would be of no avail. For heaven's sake, let us not stray too far off topic. What we are most concerned about now is why the official announcement has come so late. For those of us who have yet to register an account, isn't it true that we will be left behind when we finally log in? Fear not. The Fallen God Continent is not a traditional game, it is a genuine world. To gain power, one must exert effort and learn, rather than merely clicking a mouse to acquire skills. From what I know, during the first 2 closed beta tests, hardly anyone managed to reach LV10. In fact, I believe the officials are considering our well-being. Had they revealed from the outset that the Fallen God Continent is with the gradual dissemination of information, at least everyone has had time to mentally prepare. This time lag provides the officials ample opportunity to gather information to share with us, thus averting a situation where most players opt for guest logins. According to your reasoning, those of us who logged in as guests during the closed beta have become the unfortunate ones, Haven Tiwi. It seems we are the only ones unlucky. There is little we can do, that is simply the nature of this world. At least you are still alive, and it is not as though the officials forced you to choose guest login. It was your own decision. Had the officials informed us sooner that guest logins were not permitted, it could have been avoided, right? Let us not place all the blame on the officials, shall we? If they had announced so early that the Fallen God Continent was a real world, society would have descended into chaos long ago. Everyone should consider the situation from different perspectives. To those logging in as guests, do not be anxious. If you are worried about encountering danger, simply refrain from logging in. Alternatively, we could wait to observe how events unfold. We can add each other as friends offline and agree on a meeting place when we finally log into the Fallen God Continent. The official players know the location of the novice village and can guide you there. There will always be a way to ensure the novice village accepts you. The advantage of the official announcement is that it allows for unrestrained discussions online. Players who inadvertently clicked on guest login have been voicing their grievances, and there are kind souls offering suggestions. Not only are there generous individuals online, but the officials had also devised a plan for accommodating guest players. Their approach closely resembles that of the online enthusiasts, locating these guest players and escorting them to the novice village. However, Yunshi was acutely aware that this proposal was utterly fanciful. The Fallen God Continent is overwhelmingly vast, to an unimaginable extent. Until now, she had encountered only 3 or 4 players in Qinglan Town. Even in her past life, after traversing numerous regions, she had encountered only a few hundred players. The officials' attempts to locate these guest logins would be little more than a stroke of luck, if not utterly futile. Do not speak so lightly. As a guest player during the first closed beta, I log in for an hour or 2 each day, yet I do not see a single soul. That is the least of our concerns. Do you know what our main quest is? For every day we survive, we earn a single copper coin. It feels like a mere pittance for beggars. Is that true? Guest logins are indeed abysmal. Only those who have tried know how perilous the wilderness truly is. I dare only to log in during the daylight hours in the Fallen God Continent, and at the slightest hint of danger, I must log off quickly. Otherwise, I would have no inkling of how I met my demise. My friend has gone missing, likely due to the guest login situation. Under the officials' tacit approval, news related to the Fallen God Continent was spreading rapidly. Within a matter of hours, the entire nation of Huagua was informed about the Fallen God Continent. Previously, most individuals had only heard whispers, but the authenticity of such claims remained uncertain, as they could not register accounts to experience it firsthand and thus hesitated to believe. Now that the game has entered open beta and the registration time is no longer restricted, the curious have paused their studies and work, eagerly opening their phones to register accounts and seek a taste of the experience. Of course, most individuals are still quite wary of their lives. The official warning that their fallen god continent is extremely dangerous has not gone unnoticed, prompting many to log in only briefly before quickly logging off to gather more information before embarking on a thorough exploration. In a short span, some individuals even considered quitting their jobs altogether, yet fortunately, the majority retained a semblance of rationality. The officials were diligently monitoring the flow of information online, promptly issuing several announcements regarding people's schedules for logging into the fallen god continent. They advised everyone to avoid disrupting their real-world work, as a standstill in Huagua society would not benefit anyone. This was particularly true for those in crucial positions, such as power plants and water companies. The officials had already dispatched personnel to oversee these operations, ensuring that no one logged into the game during work hours, thereby preserving the normal lives of the populace. Naturally, to ensure the smooth functioning of essential personnel, the officials also promised compensation. Not only were there Huobi coins, but also a small amount of copper coins. After all, following the game's open beta, the system no longer permitted players to top up their accounts. Almost everyone was aware that the value of copper coins had significantly changed. The copper coins worth in the fallen god continent had skyrocketed, soaring from a previous rate of 120 to 1:200, even reaching 1:300. Upon learning this news, the officials felt a twinge of regret. Had they known, they would have revealed the truth of the fallen god continent sooner. Yet, regrettably, the world offers no remedy for hindsight, and the officials are not privy to every detail. Even if Yunxi were reborn and aware of this information, she could not expose it prematurely. Firstly, she could not explain the source of her knowledge. Secondly, the enemies from the treasure quest still lurked in the shadows. Should they employ special means of detection and realize that Yunxi had previously divulged relevant information, they could deduce her status as a reborn individual possessing the rebirth stone. At that point, Yunxi would undoubtedly be walking towards her demise, faced with enemies capable of annihilating the divine lineage. The black mist stone earrings she had previously acquired would be nothing more than a farcical joke, utterly incapable of thwarting their scrutiny. Chapter 037, Comrades. Even with the soul guardian provided by the system, Yunxi could not guarantee her safety with absolute certainty. Therefore, since her rebirth, she had resolutely decided to keep the fact of her rebirth a closely guarded secret from everyone, including the various pieces of information she had acquired prematurely due to her reincarnation, which she vowed to bury deep within her. Otherwise, it was highly likely that the seemingly trivial detail could lead to her exposure and ultimately, to dire consequences. Having received official compensation in the form of copper coins, the employees in key positions had no reason to resign any longer. If they wished to engage in the game, it was imperative to possess copper coins. Although the authorities could not provide them with excessive compensation, it was certainly better than having nothing at all. In light of the inability to recharge for the game, a new wave of fervent discussion erupted within the official player community. Dear friends, are there any methods to earn money? The 648 copper coins I used to recharge daily have vanished. Heaven knows I am saving up for equipment. Equipment is quite affordable. Even the novice set for warlocks costs less than 2,000 copper coins, right? We are not the same. In my region, the prices of equipment are generally exorbitant, likely due to scarcity of resources. In that case, I suggest you join the official ranks. There are offline stores selling equipment at very reasonable prices. I wish to join, but I have yet to successfully change my class. The current issue is that I only want to earn money to buy equipment. I need some assurance when venturing out to fight monsters and level up. Don't overthink it. Focus on successfully changing your class first, otherwise, how can you confront monsters with nothing but sheer will? Everyone can take on jobs to earn money. I joined the village's night watch team, which pays 10 copper coins daily, along with free teachings from a master and a series of training subsidies. However, this comes at the cost of signing a 10-year contract. A 10-year contract, truly akin to a bond of servitude. A 10-year contract is quite lenient. I am required to sign for 20 years, which is utterly ridiculous. The upside is that I can take leave and am not obliged to remain in the village at all times. Policies differ across villages. I am not required to sign a bond of servitude. I can freely join the village patrol or night watch teams, but there are no training benefits. The master only teaches us basic martial skills, and any notion of patient guidance is out of the question. Their pay is minimal, merely 2 copper coins a day, just enough to keep us from starving. Heavens, if it weren't for the ability to log off for meals, life would be unbearable. Is there anyone worse off than us tourists? A daily allowance of 1 copper coin, who understands our plight? 1. Players born in towns are fortunate. I recommend seeking an ordinary job. Many local stores occasionally hire, with a basic salary of at least 20 copper coins daily, and the contract terms are not as lengthy, usually just 1 year. Ordinary jobs are indeed beneficial and lucrative, but the problem is, how does that differ from our lives on Blue Star? The employer certainly won't take the responsibility of teaching you martial skills or magic. You could save up to buy martial skills or magic. Known spell scrolls cost at least 1,000 gold coins. Earning 20 copper coins daily means we would need to work, well, for 500,000 days, which translates to 1,369 years. One could purchase martial skills, or directly practice the martial skills from Blue Star, which are free. Then I might as well practice martial skills directly on Blue Star. Why would I need to toil in the Godfall continent for those 20 copper coins? Why seek out hardship? The best option for town players is to join the patrol team, which offers high daily wages and the meticulous instruction of martial masters. Indeed, everyone knows the patrol team in towns provides the best benefits, but the contract is exceedingly strict, and the mortality rate is quite high. Following the official launch of the Godfall continent, many began to genuinely contemplate the paths they wished to pursue. Now that the game no longer restricted login times, the previous concerns about the patrol team in towns being unable to take leave without cause, and the fear of breaching contracts, had dissipated. In this context, if one genuinely desired to thrive in the Godfall continent, joining the town patrol team was undoubtedly the wisest choice. Even for newcomers, the daily wages would be no less than 80 to 100 copper coins, along with guidance from true masters of strength. Take the Shuyu Plains where Yunshi resided, for instance. Those who contributed to the Chiyu kingdom could even be awarded titles. Once bestowed with a title, one would be irrevocably separated from the ordinary populace. Of course, these considerations were primarily on the minds of seasoned players from the internal testing phase. New players, unable to recharge, faced not merely an uphill battle in the Godfall continent, but were also troubled by how to earn copper coins. At that moment, Ji Yushun sent a message to Yunshi. Yunshi, are you in need of copper coins? I acquired some earlier and can share with you. Yunshi. This fellow must also be a reincarnator. Right, could it be that his golden finger indeed allows for infinite recharging? Has he poured all the assets he previously sold into it? No, my copper coins are sufficient for now. Yunshi was not overly concerned with Ji Yushun's rebirth. After all, no amount of copper coins he possessed could surpass her own. What intrigued Yunshi was the nature of their relationship in this timeline before his rebirth. Why was he so kind to her, the cancelled Fianqi? Yunshi had always believed in reciprocating kindness and avenging grievances. Ji Yushun's concern for her did not seem disingenuous. He had previously reminded her to register an account and now inquired if she had enough copper coins. Naturally, Yunshi kept this in mind, and if the opportunity arose in the future, she would certainly repay his kindness. In her original timeline, she and Ji Yushun shared a comrade-in-arms bond. Ji Yushun was a principled individual who cared for his friends. His only flaw was that he occasionally misjudged character. In her past life, when Ji Yushun was betrayed and gravely injured, Yunshi encountered him. That was on the most perilous night in the wilderness, where Ji Yushun was awaiting his demise. Yunshi had initially wished to mind her own business, but the despair reflected in Ji Yushun's eyes compelled her to halt her steps. It reminded her of her own past, for she too had endured betrayal. Not long after she had become a warlock, she had teamed up with an ally for a standard quest, only to inadvertently trigger a special mission along the way. Driven by greed for the special mission's rewards, her companion had betrayed her, leaving her ensnared in a circle of ominous creatures. Although Yunshi had been somewhat wary, at that time she was far too weak to effectively deal with her temporary ally's treachery. She could only fight back desperately, carving a bloody path, ultimately collapsing just a kilometer outside the town. Had it not been for the timely discovery by the patrol team, she would have surely perished that day. Afterward, Yunqi took great pleasure in exacting her revenge. The emotion in Ji Yuxian's eyes had moved her, prompting her to assist him. In his moment of despair, being saved by Yunqi, he almost wept with gratitude once his wounds were healed. Chapter 038. Unchanging at that time, he possessed nothing. In order to repay Yunqi, he took the initiative to propose a contract of servitude with her. Yunqi did not agree, for she had not saved him for such reasons. Later, Ji Yuxian encountered his own fortuitous event, transforming into a formidable being, and subsequently aided Yunqi in completing quests, leveling up together. Gradually, the two became trustworthy friends and comrades in arms. Yet, it remained uncertain whether her experiences in this timeline mirrored those of the reborn Ji Yuxian. Yunqi, I am aware that what I am about to say may seem utterly preposterous, but you must trust me. Initially, Yunqi harbored doubts regarding whether Ji Yuxian had truly been reborn. However, upon reading the message he sent, her suspicions were decisively laid to rest. Ji Yuxian had divulged some critical information concerning the potential invasion of the Blue Star by Games. In their previous communications, Ji Yuxian had shared various precautions he had discovered within the game, cautioning her to prioritize her safety, yet those were mere standard advisories. Now, his succinct words compelled her to reconsider. Ji Yuxian had brazenly risked suspicion to share such pertinent information with her. Yunqi, even on the Blue Star, you must remain vigilant. The Xinyun continent is far from simple. I have long suspected that the system would not merely allow us to pass through, it is highly likely that soon, they will come over as well. The dangers posed by the bizarre creatures of the Xinyun continent are self-evident, particularly the treacherous miasma found there. As Yunqi perused this lengthy string of messages, she found herself at a loss for how to respond. Yunqi, we must seize the present moment while the Blue Star remains relatively stable and focus on our cultivation. Before Yunqi could fully process his words, another notification chimed from the Xinyun Systems Friend interface. System balance credited. 10,000 silver coins, please check your account. In astonishment, Yunqi opened the details, discovering that the transfer had come from none other than Ji Yuxian. Could it be that this version of Ji Yuxian had also been saved by her? This sum of 10,000 silver coins was substantial. She suspected that had he not feared alarming her, he would have transferred an even greater amount. Ji Yuxian, why are you being so generous to me? We were merely ordinary contractual spouses, and I even annulled our marriage when you were in distress. Yunqi chose to inquire directly. Because I wish for your safety. Although we are no longer betrothed, we can still be friends, cannot we? Indeed, but I cannot accept your money. I believe in the principle of not taking without giving. Just as Yunqi was about to return the favor, she fell into silence upon reading his next message. Yunqi, since I have given you this, it signifies that I possess even more. Our primary objective now is to grow stronger. This currency is of little consequence, barely enough to purchase a spell pattern scroll, but it can buy some scholarly tomes to help you swiftly comprehend the Xinyun continent. For instance, insights into the characteristics of its bizarre creatures, the history of local towns, and various profession introductions will save you from many detours. Yunqi, do not burden yourself with guilt. It is not only you, but I have also sent some currency to a few other friends. A bittersweet feeling enveloped Yunqi. She sensed that Ji Yuxian was genuinely striving to guide her, even laying a foundation for her journey, ensuring she would not wander blindly across the Xinyun continent. Were she not a reborn individual, Ji Yuxian's assistance would undoubtedly be a precious boon in times of need. As for his final statement, Yunqi did not take it at face value. Even if Ji Yuxian had other friends to whom he might have sent some currency, it could not possibly amount to such a significant sum. As a reborn individual, Ji Yuxian was not a fool. He could not be unaware of the value of this currency. Only someone who truly mattered to him would receive such heartfelt generosity. Thank you, Ji Yuxian. Yunqi no longer hesitated. She accepted Ji Yuxian's sincere goodwill. Before her eyes, the image of the vulnerable Ji Yuxian from her past life, on the verge of tears when she saved him, resurfaced. The Ji Yuxian of this life inexplicably overlapped with the Ji Yuxian of her previous life. In that moment, Yunxi understood that no matter how time and space shifted, that person would always remain the same. The same could be said for Yu Jinxiang and Tu Jiajiao. They would not change simply because of the differences in timelines. Although she accepted Ji Yuxian's monetary gift, Yunxi did not take it for granted. After logging into the Xinyun continent, she consciously began to consider how she might benefit Ji Yuxian. Without needing to procure rare items, she could at least gather some knowledge-based books that would be useful to him. Regrettably, the location where Ji Yuxian logged in was the Wild Plains, precisely where Yunxi had previously been. This implied that in this life, their login locations in the Xinyun continent were separated by an unknown distance. Were it not for the possibility of meeting offline on the Blue Star, they might find it exceedingly difficult to cross paths in this lifetime. The same applied to Yu Jinxiang and Tu Jiajiao. Perhaps due to their early login, their locations were ones Yunxi had never even heard of. While this outcome was within Yunxi's expectations, a tinge of disappointment lingered nonetheless. Aside from her 3 friends, Yunxi also learned the login locations of others within her family group. Unsurprisingly, everyone was scattered, each in a different region. Among them, Yunhu, Yunhai, Yunli, and Yunlinlin had all landed in a village, while Yunmai and Liu Yui had descended into a town. Yunhu. Xiaomai, Yui, since only you 2 have logged into the town, you should join the local patrol team. Yunmai, Dad, do you know what joining the patrol team entails? Yunhu. I understand, but if you wish to grow stronger, this is the only way. You might even become local nobility, and perhaps we could benefit from your status. Yunmai. Dad, the city I am in is quite large, and the conditions for joining their patrol team are exceedingly strict. They require us to sign a contract for 100 years. They want to bind me for a lifetime. Moreover, we cannot take leave at will, with a minimum of 10 hours of work each day. The work of the patrol team entails risking our lives in the wilderness. Do you really think I can handle that? At my age, goodness, I might not even survive to see the end of that century, and I could even lose my soul power for violating the contract. I might end up reincarnated in a pigsty. Yunmai vehemently opposed the idea of becoming a member of the patrol team. Xiaomai, do not think that way. Consider the benefits you could gain. The monthly salary is at least 10 silver coins, not to mention various other perks. If you train diligently, you will surely become strong, and your lifespan will increase. We, who have landed in the small village, are quite envious of you. Even if you work 10 hours a day, you can still log off during your breaks and come back. Chapter 039. Invitation. Cloud. My Dad, please stop. I need to think it over myself. In the midst of a series of discussions between Yunhu and Yunmai, Liu Yui remained conspicuously silent, most likely conferring with Yunhai in private. Yunxi also refrained from participating in the group chat. During the initial days of the public beta, her daily routine was exceedingly regular. She logged on punctually, practiced her skills at home in Qinglan Town, returned to Blue Star for meals, and adhered to a fixed schedule for practicing her light manipulation technique. As of today, it has been over a month since she mastered this technique, and the cumulative shield health on her person has exceeded 10,000. In comparison to her current total health of 190 points, this shield equates to an additional 52 lives. In addition to her established daily regimen, the staff at the official bookstore in Qinglan Town would send her messages each day, informing her of newly released books. Yunxi welcomed all offerings. She purchased any useful recipes or medicinal formulas without hesitation. Her plan was to master the remaining spells and then venture out during the day to hunt monsters and level up, utilizing her spare time to practice various secondary professions. She aimed to refine her culinary skills before the impending invasion of the Xinyun continent, avoiding the necessity of spending exorbitant sums on the overpriced, mediocre, and pollution-free food from that realm. She also intended to pursue the alchemist profession, as possessing the skill to concoct potions had always been a dream of hers in her past life. Knowledge had been exceedingly costly, and in her previous existence, Yunxi lacked the means to pursue it. Although she now possessed infinite currency to procure infinite potions, the alchemist profession remained a vital skill for her livelihood. As long as she could acquire the knowledge, she would never face a loss. Following her mastery of identification and fireball, Yunxi had 5 remaining elementary spells to learn. Counterattack, healing, immobilization, purification, and wish. She had already reviewed the spell patterns for these 5 spells in advance. Among them, wish proved to be the most intricate, with a complexity nearly tenfold that of light manipulation. This meant that, with her previous mental attributes, it would take her at least 10 months to master wish. Even with a slight enhancement in her mental attributes since then, the time frame would not significantly shorten. She would still require several months to learn it, hence, Yunxi placed wish at the end of her learning list. In contrast, the difficulty of learning counterattack was comparable to that of light manipulation. The remaining 3 spells, healing, immobilization, and purification, were significantly simpler. Yunxi planned to master these 3 spells within a month. However, on the 9th day of the public beta, just as she was determined to focus on learning healing, although the visitor was exceedingly polite, tapping rhythmically, being interrupted in her studies left Yunxi somewhat displeased. To avoid further disturbances, she paused her studies and descended to open the door. Upon lifting her gaze, she beheld a middle-aged man of refined appearance standing outside, dressed in an elegant black attire. He bore a courteous smile. The man first inclined his head in a respectful greeting before stating, "Esteemed Miss, greetings. I am the butler of the Tur family." "Hello, what brings you here?" Yunxi inquired with a hint of confusion, as she was unfamiliar with the Tur family. Noticing her genuine bewilderment, the middle-aged man's expression momentarily stiffened. "Esteemed Miss, the Tur family resides right next to you," he indicated towards a grand house not far to her right. Though both were mansions on Phylan Street, the Tur family residence was at least 10 times the size of Yunxi's modest abode. "My apologies, I've been rather occupied lately and am not well acquainted with my neighbors," Yunxi replied, not wishing to appear dismissive, considering he had taken the time to visit her personally. "Is there something you wish to discuss?" "Indeed, our Tur family is hosting a gathering tomorrow, which will include a small internal auction. I wonder if you might be interested in attending." As he spoke, the middle-aged man extended an invitation letter to Yunxi. "Should you choose to attend, you are welcome to join us at 7 p.m. tomorrow evening." While Yunxi had little interest in noble gatherings, the prospect of a small auction intrigued her. However, she realized that participating in such an event might lead to complications if she were to make extravagant purchases. Sensing her apprehension, the middle-aged man added, "If the auction does not pique your interest, you may still attend the gathering to meet new acquaintances. It could prove to be a worthwhile endeavor, would it not?" Yunxi understood his intentions. He merely wished for her to make an appearance, as it seemed the residents of Phylan Street had been curious about her for some time. Should she decline this invitation, it might leave them with the impression that she was timid and fearful. "Very well, I shall attend punctually," she affirmed, accepting the invitation letter. The middle-aged man once again donned a courteous smile, bowed, and took his leave. Regarding her participation in the gathering on Phylan Street, Yunxi felt little trepidation, setting aside the fact that she had acquired the black mist stone earrings, rendering her impervious to various lower-tier investigative measures. The security patrols in Qinglan town were not to be trifled with. Few dared to commit crimes openly in the town, for the consequences would extend beyond mere social disgrace. Having invested a considerable sum of 10,000 gold coins in her luxurious residence on Phylan Street, she had been attracted by the security assurances outlined in the purchase contract. The Qinglan town officials had promised to do their utmost to safeguard her within Phylan Street. Even if local ruffians plotted against her, they would have to first reckon with the officials' commitment to do their utmost to protect her. The phrase "do their utmost to protect" implied a concerted effort to ensure her safety without any negligence within their capabilities. Naturally, this assurance extended beyond her. The other residents of Phylan Street, as well as those in several other affluent neighborhoods, were similarly guaranteed such protections in their purchase contracts. With the system serving as a supervisor, even the wealthiest Qinglan town officials could not afford the consequences of repeated breaches of contract. A few violations could lead to astronomical compensations owed to the buyers, sufficient to bankrupt Qinglan town. The neighbors were likely merely curious about her. If this invitation did not yield results, there might be another opportunity in the future. Thus, she resolved to appease their curiosity, hoping they would refrain from further interruptions thereafter. Returning to her studies, Yunxi resumed sketching the spell patterns for healing. The interruption had necessitated additional time to complete her learning. The following afternoon, after numerous attempts, Yunxi finally mastered the healing spell. Elementary Healing Spell LV1. Costs 10 to 100 points of spiritual energy, can condense a healing light sphere, and can restore a maximum of 52 to 142 mental attribute skill level consumed spiritual energy points of health to the target. Chapter 040. Origins. The art of healing is classified as a light-based magic, its formula for healing potency mirroring that of the water and fireball spells, expressed as spirit skill level energy consumption. In her previous life, Yunxi studied similar magical arts, suggesting a universal nature to the formulas governing various spells. There exists no assertion of one spell being inherently superior or inferior. Rather, the potency of a spell is dictated by one spirit attribute, skill level, and energy expenditure. A stronger spirit attribute leads to a higher energy cap, resulting in increased attack damage, enhanced monster slaying efficiency, accelerated leveling, and the acquisition of greater spirit attributes and skill points. All of these elements are interlinked, forming a virtuous cycle. Presently, Yunxi's spirit attribute stands at 42 points, with an energy cap of 4210, which is still woefully insufficient. Upon reaching level 11 and ascending to the rank of intermediate sorceress, her energy cap will undergo a dramatic transformation, expanding to 10 times that of her current capacity, yielding at least several thousand energy points. Only then will she possess a modicum of strength to traverse the wilderness independently, albeit only in areas with minimal corruption from malevolent energies. After a brief tidying up, Yunxi set forth with her invitation in hand towards her neighbor's residence. She was adorned in a novice sorceress outfit purchased from the official vendors of Huigua, its origin unknown, yet its design markedly distinct from the sorceress attire of Qinglan Town. The fabric, woven from spirit silkworm threads, was smooth and pristine, enveloping Yunxi from head to toe. Others were unable to discern the provenance of her garments, nor could they deduce her level based solely on her attire. In such gatherings, employing identification spells on others is considered exceedingly impolite. Should one inadvertently identify someone with a higher spirit attribute, the individual in question would undoubtedly take notice, transforming mere rudeness into an affront to the powerful. Upon presenting her invitation, Yunxi was graciously welcomed inside. It must be noted that, despite Qinglan Town being merely a small settlement, its prominent families were of considerable repute, reflecting on the book titled 8,000 Years of History in Qinglan Town that she had perused at the bookstore. Yunxi had initially lacked a clear understanding. However, witnessing the scale of the town's prominent families firsthand, she suddenly recognized the depth of Qinglan Town's heritage. Additionally, the esteemed alchemist from the Empowering Accessories shop, a formidable presence of at least level 20, was inexplicably ensnared here, suggesting that Qinglan Town harbored significant secrets. As she pondered, a lady of high standing approached her, clad in an elegant gown. Her features were refined and beautiful, though the fine lines at the corners of her eyes hinted at her maturity. "Esteemed Miss, greetings. I am Delina Tor, the head of the Tor family." "Lady Tor, it is a pleasure. I am Yunxi," she replied with a polite smile. "Miss Yunxi, I understand you have recently moved to Qinglan Town. Are you finding it to your liking?" Delina inquired with a warm smile in her eyes. "Quite well, thank you." As the two engaged in pleasantries, numerous onlookers discreetly scrutinized Yunxi. This reclusive neighbor had piqued their curiosity. The residence at 26 Filan Street was a property many desired but deemed too small to warrant purchase. Naturally, Yunxi's bold acquisition sparked intrigue regarding her background. Based on past experiences, a newcomer of her stature in the noble district of Qinglan Town was typically a noble from a larger city fallen on hard times or faced with circumstances compelling them to relocate. In their minds, anyone capable of producing a sum of 10,000 gold coins was unequivocally of noble lineage or descended from nobility. In this era, only the strong could amass wealth, and the strong invariably possessed the means to acquire noble titles, regardless of the nation in question. Though Yunxi appeared youthful and her energy fluctuations were not particularly formidable, no one dared to underestimate her. The local nobility of Qinglan Town might feel secure within their domain, but if they were to unwittingly offend a powerful noble from outside their circle, especially one of high-level sorcery, they would find themselves in perilous straits. Even if Yunxi were a fallen noble with all her elders deceased, they would still hesitate to provoke her, for no one could ascertain whether she had inherited powerful artifacts from her esteemed ancestors. Not to mention, a single high-level rune could easily obliterate these intermediate practitioners. Meanwhile, Delina endeavored to extract information from Yunxi, seeking to uncover her true origins, yet, Yunxi remained composed and unyielding. Whenever Delina broached the subject of her background, Yunxi would respond with a smile and silence. After several exchanges, Delina grasped Yunxi's intent. She was unwilling to divulge any pertinent information, while Delina felt a tinge of regret at not being able to ally with a noble from a larger city. She remained unduly disappointed. It was evident to her that Yunxi possessed an extraordinary demeanor, her eyes brimming with self-assurance, leaving no doubt that her identity was anything but ordinary. "Miss Yunxi, I trust you." Yunxi shook her head, candidly responding, "I have been studying several spell patterns recently, and I find no sense of boredom at all." Yunxi was unperturbed by the potential exposure of her magical knowledge. Rather, she viewed it as a means of instilling or exceptional knowledge of spells often signified an extraordinary heritage. Moreover, given the indigenous peoples of the Xinyun continent's limited grasp of sorcery, revealing such wealth posed little risk of theft. Just as individuals would incinerate spell pattern scrolls upon acquiring them, the knowledge embedded in one's mind was impervious to theft. This held true for the magical knowledge passed down through her family as well. Indeed, upon hearing her words, Delina's expression shifted noticeably. She could infer multiple implications from Yunxi's statement. Firstly, Yunxi possessed a wealth of spell patterns, and was actively engaged in acquiring new knowledge. Secondly, the family backing Yunxi boasted profound depth and resources. "I have come to Qinglan Town to seek a new locale for my training," Yunxi added. To her surprise, a cold sweat broke out on Delina's forehead. "You are not, perchance, here for that matter, are you?" she whispered, a hint of trepidation in her eyes. "What matter?" Yunxi, taken aback by her reaction, refrained from fabricating a lie to deceive her, as it would serve no purpose for her. After all, she had no desire to become embroiled in overly dangerous undertakings. In her past life, she had been willing to risk everything for quests due to a lack of training resources, but this time was different. With ample crystalline resources at her disposal, Yunxi merely needed to methodically enhance her foundational strength. Of course, if truly rare quest rewards that money could not procure were to arise, she would not shy away from them either. Though Yunxi responded thus, Delina remained somewhat apprehensive, seemingly unconvinced by Yunxi's words, interpreting her reticence as a facade of ignorance. Chapter 041, The Incident. Nothing. After a few moments, Delina composed herself. Seemingly embarrassed by her recent lapse, she offered Yunxi a faint smile of apology. Just then, someone nearby called out to her. "Miss Yunxi, pardon my interruption." Delina gracefully concluded her conversation with Yunxi. Yunxi nodded, refraining from probing further. Once Delina departed, others gradually approached Yunxi for conversation. She welcomed them all. Not only were they eager to extract information from her, but Yunxi also seized the opportunity to gain further insight into the situation in Qinglan Town. Tales of the town's simple folk, the modest tax rate of merely 20%, and the recommendations for notable shops came flowing in. With her newfound status as a faux noble enriched by wealth, Yunxi was effortlessly embraced by the others. Of course, there were a few individuals with ulterior motives, cleverly disguised, who subtly inquired about her remaining inheritance and whether she had plans to venture out of town to hunt monsters. However, their intentions were transparent to Yunxi. They were merely fishing for information to determine if she had any resources left to exploit, scheming to either deceive or rob her. Such as the rather handsome young man before her. "Miss Yunxi, might I have the honor of teaming up with you? We could set out together to tackle some quests. My skills are quite commendable. I have already mastered spells such as Fireball and Rocket, so I assure you, I won't be a hindrance." The smile that had graced Yunxi's lips faded, and she offered no response, merely shaking her head. At that moment, another fool emerged beside her. "Miss Yunxi, pay him no mind. Look at me, I am merely 25 years old and already a level 10 sorcerer. In about a year, I will break through to the intermediate level. My plan is to move to a large city once I attain that breakthrough. If you find yourself longing for home, I would be happy to accompany you." He failed to perceive the ill intentions of the previous handsome young man and naively regarded him as a rival, thus embarking on a courtship-style self-introduction with Yunxi. The chill in Yunxi's eyes dissipated in an instant, leaving her both amused and exasperated. The handsome young man, pushed to the back, regarded the figure blocking his path with disbelief. Could this fellow truly be so dim-witted, seeking to court a forlorn noble woman? He ought to consider whether she would even take an interest in him. Wait, how had he become so sidetracked? Yunxi chose to turn away, dismissing the two, one with a scheming mind and the other blissfully simple. Fortunately, they were perceptive enough to recognize her disinterest and refrained from further pestering her. Yunxi casually picked up a glass of clear beverage, not drinking it but meandering through the gathering, gleaning useful tidbits of information from her neighbors. To her surprise, she stumbled upon news regarding an empowering accessory shop. Look at the jewelry I just purchased. Isn't it stunning? It was crafted from white crystal. No way, you really splurged on jewelry made from white crystal. I saw this design at the empowering accessory shop. It seems to be a special offer for a non-attribute item. Indeed, it's the only discounted item. I managed to snag it. Quite impressive, isn't it? If memory serves, that white crystal accessory costs 1 piece of white crystal. I truly cannot fathom why these accessories are so exorbitantly priced. Moreover, the higher tier items require green crystal for purchase. Why not just go steal some? You're right, it's far too costly. If my son hadn't brought me back a few pieces of white crystal last month, I wouldn't have been able to afford it either. Speaking of white crystal, I recall my daughter bringing back a few pieces of green crystal years ago. It was related to that incident. That incident? Yes, the task associated with that incident. To be fair, the nobility is quite willing to invest heavily. My daughter only met the criteria to participate once and received a green crystal as a reward. I wonder if there will be another opportunity. Don't dwell on it. Your daughter was fortunate to return. Who knows how many lives were lost there? Besides, that incident has become old news, hasn't it? It happened several years ago. No, you don't understand. I have insider information. I heard that the matter is set to commence again. What, are there new developments recently? Upon hearing this, Yunxi pondered. Could that incident mentioned by these individuals be the reason for Delina's earlier lapse? We are rather isolated here, so you may not be aware. A few days ago, I traveled to the capital, and it seems Qinglan Town has been designated a key observation area, likely because that incident is being revived. Key observation area. Yunxi furrowed her brow slightly. From her studies in Basic Introduction to the Shuyu Plains, she learned that in the Duchy of Yuqi, if a town is experiencing or is about to experience a significant incident, it is classified as a key observation area to prevent people from venturing blindly into danger. Judging by their discussion, that incident had indeed occurred years prior. I heard that preparations are underway to outline relevant tasks. I wonder if we will be affected. Surely not, that place is quite distant from us in Qinglan Town, and even if there are repercussions, they won't reach us here. Enough chatter. Tasks of that caliber are beyond our reach. There are rumors that the Grand Duke will send his children to carry out the tasks personally. Who knows if that's true? At this juncture, Yunxi realized that this was indeed a matter of great significance. It is worth noting that the Grand Duke of the Duchy is the highest authority in the nation, and his children are akin to princes and princesses. If individuals of such stature were to undertake tasks. Undoubtedly, this event is extraordinary, possibly involving legendary treasures or knowledge passed down through history. Only tasks of such magnitude would warrant the Grand Duke's children risking their lives. The group seemed eager to continue their discussion, but Delina took the stage to announce the commencement of the auction. Attendants filed in, ushering the guests into the side hall in an orderly manner, seating them accordingly. The side hall was not particularly large, roughly the size of an ordinary classroom, comfortably accommodating dozens of guests. Yunxi settled into a central position on the right, quietly awaiting the start of this small auction. Dear esteemed guests, we warmly welcome your presence. I shall now provide a brief introduction to the items up for bid. One-time high-level detection rune. Half-moon stone detection ring. Highland jade necklace. Chapter 042. Freedom. Unlike the public auction, the internal small auction held by the Tor family featured an auctioneer who provided a simple introduction to the items up for bid. Yunxi was astonished to discover that a significant portion of these items were classified as exploration artifacts. Notably, there was a high-grade exploration rune, which, despite being a one-time use item, commanded a starting price of at least white crystal stones, rendering gold coins insufficient for purchase. The abundance of exploration items inevitably conjured thoughts of that matter as discussed by several affluent ladies. The location of that matter was situated some distance from Qinglan town, hence, acquiring precise information or related resources would necessitate exploration-related assets. It was highly probable that this auction was contemporary in nature, having curated items pertinent to this subject. As Yunxi surveyed the venue, she unexpectedly recognized a familiar figure seated at the very front of the auction hall, the esteemed alchemist from the empowering accessories shop. He remained cloaked in a robe that obscured his visage, yet his striking silver hair was unforgettable. In Qinglan town, many bore white hair, but none possessed the lustrous sheen of his. As a high-ranking alchemist, his senses were remarkably acute. It seemed he sensed Yunxi's gaze and turned his head sharply in her direction. To her astonishment, the alchemist executed an unexpected maneuver, rising and taking a seat beside her in the vacant spot. The neighboring attendees were taken aback, for this alchemist had resided in Qinglan town for several years, inhabiting one of the finest homes on Yulon Street, yet he was known for his aloofness and had rarely engaged with others. This auction marked only the third occasion in which they had seen him in a public setting, an occurrence that transpired less than once a year. It was indeed surprising that the distressed noblewoman had garnered his attention. Could it be that they were acquainted prior to this? Yunxi, too, was taken aback by his sudden proximity. She had only perceived their relationship as that of buyer and seller, not one intimate enough to warrant sitting together in a public venue. Did he seek her out for a specific purpose? Sensing her confusion, the alchemist spoke directly. May I request an advance on a few months of the installment payments? Yunxi was momentarily stunned. Our contract is already in effect. It may not be appropriate to request an advance. I could waive the fractional amount, reducing the monthly payment from 120 green crystal stones to 100. How does that sound? As he spoke, a rune in his hand ignited quietly. This was a high-grade shielding rune, designed to prevent eavesdroppers from overhearing their conversation. After all, dealings involving substantial sums of green crystal stones could easily attract unwanted attention. A reduction of 20 green crystal stones each month, would that mean a total reduction of 20 green crystal stones for the entirety of the 300 months? Yunxi inquired immediately. That would be excessive. I meant only for the few months I am requesting an advance on. The alchemist's tone remained unperturbed. How many months do you wish to advance? 20 months, Yunxi frowned. Or perhaps 18 months. The alchemist probed gently, gauging Yunxi's financial capacity. Yunxi remained silent. Then let us settle on 12 months, I genuinely require funds at this juncture. 10 months at most, I still need to procure other materials with the remaining funds. Yunxi cautiously established her limit. It was not that she was unwilling to offer more, but based on her understanding of the Yuchi Principality's basic welfare for nobles, a fallen noblewoman like herself could hardly carry substantial cash, and 2,000 green crystal stones would suffice. 10 months of payment, with a reduction of 20 green crystal stones each month, would total 1,000 green crystal stones, quite reasonable. Very well, let it be 10 months then. The alchemist did not attempt to exploit Yunxi further. Although the offer was somewhat lacking, he acquiesced, just as they were about to finalize the contract and arrange for the repayment of the 10 months' worth of funds. Yunxi suddenly interjected, Esteemed alchemist, since I am willing to advance this payment, might you grant me a small request in return? Oh. What request do you have? I wish to learn about the significant event transpiring in Qinglan town. It is likely that this matter is also connected to your current financial predicament, is it not? Initially, Yunxi had no desire to involve herself in such affairs, but upon overhearing several wealthy ladies discussing the participation of the principality's young nobles, she realized that the resources related to this matter could no longer be simply purchased. Such an opportunity would be impossible to let slip away unseized. Capturing it could become one of her future assets. Even in failure, she could afford to endure rebirth at worst, sacrificing some mental attributes, which was a price she could bear. In essence, she was willing to exchange mental attributes for valuable items, but if the task were to entail other hazardous and ungrateful undertakings, it would not be worth it. Are you certain you wish to know? To be informed signifies your acceptance of the task. Before you respond, I must inform you of a crucial detail. The reason I have been trapped in Qinglan Town for so many years is due to my prior involvement in this task, which cost me my freedom. Note, it was my freedom. Thanks to Yunqi's candor, the alchemist provided her with a warning. Whether she could discern the significance of his words rested on her intelligence. Upon hearing the term freedom, Yunqi immediately recalled the statue of the goddess of freedom at the entrance of Qinglan Town. This revelation left her utterly astounded. The alchemist's hint was exceedingly clear. That matter was indeed connected to the goddess of freedom and held considerable significance. The goddess of freedom had been mentioned in their basic introduction to the Shuyu Plains, where it was noted that she arrived on the plains 2,000 years ago to offer protection to the populace, only to vanish mysteriously 500 years ago. According to the historical records of the Shuyu Plains, the goddess of freedom had resided there for an impressive 1,500 years, making her the deity with the longest presence in the region, during which she aided numerous villages in dispelling malevolent forces and was revered by many. Even after her departure 500 years ago, she remained the highest object of worship in numerous areas. When Yunqi first encountered information about the goddess of freedom, she believed she would remain distant from her, considering they were on the fallen deity's continent. Yet, according to the alchemist's implication, could it be that the goddess of freedom still lived? The alchemist had participated in that matter years prior, resulting in his loss of freedom. As she pondered, Yunqi remained steadfast in her belief. Aside from the goddess of freedom, who else could possibly constrain the freedom of a powerful alchemist? By the way, my master perished due to this very reason. He lost his life freedom, therefore, you may want to carefully contemplate whether you wish to learn of this matter. The alchemist's subsequent statement further solidified Yunqi's suspicions. His master was of legendary status, the strongest being beneath the deities. Such an existence had also lost their freedom. It was indeed intricately linked to the goddess of freedom. Chapter 043, The Insider. Do you recall the intermediate task I mentioned to you earlier? To be frank, I require this sum of money precisely to issue subordinate tasks to others once that matter commences. I still wish to know about it. Having made her choice, Yunqi showed no hesitation. Very well, I can divulge the fundamental information that triggers the task at no cost. However, I also possess some insider information related to this task. Would you be interested in purchasing it? I assure you that this insider information is 100% authentic and immensely beneficial for your task. If you harbor any doubts, we can formalize a purchase contract. If I am to partake in this task, wouldn't that make us competitors? Why would you still be willing to sell me insider information? Yunqi inquired, puzzled. No, my intention is not to complete the task myself, but rather to ensure that someone does. As long as someone accomplishes the task, I shall attain my freedom. Yunqi comprehended. The alchemist was not preoccupied with the task's rewards but was primarily concerned with his liberation. This information isn't exorbitantly priced, merely 500 green crystals. I guarantee the value of this information will far exceed its cost. What do you say? Would you like to purchase it? How about 200 green crystals? I just took out a loan and truly have no funds left. Yunqi naturally sought to negotiate. As for whether the information would indeed be worth the price, the purchase contract would reveal the answer. Agreed, 200 green crystals it is. To demonstrate my sincerity, let me first share with you the most crucial piece of information. The Statue of Liberty has fallen into corruption. Upon hearing this, Yunqi was at a loss as to how to react. The fall of a deity into corruption. What could that possibly signify? No need for elaboration. Level 40 and above corrupted beings. As the auction formally commenced, the alchemist sat beside Yunqi and unabashedly began to disclose a series of insider revelations. It is known that the Statue of Liberty has coupled with the time required for her ascension to divinity, her true age is at least 3,000 years. Level 41 to 50 demigods have a lifespan of only 2,000 years, thus she can be eliminated from this power range. Level 51 to 60 primary deities possess a lifespan of 5,000 years. The Statue of Liberty could potentially fall within this category. In the worst-case scenario, the Statue of Liberty is a level 61 to 70 intermediate deity, or even of a higher rank. Yunshi. The money she spent was certainly not in vain. Aside from discerning the approximate rank of the Statue of Liberty, the alchemist had also detailed the classification of levels above 40. Terms like demigod, primary deity, and intermediate deity, implying that there exist higher deities and even greater ranks. While the Statue of Liberty wields considerable power, I believe that the task should not require us to confront her directly, correct? Indeed, the task does not necessitate a direct encounter with the Statue of Liberty. In this region, the ancestral deities of the three great principalities once established a restrictive formation. Any corrupted beings exceeding level 40 will be immediately expelled. Her true form is not present here. However, the danger will not diminish significantly. At most, it will prevent you from dying instantly. Correspondingly, the task rewards are quite substantial, being a legacy established by the Statue of Liberty while she still retained a sliver of consciousness prior to her corruption. Originally, upon her corruption, the Statue of Liberty would not concern her. However, the issue lies in the fact that she has left behind an item here. At this juncture, the alchemist paused momentarily, and soon after, a system notification resonated in Yunshi's ear. Special task. The wish of the Statue of Liberty, corrupted, task details, please proceed to the legacy point of the Statue of Liberty, deity, coordinates, 542, 649, and retrieve the Heart of Freedom to deliver to the Statue of Liberty, corrupted. Task duration, no time limit. Task hint, there are 63 days remaining until the next legacy point opens. Task completion reward, Legacy of the Statue of Liberty, deity, or Legacy of the Statue of Liberty, corrupted. Task failure penalty, dependent on real-world circumstances. Upon receiving this task notification, Yunshi was most astonished to discover that it was indeed a task issued after the Statue of Liberty's corruption. Considering the alchemist's mention of her past life, could it be that her understanding aligned with this implication? Deities fall and subsequently become corrupted. Your task should have been activated, correct? The subsequent matters, I presume, require no further elaboration. I undertook a task previously, and upon failure, I lost my freedom. That was the punishment inflicted upon me by the Statue of Liberty, corrupted. Moreover, this punishment is permanent. As long as my strength does not surpass that of the Statue of Liberty, corrupted, I shall never regain my freedom unless someone fulfills her wish. Then, after your failure, can you still participate in this task? Yes, the task has no time constraints. Although I have lost my freedom, the legacy point of the Statue of Liberty is not far from here, remaining within the realm of my capabilities. Is there more insider information? Well, aside from us two, there will likely be many other chosen ones arriving, so you might want to prepare in advance. By the way, there's another piece of information. The legacy of the Statue of Liberty is exclusively available for practitioners under the age of 100. You haven't exceeded that age, have you? Yunshi shook her head. That's good to hear. There are still 2 months until the next legacy point opens, so prepare adequately. Resources for exploration are essential. Do you require me to forge an exploration equipment for you? Is it expensive? Not at all. Friendship price, top-tier equipment, around 100 green crystals. Indeed, it was not excessive. Under normal circumstances, high-tier equipment would fetch several hundred green crystals. Although she desired it greatly, she had already spent too much money recently, and acquiring more would be unreasonable. May I reserve it? My living expenses will be credited next month. Yunshi deliberately stated this, feigning that she had someone backing her. Certainly, after all, forging does require some time. May I be so bold as to inquire which city you hail from? Did you come to Qinglan Town by chance? Yunshi was oblivious to the task of the Statue of Liberty. Corrupted, could it truly be that she was merely a noble lady visiting for training? The alchemist regarded her with inquisitiveness. He had not learned identification techniques nor employed exploration equipment to casually probe others' preferences, so during their last meeting, even before Yunshi donned the black mist stone earrings, he was unaware that she was merely an adventurer. I am not from the Shuyu plane. Even if I told you, it would mean nothing to you. Venturing afar for training is a tradition in my family. Yunshi spoke no lie, she indeed hailed from afar, and the Yun family currently logged in daily to train in various regions of the Forlan deity continent. How could one not deem this a tradition? Chapter 044 Arrangements. The conversation between the two came to a close, and the auction was drawing to a conclusion. Most of the items up for bid were either rudimentary or commonplace exploration equipment. In the words of the alchemist, these were of little assistance for the task at hand. At the very least, one would require advanced gear. Although there were suspicions of merchandise being sold, Yunshi shared the same sentiment as him. If there were superior alternatives, why would she settle for the ordinary? After all, she was no longer in want of money. With 2 months remaining until the official commencement of the task concerning the Statue of Liberty, the illusion, she needed to reach level 11 at the very least. As she pondered, the auction officially concluded. This interaction had significantly strengthened her relationship with the alchemist, and before parting ways, he finally divulged his name to her. Despite having written their true names under the system's binding witness when they signed the contract, Yunshi had been unable to recognize it due to the language barrier. After adding him as a friend, he remained anonymous, leaving her unaware of his name until now. His willingness to share his name was, to some extent, a sign of his acceptance of her proximity. Yunan her surprise, he bore the surname Yu, which was the same as that of the Duchy of Yuki. Could he possibly be a child of the Duke? No, that couldn't be. If that were the case, he wouldn't be lacking in funds. While the wealth of a duchy could not be solely concentrated in the hands of the Duke, the basic benefits of being a Duke would typically prevent their offspring from being in financial straits. Don't overthink it. I am not a native of the Shuyu Plains, he remarked, prompting Yunshi to nod in understanding. She had no intention of probing further. Regardless of Yunan Fei's identity, it held no relevance for her. I shall take my leave now. I will return to forge the exploration equipment for you, so do not forget to prepare the funds. No problem, I will ensure the transfer is made on time next month. After bidding farewell to him, Yunshi exchanged pleasantries with Di Linner, the host of the banquet, before returning home. Upon reaching her study on the 2nd floor, she sat down and took out paper and pen to begin her planning. At present, she had mastered 6 spells: Satsumile Water Sphere, Water Arrow, Light Shield, Identification, Fireball, and a Healing. Among the spells she had previously intended to learn, 4 remained: Satsumile Binding, Purification, Counterattack, and Wishing. With the impending special task in Qinglan Town, Yunshi had to prioritize her combat prowess. Of the remaining 4 spells, Binding and Counterattack were imperative for her to learn, while Purification and Wishing could be postponed. The exclusion of Wishing was due to its lengthy learning period. Even if she dedicated her entire 2 months to it, she might not master it in time. As for Purification, there was no immediate rush. As long as she learned it before the complete invasion of Blue Star, she would be fine. Even without it, she could procure uncontaminated food from Qinglan Town, thus avoiding the unpleasantness of consuming coarse wheat cakes and the like. In addition to mastering Binding and Counterattack, she also needed to elevate her level to become a mid-tier sorceress. Having decided to participate in this special task, she aimed to perform at her utmost. She could not possibly compete with a host of elites while still wielding the power of a low-level sorcerer. After drafting a simple plan, Yunshi proceeded with her usual offline routine of dining, bathing, and preparing for bed. In comparison to the Godfall continent, Blue Star was presently much safer. If her memory served her correctly, there had been no incidents during the first 3 months following the commencement of the public test. It was only in the 4th month that the invasion from the Godfall continent began to unfold. While she couldn't recall the exact timing, it would take at least another year before Blue Star faced a complete invasion. When that time came, a seismic shift would occur, food would become inedible, and everyone would have no choice but to log in and venture to the Godfall continent to earn copper coins for sustenance. No matter how much time passed, Yunshi would never forget the nauseating taste of the food paste upon her first encounter. After freshening up, she lay on her soft bed and habitually opened her phone to check messages. This had become a routine since her rebirth, ensuring she did not miss any significant news. With the official public test underway, the plan to assist tourist loggers was gradually being implemented, yet it was evident that there had been little substantial progress. Crying pitifully, "We, the refugees, are beyond saving. In the wilderness, no one will know if we perish. The most beautiful, do you really have to log in? Just stay in Blue Star quietly. Yao yao. I envy you formal players. Unlike us, born in the wild, even with high mental attributes, we lack the means to learn spells. The most beautiful, yao yao, how about I buy you a spell pattern scroll? You could study offline." Crying pitifully, "Don't listen to his bluster, yao yao. A friend of mine joined the official side and didn't he see any spell pattern scrolls in the official shop? Upon inquiry, each scroll costs at least 1,000 gold coins, which is 10 million copper coins. The most beautiful, har har, I can take out a loan. Yao yao. You amazing, I'll await your good news. The most beautiful." Crying pitifully, yao yao, calling him grandpa would have a better effect. The most beautiful. You internet folks are something else, ganging up on me, yao yao, I was going to help you. Yao yao, what's wrong with calling you grandpa? It's a term of respect. Fine Winecraft. Can we please stay on topic? The pressing issue is how to protect the rights of us refugees. Flower Valley Fairy, yes, can the officials do something to help us? Please give us a clear answer. It is disheartening to see others flaunting their newfound spells while we, the refugees, seem unworthy. The refugee community, while not extensive, comprised about 1/20th of the total population. However, one must not forget that the total population of the Flower Kingdom was in the billions, meaning the number of refugees was at least several million. Most of them were early testers and avid gamers, and their voices could not be ignored by the officials. In response, aside from the online rescue method, the officials finally proposed a second solution. Recently, we have gathered numerous relevant opinions regarding tourist loggers, leading to the following decision: if tourist loggers wish to shed their refugee status, we can provide offline learning opportunities. While martial skills will be free, due to the special nature of spellcasting, contracts can be signed with the officials to choose a mentor for learning. Verified tourists have confirmed the feasibility of this method. Upon successful class transition, they will automatically become formal players, acquiring the status of adventurers. Yunshi had encountered this announcement in her previous life. She had intended to sign a contract with the officials to learn spells. However, the queue was simply too long. Jing City was one of the most populous cities, with a refugee population of around 1 million. Chapter 045, information: the official special department cannot devote all its efforts to resettling the displaced, as the authorities in the tranquil city can accommodate a maximum of 1,000 individuals each day. Consequently, she has yet to receive her turn, while martial skills are openly available at no cost. Regrettably, Yunshi's physical attributes do not meet the requirements, given that Blue Star poses little danger and she rarely logs in. Coupled with her subsequent focus on her studies, she has been overlooked. It was not until Blue Star was completely invaded by the Godfall continent that Yunshi realized that Blue Star was not immutable. Everyone, including herself, was compelled to log into the Godfall continent to secure a chance at survival. After enduring a prolonged diet of coarse wheat cakes and gourd fruits, her fortunes changed upon encountering her master, thus embarking on her journey as a sorceress. Once this announcement was made, it became evident to all that the authorities had exerted their utmost efforts. The scrolls of magical patterns are prohibitively expensive, and even if the government were to invest heavily in acquiring a few, due to the patent contract, they cannot be freely disseminated. The only feasible method is to accept disciples, allowing those who have already mastered the magic to personally instruct others. However, it is impractical to include everyone in this initiative, thus, they can only filter a select group of individuals with high spiritual attributes through a trading contract for meticulous guidance. Martial skills, being openly available and free, also provide a semblance of accountability to the populace. Meanwhile, the authorities have urged the entire nation to learn these publicly available martial skills. Even if one intends to pursue the path of a sorcerer, it is wise to first acquire martial skills in the absence of magical knowledge, for preparation is always prudent. As time has progressed, nearly everyone has focused the majority of their attention on the Godfall continent, eagerly venturing forth to explore its mysteries. Yet, there exists a faction of individuals unwilling to take risks, believing it to be irrelevant to them, as Blue Star remains safe. As long as they abstain from logging in, they feel insulated from danger. Practicing martial skills is exhausting, and even if one were to master them, transformation into a superhuman remains unattainable. Just like the soldiers, boxers, and mercenaries of the era before the emergence of the Godfall continent, even if they transitioned to martial artists, they would be no different from their former selves, lacking any extraordinary qualities. Moreover, not everyone can endure such hardship. Yunqi, in her previous life, never anticipated the arrival of the Godfall continent on Blue Star, hence she did not prioritize her training in martial skills. With an initial physique of only 6 points, it was not due to a lack of willpower, but rather the high-intensity training regimen provided by the authorities. Her physical constitution simply could not keep up with even half of the progress. Most individuals shared a similar plight, truly possessing the will yet lacking the strength. In a society where everyone could potentially possess superpowers, a peculiar stability emerged. During the initial 2 internal tests, only a small fraction of individuals acquired superpowers, which might have fostered a sense of superiority among them. Those of poor character might have contemplated misdeeds, yet now, with everyone capable of logging into the Godfall continent, the likelihood of crime has diminished. One cannot ascertain whether their next target is a formidable sorcerer, ready to unleash a spell that could cost them their very lives. With the officials' reassurance, the displaced individuals found a glimmer of hope. Aspiring to shed their status as refugees, the authorities have provided specific methods. Those who wish to advance must diligently learn martial skills, while those who seek to ensure their safety need only refrain from logging in. Nevertheless, despite this, countless lives are still lost daily due to various unforeseen incidents. Not only refugees but also formal players face the peril of death. At this juncture, the utility of resurrection tokens becomes apparent. The rewards distributed by the system are not forcibly banned, allowing resurrection tokens to be utilized by others. Consequently, various related trading posts began to emerge. Resources pertaining to the Godfall continent commenced circulation among the populace, with copper coins emerging as the new significant currency. Items as precious as resurrection tokens necessitate the signing of a purchase contract, wherein both buyers and sellers share the cost of the contract scroll, each contributing 50 copper coins, thereby ensuring the authenticity of the goods. However, resurrection tokens circulating in the market remain exceedingly scarce. The majority of individuals reserve them for personal or familial use, only in rare circumstances, such as the urgent need to acquire other valuable resources from the Godfall continent, would one be willing to part with a resurrection token for sale. Simultaneously, many individuals recognized the associated business opportunities, capitalizing on the disparity in login locations for Blue Star citizens to engage in trade, buying low and selling high. The authorities have effectively profited from this method, openly publicizing its efficacy. For instance, if A procures goods at his login location for merely 60 copper coins, upon transporting these goods back to Blue Star and selling them to B at B's login location, the price could escalate to 100 copper coins. The profit margin of 40 copper coins, wherein A and B cooperate, allows both to reap a gain of 20 copper coins each, ensuring a risk-free and guaranteed profit. A and B need not worry about unequal distribution, as they simply need to sign a cooperation contract. It is precisely due to this loophole that numerous formidable individuals emerged from Blue Star, accumulated wealth allowing them to withstand the complete invasion of the Godfall continent, which does not discriminate based on whether one is in a beginner zone. The randomly appearing monsters vary in level, attacking indiscriminately, devoid of any humanity. Yunqi routinely browsed the news online and subsequently organized the key information that could be disclosed at the current stage, forwarding it to Chen Naner. This time, the relevant information she shared primarily concerned secondary professions. Since the commencement of the first internal test, over 2 months have elapsed, making it reasonable to possess such knowledge. Yunqi specifically highlighted the secondary professions of chef and alchemist, noting that the recipes and formulas from Blue Star are indeed feasible. She has already mastered all publicly available formulas, but the Flower Kingdom undoubtedly retains some precious recipes that have not been disclosed, inaccessible to ordinary individuals, which the authorities can research themselves. Although it is true that once the Godfall continent completely invades, all of Blue Star will be tainted, rendering even secret formulas potentially unproducible, there is a possibility that the authorities may discover purification techniques. When that time comes, these secrets may not be forsaken. In truth, even if she remained silent, the authorities would eventually uncover the existence of secondary professions with the passage of time, though that would not occur for several months. Yunxi's mention of it at this juncture was intended to encourage the authorities to cultivate talent in this area ahead of time. While she does not intend to join the core departments of the authorities, she nonetheless considers the Flower Kingdom her homeland. Providing this information to the best of her ability is her duty. Alongside this, she transmitted all other conceivable informational contributions to Chen Naner. Chapter 046, the assistant. During this period, her correspondence with Chen Naner remained unbroken. The latter had repeatedly requested her assistance in procuring various supplies in Qinglan town, to which Yunqi acquiesced, earning a considerable commission in return. Upon receiving a message from Yunqi this time, it immediately captured Chen Naner's attention. Yunqi, are you suggesting that our recipes and medicinal formulas from Blue Star can also be acknowledged by the system? Indeed, Yunqi replied. For instance, a simple noodle dish, when infused with spiritual energy during its preparation, could potentially transform into a culinary creation with extraordinary effects. However, the nature of these special effects is contingent upon the chef's level. Initially, one cannot expect significant positive outcomes. There may even be adverse side effects. Much like medicinal recipes, culinary creations are subject to the principles of harmony and conflict among various ingredients. Certain ingredients, when combined, may yield beneficial effects, whereas others could result in toxicity. Recently, Yunqi had occasionally taken to cooking for herself. The dishes she prepared following online recipes mostly lacked negative repercussions, yet if she carelessly combined incompatible ingredients, she risked producing dishes with side effects. For instance, prolonged consumption could lead to a deterioration of physical attributes or mental fatigue. Conversely, many dishes with positive effects generally required long-term consumption to enhance physical attributes. Among the culinary knowledge she acquired in the Xinyun continent, Yunqi possessed a comprehensive cookbook on the preparation of white mushrooms, consisting of 36 volumes, each detailing a unique method of cooking these mushrooms. While each preparation method yielded different effects, they shared a common trait: none-induced side effects. The simplest dish, boiled white mushrooms, increased satiety and, with long-term consumption, could slightly enhance physical attributes. In contrast, a more complex dish, fried white mushrooms, also boosted satiety and offered a minor increase in physical attributes, but it additionally conferred a slight resistance to fire when consumed over an extended period. Yunqi found herself perplexed by the underlying principles, attributing the variations to the mutations that occurred when spiritual energy was incorporated into the dishes. However, white mushrooms are merely a common low-level ingredient. The references to slight enhancements in physical attributes and fire resistance are nearly negligible. It would likely take a decade of continuous consumption of white mushrooms to yield any meaningful improvement. This is one of the staple ingredients in Qinglan town, Naner. The focus should not solely be on recipes, but rather on medicinal formulas. Many of our Blue Star's formulas exhibit varying effects, and I suggest you consider their development. Yunqi, I appreciate your suggestion. I will relay it to the higher-ups. However, are you truly unwilling to join the Special Operations Bureau? Since the public beta began, Chen Naner had extended multiple invitations to Yunqi, all of which were met with refusal. Not at this time. I have undertaken a special mission, and joining the internal core of the official organization may inadvertently jeopardize you all. Yunqi spoke the truth. Entering into a contract with the official entity would establish a formal causal relationship. Should unforeseen circumstances arise in the future, it could lead to dire consequences, as a formidable enemy could potentially obliterate the entirety of Blue Star with a mere flick of the wrist. Understood, please take care, Yunxi. Recognizing the gravity in Yunxi's tone, Shen Niner discerned that this was no mere pretext. Yunxi, if you require any assistance from us, do not hesitate to ask. Although you have not joined the core department, you remain a member of our Huogua official organization, and that will not change. Following the communication from above, Shen Niner made a promise. After all, the knowledge and information Yunxi had provided were unparalleled contributions that could not be overlooked or taken for granted. Thank you, Niner. In response to the information regarding the secondary profession provided by Yunxi, the relevant departments promptly initiated experimentation. Their actions were swift. Within a day, they released a public announcement. Latest news from the Xinyun continent, official sorcerers may transition into various secondary professions. Among them, the alchemist and chef professions, as well as Blue Star's medicinal formulas and recipes, are now recognized by the system. Should any official sorcerers previously work as chefs or pharmacists, they are encouraged to contact local official departments to join the core sectors for specialized training. Benefits include basic salary 10,000-50,000 per month, 10 to 100 silver coins, and 5 types of insurance plus housing fund. For details on advanced benefits, please reach out to local official departments. Basic obligations: sign a relevant contract with the official entity. For contract details, please contact local official departments. The official response was prompt. Upon learning of the new information, they immediately extended recruitment invitations. It was not that no one within the official organization wished to transition into a chef or alchemist. Rather, each individual's skill points were limited. To cultivate a true expert in a secondary profession, one would inevitably have to forfeit skills related to their primary profession. Take the chef profession as an example. Each time an individual levels up, they gain only a single skill point, while the unique skills of a sorcerer can only be enhanced through skill allocation. Although the chef's unique skills can be practiced and upgraded independently, there exists a distinction between system-enhanced skills and self-taught progression. System allocation can elevate the individual's professional aptitude, impacting their future development significantly. Most critically, mastering culinary arts through self-practice is an exceedingly slow endeavor. However, recruiting those who have already become official sorcerers and possess prior culinary experience presents a different scenario. Their initial culinary skills may very well be at levels 2 or 3, with some signature dishes reaching high levels of proficiency, thereby granting them an advantage over others from the outset. The benefits offered by the officials were also quite generous, with monthly salaries ranging from 10 to 100 silver coins. Yunxi speculated that this was likely correlated to their culinary skill levels. Should a particular chef possess an initial skill level of 10, they would earn a monthly salary of 100 silver coins. This is comparable to the remuneration of the captain of the Qinglan Town Patrol, making it an appealing offer that few would decline. Moreover, this salary would undoubtedly increase as one's culinary skills improved. Even the lowest tier of 10 silver coins is substantial, akin to the wages of ordinary patrol members in Qinglan Town. The contracts governing the patrol members are notoriously stringent, but it can be assumed that the agreements from Huogua's officials would be considerably less oppressive, ensuring that personal freedoms are not arbitrarily restricted, and the consequences for contract violations would not be excessively harsh. The disparities between the two are starkly apparent. For many, the comfort of their homeland is far more reassuring than the uncertainties posed by various factions in the Xinyun continent. Chapter 047. Mark. Thus far, the Flower Kingdom has not relinquished any of its citizens. Even when it comes to the visitors who have abandoned their own interests, the Flower Kingdom has diligently provided relevant solutions, never neglecting their difficult circumstances. In light of the official recruitment announcement, many were astonished. Is this for real? Can I apply too? My wife just praised my culinary skills. Sure, but the prerequisite is that you must be a certified sorcerer. Only sorcerers can manipulate spiritual energy to create dishes with special effects. Well, that's out of the question. I was momentarily dazzled, thinking that good cooking might offer a glimmer of hope. Alas, my mental attribute is merely 2 points. Sigh. Seriously, your mental attribute is exceedingly low. Even the little girl in my kindergarten has 3 points. She'll surely have at least 7 when she grows up. Shut up, stop bragging. Don't be disheartened with your 2-point mental attribute. There's still a chance. After leveling up, you can allocate points. For now, the most crucial thing is to enhance your strength. I'm a university student, a certified sorcerer, studying clinical medicine. I wonder if I meet the recruitment criteria. Clinical medicine has nothing to do with pharmaceuticals, does it? You might want to inquire with the officials. Sigh, I doubt it's possible. If only I had chosen to study traditional medicine, I would surely have a shot. Yunji ceased to pay attention to the various discussions online and continued to focus on her own affairs, learning Binding Spell and Counterattack Spell. The complexity of the spell patterns for Binding Spell is akin to that of Healing Spell, and she anticipated mastering it in about 10 days. However, the Counterattack Spell was a different matter entirely. Like the Luminary Shield, it was a long-lost light-based spell, equally challenging to learn. In the ensuing days, Yunji persevered and managed to master both spells within a span of 1.5 months. Beginner Counterattack Spell LV1. Consumes 10 to 100 points of spiritual energy, capable of conjuring a counterattack light barrier, which can reflect between 52 to 142 mental attribute skill level consumed spiritual energy points of damage back to the enemy. This can stack infinitely and has a cooldown time of 4 hours. Beginner Binding Spell LV1 consumes 10 to 100 spiritual energy, capable of immobilizing all living beings. The success rate and duration of the binding spell are determined by the caster's mental attribute and the amount of spiritual energy consumed. Much like the Luminary Shield, the counterattack spell can also stack indefinitely. Yunji couldn't help but marvel at the exaggerated nature of these spells. As of now, the luminous shield conjured by the Luminary Shield had reached approximately 24,000, nearing the health points of a high-ranking warrior. The physical attributes of a level 30 high-ranking warrior generally range from 60 to 100 points, including allocated free attributes and enhancements from rare materials. Their health points are calculated as physical attribute 1000, resulting in a range of 60,000 to 100,000. In contrast, a level 20 intermediate warrior's physical attributes typically range from 40 to 60 points, equating to health points of 4,000 to 6,000. Although Yunji's luminous shield could not match the health of high-ranking warriors, it certainly surpassed that of intermediate warriors. The counterattack spell, akin to the Luminary Shield, is also a defensive spell, but it possesses greater prowess as it can reflect damage. Consequently, its cooldown period is double that of the Luminary Shield. Thus, while the Luminary Shield can be cast 8 times a day, the counterattack spell is limited to 4 casts, with half a month remaining until the task of the Statue of Liberty. Yunji had successfully learned all the combat spells she had planned to acquire. All that remained was to level up and transition into an intermediate sorcerer. 2 months later, Yunji once again ventured to various local markets for a shopping spree, particularly depleting her inventory of consumable resources. In addition, she visited an empowerment accessory store, handing over the 100 green crystal stones she had prepared to Yunan Fei. Weren't we supposed to settle the payment within a month? Why the delay? Yunan Fei glanced at her, his tone remaining devoid of emotion. I got a bit sidetracked, my apologies. At the time of the 1-month deadline, Yunji had been engrossed in learning the counterattack spell, and her mind had been too strained to remember his matter. Well, all right, here are your goods. Yunan Fei produced a small brocade box and handed it to her. Upon opening it, she discovered that it contained a pair of earrings made of black mist stone, identical in appearance to the detection equipment, perfectly matching. Black mist stone earrings, advanced. Grants the ability to cast information extraction spell LV30. When applied to a living or non-living target, it will randomly yield a hint of information. Each use requires charging, consuming 10 to 30,000 spiritual energy, and the difference in consumed energy and target level will affect the success rate of the information extraction spell. Information extraction spell. Another unfamiliar yet intriguing spell, however. Does this detection equipment only extract random information? Yunji inquired of Yunan Fei. As long as you are willing to spend the spiritual energy to charge it, you can obtain critical information, Yunan Fei replied. Yunxi understood it was yet another money-draining device, with a maximum consumption of 30,000 spiritual energy, equivalent to the energy contained in 3 green crystal stones. No wonder Yunan Fei was in need of money. If it weren't for her treasure trove, he would be lacking as well. What surprised Yunxi the most was that this was indeed a LV30 spell. LV21-30 falls within the realm of high-ranking professions. Yunxi had initially thought that with her 100 green crystal stones at a friendly price, Yunan Fei would manage to forge equipment around LV25, but he had given her so much more without reservation. Hence, she discerned his power. He was at least a LV30 high-ranking sorcerer. By the way, do you need this little trinket? It's something I crafted from leftover materials, Yunan Fei added, producing a teardrop-shaped pendant and offering it to Yunxi. White crystal stone pendant, low level. Can detect the concentration of eerie energy in the air. The deeper the color, the higher the concentration. Note, can detect up to LV10 eerie energy concentration. Yunxi's eyes lit up. The pendant's function was precisely what she needed for leveling in the wilderness and hunting eerie creatures. How much? Nothing, it's a gift. You just need to focus on leveling up and strive to complete that task. Consider it my repayment, he replied. Why do you have such faith in me? Yunxi was taken aback. To be honest, I possess a passive piece of equipment that allows me to sense hidden information. For instance, you carry a mark left by a being of higher caliber than the Statue of Liberty. Yunxi's heart tightened. A mark from the ancient divine race. No, given that it was left by a higher being, the ancient divine race had all perished long ago. Chapter 048, The Killing Mystery. Could it be the mark of an enemy bent on annihilating her clan? Had he already located her? In an instant, a myriad of thoughts flashed through Yunxi's mind. What does that mean? After a prolonged silence, she finally heard her own parched voice. The mark upon you will facilitate the completion of your task. Do you know what kind of mark it is? Yunxi inquired again. Yunan Fei shook her head. However, I do know how to remove the mark, should you desire it. Yunxi pondered. Being marked meant that the adversary could find her at any moment, akin to a ticking time bomb. Regardless of who the marker was, eliminating the mark was undoubtedly her best option. Yunan Fei, I need it removed. I wish to eliminate it. Yunxi refrained from elaborating further. Very well, in that case, do your utmost to complete the task. When I regain my freedom, I shall reveal to you the method to remove the mark. Understood. Although there were no explicit task prompts, Yunxi recognized that she had accepted Yunan Fei's mission. In that fleeting moment, she realized that the significance of this task transcended mere extraordinary rewards. It was intrinsically linked to Yunan Fei's freedom, as well as her own mark. With the topic concluded, Yunxi did not linger. Naturally, despite their budding camaraderie, the requisite contract for the transaction still needed to be signed. Yunan Fei had to ensure that their information extractioneering was crafted by her own hands and would not impose any adverse effects on Yunxi. In response to Yunxi's cautiousness, Yunan Fei readily signed the contract, and the entire process unfolded smoothly. Upon departing from the Empowerment Accessory Shop, Yunxi made her way toward the outskirts of the town, returning to the suburbs of Qinglan Town after a 2-month hiatus. At this moment, a persistent drizzle enveloped the area. This light rain had been falling for half a month. Shielding herself with the all-paper umbrella purchased from the general store, Yunxi observed her surroundings as she ventured outward. Perhaps due to the rain, the outskirts of Qinglan Town were sparsely populated today, with only a few members of the patrol team dutifully guarding their posts. Just then, a strikingly beautiful woman approached, her figure alluring and her patrol badge hanging from her waist, her expression stern. Young girl, the weather is dreadful today. What brings you out? Her piercing gaze scrutinized Yunxi, her fingers poised over a rune, ready to unleash its power. I came out to level up, Yunxi replied, unfazed by the woman's vigilance. The inhabitants of Qinglan Town rarely ventured out alone, and on a rainy day, solitary excursions were often met with scrutiny from the patrol team to prevent encounters with shape-shifting monsters. In most towns, the local patrol team held the trust of the populace. Take Qinglan Town, For instance, the contracts of patrol members typically included a clause to remain loyal to Qinglan Town and to protect its residents to the best of their ability. Even in the wild, ordinary citizens could approach patrol members for assistance without fear, as helping citizens would earn them contribution points, which they generally would not refuse. The significance of contribution points, tied to noble ranks, was self-evident. "Do you mind if I use this?" The woman waved the rune in her hand, which was merely a common low-level identification rune. "That rune is of no use to me. I possess equipment that prevents detection. If you are concerned, feel free to test it," Yunshi replied candidly. The woman's scrutinizing gaze remained, and after a few seconds, she finally lowered her eyes and emitted a sound from her throat. "All right, you pass. In the Southern Rain Cave, there is a miasma of monsters. If you wish to hunt, you may want to check it out, but exercise caution." The Rain Cave. Yunshi was not a native and had no knowledge of its location, yet she refrained from inquiring further, knowing that if she drew near, the monsters would inevitably be drawn to her scent. "Very well, I shall take a look." Yunshi donned the white crystal pendant gifted by Yunan Fei on her wrist, enabling her to monitor its color changes. Exiting through the southern gate of Qinglan Town, she had the option to choose from 3 directions: east, southeast, and south. Among these, the southern direction yielded the most pronounced color from the white crystal pendant, approximately blackening halfway. Given that the pendant could detect up to LV10 monster energy, a halfway blackened state indicated around LV5, perfectly suitable for her leveling endeavors. Yunshi set forth toward the south. The gentle patter of the rain resonated against her umbrella, creating a soft symphony. The sound of the rain often masked many anomalies. Rainy days were generally ill-suited for monster hunting. However, this drizzle had persisted for 2 weeks, leaving her uncertain of when it might cease. With only half a month remaining until the task commenced, Yunshi could not afford to remain idle at home. Fortunately, she had not allocated all her freedom attributes to spirit. Her physique, now boasting an impressive 19 points, rendered her senses remarkably acute. At that moment, a faint sound of tapping emerged from behind her. Were it not for her enhanced physique, she might not have noticed it at all. Yunshi suppressed the urge to react, lest she alarm her pursuer, yet her limbs tensed, poised for combat at a moment's notice. In the next instant, a crimson projectile hurtled toward her from her right rear. Yunshi swiftly sidestepped, and simultaneously, a glint of cold light flashed in her hand. Upon regaining her composure, she beheld a severed red object lying on the ground. Clutching her Korsha sword, a drop of vivid crimson blood trickled downwards. The wretched cry of her assailant sent shivers down her spine. Yunshi had already turned to face the source. Before her stood a grotesque creature resembling a massive toad, and the object she had cleaved was indeed its tongue. This creature was unexpectedly fragile. Its tongue, intended for attack, had been effortlessly severed. A glance at its health bar revealed only 100 remaining. This was a level 1 monster. The ensuing battle unfolded with surprising ease. Yunshi's physical attributes utterly overwhelmed the toad creature, and without resorting to any spells, she dispatched it with her Korsha sword. Ding! Congratulations, player gains 1 freedom attribute point. Experience points 10. Yunshi ascended to level 6. Level 6 experience 0. 70 leveling up granted her 2 freedom attribute points and 1 freedom skill point. With the toad as her initial foe, the subsequent battles progressed with remarkable fluidity. On rainy days, frog monsters and toad creatures were exceedingly abundant, predominantly ranging from levels 1 to 2. The sole level 5 monster encountered fell victim to her immobilization spell, combined with a few fireballs, swiftly ending its existence. Neither the light shield nor the counterattack spells were activated. Since the game's internal testing began, Yunshi had not squandered the past for months. She felt immense satisfaction with her learning accomplishments. Simultaneously, she was once again reminded of the paramount importance of possessing a useful spell. Had she only known the water ball and water arrow spells today, she would undoubtedly have suffered considerable harm in the face of that level 5 monster, if not worse. The experience points required to ascend from LV1 to LV10 were minimal, merely level 10. Yunshi had achieved level 10 in just 3 days. However, beginning from LV11, the experience points required would increase tenfold compared to LV1, LV10, equating to level 100 experience points. Chapter 049, Breakthrough to advance from level 10 to level 11, a total of 100 experience points is required. Furthermore, this transition signifies the evolution from a low-level sorcerer to a mid-level sorcerer. Yunxi's primary quest, Task 3, is to achieve this breakthrough into a mid-level sorcerer. To successfully accomplish this feat, she must first meet the requisite conditions. At this juncture, contemplating this is premature. She must first accumulate the necessary experience points to reach level 11, a task that is no trifling matter. Consequently, Yunxi ventured out daily to slay monsters, and at long last, on the 10th day, she fulfilled. It was no simple task, as hunting for the elusive monsters in the wild necessitated locating them, and it was thanks to the crystal pendant that she was able to find so many. After several days of leveling up and battling, Yunxi garnered a total of 10,121,131 free attribute points and 521,26 free skill points. She meticulously allocated her free attribute points, adding 31 to her physique and 100 to her spirit. Basic panel name. Yunxi System ID 826927 Race Human Age 20 Level 10 Experience 1100 Locked Health Sat Smiley 500 Primary Sorcerer Health Limit Physique 10 Spirit Energy Sat Smiley 1420 Primary Sorcerer Spirit Energy Limit Spirit 10 Occupation Panel Main Profession Sorcerer. Secondary professions, Chef, Apothecary. Free skill points, 26. Attribute panel, Spirit, 142. Physique, 50. Luck, 92. Max value, 100. Cannot allocate freely. Charm, 96. Max value, 100. Cannot allocate freely. Free attribute points, 0. As for the free skill points, the Spirit Control skill must be raised to level 10 to successfully complete the task of advancing to a mid-level sorcerer. Other spell skills were allocated based on their significance. The allocation results are as follows. Sat Smiley Spirit Control LV10, Sorcerer Exclusive Skill, allows free control over spirit energy. The control strength is determined by one spirit. Basic Water Ball Technique LV3. Consumes 10 to 300 spirit energy, can condense a small water ball, dealing a maximum of 436 to 726. Spirit skill level consumed spirit energy, points of water type magical damage to monsters. Basic Water Arrow Technique LV3. Consumes 10 to 300 spirit energy, can condense a small water arrow, dealing a maximum of 436 to 726. Spirit skill level consumed spirit energy, points of water type magical damage to monsters. Basic Light Shield Technique LV5. Consumes 10 to 500 spirit energy, can condense a light ring, providing 7201210. Spirit skill level consumed spirit energy, points of defense to oneself, can be permanently stacked infinitely, with a casting cooldown of 2 hours. Basic Appraisal Technique LV1. Consumes 10 to 100 spirit energy, can appraise the basic attributes of all living and non-living entities. The caster's spirit attribute and consumed spirit energy will determine the success rate of the appraisal technique. Basic Fireball Technique LV10. Consumes 10 to 1000 spirit energy, can condense a small fireball, dealing a maximum of 1430 to 2420. Spirit skill level consumed spirit energy, points of fire type magical damage to enemies, with double damage against monsters. Basic Healing Technique LV2. Consumes 10 to 200 spirit energy, can condense a healing light sphere, capable of restoring up to 294 to 484. Spirit skill level consumed spirit energy, points of health to the target. Basic Counter Technique LV5. Consumes 10 to 500 spirit energy, can condense a counter shield, reflecting a maximum of 7201210. Spirit skill level consumed spirit energy, points of damage back to the enemy, can be permanently stacked infinitely, with a casting cooldown of 4 hours. Basic Immobilization Technique LV5. Consumes 10 to 500 spirit energy, can immobilize all living beings. The caster's spirit attribute and consumed spirit energy will determine the success rate and duration of the immobilization. Selecting the Fireball technique as her primary means of attacking monsters, Yunxi chose to fully enhance it, followed by the Defensive Light Shield technique, the Counter technique, and the Support-Oriented Immobilization technique, all raised to level 5. With only one free skill point remaining, she allocated it to the Healing Technique. As her spirit attribute increased, even without investing points in the Water Ball technique and Water Arrow technique, their damage output significantly improved, making them sufficient as auxiliary attack skills for the time being. Simultaneously, the moment Yunqi upgraded the fireball technique to level 10, the system emitted a notification sound. Ding! It has been detected that the player has met the conditions for advancing to a mid-level sorcerer. Would you like the system to assist with the advancement? Note, the player requires Spirit Attribute 100 points of Spirit Energy to successfully break through. The conditions for advancing to a mid-level sorcerer entail 3 critical requirements. First, the sorcerer's exclusive professional skill must be leveled up to level 10. Second, any one spell, aside from the exclusive professional skill, must also reach level 10. Thirdly, as noted by the system, a substantial amount of spirit energy is required, at least 100 times the player's spirit attribute. The third condition is not merely a ploy by the system for greed, but rather an essential energy requirement for the sorcerer's advancement itself. Yunqi possesses a mental attribute of 142, requiring a total of 200 points of spiritual energy, equivalent to 142 white crystal stones or 142 green crystal stones. This represents one of the significant challenges faced by individuals striving to transcend into the realm of intermediate sorcerers. While others may not exhibit such extraordinary mental attributes as Yunqi, they generally possess at least a score in the double digits, necessitating a collection of several white crystal stones. For an ordinary family, this amount is nearly unattainable. Consequently, most commoners with exceptional talent tend to align themselves with formidable factions or seek out powerful mentors who can provide the necessary resources for cultivation, including the energy crystals required for breakthroughs. Of course, achieving a breakthrough to LV11 can also be accomplished through other professions, whether by pursuing another primary profession as a martial artist or engaging in various supplementary professions. Any singular profession that ascends to the intermediate level can facilitate the transition to LV11. Each of these professions has distinct criteria for advancement. For instance, the breakthrough conditions for martial artists mirror those of sorcerers in the first 2 prerequisites. Both must attain a skill level of LV10 in 2 respective career skills. However, the third condition diverges entirely. Martial artists must consume restorative materials that enhance their constitution by a factor of 100, which may include healing potions or rare natural treasures. Although this too represents a considerable expenditure, it pales in comparison to the numerous white crystal stones required by sorcerers. Correspondingly, the breakthrough for martial artists does not elevate their spiritual energy cap, as the upper limit for intermediate martial artists remains at Mental Attribute 10, Chapter 050. Rankings. Conversely, the energy consumption during a sorcerer's breakthrough not only enhances their energy capacity but also remodels their physical form, increasing their health limit to Constitution Attribute 100. This marks one of the most significant distinctions between martial artists and sorcerers. Yunqi extracted 2 emerald crystals from the system, took a deep breath, and clicked yes. In an instant, one of the emerald crystals transformed into fine powder, enveloping Yunqi in a rich aura of energy. A brilliant green light penetrated her skin, coursing through her body's tissues, blood, and marrow, meticulously refining her physical form. During this process, the soul protection provided by the system flickered continuously, ensuring that Yunqi's soul remained unscathed while a substantial amount of energy washed over her essence, gradually purging excess impurities and negative energies. After an unknown duration, Yunqi finally regained consciousness. To her astonishment, she discovered that this breakthrough had brought her no discomfort whatsoever. It was a stark contrast to the excruciating pain she had endured during her previous ascension to an intermediate sorcerer. Could it be that the soul protection from the system had indeed made a difference? Upon glancing at her personal panel, she realized she had advanced to LV11. Basic panel. Name: Yunqi. System ID 826927. Race: human. Age 20. Level 11. Experience 0. 1200. Health 5000. Intermediate sorcerer. Health limit Constitution 100. Energy 14200. Intermediate sorcerer. Energy limit Spirit 100. Profession panel. Main profession: sorcerer. Secondary professions: chef, alchemist. Free skill points 1. Attribute panel: Spirit 142. Constitution 50. Luck 92. Max value 100. Cannot be freely allocated. Charm 98. Max value 100. Cannot be freely allocated. Free attribute points 2. Both her health and energy had increased tenfold. To her surprise, her charm attribute had also risen by 2 points. Could this be a result of her physical form undergoing refinement through energy? Yunxi, disinterested in checking her reflection, simply raised her hand to examine her skin, which indeed appeared more delicate. With the 2 free attribute points gained from leveling up, Yunxi allocated them to her spirit attribute, while the customary free skill point was added to energy control. Spirit 144 Energy Control LV11. Furthermore, she had completed her 3rd main quest. Beep, Main Quest 3 completed. Reward, 1 white crystal, 1 intermediate resurrection talisman, automatically deposited into the system account. Beep, congratulations player. You have completed all main quests. Please feel free to explore the continent of fallen gods. Global announcement, the Blue Star Universal Quest has commenced. The Blue Star regional rankings have been activated. Beep, congratulations player. You have reached the Blue Star regional level ranking for the first time, rank 1, rewarded with a Purple Abyss domain, random, teleportation scroll X1. Beep, congratulations player. You have reached the Blue Star regional wealth ranking for the first time, rank 1, rewarded with a crystal domain, random, teleportation scroll X1. Beep, the Blue Star regional rankings are about to be made public. Would you like to remain anonymous? Staring at the lengthy string of messages, Yunxi struggled to comprehend the situation. What was happening? Had the universal quest and rankings truly been activated? Considering it coincided with her completion of the 3rd main quest, could this somehow be related to her? The activation of the universal quest and rankings would occur upon the emergence of an individual who had completed all main quests, specifically those who had ascended to intermediate martial artist or sorcerer status. This universal quest was familiar to Yunxi, as it marked the onset of the Blue Star's invasion. In her previous life, the invasion of the continent of fallen gods began in the early 4th month following the public beta launch, and in this life, due to her influence, it had commenced a full month earlier. She had not anticipated such an upheaval. Beep, the Blue Star regional rankings are about to be made public. Would you like to remain anonymous? Yunxi hesitated, and the system inquired again. Anonymous. Not only did she wish to remain anonymous in the rankings, but she had also concealed her public information on the Friends interface since the beginning of the public beta, as she did not want to attract undue attention. There were 2 rankings in the Blue Star, the level ranking and the wealth ranking, and Yunxi had secured the top position in both. Due to her unprecedented achievement, she was awarded additional rewards. The Purple Abyss domain, random, teleportation scroll and the Crystal domain, random, teleportation scroll. In her previous life, Yunxi had never ranked first, hence she was unaware of the significance of these 2 teleportation scrolls. However, from the names of the 2 domains, it was evident that they were not mere ordinary places. In the continent of fallen gods, each region possessed unique characteristics, and their names bore distinct meanings. Both of these regions were designated as domains, undoubtedly harboring their own extraordinary attributes. Having accepted the task from the Statue of Liberty, Deceptive, Yunxi was temporarily unable to leave Qinglan Town, so she stored the 2 scrolls for future use. Upon reopening the system task interface, she indeed found a new section for the Universal Quest. Beep, Universal Quest activated. Eliminate local malevolent monsters. Task duration, 365 days. Completion reward, 1 silver coin for each malevolent monster slain, with no upper limit on rewards. Task failure penalty, none. This universal quest was a gesture of care from the system towards the inhabitants of Blue Star. In the continent of fallen gods, defeating monsters only yielded experience points without monetary drops. However, the system's universal quest for Blue Star residents ensured that each monster slain would guarantee the acquisition of a silver coin. This was no trivial sum. Although the quest lasted only 365 days, it represented an additional consideration from the system. Simultaneously, the system's task conveyed an important message: eliminating local malevolent monsters. The implication was clear: malevolent creatures were set to emerge in Blue Star. The populace of Blue Star was equally astonished by the system's sudden update. The system rankings are live. Let me see where I stand. The system rankings only display the top 10,000. I am ranked 9999 on the level leaderboard. What a delightful number. Respect to the esteemed individual above. In a world with billions, to be ranked 99.99 is truly impressive. Everyone, focus on the universal quest instead of the level rankings. Eliminating local monsters. Does this mean malevolent beings are about to appear in Blue Star? No way, please, no. As a vagrant, I am already resigned to my fate. I beseech the protection of the strong. Hurry and learn martial arts. Slaying monsters yields silver coins, that is actual silver coins. Having consumed junk food since childhood, my body is drained. How can I, with only 2 points in constitution, learn martial arts? Sob sob. In the late stages of cancer, with only 10 points of health, please save the child. Chapter 051, Preparation. I am a sorcerer, and I hold a voice in this matter. Just a moment ago, I sensed a faint presence of ethereal energy in the air. Is this for real? Does that mean one could learn sorcery on Blue Star as well? Previously, when I apprenticed under the official sorceress, she taught me spells that I could only memorize and later practice on the continent of Divine Fall. Now it seems much more convenient. One can learn directly on Blue Star. Indeed, that is true, but according to my perception, not only is there ethereal energy present, but also a sinister aura. No wonder the system urges us to eliminate the sinister. That aura could corrupt small creatures. Please, no. Is Blue Star truly under siege? Has it been invaded by the game? It appears so. Upon further reflection, if we can be transported by the system, it wouldn't be surprising if it could also bring some of the sinister here. Ever since the public beta began, Blue Star, which had slowly settled down, was once again bubbling with excitement. After calming herself, Yunxi glanced at the time. There were less than 2 days remaining until the task involving the Statue of Liberty, Sinister, commenced. Yunxi, are you ready? Yunanfei sent her a message. I am prepared. Excellent, let us meet at the southern gate of Qinglan Town tomorrow at noon. The two had previously agreed to undertake the task together, and seeing this, Yunxi replied with an okay. She then logged off. Not for any other reason, but to take this opportunity to assess the current state of Blue Star. The system transported her back to her home on Blue Star, and within moments, Yunxi detected a subtle fluctuation of ethereal energy in the air. Indeed, the invasion of the game had officially begun. Her phone, which was charging on the side, chimed with a flurry of notifications. Upon checking, she found various group chats ablaze with activity. Several friends also reached out to her, and Yunxi replied to each, reminding them to remain cautious, especially to Yu Jinxiang, who had faced sinister creatures in her past life. Jinxiang, how are things on your end? I am doing well. I am at home with my parents. What about you, Shi? Yu Jinxiang responded almost instantly. Seeing her message, Yunxi let out a sigh of relief. In her previous life, Yu Jinxiang had not logged into the game during the closed beta, thus she was a realist. Even after the public beta began, she rarely played, preoccupied with her studies in reality, much like Yunxi. During the invasion, she had remained at school, not returning home. Later, Yu Jinxiang encountered misfortune in her dormitory. This time, she had returned home and should not repeat the same fate. I am fine too, but you must prioritize your safety. Shi, do not worry. I have already learned sorcery and become a certified sorceress. As for you, living alone, please be careful. Why not move in with my family? My parents miss you. Yu Jinxiang understood that Yunxi was not particularly close to her biological parents. They had grown up together as childhood friends and were once neighbors. Yu Jinxiang's parents had watched Yunxi grow up, so their longing was sincere, not mere politeness. No, Jinxiang, I have matters to attend to and may not log off for some time. You must remember to report immediately if you encounter any sinister creatures. Do not try to handle it alone. While defeating sinister beings offered system rewards, one must have their life to claim them. Of course, you know my character well enough, right? Indeed, Yu Jinxiang was the epitome of caution. She would never recklessly gamble with her life. Their conversation came to a close when Chen Nunna sent a message to Yunxi. Yunxi, have you seen the national task? Blue Star is about to face danger. Would you like to move to the official building for safety? You can stay with me, although it might be a bit cramped. it does provide some level of security. Yunqi was momentarily taken aback. Why were both of them inviting her over? No, thank you, no. I recently accepted a task in the continent of Divine Fall, so I may not log off for a while. That's fine. The towns in the continent of Divine Fall are undoubtedly safer than the currently uncertain situation on Blue Star. After all, the towns and villages in the continent of Divine Fall were protected by powerful beings, while Blue Star had nothing of the sort. Time was of the essence. Yunqi merely reminded a few friends before logging back in to prepare the necessary items for the task. As per usual, she cleared out various local shops of consumable supplies and also needed to stock at least 3 months' worth of food. The storage bag gifted to her by the village chief was inadequate, and although she initially intended to commission a high-level spatial equipment from Yunnan Fei, she was informed that he lacked the necessary materials. Thus, Yunqi had to purchase several low-level storage bags to contain all her supplies, considering the possibility of being passively restricted in sorcery during the task, rendering her unable to conjure water. She also prepared ample water resources, which she stowed in the storage bags. Subsequently, she placed all the bags into her soulbound space. The soulbound space was a special area inherently linked to her treasure vault, binding to Yunqi's soul upon recognizing its master. Typically, storage items with spatial attributes could not stack, but this space had an exceptionally high dimensionality, allowing for time to remain static within it and even accommodating other storage bags of the same spatial attribute. After completing all these preparations, it was already the dead of night. Yunqi took a brief rest and awoke, with only about an hour left until the agreed meeting time with Yunnan Fei. She hurriedly got out of bed, freshened up, and had her meal. Ultimately, she arrived at the southern gate of Jinglan Town, the location of the Statue of Liberty, just in time. Yunnan Fei was already waiting there, accompanied by 2 others. Clearly, his treasure did not rest solely upon Yunqi but included 2 additional individuals to aid him in reclaiming his freedom. Yunqi, allow me to introduce you. This is Zhaiqian Cohen, and this is Qi Yuan. Yunqi lifted her gaze. Zhaiqian Cohen was a strikingly handsome young man, his eyes clear and his lips curving into a slight smile, exuding an inexplicable warmth. Qi Yuan was a petite girl with exquisitely delicate features, her eyes radiating an inherent divine compassion. Both shared a common trait, snow-white hair, just like Yunnan Fei's. Qian Cohen, Yuan, this is Yunqi. Yunqi proactively greeted, hello, I am Yunqi. Yunqi, a pleasure to meet you. Zhaiqian Cohen replied with a hearty smile. Qi Yuan gave a slight nod to Yunqi, her tone calm and polite, hello. After exchanging pleasantries, the 4 of them set off together. Along the way, Zhaiqian Cohen continually messaged Yunnan Fei. Nanfei is inviting me and Qi Yuan not enough. Why is there still an outsider? Zhaiqian Cohen messaged Yunnan Fei. Not enough, having 1 more person adds an extra layer of hope. Come on, you might not trust me, but you don't trust Qi Yuan either. She is. Chapter 052, Reinforcements. In a sense, you are all quite similar. Well, I must say, it is flattering that you would place me on the same pedestal as Qi Yuan. You are not lacking either. Have faith in yourself. Zhaiqian Cohen couldn't help but smile wryly. Were it not for the debt of gratitude he owed to Yunnan Fei, he would truly prefer not to partake in this endeavor. Yet, upon reflecting on Yunnan Fei's words, could it be possible that he might actually surpass Qi Yuan this time? Perhaps he was destined to be the chosen one on this occasion. As Zhaiqian Cohen's thoughts swirled, they had already reached the outskirts of the town. Yunnan Fei, as the leader of this mission, was responsible for facilitating their travel arrangements. Yunqi had expected him to issue spells like flying technique or acceleration spell, but to her surprise, he produced a mere blanket. Zhaiqian Cohen, with an expression of reluctance, remarked, Yunnan Fei, you are quite impoverished. Qi Yuan maintained a stoic demeanor and walked directly towards the blanket. Yunqi, taken aback, thought, is this what you call impoverished? This blanket bore several imprints of advanced spells. She followed closely behind Qi Yuan. If you find it unappealing, you need not sit, Yunnan Fei said with a casual glance at Zhaiqian Cohen. I shall sit. How could I possibly disdain you? Zhaiqian Cohen chuckled. The location of the task assigned by the Goddess of Liberty, deception, was explicitly stated in the mission details, coordinates, 542, 649. The system did not provide precise positioning, they could only rely on identification spells to locate the coordinates. Fortunately, Yu Nanfei had participated in a similar endeavor previously, and he skillfully maneuvered the blanket towards their destination. It was no wonder that it was a flying artifact inscribed with advanced spells. Sitting atop the blanket felt as though they were but feathers alighting upon clouds, with the incoming breeze caressing them gently. The speed of the flying blanket was remarkable, and in no time, they arrived in the vicinity of their destination. From a distance, Yunqi could see a dense throng of people near the task site. Are they setting up camp here? She observed that in the southeast, south, and north directions surrounding the coordinates, there stood groups of approximately 100 individuals each. The eastern faction donned uniform armor, indicative of a military formation. The southern group was clad in identical robes of sorcerers, exuding an air of mystique. However, the northern gathering was the liveliest, filled with a cacophony of voices, seemingly a congregation of free-spirited individuals. Yu Nanfei brought the blanket to a halt at the northern gathering, and the group disembarked in turn. Immediately, curious gazes began to scrutinize them. With over 5 hours remaining until the mission officially commences, let us take a moment to rest, Yu Nanfei said, choosing not to stow the blanket away but instead settling into a meditative position, closing his eyes in contemplation. Qiyuan mirrored his actions almost identically, showing no inclination for idle chatter. Only Zhai Qinquan engaged in casual conversation with Yunqi. Hey, Yunqi, I heard from Nanfei that you are quite formidable. Might you disclose your level? Did Yu Nanfei say that I am formidable? Yunqi, please do not misunderstand. Nanfei is not the type to cast identification spells without consent. However, since he chose to, is it appropriate to share such information? I am 20 years old and at level 11. Seeing his curiosity, Yunqi replied honestly, level 28, an advanced sorcerer. However, specializing in rule-type spells, what exactly did that entail? The knowledge contained within the Crystal of Inheritance has thus far only been assimilated at a mere 0.29. During this period, her focus has been devoted entirely to the study of magical arts and leveling up. Following the enhancement of her mental attributes, she has yet to unlock additional legacies. Consequently, within the current framework of magical arts she is acquainted with, there is a conspicuous absence of information pertaining to rule-based spells. 20 years old. You are so young, you could easily be my granddaughter, she remarked, leaving Yunqi speechless for what felt like the umpteenth time. However, don't be deceived by my age, I am actually unmarried and have no grandchildren. Nanfeng is in the same boat. He is even older than I am. Zhai Qinquan, must you be so verbose? Can you refrain from such frivolous chatter? Yu Nanfei interjected, exasperated. Very well, I was merely feeling a bit bored, Zhai Qinquan pouted, resting his chin on his hand. Yunqi, dear. Yunqi, my little sister, shall we add each other as system friends for easier communication? After a brief silence, Zhai Qinquan resumed his conversation with Yunqi. All right, I will add you now. Yunqi chose to selectively ignore the unfinished statement of Zhai Qinquan and hastily sent him a friend request to prevent any further astonishing remarks. Qiyuan, you should also add Yunqi as a friend. With so many people around, it would be more convenient for mutual support once we enter. Qiyuan opened her eyes and cast a cold glance at Zhai Qinquan, yet surprisingly did not refuse. Yunqi, would it be convenient for you to add me as a friend? Qiyuan turned to Yunqi, her tone as polite as ever. Of course, it is quite convenient. Yunqi observed Qiyuan, who exuded an air of restrained nobility, suggesting she hailed from an ancient lineage or an extraordinary power. To Yunqi's astonishment, Qiyuan did not conceal her friend information, revealing her level to be 30. This was hardly unexpected, considering that Yu Nanfei was also a level 30 high sorcerer, albeit, as for those above level 30, they belong to the legendary tier, a caliber of existence that is rarely achieved by those under a century old. Yunqi recalled Yu Nanfei mentioning that his master had also participated in this mission, a legendary figure under 100 years of age. Regrettably, even such a gifted individual had met with failure, losing the freedom of life, and perishing in this endeavor. After adding each other as friends, Ji-Yoon once again closed her eyes to cultivate, emanating a faint aura of spiritual energy as she commenced her practice in plain sight of the onlookers. Meanwhile, Jai Chien-kun remained undeterred in his curiosity regarding Yunxi, continuing to engage her in a myriad of trivial conversations through the friend system. After an extensive exchange of messages, or rather, banter, he belatedly realized something. Yunxi, my little sister, I apologize. I completely forgot that chatting with friends incurs a fee. The miserly nature of the system is indeed a drawback. How generous of you to tolerate my incessant prattle. Here, I shall cover your chat expenses. With that, he transferred a green crystal stone to Yunxi. Yunxi, surely, this cannot be true. Could she really be so impoverished that she could not afford even the cost of conversation? Did she truly appear so destitute? Moreover, what was a green crystal stone anyway? 1 green crystal stone equals 1 million copper coins. Was Jai Chien-kun suggesting he would send her 1 million messages? Help. Brother, Chien-kun, that is truly unnecessary. After conversing extensively with Jai Chien-kun, Yunxi had grown somewhat familiar with him. He was a garrulous individual who warmed up quickly. Though he seemed somewhat lacking in intelligence, he was, in fact, quite adept at self-preservation. Despite their lengthy dialogue, he had revealed little about his own background, yet he generously elaborated on the rule-based spells that piqued Yunxi's curiosity. Rule-based spells are those that utilize established principles for their enactment, such as the natural rule-based techniques of wind and fire interdependence, water and lightning synergy, or the rare rule-based spells like word spirit techniques and causality spells. These all fall under the category of rule-based magic. Chapter 053, The White Gate, the Art of Word Spirits, the Technique of Causality. Chien-kun, have you mastered all these arcane arts? How could that be possible? Mastering such magical disciplines requires innate talent. For instance, I am unable to resonate with the principles of causality. No matter how hard I strive, I cannot learn the art of causality. These rare rule-based techniques are incredibly difficult to acquire. If I could learn even one, it would be a stroke of extraordinary fortune. Back in our realm, one would be revered for such an achievement. This mission concerning the Statue of Liberty, the enigmatic, may just yield techniques related to the principle of freedom. Yunxi nodded thoughtfully. Little sister Yunxi, what compels you to undertake this task? Nanfei should have forewarned you. This mission is fraught with peril. Indeed, Yu Nanfei did not casually divulge the task's details to her, even though she bore a mark signifying a high probability of success. It was only upon Yunxi's inquiry that Yu Nanfei offered her hints and issued warnings multiple times. This reflects positively on Yu Nanfei's character. I am aware of the dangers, yet this is a task issued by the goddess herself. Such an opportunity for inheritance is exceedingly rare. If I miss this chance, it is unlikely I will encounter another. You make a valid point, however. Given your current level, participating in this task is akin to gambling with your life. Is it truly worth the risk? Jai Chien-kun responded earnestly. Before Yunxi could reply, he continued, Oh, fret not, since Nanfei has invited you, given his nature, he would never leave you to fend for yourself. And I, too, cannot stand idly by while you call me brother Chien-kun. Yunxi. Thank you, brother Chien-kun. She felt an inexplicable sensation of being regarded as someone's junior. Our little sister. It was no mere illusion. Jai Chien-kun genuinely considered her as a younger sibling. It stands to reason, in Jai Chien-kun's eyes, she was merely a child of 20 years and level 11. After conversing with Jai Chien-kun, Yunxi closed her eyes to rest for a moment. Just as the mission was about to commence, Jai Chien-kun nudged her with his elbow, saying, Little sister, wake up. Yunxi opened her eyes. Why Yu Nanfei clicked her tongue. Jai Chien-kun, what sort of address is that? This is my little sister. What do you understand? Yunxi, you truly do give him face. Ji Yuan interjected, casting a disdainful glance at Jai Chien-kun. Hey, what do you two mean by that? Jai Chien-kun retorted indignantly, enough of the bickering, the mission is about to start, Yu Nanfei said coldly. Yunxi also noticed the countdown on the mission interface, 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second. At the moment the countdown reached 0, a colossal gate, towering 6 meters high and 3 meters wide, erupted from the ground at the center of the encircled forces. The pure white gate bore intricate and exquisite engravings, dazzling and mysterious. The surrounding crowd stirred with excitement. Is this the location of the task? Shall we enter? Once the task is accepted, we must enter, otherwise, failure equates to death. That may not be entirely true. I've heard that among the previous batch of failures, some did not lose their lives. Indeed, they survived, yet their fate was worse than death. Should you find yourself in such a predicament, I can only wish you good luck. You rascal, I haven't even formally begun the mission, and you're already singing my dirge. What is your intention? Isn't this concern for your well-being enough of the noise? Everyone standing here has accepted the task, and this colossal gate is one everyone must approach. Amidst the gathering of the scattered forces, voices buzzed with chatter, while the other two factions remained eerily silent. As soon as the giant gate appeared, they began to move closer to the center. Let us go, Yunnan Fei commanded succinctly. The three of them followed suit. As they moved, the others quickly reacted, all gradually making their way toward the white gate. As they drew nearer, the presence of the white gate intensified. Under normal circumstances, had it not been for the task issued by the enigmatic Statue of Liberty, the legacy left by the divine Statue of Liberty would likely have gone unnoticed, and such a multitude would not have gathered to participate. The area it manifested in was minuscule within the vast expanse of the divine Forlan continent, akin to a wisp of smoke. Only those who fortuitously encountered it had the chance to partake in this trial of inheritance. Upon entering the luminous sphere surrounding the giant gate, a system notification chimed. Satsmiley ding. The system has detected a hidden task, divine level. Do players accept? Note, this task bears extreme difficulty. Yes. The mission previously issued by the enigmatic Statue of Liberty was no longer open to refusal. Hidden task. Trial of inheritance from the divine Statue of Liberty. Task content: successfully complete the trial of inheritance from the divine Statue of Liberty. Time limit: 10 days. Completion rewards: Heart of Freedom, Fragment of Freedom Rules, Freedom Sequence Divine Technique Scroll, and the final blessing from the divine Statue of Liberty. 20 Freedom Attribute Points, 10 Freedom Skill Points. Failure penalty: loss of unknown freedom. The time limit for the task is 10 days. This trial of inheritance will only last 10 days. And the rewards seem rather extravagant, do they not? Is this the grandeur of a divine-level hidden task? The blessing from the divine Statue of Liberty, true to its name, is remarkably free. 20 Freedom Attribute Points and 10 Freedom Skill Points. What does this signify? It amounts to an unconditional elevation of 10 levels, without any adverse effects. As for the remaining 3 rewards, the Heart of Freedom serves as a task item for completing the mission of the enigmatic Statue of Liberty. The Fragment of Freedom Rules and the Freedom Sequence Divine Technique Scroll are each extraordinary items. The Fragment of Freedom Rules requires no further explanation, it embodies rules. As for the Freedom Sequence Divine Technique, although Yunxi is not well versed in it, the mere presence of the term Divine Technique conveys its significance. Most importantly, all that she acquires through the trial will be entirely hers to command, unlike the knowledge gleaned from the ancient divine clan's inheritance crystals, which could not be wholly claimed as her own. Indeed, divine inheritance is truly magnificent. The onlookers could not help but gasp in astonishment. Initially, many regarded the task issued by the enigmatic Statue of Liberty with indifference, unaware of the true nature of its inheritance. However, now, the inheritance from the divine Statue of Liberty was vividly laid before them. The blessing from the divine Statue of Liberty alone warranted their arduous journey. When Yunnan Fei previously disclosed insider information to Yunxi, she refrained from mentioning this detail, as the contents of hidden tasks are strictly confidential. At most, she could discuss the enigmatic nature of the Statue of Liberty and its elevated status after transformation, including the various dangers that might accompany this task. Chapter 054. An audience, however, regarding information pertinent to the hidden mission, such as its content and rewards, not a word is permitted to be disclosed. This is a mandate from the Statue of Liberty, the deity. Consequently, others remain unaware and ignorant of the true nature of the Statue of Liberty's legacy. Are you, Yunnan Fei, how deeply you have concealed this? If you had mentioned the bountiful rewards of the mission earlier, I would have come much sooner. Jai Qianquan could not help but pinch Yunnan Fei playfully. You arrived too early, it wouldn't have made a difference, Yu Nanfei replied coolly. Nanfei, thank you. The generous mission rewards had also moved Ji Yuan, who rarely expressed her gratitude with such earnestness towards Yu Nanfei. Hold on, don't celebrate too soon. Do not forget my master. In any case, do your best, but if it truly becomes too challenging, do not overexert yourselves. You all have brought that item, right? Of course, we have. By the way, little sister, here's one for you too. As soon as these words left his mouth, both Yu Nanfei and Ji Yuan fell silent, casting peculiar glances at Jai Qianquan. Jai Qianquan, akin to distributing large cabbages, produced several sheets of talisman paper, handing them to Yu Nanfei, then to Yinxi, and finally to Ji Yuan. Ji Yuan declined, saying, I already have one. It's unnecessary. Jai Qianquan forcefully pressed a sheet of talisman paper into Yinxi's hands, who was momentarily bewildered. It was only upon noticing the strange expressions on Ji Yuan and Yu Nanfei that she belatedly realized Jai Qianquan must have bestowed upon her something extraordinary. The talisman in her grasp felt substantial and textured, with intricate patterns etched upon it, the most complex she had ever encountered in her life. It was evidently a talisman of great value. Brother Qianquan, this Yinxi began to refuse. Yu Nanfei coughed lightly, interrupting her. Yinxi, since Qianquan has given it to you, you should accept it graciously, it may prove useful when the time comes. Having said that, he sent a friend request to Yinxi, sharing the specific details of the talisman with her. One-time composite teleportation talisman, divine level. Allows one to exit any divine level mission without side effects, teleporting safely to a designated town, limited to this region. Yu Nanfei, how much is this talisman worth? I want to prepare to repay Brother Qianquan later. Cough, no need, he has plenty of money. That won't he do? All right, it's worth about 10 blue crystals. You can equate that to 1,000 green crystals to give back to him. Yu Nanfei was aware of Yinxi's financial situation, knowing her family was not lacking in resources. Seeing her insistence, he relented. The talisman valued at 10 blue crystals made her realize how much Jai Qianquan truly regarded her as a junior. She understood his intentions. Seeing her youth, he wanted to take care of her a bit more. Yinxi felt a warmth in her heart. All right, I'll save up some money and transfer it to him later. In the presence of Yu Nanfei, Yinxi was the pampered young lady reliant on her family's financial support. She had just spent her living expenses for the month on equipment for Yu Nanfei, thus, she could not afford to outright purchase this talisman on the spot, and could only temporarily accept it under the guise of being the little sister, planning to repay Jai Qianquan later. Simultaneously, Yinxi became increasingly aware that Jai Qianquan, Ji Yuan, and Yu Nanfei were far from ordinary. The caliber of talismans they possessed was something she had never even heard of in her previous life. Considering the peculiar techniques Jai Qianquan practiced, they must indeed be true prodigies of their generation. Thank you, Brother Qianquan. I currently lack funds, but I promise to repay you double. Yinxi declared earnestly. No need to repay, little sister. This is a gift from me to you, how could I ask for payment? Jai Qianquan maintained his warm, sunny demeanor. Yinxi selectively ignored his words. She was determined to repay him, and that was not up for debate. Meanwhile, others had already moved forward. What is the matter with this door? How are we supposed to enter if it doesn't open? What is the hurry? The prominent figures over there haven't made a move yet. I didn't expect the Duke to actually send people over. Look at those few in front, aren't they the Duke's offspring? I don't know, I don't recognize them, it's possible. Do you think we can compare to them? The snide remarks from the side reached Yinxi's ears. It was evident that they were discussing the few men and women standing prominently in front of the armored warriors to the east. Each exuded an impressive aura, their appearances striking, and every one of them radiated significant fluctuations of spiritual energy, all being mid to high-level sorcerers. Meanwhile, on the southern side, the group of mysterious individuals took the initiative. They surrounded a tall, black-haired youth, approaching the great door. Upon seeing this, the crowd fell silent. The black-haired youth was strikingly handsome, his blood-red lips parted slightly. Alicia, pay my respects to Her Highness the Statue of Liberty. His voice was not loud but strangely resonated throughout the entire venue. Though the black-haired youth uttered, "Pay my respects," he showed no inclination to bow, merely standing quietly before the grand door, his gaze vacant and devoid of life. "Alisher, who is that? Have you heard of him?" "I don't know. Judging by the demeanor of that group, he should be the leader." "Alisher, that name sounds somewhat familiar," Jai Qianquan murmured. "One of the 7-star masters of the Sorcerers' Association, Alisher," Qi Yuan affirmed. "The Sorcerers' Association. What brings them here? How did they even learn of this?" Jai Qianquan pondered, a dawning realization hitting him, followed by confusion. "Me," Yu Nanfei replied nonchalantly. You invited me along with Qi Yuan and little sister Yunqi, and that's not enough, is it?" "You." Jai Qianquan grumbled in frustration. "However, since Alisher is a star master, isn't he under 100 years old? That seems implausible." "What is implausible about it? It simply means he is a young genius, exceptionally promising, with a high likelihood of having passed the trials." Yu Nanfei stroked his chin thoughtfully. Yu Nanfei, how could you have maintained this friendship with me for so many years?" "Oh. After all these years, you have rarely visited me in Qinglan town," Yu Nanfei retorted, filled with grievance. "Well, I've been occupied over the past few years and confined. I wanted to come see you, right, Qi Yuan? Am I not right?" "I wouldn't know," Qi Yuan declined to affirm. "If you can defeat Alisher and secure this legacy, your credentials will shine even brighter. Why not? Or are you afraid of him?" To soothe Jai Qianquan, Yu Nanfei resorted to provocation. Of course, his singular aim was to have someone complete the mission, allowing him to regain his freedom. It mattered not who that individual was, the stronger the newcomer, the more pleased he would be. Yunqi could clearly see how much Yu Nanfei yearned for freedom. The Sorcerers' Association, Yunqi had heard of in her previous life, was an extraordinary force on the Divine Fallen continent, having established footholds in many regions. The desolate plains of her past life were too remote for them to bother visiting. In this life, the Shuyuping Plain, Yunqi had not encountered any information regarding the Sorcerers' Association in her knowledge texts, suggesting they did not have a presence in this area either. Chapter 055, Screening. According to Yu Nanfei, the Sorcerers' Association was one of the reinforcements he had summoned. However, the relationship between the Sorcerers' Association and Yu Nanfei was not as intimate as that between Qi Yuan and Jai Qianquan. He merely disseminated the news, and the personnel dispatched by the Sorcerers' Association would not act in concert with them. After Alisher articulated his greeting, a considerable time passed before the colossal gates finally stirred. The two immense doors creaked open, revealing a luminous screen at their center, radiating a gentle glow. Without a moment's hesitation, Alisher stepped boldly into its embrace. The light screen showed no signs of resistance, and Alisher's figure vanished into thin air. Observing their sovereign's disappearance, the white-robed sorcerers who had been clustered around Alisher began to retreat slowly, returning to their original positions. "Are those individuals not planning to participate?" Yunqi inquired, perplexed. "Certainly not. They are undoubtedly confident in Alisher's success, otherwise, they would not have sent only him as their star master, and his subordinates would be even less likely to join," Jai Qianquan elucidated. "Yu Nanfei, it's all your fault for bringing such formidable opponents," Jai Qianquan lamented, filled with sorrow. Following closely, the forces from the east commenced their movements. The armored warriors stood resolute, while three figures, a man and two women, advanced to the forefront. As they drew nearer, Yunqi discerned their expressions. The leader was a stunning red-haired girl, her features striking and her demeanor icy, exuding an aura of formidable grace. As she walked, behind her stood a man and a woman, both with similarly striking red hair and facial features, likely siblings born of the same mother. "Junior Yu Honglu, pays respects to your highness, the goddess of freedom." "Junior Yu Honger, pays respects to your highness, the goddess of freedom." "Junior Yu Hongyi, pays respects to your highness, the goddess of freedom." In contrast to Alisher, the trio, while uttering their greetings, also performed the highest reverence to the divine ceremony of Shuyu Plain before entering through the white gates. The light screen stirred slightly, and the three figures synchronized their passage, gradually vanishing from view. Indeed, they are the children of the Duke, they have truly arrived. Of course, such a level of divine heritage would be an opportunity the Duke would never miss. As far as I know, these three are the youngest offspring of the Duke. Regrettably, due to the treaty among the three great principalities, the other two cannot send their people over. Otherwise, we might have the chance to witness even more prodigious talents. You, my friend, don't you think we have enough competitors already? Alas, to be honest, with the Duke's offspring present, how could we mere mortals hope to surpass them in the trials? Do you not understand why other nobles refrain from sending their children? It is simply because they believe they cannot compete with the Duke's progeny. The risk of failure in such tasks is indeed life-threatening. That is a valid point. With both major factions having entered, the remaining individuals felt unrestrained and rushed to pay their respects at the white gates before stepping into the light screen. One individual, two. Until the fifth person attempted to enter, an unexpected turn of events occurred. To those who show disrespect to our deity, death. The gate emitted a deep, unyielding voice. Subsequently, the fifth individual was violently ejected, their lifeless body collapsing to the ground. Devoid of breath, the crowd's movements halted abruptly. What is happening? Is this light screen also a form of screening? Apparently so, but why was this individual judged as disrespectful to the deity? They had offered a greeting before entering. Not only that, but among the next few dozen individuals who attempted to enter, the gate continuously emitted various notifications. Qualifications insufficient, entry denied. Age insufficient, entry denied. To those who show disrespect to our deity, death. Those deemed disrespectful to the deity faced instant death, while those failing due to qualifications or age appeared ashen-faced. Hey, buddy, is your age insufficient? A curious onlooker inquired. I'm 120 years old, and apparently that's not enough. Well, that's not too bad. At least you didn't lose your life. I may have escaped death, but I have lost my freedom. Perhaps this is the price I pay for overestimating my abilities in taking on a divine-level task. Huh. Yunqi and her companions did not pay attention to the eliminated individuals as it was now their turn to approach the white gates. Junior Yunqi pays respects to Your Highness, the Goddess of Freedom. Yunqi did not seek to stand out. Following the example of those before her, she approached with genuine respect for the Goddess of Freedom and stepped into the gate. The brightness of the light screen was blinding, prompting her to close her eyes as she traversed through, and nothing untoward occurred. When she reopened her eyes, she found herself within a grand hall bathed in pure white light. The others who had entered before her were scattered throughout the hall, idly waiting. It was no wonder Yu Nanfei was unhurried. He must have known that hastening through the light screen was of no consequence. Behind her, Qi Yuan, Zhai Qianquan, and Yu Nanfei subsequently entered. The four of them casually chose a corner to stand, awaiting the completion of the screening. The hall was not particularly spacious, roughly 100 square meters, thus, any conversation held here would likely be overheard by others. Therefore, the scattered individuals refrained from open discussions, instead furtively observing the few prodigies, particularly the imposing Alicia and the Duke's 3 children. Alicia slowly surveyed the room, ultimately fixing his gaze upon Yu Nanfei. He approached and stood beside them. Your Highness Nanfei, will you not make introductions? Yu Nanfei hesitated for a brief moment. Lord Alicia, please refrain from addressing me in such a manner, it truly is an embarrassment. At your behest, I shall endeavor to fulfill our contract and hope you will likewise uphold your promise. Alicia's gaze swept over Yunqi, Qi Yuan, and Zhai Qianquan in turn. That is only natural. Yu Nanfei inclined his head slightly, offering a respectful bow to Alicia. This is Zhai Qianquan, Qi Yuan, and that is Yunqi. Noticing that Alicia showed no signs of departing, Yu Nanfei continued with the introductions. Understood. Unless absolutely necessary, I shall not take action against them, and I hope that everyone can compete fairly without resorting to underhanded tactics. Alicia's tone was nonchalant. As he uttered the final statement, his hollow gaze drifted momentarily towards Qi Yuan, suggesting he had heard something about her. His implication was unmistakable. Should anyone resort to deceitful methods, they should not blame him for being ungracious. Qi Yuan merely smiled politely in response, saying nothing. That smile was eerily chilling. Yunqi. Amidst this assembly of notable figures, she felt akin to a young husky that had inadvertently wandered into a den of wolves. Once Alicia departed, Jai Qianquan could no longer contain himself and leaned towards Yu Nanfei, gritting his teeth as he spoke. Yu Nanfei, how could you enter into a contract with him? And, are you concealing something from us? If it were merely about passing the trials, there would be no need to sign a contract with the Star Master of the Sorcerers Association. A simple announcement would suffice, as the Star Master could clear the trials, and the task's rewards would serve as remuneration. Chapter 056 Fragments. However, if Yu Nanfei were to pay an additional price for it, the situation would be quite different. That doesn't concern you all too much, Yu Nanfei mused. Rest assured, regarding my request to Alicia, whether it succeeds or fails, it will not impact us. Indeed, it does not affect the three of us, but your contract with him creates a causal connection. Do you not realize that if he encounters any mishap, it will undoubtedly implicate you? Jai Qianquan was seething, rolling his eyes incessantly at Yu Nanfei. Then you all should strive to pass the trial before him. I have no expectations of him anyway, Yu Nanfei attempted to soothe the furious Jai Qianquan. Jai Qianquan instantly regained his fighting spirit. Qi Yuan also seemed to be deep in thought, lost in contemplation. Upon hearing their words, Yunqi pondered whether Yu Nanfei's request to Alicia was aimed at taking action against the Goddess of Freedom, the Deceptive. How could that be possible? The Goddess of Freedom, the Deceptive, is a true deity. No, it shouldn't be. No matter how powerful Alicia is, he is not yet a century old. Let us consider him to be of legendary caliber. There's no way he could slay a god across several tiers. Furthermore, Yu Nanfei had mentioned that in the Shuyu Plain, no entities above level 40 could manifest here. The true form of the Goddess of Freedom, the Deceptive, would not descend upon this place. Could it be that Yu Nanfei's aim is to see something from the Goddess of Freedom, the Deceptive? The possibility seems quite high. His motives are also quite clear. His master lost their life of freedom in the last mission, and perhaps this freedom is still held by the Goddess of Freedom, the Deceptive. As Yunqi's thoughts whirled, the luminous screen in the center of the Grand Hall gradually faded. All the trial participants had already passed through the luminous screen selection and stood within the hall, awaiting the official commencement of this divine level trial. They did not have to wait long. Scarcely a few seconds after the screen vanished, the grand entrance of the White Hall swung open, revealing a figure before the crowd. The newcomer was a lady clad in a blue robe, her head slightly bowed, with pure black strands of hair flowing outward. Esteemed candidates for inheritance, welcome to your arrival. I am Dakar, a servant of Her Highness, the Goddess of Freedom, tasked with preparing for this trial. Please follow me. Dakar spoke to the assembly in a manner befitting one of a lower status, yet, none of those present were fools. They could all perceive the profound spiritual energy surrounding Dakar, and none dared to presume themselves as superiors. Greetings, Lady Dakar, the crowd respectfully bowed. Dakar inclined her body slightly, demonstrating respect for those who might become the heirs of the Goddess of Freedom. This place is the abode of Her Highness, the Goddess of Freedom. Should anyone present succeed in the trial, this alternate space will also belong to the heir. As Dakar spoke, she gestured for everyone to follow her. The group followed her in a grand procession. Yunqi and her companions lagged slightly behind, slowly exiting the hall. They traversed a beautiful garden and walked through a corridor imbued with an ancient ambience, as Dakar led them to the rear of the palace complex, into a forest rich with greenery. This is the site of the first trial, the Forest of Freedom. The trial's content is quite simple. Acquire the fragments of the rules of freedom scattered throughout the Forest of Freedom. Simple, you say? Lady Dakar, may I venture to ask you a question? Spoke a young man closest to Dakar. Please, go ahead. Are there many fragments of the rules of freedom in the Forest of Freedom? There wouldn't be just one, would there? Of course, there are more than just one. Anyone who is fated to the rules of freedom may find fragments. Dakar smiled, her eyes radiating an indescribable warmth. As for the exact quantity, it could be in the thousands, tens of thousands. I can't recall precisely. Oh, and just so you know, any fragments of the rules of freedom you find through your own efforts can be taken with you, even if you ultimately do not become the true heir of Her Highness, the Goddess of Freedom. Dakar's words immediately stirred a considerable commotion. Lady Dagger, if we do not pass the trial, can we still leave safely? Of course, you may. However, you will lose a measure of your freedom at random, unless you show disrespect to Her Highness, the Goddess of Freedom, otherwise, your lives will not be taken. Her Highness is known for her great tolerance, Dagger patiently explained to the crowd. Why did Yu Nanfei's master lose their freedom of life? Yun Xi's thoughts shifted slightly, and she quickly discerned that it must have been a secondary punishment from the Goddess of Freedom, the deceptive. The true Goddess of Freedom, the deity, after all, is a deity that has protected the Shuyu Plain for 1,500 years, displaying such gentleness even in the selection of heirs. It was evident that Jai Qianquan's one-time teleportation talisman, divine level, was intended for a wish mission issued by the Goddess of Freedom, the deceptive, not for the trial task of the Goddess of Freedom, the deity. Moreover, when Yu Nanfei previously participated in the mission of the Goddess of Freedom, the deceptive, he did not possess this talisman. Even if he could now utilize it to escape the mission, the penalties already incurred could not be erased. Thus, it was imperative for someone to complete the wish mission issued by the Goddess of Freedom, the deceptive, for him to regain his freedom. His master, having lost their life freedom, was too unique to reclaim it, and thus could not be resurrected. Yu Nanfei planned to summon Alicia, intending to see something from the Goddess of Freedom, the deceptive, such as the heart of freedom, which she cherishes most, fulfilling her wishes only to then deprive her of it, to avenge his master. Or perhaps there exists an item in the possession of the Goddess of Freedom, the deceptive, that could allow his master to be revived. Of course, this was merely Yun Xi's conjecture. Until reality unfolded, she could not ascertain the accuracy of her reasoning. Unlike Yun Xi's focus, the other participants were far more interested in the fragments of the rules of freedom, utterly enamored by the Goddess of Freedom's generosity. As expected of Her Highness, the Goddess of Freedom, praise be to Her Highness, the Goddess of Freedom, I am immensely fortunate to participate in the trial of Her Highness, the Goddess of Freedom. The expressions of the crowd gradually became reverent, while Dagger maintained her unchanging smile. Well then, if there are no further questions, the first trial shall officially commence. The only condition is that you may not enter in pairs, and you have a time limit of 24 hours. Upon Dagger's declaration, the crowd fell silent and entered the Forest of Freedom in turn. This trial required no competition among them, they merely needed to rely on their own affinities with freedom to discover their own fragments of the rules of freedom. After all, the fragments of the rules of freedom embody an enigmatic power that cannot be seized. All participants engaged in fair competition. Chapter 057, The Heart. In order to prevent the group from traveling together, Dagger distributed two-way teleportation runes to everyone. Upon activation, these runes would transport them to a random location within the Forest of Freedom, and they would return after 24 hours. Yun Xi, the Forest of Freedom may not be entirely safe. Exercise caution while you are on your own. Jai Qianquan cautioned Yun Xi before his departure. I will, Brother Qianquan, you take care as well, Yun Xi replied, waving her hand and exchanging greetings with Yu Nanfei and Qi Yuan before activating her teleportation rune. As the unique spatial fluctuations of the teleportation rune enveloped her, Yun Xi found herself transported to a certain part of the forest. The Forest of Freedom lived up to its name. Every breath she took was filled with the essence of liberty. As she walked, she observed the perfect greenery surrounding her. Rich spiritual energy flowed through the emerald leaves, and a gentle breeze caressed her, making everything feel extraordinarily delightful. Undoubtedly, there was no trace of malevolence here. Yun Xi finally understood why Yu Nanfei had advised her to prepare exploration gear. She touched the black mist stone earrings adorning her ears, realizing they could prove invaluable from the very first trial task. Although the fragments of the freedom rules could not be directly detected, it was possible to glean information indirectly, thereby deducing the most probable methods for acquiring them. Without hesitation, Yun Xi extracted 3 green crystal stones and lightly tapped them against the black mist stone earrings. The spiritual energy within the crystals was instantly absorbed, their vibrant green hue fading into a dull white. With a flick of her fingertip, the once indestructible green crystals crumbled to dust, carried away by the passing breeze. In an instant, the black mist stone earrings were fully charged. Yun Xi felt no reluctance. She opted to expend the maximum amount of 30,000 units of spiritual energy to activate the information extraction technique within the black mist stone earrings. Please select your target for spellcasting. The Forest of Freedom. In that moment, As her mind swirled, she had determined her target for information extraction. Information extraction, Forest of Freedom. This place is extremely dangerous, Yunshi, extremely dangerous. The Forest of Freedom, imbued with the essence of the Goddess of Liberty, is deemed extremely dangerous. A myriad of thoughts flashed through her mind. Without pausing, she continued to charge the black mist stone earrings, subsequently receiving more information about the Forest of Freedom. Information extraction, Forest of Freedom. This place contains many fragments of the Freedom Rules. This aligned with Darker's words. Information extraction, Forest of Freedom. This place is extremely dangerous. Information extraction, Forest of Freedom. This place is extremely dangerous. Following this, 2 consecutive warnings confirmed the extreme danger of the location. Information extraction, Forest of Freedom. Unknown entity underground. On the 5th extraction, a useful piece of information finally emerged. However, an unknown entity beneath the ground. Could it be that the unknown entity eludes even their LV-30 information extraction technique? It is worth noting that the black mist stone earrings could even articulate details about the fragments of the Freedom Rules, or perhaps, the fragments of the Freedom Rules are widely known public information, rendering them relatively unimportant, while the unknown entity below holds greater mystery. Furthermore, did the repeated warnings of extreme danger pertain to the entirety of the Forest of Freedom, or were they specifically directed at the unknown entity underground? Yunshi did not halt. She continued her information extraction. She expended a considerable number of green crystal stones, repeatedly altering the target for extraction through the black mist stone earrings, and eventually compiled a set of relatively useful hints. Information extraction, above ground in the Forest of Freedom. No danger. Information extraction, below ground in the Forest of Freedom. Extremely dangerous. Information extraction, below ground in the Forest of Freedom. Mysterious unknown entity. In summary, no danger above ground, but the association with the ominous makes the notion of extreme danger quite comprehensible. Yunshi furrowed her brow, ultimately deciding to refrain from probing the underground entity for now. She needed to complete the first trial first. Information extraction, Freedom Rule fragments. To obtain Freedom Rule fragments, one must first find the Heart of Freedom. Yunshi hesitated as she contemplated this newly revealed information. Must she find the Heart of Freedom first? Does this imply that the Heart of Freedom also resides within the forest? Yet, when she attempted to extract related information about the Heart of Freedom, the black mist stone earrings refused to respond, merely depleting her spiritual energy while yielding only 2 asterisks, without divulging any further details. This expenditure felt rather frustrating. There was no choice. The Heart of Freedom could only be sought through her own endeavors. For a full 2 hours, Yunshi traversed the Forest of Freedom without spotting even a single strand of hair. Aside from the occasional gust of wind and the rich spiritual energy in the air, there was nothing else in this forest. Oh no, there were also flowers, grasses, and trees. Only plants, devoid of any animals. According to Darker, this place was the abode of the Goddess of Liberty, a divine-level space anchored by the Shuyu Plane. The vastness of the Forest of Freedom defied logic, which was understandable, yet the complete absence of living beings seemed rather abnormal. Shouldn't the Forest of Freedom adhere to the principles of liberty? A forest without animals hardly epitomizes true freedom, does it? Relying on the key information about the Heart of Freedom extracted through the black mist stone earrings, Yunshi found herself at a loss. The focus lay not in the Heart of Freedom itself, but rather in the concept of heart. Could it be that this heart refers to her own heart? Yunshi's imagination soared, conjuring fantastical notions. In the trial's context, one needed to gain the acknowledgement of the Heart of Freedom to attract the favor of the Freedom Rule fragments. Perhaps the crux of the first trial does not lie in obtaining a fragment of the Freedom Rules, but rather in assessing whether individuals can recognize their own Heart of Freedom. The moment they awaken their Heart of Freedom, the fragments of the Freedom Rules will naturally gravitate toward them, establishing a connection. However, in the wish task of the Goddess of Liberty, the enigmatic, the Heart of Freedom is also a tangible object, leading to some contradictions. No, that's not right. Throughout the wish task of the Goddess of Liberty, the enigmatic, it was never explicitly stated that the Heart of Freedom is a physical entity. Perhaps what she referred to as the Heart of Freedom was her own heart when she was a true deity. At the moment before her transformation into an enigma, she may have wished to shield her Heart of Freedom from corruption, thus sealing it within her abode. Upon this realization, it began to make a semblance of sense. Once Yunxi contemplated what the heart of freedom could be, her thoughts became irrevocably engrossed. Nevertheless, to avoid erroneous speculation, she persistently employed her identification and information extraction techniques, refusing to abandon her exploration of everything within the Forest of Freedom. Chapter 058, Talent. Meanwhile, deep within her heart, she began to ponder how to discover her own heart of freedom. Freedom, what exactly is freedom? Is it the freedom of life, the freedom of the soul? Or perhaps, the freedom to act according to one's whims? Yunxi's answer was quite simple. For her, all of these constituted indispensable forms of freedom. Life and soul embody freedom, and the liberty to act as one pleases is also freedom. Freedom is the absence of shackles, devoid of control, and unbounded. The heart of freedom is perhaps better described as the soul of freedom, unchained, ungoverned, and unrestricted. In a dimension invisible to the naked eye, as Yunxi gradually comprehended the heart of freedom, a series of luminous points began to emerge within the Forest of Freedom. These lights were drawn to her, eventually merging into her very soul. The scattered glimmers of light coalesced into a resplendent galaxy, swirling around and enveloping her entire essence, while mysterious forces intertwined within, slowly fading from sight. After an indeterminate passage of time, Yunxi was suddenly roused by the system notification by her ear. Ding! Congratulations, player, you have grasped the special passive talent Heart of Freedom. The talent interface has been activated. Special passive talent. Heart of Freedom. Had she truly succeeded, Yunxi opened the system panel to inspect it. Passive talent, Heart of Freedom, 144. Passively detach from any constraints. Note, does not include system contract bindings. Please be advised. The number 144 in parentheses referred to her spiritual attribute. This meant that with this talent, anyone possessing a spiritual attribute lower than 144 would be unable to impose any restraints upon her. However, it was evident that in the land of divine ruin, the system's authority surpassed all. Even if the Heart of Freedom was a divine-level passive talent, it could not contravene the rules of the system's contracts. So, had she now discovered the Heart of Freedom, what about the fragments of freedom's rules? With a shift of her consciousness, within her inner vision of the soul, a mystical silver brilliance, akin to a galaxy, spread throughout her essence. It turned out that it was her belief in the Heart of Freedom that attracted the fragments of freedom's rules, and only afterward did the passive talent Heart of Freedom awaken. Under Yunxi's intentional consolidation, a form resembling sparkling starlight, fragments of freedom's rules fragmented star state, gradually gathered together, ultimately transforming into a fragment of freedom's rules celestial state. Upon realizing the existence of the freedom rules themselves, Yunxi understood that the rule fragments also possessed a hierarchy. Among them, the fragmented star state was the faintly scattered points within her soul, while the celestial state represented the tens of thousands of fragmented star states that had evolved 2 levels after being drawn to her. There was yet another form, the micro-star state. 1 celestial state rule fragment equated to 100 micro-star states, which in turn equated to 10,000 fragmented star states. To acquire a celestial state fragment of the freedom rules was indeed a worthwhile endeavor. Even if she had not completed the inheritance trial, she could still retreat unscathed by using the rune given to her by Zhai Qianquan. Yet she recalled the mark mentioned by Yunnan thus she dismissed the thought of withdrawing, setting aside the promise she had made to Yunnan. She could not afford to betray his trust, even though they had not formalized a contract regarding this matter. Casting a glance at the countdown on the mission panel, she noted that only 3 minutes remained until the 24-hour limit set by Darker. How had so much time already passed? Her body and spirit exhibited no signs of fatigue, nor did she feel any hunger. Was this the effect of having a physique of 50 points, and with just 3 minutes left, there was no time to investigate the subterranean treasures of the Forest of Freedom? Yunxi felt no regret. She recalled the warning about the extreme dangers below ground. It was best to avoid such a ticking time bomb. Time slipped away, and as the 24-hour countdown concluded, Yunxi was transported back to the entrance of the Forest of Freedom by the 2-way teleportation rune. Darker was awaiting their return. One by one, the participants reappeared. Their expressions varied. Some were exhilarated, others troubled, and some smug. Yunxi quietly observed the expressions of her companions, estimating that approximately 1 in 20 had completed the task. This probability was neither particularly high nor low. Yunxi, how do you feel? did you encounter any bullying in there? Jai Qianquan appeared from nowhere, interrupting Yunxi's thoughts. I did not, Brother Qianquan. I did not meet anyone at all. Then did you succeed? The heart of freedom. Jai Qianquan raised his eyebrows suggestively. I succeeded. What about you, Brother Qianquan? Of course I succeeded. If I couldn't pass this trial, Nanfei wouldn't have summoned me. I see. Shortly thereafter, Qiyuan and Yu Nanfei were also teleported back. The group exchanged glances, each having acquired a fragment of freedom's rules. Nanfei, you participated in the same trial last time, right? Doesn't your awakened heart of freedom meet the criteria of that person's wishes? Jai Qianquan pondered aloud. Why, Yu Nanfei smirked. That person desires a heart of freedom that rewards a true divine inheritance, not ours. Yunxi's keen eyes caught sight of Qiyuan clutching a speck of starlight. If she was not mistaken, that was a fragment of freedom's rules that could only be observed within the inner vision of the soul. Qiyuan, how could she manifest a rule fragment from another dimension, and even hold it in her hand? Not only Yunxi, but Jai Qianquan and Yu Nanfei also noticed. Qiyuan, what are you doing? Jai Qianquan felt an ominous premonition. It's a fragment of the freedom rules. Isn't this the content from the first trial? Qiyuan replied expressionlessly. I mean, how did you manage to grasp it with your hand? Jai Qianquan swallowed hard. Why, Yu Nanfei's expression twisted slightly as he opened his friend interface to send a message to Qiyuan. It was unclear what Yu Nanfei said to Qiyuan, but in an instant, Yunxi saw this couldn't be. Had she awakened and absorbed the fragment of freedom's rules on the spot, comprehending the heart of freedom? Qiyuan's ability was truly astonishing, yet the next moment, Yunxi noticed Qiyuan frowning slightly. My affinity with the freedom rules is not high. Her tone remained calm. Nanfei, I fear this time. I understand. It's all right. Just do your best. Why, Yu Nanfei was aware of Qiyuan's background. Given her circumstances, her difficulty in connecting with freedom was entirely understandable. Were it not for this, he wouldn't have needed to call Jai Qianquan. Moreover, the unknown mark on Yunxi that even he could not decipher could serve as leverage against that female trickster. A few minutes later, all the trial participants were transported back. Darker, who had been waiting patiently, said nothing. She simply waved her hand lightly, and the failures were transported away. Chapter 059. Divine Arts. Only 30 individuals remained on the scene. Yunxi and her 3 companions were successfully retained, alongside Alicia and the 3 offspring of the Grand Duke. What surprised Yunxi the most was the presence of 2 individuals clad in coarse linen garments among the remaining challengers. Indeed, it was the very familiar rough-spun attire. These 2 were, predictably, players from Blue Star Point. One was a strikingly handsome young man, and the other, a beautiful and graceful young woman, exuding an elegance that was incongruous with their humble clothing. They must have logged in after the commencement of the open beta, otherwise, they would not still be wearing the novice outfits provided by the system. Caught up in this inheritance trial, one could only wonder if it was a stroke of luck or misfortune. Sensing Yunxi's scrutinizing gaze, the beautiful young woman turned her attention towards her, offering a refined and courteous smile. Yunxi reciprocated with a slight nod. Congratulations to all candidates for successfully passing the first trial. Now, please follow me. Adaker's voice remained as soothing as ever. With that, she led the group out, traversing the exquisite gardens until they arrived at a certain side hall within the palace complex. The furnishings within resembled those of a classroom, with precisely 30 desks and chairs, ample enough for everyone to be seated. The content of the second trial involves learning the free series of divine arts. I will distribute the scrolls of spell patterns to you all, and those who qualify within the next 9 days shall become the inheritors of our divine legacy. Lord Daker, may I inquire, what exactly is this free divine artem that cannot be taken away? Should one fail the trial, all related memories will automatically be erased. She replied. Oh, understood, Lord Daker. As we are merely high-level sorcerers, are we permitted to learn the divine arts? This question came from one of the Grand Duke's children, Yu Honglu, her enchanting crimson eyes fixated on Daker, seemingly deep in thought. Indeed, as long as you possess the fragments of the free rule, it is entirely feasible. The divine arts are of a most unique nature and are not bound by level limitations. Upon hearing Daker's response, the group felt a sense of relief. Regardless of the outcome, they had nothing to lose and no risk to bear. They merely needed to contemplate the consequences should the wish task of the Goddess of Freedom fail under Dakar's guidance. Everyone took their seats in succession. While awaiting the distribution of the scrolls, Yunshi gazed at the pristine tabletop, lost in contemplation. The first trial served as preparation for the second. After all, without the enhancement of the free rule fragments, one could not learn the divine arts. According to Dakar, this inheritance trial posed no danger whatsoever. Yet, her thoughts wandered to the unknown eerie entities lurking beneath the Forest of Freedom. After a moment's reflection, Yunshi decided to message Yunanfei. The black mist stone earrings had been crafted by him. He would surely be able to employ the information extraction technique. Yunanfei, are you aware of the entities beneath the Forest of Freedom? You need not concern yourself with that. It is something we should all avoid touching. Should you successfully pass the inheritance trial and inherit this alternate space, it would be advisable not to approach until you have attained a certain level of strength. Yunanfei sent a word of caution to Yunqi. All right, I understand. Dakar began to distribute the divine art scrolls to each person. The weighty scrolls mirrored the heavy hearts of the participants. The outcome hinged upon this singular moment. Candidates, please inscribe your names at the top of the scrolls, and you may commence your studies. The scrolls will continuously record your progress, so do not fall behind. Yunqi unrolled the divine art scroll, noting its distinction from ordinary scrolls, as it would not self-destruct upon reading. Please inscribe your name. Upon signing, you automatically agree to the learning contract. Learning contract. Those who fail the trial will have all memories related to free divine arts and their progress automatically erased, without any side effects. Not only would memories be obliterated, but the knowledge acquired through learning would also vanish. Satisfied with the terms of the learning contract, Yunshi used her spiritual energy to inscribe her name. As she finished, the previously blank space on the scroll transformed. There were only 2 spell patterns. Constrain Freedom Art, Master Freedom Art. Was this truly the essence of the free series of divine arts? As Yunshi's gaze drifted over the 2 spell patterns, relevant information surfaced in her mind. The Constrain Freedom Art, as its name suggests, could imprison the target's freedom, allowing for the specification of which freedom to restrain, or even randomly imprison various freedoms. For instance, freedom of life, freedom of movement, freedom of leveling up, and even freedom of attribute allocation could all be fettered in a world where strength reigns supreme. Being deprived of freedom of leveling up or freedom of attribute allocation could be worse than death itself. Yunanfei had likely been randomly constrained in his freedom of movement, rendering him unable to leave Qinglan town. Given his level, this confinement meant an absence of formidable foes to vanquish, thus precluding the acquisition of experience points and, consequently, the ability to level up, akin to being deprived of freedom of leveling up. Especially for someone of his caliber, time was of the essence. During his confinement in Qinglan town over the years, countless opportunities in the outside world had slipped through his fingers. Conversely, the Master Freedom Art differed significantly from the Constrain Freedom Art. It was primarily a spell cast upon oneself, allowing control over various positive freedoms. For example, one could reset the target's attribute points and skill points, facilitating free distribution. By consuming spatial energy, one could enable the target to teleport to designated coordinates freely. By expending corresponding spiritual energy, one could allow the target to freely cast a known spell. The target could refer to oneself or another individual. However, to achieve the desired effect, one must adhere to the principle of energy conservation. For instance, while the Master Freedom Art could reset free attribute points, it could not conjure additional points out of thin air. If cast upon an adversary, it could reset their attribute allocations. If the opponent were a sorcerer, one could manipulate their attributes to favor physical attributes. This would undeniably deal a significant blow to the sorcerer. Should one encounter an insurmountable foe, they could also expend spatial energy to transport their opponent to other specified coordinates. In summary, the divine arts undoubtedly lived up to their name. Nonetheless, these 2 spell patterns seemed rather excessive. Their complexity was equivalent to tenfold that of the light manipulation art. Could she truly master them within the span of 9 days? Yunshi shook her head, no longer willing to squander time, and began to slowly outline with her spiritual energy. However, merely initiating the process caused her energy to collapse instantaneously. Despite multiple attempts, the outcome remained unchanged. A glance at the others revealed Qi Yuan furrowing his brow slightly, while Zhai Qianquan lay sprawled across the desk, his eyes vacant, embodying the very essence of a dispirited student. Chapter 060. The idle Yun Nanfeng was in a state of meditation, seemingly unconcerned with the study of magical arts, as if she had already anticipated her failure and chose not to engage in learning at all. What, then, was the purpose of her presence? Was she merely a companion for reading? Alicia from the Sorcerers' Association calmly fixed her gaze upon the scroll in her hands, exuding an air of confidence. The expressions of the three offspring of the Grand Duke remained unchanged, yet a subtle oppressive aura radiated from them, revealing their discontent. The two siblings clad in coarse linen were seated a distance away from Yunqi, and she could not discern their expressions. However, observing the countenances of those nearby, it was evident that everyone's progress was roughly similar. Darker was meandering between the seats, and upon noticing the situation, offered a hint: divine arts are not ordinary spells. They cannot be understood through conventional reasoning. Divine arts, conventional reasoning. Darker had previously mentioned that the prerequisite for learning divine arts was the fragments of free rules. Could it be? Yunqi closed her eyes and began to introspect the fragments of free rules within her soul. The singular fragment of the star state of free rules within her could be further divided into 10,000 fragments of the shattered star state. Much like harnessing spiritual energy, she could utilize the rule fragments to outline the patterns of divine arts. To her astonishment, she succeeded. Moreover, her progress in outlining and learning was remarkably smooth, albeit with a considerable consumption of free rule fragments. Most critically, the fragments of free rules could not be replenished. The two spells consumed a total of 2,000 shattered star state free rule fragments, leaving her with 8,000. Binding Freedom Spell, Shattered Star Level LV1. Consumes 10 to 100 free rule fragments. Shattered Star State can impose a Binding Freedom spell on the target with guaranteed success. The duration of the binding is determined by the target's mental attributes and the consumption of free rule fragments. Mastery of Freedom Spell, Shattered Star Level LV1. Consumes 10 to 100 free rule fragments. Shattered Star State can impose a Mastery of Freedom spell on the target. The degree of control is determined by the target's mental resistance and the consumption of free rule fragments. Learning two spells within a short time frame was astonishingly effortless. However, Yunqi's focus was not on her successful completion of this inheritance trial within the designated time. Instead, she pondered the necessity of consuming free rule fragments to cast divine arts. Thus, a pressing question arose: how could she replenish the free rule fragments she had expended? At that moment, both Alicia and Zhai Qianquan rose simultaneously, almost in unison, proclaiming, "Lady Darker, I have mastered these two divine arts. Lady Darker, I have completed my studies." A profound silence enveloped the room. Zhai Qianquan, who had previously appeared to be a lackluster student, had suddenly thrived. Yunqi found it hard to believe that he was unaware of utilizing free rule fragments to outline the patterns of divine arts. After all, he had previously stated that he was studying rules-based magic. Had Zhai Qianquan experienced a fortuitous encounter just moments ago? Oh, is that so? However, only one successor of the god is required, you know. Then how about this? I shall add a small trial. As far as I know, 2 other students have also completed their tasks, have they not? Will you not join them? Darker's gaze lingered on Yunqi and Yu Honglu. The remaining 2 were evidently apparent. Yunqi exchanged a glance with Yu Honglu, and amidst the astonished and envious gazes of the crowd, they slowly rose. Ji Yuan turned to face Yun Nanfeng and sent him a message. "Nanfeng, I'm afraid I cannot assist you this time. My affinity with the free rule fragments is too low." "It's all right. Perhaps I could cheat." Ji Yuan, no need. Aren't there others who have learned divine arts? As long as someone can complete the task, it suffices. Moreover, your affinity with the free rule fragments is too low. Even if you were to gain the legacy of the Goddess of Freedom, it would be of little use. After all, the cost of cheating was too great. The attributes and skill points blessed by the Goddess of Freedom could not be compensated. Yun Nanfeng had not expected Ji Yuan's affinity with the free rules to be so low that she could not even learn divine arts. Naturally, he fared worse, currently bound in the freedom of the forest, having obtained only 1 shattered star state free rule fragment through cheating. Well then, I shall heed your advice. Ji Yuan replied. The remaining students may continue their studies. The agreed upon 9-day time limit will not change. As for you four, please follow me. As they followed darker along the path, Jai Qingquan stealthily messaged Yunxi. Little sister Yunxi, you are truly remarkable. Rule fragments are not easily managed, I could only drive them due to past experience. Jai Qingquan was astonished at her success, knowing she had never previously encountered rules-based magic. Perhaps my affinity with the free rule fragments is quite high. After all, until now, Yunxi had never been constrained by anything, nor had she signed a contract of servitude with any power. The blue star would not bind her, the flower kingdom could not restrict her freedom, and even her kin in this life held no ties. She now existed in a state of utter freedom, owing nothing to anyone. Yunxi could traverse any place freely, choosing her future path at her discretion. Even the task from the ancient divine race could be disregarded, for it bore no time limit nor penalties for failure. Everything was within her freedom to choose. Darker led them to a clearing near the garden, pointing to the statue of the goddess of freedom at the center and said, Your trial is quite simple. Utilize the divine arts you have just learned to shatter that statue. At her words, the four of them were taken aback. Wasn't Darker a servant of the goddess of freedom? How could she, Lady Darker? This seems rather disrespectful to Her Highness, the goddess of freedom. Yu Honglu hesitated. As the successor of Her Highness, the goddess of freedom, one must possess the freedom and courage to break all barriers. Rest assured, this is the content of the trial. The goddess of freedom will not take offense, in fact, this is her very intention. Before her departure, she instructed me to assist the future god of freedom in reaching the pinnacle. The goddess of freedom was a predecessor, and she hopes that her successor can inherit her wishes and elevate the name of freedom to its zenith. The title of God of Freedom. The ears of the four perked up at this phrase. What kind of existence was a deity? Jai Qingquan had previously mentioned that levels 61 to 70 corresponded to the intermediate divine level. By this reasoning, levels 71 to 80 would indicate a higher divine level. The god level, clearly, was above that. Darker's words implied that the goddess of freedom was a deity above level 80. What would happen when she transformed? Now, I shall grant you 10 minutes to prepare. The trial will officially commence in 10 minutes. Chapter 061, The Wish. There are two divine arts in the Freedom series, the Binding of Freedom and the Control of Freedom. To shatter the statue of the goddess of freedom. Yunxi scrutinized the statue intently. Although the goddess had transformed into an enigma, the statue she left behind remained sacred and inviolable. Its exterior not only radiated a potent aura of spiritual energy but also contained a dazzling starlight. At the heart of the statue, could it be that this is the heart of freedom left by the goddess? Beside her, Darker gazed at the statue, her eyes shimmering with indescribable sorrow and nostalgia. She closed her eyes, clasped her hands over her heart, and silently prayed. Your Highness, may your wish come to fruition, and may you find that master of destiny. 10 minutes slipped by in a fleeting moment. Darker opened her eyes once more, her gaze sweeping over the four individuals before finally resting on Yu Honglu. Let us begin with you. I wish to see if you possess the qualification to become the future master of freedom. Yes. Yu Honglu had no reason to decline. She first performed a salutation to the deity before commencing to sketch the divine deity's intricate patterns. The onlookers clearly observed the fragments of the rules of freedom emanating from Yu Honglu, slowly blossoming at her fingertips. As she moved, the patterns of the binding of freedom gradually emerged. To everyone's astonishment, Yu Honglu had chosen the binding of freedom. In the name of freedom, I bind you, solidified essence of freedom. Yu Honglu's approach was indeed novel. She chose to bind the very materials that constituted the statue, with the divine art-consuming rules as its fuel. It surged towards the statue, carrying an irresistible force. Under the impact of 100 shattered fragments of the rules of freedom, the statue emitted a distressing cracking sound. However, just as the statue seemed poised to shatter, it unexpectedly restored itself without warning, offering no time for mental preparation. Yu Honglu pursed her lips slightly, lost in thought. Well, the divine art of freedom has been successfully cast, but regrettably, the statue remains unbroken, Darker concluded. Her gaze then shifted to Alicia. Alicia nodded slightly and stepped forward without any preparatory motion. The control of freedom was nearly instantaneous. Compared to the binding of freedom, the control of freedom offered a more comprehensive range of power. Within the control of freedom, there was a clause, consuming corresponding spiritual energy allowed the target to freely cast a known spell. This single clause indicated that everyone could freely unleash countless spells, provided they were aware of the specific patterns. It mattered not if they had not yet mastered them. Given Alicia's status, it was certain he would possess an extensive repertoire of spells. Thus, the onlookers could not predict what spell Alicia was about to cast using the control of freedom. They could only sense a unique power surging towards the statue, yet nothing transpired. "Unfortunately, you two have failed," Darker remarked in a neutral tone. Alicia's gaze remained vacant, his brow furrowing slightly as if he could not comprehend the reason for his failure. Finally, only Yunqi and Jai Qinquan remained. Darker's gaze settled upon Yunqi. "Now, it is your turn. Come on, little sister." Jai Qinquan cheered Yunqi on from the side. For him, although the inheritance of the goddess of freedom was tempting, everything depended on fate. Friendship took precedence over competition. Otherwise, he would not have given Yunqi the teleportation rune nor befriended the enviable celestial being like Qi Yuan. With Alicia, the Star Master of the Sorcerers Association, having failed, the likelihood of his own success seemed slim. If Yunqi could pass the trial, he would be genuinely happy for her. Yunqi nodded at Jai Qinquan, ready to proceed. Utilizing the control of freedom, she intended to cast a spell she had yet to learn, the Wish Art. "I wish to obtain the most precious item within the statue before me." Having observed closely, Yunqi discerned that the item at the heart of the statue of the Goddess of Freedom was extraordinary, likely the Heart of Freedom, although upon completing this trial of inheritance, the Heart of Freedom would also be rewarded as a task completion prize. Yunqi had recognized from the outset that the rewards during the trial were granted throughout the process. Whether it was the fragments of the Rules of Freedom or the Scrolls of the Divine Arts, they were all acquired during the first and second trials. Thus, did the Heart of Freedom require them to fight for it during this test. Including the final blessing from the Goddess of Freedom. As she expended 100 shattered fragments of the Rules of Freedom to cast the Wish Art, an indescribable pressure suddenly descended upon her soul. Yunqi's 400 points of spiritual energy were instantaneously depleted, but it still wasn't enough. The Wish Art was attempting to extract her soul's power. Fortunately, with the system's protection over her soul, Yunqi's essence remained unharmed. However, the extraction persisted. The Wish Art, was it truly this terrifying? She had initially thought the consequences of failing the Wish Art would merely result in an unfulfilled wish. Little did she know, once a wish was made, there was no turning back. The Wish Art would forcibly extract sufficient energy as the price for the wish granted. Caught in a stalemate between the system safeguarding Yunqi's soul and the Wish Art extracting her essence, Yunqi quickly devised a countermeasure. She attempted to use green crystals to pay the cost of spiritual energy, but was outright rejected by the Wish Art. Ding, the cost must be paid with one's own strength. The system had intervened, prompting Yunqi to conserve more energy. This is the rule for casting the Wish Art. Yunqi pondered this. In other words, she could only absorb the energy from the crystals, converting it into her own spiritual energy, which would then be extracted by the Wish Art. Under her voluminous robe, she continuously switched the crystals in her hands. Absorbing the green crystals was too slow. That wouldn't suffice. The absorption rate of the blue star stones was acceptable, but still inadequate. The speed of absorbing the purple crystals was swift, yet it still fell short of the Wish Art's extraction pace. Finally, there were the red crystals. The moment she acquired the red crystal, its internal energy began to flow into her body in a steady stream. Simultaneously, the Wish Art relentlessly extracted the spiritual energy from within Yunqi. 10,000, 100,000, 1 million, 10 million. Just as the currency exchange ratio between crystals, the energy contained within these crystals was also at a rate of 100. Thus, the spiritual energy within the red crystals amounted to a staggering 1 billion. Yunqi became a conduit, with the Wish Art extracting a full 100 million points of spiritual energy before it finally succeeded in its execution. However, Yunqi soon realized that the energy from the red crystals had formed an inertia. Even when she ceased her absorption, the energy continued to flood into her being. Cold sweat began to bead upon her forehead. No, her total limit was 14 400 points of spiritual energy, the remaining energy within the red crystals, could it potentially overwhelm her? Chapter 062, The Temple A Ding. Does the player require system assistance to absorb excess spiritual energy? No cost is incurred. Help, help, help. Yunqi sighed inwardly at the system's avaricious nature. With 90% of the spiritual energy remaining in the red crystal, it was equivalent to nearly a year's worth of soul guardianship. The system truly seized the opportunity to plunder, yet it had aided her, sparing her from a rebirth resurrection. After all, utilizing the rebirth divine stone also demanded a price, and Yunqi was not one to be ungrateful. It seemed a fair trade, although it appeared as if the wish spell had lingered for an eternity. In reality, only a few seconds had passed since Yunqi cast the Control of Freedom spell. Before the gaze of the multitude, the statue suddenly shattered. The wish spell had succeeded, revealing a diamond crystal slowly emerging from the heart of the statue. It then soared directly into Yunqi's embrace. Ding! Congratulations player on acquiring Heart of Freedom, Divine Aspect of Freedom. Ding! Congratulations player on receiving the final blessing of the Goddess of Freedom. Freedom Attribute points 20, Freedom Skill points 10. I have heard your wish. The divine aspect of freedom is bestowed upon you, cherish it. At last, Yunqi heard a soft feminine voice. She was taken aback, realizing that the object of her wish spell was none other than the Goddess of Freedom herself, before her transformation into a malevolent entity. She had heard her desire, the Heart of Freedom. Was it indeed the divine aspect of freedom? Witnessing Yunqi's success, the reactions of those around her varied. Eliza's gaze sharpened for the first time, settling. Yu Honglu regarded her with a hint of astonishment. Sister, no, Yunqi, have you truly achieved this? Zhai Qiankan wore a dazed expression. They had spoken of him being the destined child of this encounter. Alas, it seemed he was merely a supporting character. How lamentable. Darker's response was particularly pronounced. She knelt on one knee before Yunqi, respectfully proclaiming, Your Highness, congratulations on successfully passing the trial. Ding! Congratulations player on completing the hidden quest, the inheritance trial of the Goddess of Freedom, with automatic rewards dispensed. All trial participants were met with the system's notification. In the next moment, aside from Yunqi, all other trialists had their memories related to the divine art of freedom erased and were promptly teleported away. Only Yunqi remained, standing alone in place. Your Highness, congratulations on becoming the successor of Her Highness the Goddess of Freedom. Please accept this. Darker offered Yunqi a white jade token, cradled delicately in her hands. What is this? Yunqi inquired, perplexed. This is the divine command token of the Temple of Freedom. With this token, you may command all divine servants of the temple. The Temple of Freedom is. I understand you have many questions, but please do not rush. First, take a look at this contract. Darker had risen and handed a scroll of contract to Yunqi. Oath. Darker unconditionally becomes the servant of Yunqi, the inheritor of the Goddess of Freedom, pledging lifelong loyalty and never to betray. This was a bond of servitude, with Yunqi as the master and Darker as the bound servant, enumerating the severe repercussions of Darker's breach of contract. A pang of bitterness stirred within Yunqi, yet she did not forget the time bomb hidden beneath the Forest of Freedom, should this divine servant Darker pose any further issues. To mitigate risk and secure her own safety, Yunqi chose to sign the contract. Seeing that Yunqi was willing to accept her, Darker felt a sense of relief. Your Highness, the reason for signing this contract is to assure you of the truth of what I am about to convey, and to prepare you mentally. The Goddess of Freedom has transformed into a malevolent entity. I am aware of that. Now that the contract was signed, Darker was one of her own, and Yunqi proceeded to share the wishes of the Goddess of Freedom, now malevolent. Darker's complexion turned pale. The Goddess of Freedom, malevolent, desires the divine aspect of freedom, Yunqi affirmed. Indeed, before departing, the Goddess of Freedom concealed her untainted divine aspect here and instructed me that whoever mastered the divine art of freedom and shattered the statue would be the next inheritor of the divine aspect. She did not wish for the divine aspect of freedom to be tainted alongside her. Your Highness, you must never relinquish the divine aspect of freedom. Furthermore, the malevolent Goddess of Freedom is no longer the being she once was. Currently, the malevolent goddess lacks the divine aspect's enhancement and can only manifest at a demigod level. Should she also taint the divine aspect, the formations of Shuyu Plane would no longer be able to impede her arrival. At that time, she would undoubtedly be the first to set foot here, and you would then. What is her motivation for wanting to step foot here? Is it due to the treasures hidden beneath the Forest of Freedom? Yunshi queried. Darker's expression turned troubled. Beneath the Forest of Freedom lies the goddess's treasury. Centuries ago, the goddess unearthed a treasure from an unknown source, and that very treasure is the root cause of her malevolent transformation. Later, upon realizing this, the goddess sealed the treasury completely, but it was too late. She had already been corrupted. Thus, the nature of that unknown malevolent artifact was of such high stature. If left unchecked, is there a possibility for that malevolent artifact to break through the treasury's seal? Rest assured, although the level of corruption of that artifact is exceedingly high, its inherent penetration is quite weak and cannot breach the seal. Darker will remain here, and generally, there should not be any issues. I will reapply the seal periodically. Very well. Then I shall rely on Darker. As for the divine aspect of freedom, should she hand it over to the malevolent goddess, it would surely invite calamity upon Shuyu Plane, yet, withholding it would prevent the completion of the malevolent goddess's task, while she and Jai Jinquan, as well as Ji Yuan, could utilize the separation runes. Yunan Fei, however, could not regain her freedom. It was indeed a dilemma. By the way, you mentioned earlier that the malevolent goddess lacks the divine aspect's enhancement and possesses only demigod-level power. Indeed, all true deities above level 50 must condense a divine aspect. The divine aspect of freedom in your possession is formed from the heart of the goddess of freedom. She cannot substitute it with another divine aspect. No wonder this divine aspect of freedom was referred to as the heart of freedom. It was indeed a heart. A demigod-level malevolent entity. If she were to use the wish spell to eliminate her, what were the odds, however, that was still the goddess of freedom? As if sensing Yunshi's thoughts, Darker offered a faint smile. Your Highness, you need not harbor any reservations. The malevolent goddess of freedom is, in essence, a completely different being from her former self. Understood. If you do not mind, you may freely command the powers of the Temple of Freedom. The Temple of Freedom is. Yunshi had already harbored this question. The Temple of Freedom is a sanctuary established and maintained by the successive goddesses of freedom. The previous divine master was Her Highness the Goddess of Freedom, and now you are her successor. Chapter 063, The Bound Spirit. Previously, the Lady of the Liberty Goddess Temple descended upon the Shuyu Plane for trials, and it has been nearly 2,000 years since her last return. The Liberty Temple is likely still unaware of her tragic fate. May I be so bold as to inquire about the Lady of Liberty's previous level? Of course. The Lady of Liberty is a level 86 supreme deity, serving as the Divine Master of the Liberty Temple and the Domain Lord of the Realm of Freedom. The titles of Supreme Deity and Realm of Freedom felt as distant to Yunshi as the stars themselves. And what is your level? Yunshi continued to question her. I am a level 66 bound spirit, born to protect this sacred dwelling, and I have attained divinity through the grace of the Lady of Liberty. A bound spirit. So, Darker, you cannot leave this place. Indeed, my lady, Darker replied, lowering her gaze. I apologize, but I am unable to provide assistance beyond this realm. That is quite all right. You need only safeguard this location. Darker, since you cannot depart, how do you level up? Yunshi was genuinely curious about this matter. Well, there are various methods to level up, including defeating monsters and blessings from deities upon their followers. I have been favored by the Lady of Liberty. I see. It made sense now. No wonder Darker held the Lady of Liberty in such high regard and was willing to sign a contract of servitude to her successor. This divine command token, I implore you to accept. Darker proffered the white token once more to Yunshi. I cannot accept this divine command token for the time being. Darker looked momentarily taken aback. Why not? As you mentioned, the Lady of Liberty has been absent for over 2,000 years, and they are unaware of her demise. If I were to return with my current strength, I would not be recognized. But you could issue commands to them directly. Yet, that would merely be issuing orders, would it not? Commanding them does not equate to controlling the lives and deaths of the divine servants. Those ancient beings, who have lived for thousands of years, possess myriad ways to ensnare her, and furthermore, assuming the role of the Divine Master of the Liberty Temple entails significant responsibilities. Any choice that appears to be a gift will undoubtedly come with unimaginable costs. Even for the sake of tempering her own character, Yunshi could not easily accept such an enormous boon. Dagger, since I am already the successor of the Lady of Liberty, I possess the right to choose freedom, do I not? Indeed, irrespective of your choice, Dagger shall support you. Then, the only matter that remained was how to confront the Lady of Liberty, the Enigma. The divine essence in her hand radiated an exceptionally brilliant light. Indeed, there was still this matter to address. What is the function of this divine essence? She inquired of Dagger. My lady, your current level is too low. I recommend that upon reaching level 50, you consume this divine essence when you coalesce your own. Is that possible? Yes, prior to that, this divine essence can also provide you with fragments of the freedom rules. However, I advise against using it unless absolutely necessary, as the fragments within this essence possess a high rank, and your soul may not withstand them. Yunshi pondered this. How can I replenish the fragments of— Moreover, you have awakened the innate talent of the Heart of Freedom, so there is no need to worry about the fragments not gravitating towards you. What Dagger meant by this was, my lady, although I have been continuously reinforcing the seal in the treasury, for your safety, it is best that you refrain from visiting frequently, unless you encounter insurmountable danger, in which case you may use the freedom control technique to teleport back. Dagger's advice mirrored that of Yunan Fei. Until she possessed sufficient strength, it was prudent to avoid this place to prevent unforeseen circumstances. Understood. Yunshi nodded. However, then shall we add each other as system friends? Dagger gazed at her with hope. Yunshi was momentarily taken aback. It turned out that a level 66 deity also fell under the system's management. Could it be that sentient anomalies also fell under the system's governance? Lost in thought, she voiced her curiosity. My lady, I am not entirely certain about this. I only know that the former Lady of Liberty also possessed a system panel. As for anomalies, I am less knowledgeable. Oh, Yunshi did not dwell further on the matter. She was merely curious and did not feel compelled to unravel every mystery. After adding Dagger as a friend, all pertinent information had been shared. Yunshi stored the divine essence within her soul space and then bid her farewell. Dagger, please escort me out. My lady, Dagger has already acknowledged you as my master. You may enter and exit this place freely. Be sure to exercise caution once you leave. Thank you, Dagger, you too. With that, Yunshi concentrated her thoughts, and she was gently transported away by a soft spatial force, returning to the coordinates where they had entered. The familiar figures were still waiting in the same spot. Not only were Yunan Fei and the others standing there, but Alicia and Yu Honglu had also remained. Yunshi, dear sister, did you encounter any danger inside? Zhai Qianquan rushed over first. Although the trials of the Lady of Liberty, the deity, posed no immediate threat, no one could ascertain whether the Lady of Liberty, the Enigma, had any special means to return to her abode. He feared that the Lady of Liberty, the Enigma, might bypass the Shuyu plane altogether and enter an alternate space, jeopardizing Yunshi's safety. Brother Qianquan, I am fine. Yunshi shook her head. Yunshi, congratulations, Qi Yuan said sincerely. Thank you. Yunan Fei's expression was somewhat complex. Initially, upon discovering that a being of high rank had inscribed a soul mark upon Yunshi, he had presumed it to be a blessing from her ancestral deity, ensuring her survival in his plans. Thus, when Yunshi inquired about the task concerning the Lady of Liberty, the Enigma, He had not concealed any information, however. Upon realizing that Yunqi was unaware of the nature of the mark within her soul, Yu Nanfei understood he had erred. Yet by then, Yunqi had already accepted the task and could not retract her commitment. Consequently, he had sought the assistance of Qi Yuan, a paragon of excellence, and Zhai Qinquan, who possessed extraordinary fortune, even disseminating information to the Sorcerers' Association. To his astonishment, Yunqi had surpassed the three of them and completed the inheritance task. Chapter 064. The plan. Yet her level was far too low if he were to execute his plan. Yu Nanfei tightened her fist. Nanfei, what are you pondering? Zhai Qinquan turned around, noticing her unusual expression, and called out to her directly. Yunqi, may we speak privately? Yu Nanfei inquired. The heart of the Statue of Liberty, a symbol of true freedom, was not a mere trinket. In reality, Yunqi could forego completing the statue's wish and retain the heart of freedom. By merely employing the rune bestowed by Zhai Qinquan, she could extricate herself perfectly, without any adverse effects. Similarly, Qiu Yuan and Zhai Qinquan had utilized the rune at the moment they failed the inheritance trial, thus averting the impending punishment. Only Yu Nanfei, who had already been bound in her freedom, could not escape. Qiu Yuan and Zhai Qinquan had also contemplated this but were unable to voice their opinions. Whether Yunqi was willing to relinquish the heart of freedom or not was entirely her own decision. They had no authority to impose constraints. In their circle, mutual camaraderie was assured, yet they would not resort to moral coercion, especially when it concerned the future of an individual. Should Yunqi choose to sacrifice the heart of freedom for Yu Nanfei, they would rejoice for her, and undoubtedly, Yu Nanfei would compensate Yunqi in kind. However, if Yunqi opted against relinquishing the heart of freedom, they would not object. After all, the true value of the heart of freedom remained a mystery. What if it pertained to Yunqi's potential ascension to divinity? The significance of Yunqi's path to divinity, juxtaposed against Yu Nanfei's freedom, was an enigma that could not be easily unraveled. Yunqi would naturally not refuse Yu Nanfei. To be candid, she harbored her own doubts regarding Yu Nanfei's plan. The two stepped aside, and Yu Nanfei produced a high-level shielding rune, igniting it with spiritual energy to prevent their conversation from being overheard. Yunqi, you must cease pursuing the Statue of Liberty's task. Yu Nanfei's opening statement startled Yunqi. She was acutely aware of Yu Nanfei's yearning for freedom. What do you mean? Your strength is insufficient. Upon meeting the Statue of Liberty, your soul would shatter instantaneously, Yu Nanfei declared solemnly. Moreover, the heart of freedom is extraordinarily remarkable, is it not? In comparison to the rewards from the statue's tasks, the heart of freedom holds greater value for you. Yunqi refrained from clarifying that the heart of freedom was, in fact, the divine heart of freedom and must never be surrendered. Instead, she posed, but what about your freedom if I do not fulfill the statue's wish? Yu Nanfei fell silent. Is there no alternative method to restore your freedom? Once your divine abilities reach a level where you can release my confinement, I shall. When confronting the statue, Alicia would be responsible for severing the causal ties between Yu Nanfei and the statue. Though the success rate was merely 50%, it was a risk worth taking, for it was a divine binding of freedom. Yet, Yunqi's power was too feeble, rendering the risk of facing the statue excessively perilous. Contemplating his words, Yunqi pondered. The first option required no further consideration. Yu Nanfei would need to wait a considerable time. The second option, she had previously contemplated the possibility of employing the wishing technique to slay the Statue of Liberty. While it sounded straightforward, the execution was fraught with difficulty. During the incantation, she would be drained of vast amounts of spiritual energy, not to mention whether the system would consistently act as her safety net, absorbing the excess energy from the crimson crystals. Furthermore, the few seconds of waiting would be ample time for the statue to enact its binding of freedom upon her. Thus, the likelihood of her single-handedly employing the wishing technique to vanquish the statue was virtually non-existent. However, if someone could buy her a few seconds, Yu Nanfei, Darker informed me that the Statue of Liberty, bereft of the heart of freedom, now possesses only demigod-level power. Yu Nanfei was momentarily taken aback by her revelation. I possess a unique technique that can restore your freedom, but it requires a few seconds of preparation. Yet, the risk of confronting the statue is far too great, Yu Nanfei reiterated. Fear not. I have discerned who has inscribed a mark upon my soul. He is akin to a mentor, and under his protection, my soul shall remain unscathed. You need not worry. Indeed, when she previously cast the wishing technique, only through prior soul marking could timely protection be afforded, just as the system had previously promised. It would immunize her against all soul control and attacks for 10,000 years, ensuring her soul's immortality. Upon hearing Yunxi's assurance, Yunanfei finally stated gravely, "Very well, I place my trust in you. As for the few seconds of preparation, I shall devise a means." "Yunxi, may I inquire as to your estimated success rate?" Yunxi's intent was unequivocal. Without relinquishing the Heart of Freedom, she would attempt to cast her spell upon the statue. If her success rate was too low, the ramifications would be dire. Should the need arise for Alicia to intervene, it would be too late. Thus, whether to entrust the task to Yunxi or Alicia necessitated careful deliberation on Yunanfei's part. Success rate, allow me a moment. Yunxi needed to ascertain whether the system would still cushion her, absorbing the excess energy from the Crimson Stones. The question arose, how was she to contact the system? Opening the system, Yunxi scoured it thoroughly but found no options for communication. Her soul mark. Following the energy source point where the system had previously granted her protection, Yunxi began to introspect her own soul. Her mental strength meticulously traversed the area where the energy source resided, and at last, she beheld the mark left by the system. Simultaneously, this action seemed to awaken the system's consciousness, causing the mark to glow faintly. Seizing the opportunity, Yunxi hurriedly conveyed her thoughts. "System, are you present?" The system remained unresponsive. "If I were to cast the wishing technique again, would you still want the excess energy from the Crimson Stones?" Ding, yes, yes, yes. The little money-hungry system sprang to life. Ding, an additional service fee of 10 Crimson Stones will apply. Yunxi. Goodness, this feels like extortion, yet, she had no choice but to pay the fee. After all, her strength was insufficient. With her LV11 power, slaying a demigod level being at LV50 required her to. Chapter 065, The Unique. Firstly, 100 fragments of the free rule of the microstar state. Secondly, the spiritual energy required to cast the wish art to slay a level 50 demigod. Thirdly, a service fee of 10 crimson crystals charged by the system. Furthermore, ding, it is advised that players refrain from excessively casting the wish art, as it may bring unknown negative repercussions to their souls and could attract the attention of enigmatic entities. The service fee collected by the system can shield players from certain unknown negative impacts on their souls, but due to the constraints of the supreme rules, the gaze of these unknown entities can only be partially obscured, not entirely. Players are advised to exercise caution. As for the attention of those unknown entities, Yunxi understood precisely what the system referred to. It was indeed the object of the wish art. Previously, when she sought the Heart of Freedom from the statue, her wish was directed towards the late Goddess of Freedom. The remnant of her divine consciousness left within the statue had granted her a corresponding response. This time, in her quest to slay the Goddess of Freedom, the Deceit, she remained uncertain as to which wish object she might randomly encounter, should it be a formidable Deceit deity. Upon reflecting on this, the system's service fee seemed entirely justifiable. It appears that henceforth, she would avoid casting the wish art whenever possible. This time, she had already committed to Yunanfei, and it was also through Yunanfei's friend, Zhai Qianquan, that she obtained the talisman for liberation. Without the talisman, she would still be required to confront the Goddess of Freedom, the Deceit, for as Darker had stated, the essence of freedom must never be surrendered. Thus, from any perspective, Yunxi could not disregard Yunanfei. The system had made a promise, and Yunxi replied to Yunanfei, "My success rate is approximately 90. Previously, while utilizing the Freedom Control art to cast the wish art, she had already discerned the intricacies of the wish art. Wish art, unique. Depending on the content of the wish, a corresponding amount of spiritual or soul energy is forcibly consumed to make a wish to an unknown entity. If the energy consumed meets the requirements of the wish, the outcome is guaranteed to be successful. The wish art differed from conventional magic. It was neither a typical spell nor divine magic. It was unbound by conventional levels and possessed a unique nature. In other words, in this world, only one individual could learn the wish art. The next person wishing to learn it must wait for the predecessor to pass away. Moreover, depending on the wish content, a corresponding cost would be forcibly deducted. Should one be unable to afford the cost, they would be devoured entirely. The consequence of a failed wish was the obliteration of the soul, leaving no avenue for retreat. Despite Yunshi possessing numerous crimson crystals, if she dared to wish for the ludicrous title of a lord of the god-fallen continent, even an abundance of crimson crystals would not suffice. However, as long as the requisite energy cost was paid, the outcome of the wish would undoubtedly succeed. The reason she told Yunan Fei that her success rate was 90 was merely to avoid overpromising and raising suspicions. Yunan Fei's gaze was solemn. He did not believe Yunshi would jest at this moment, so what she stated was indeed true. All right, I understand. I will strive for a few seconds of preparation time. At that moment, Alicia approached. Your Highness Yunan Fei, regarding our previous contract, Alicia's tone was indifferent, and as her gaze swept over Yunshi, her hollow pupils flickered slightly. It remains unchanged, but this time, I do not require your assistance in severing the connection. Upon overhearing their conversation, Yunshi comprehended Yunan Fei's earlier intentions. It turned out he sought Alicia's help to escape control. Now, however, the plan had shifted, and Yunan Fei wished for Alicia to delay for a few seconds. From their dialogue, it was evident that Alicia's strength was not merely that of a high-level sorceress. She likely had reached legendary status, or perhaps, even higher. As a legendary sorceress, it would be challenging to defeat a demigod-level deceit in direct combat, but delaying for a few seconds should pose no significant issue. While Yunan Fei and Alicia were engaged in their discussion, 3 noble sons and daughters led by Yu Honglu also approached. Esteemed inheritor of the Goddess of Freedom, greetings. Yu Honglu bowed to Yunshi. Hello, Princess Honglu. There is no need for such formalities, you may simply call me Yunshi. Yunshi returned the gesture. Unlike Yunan Fei and his companions from the Outer Realms, Yu Honglu was the daughter of one of the most powerful factions in the Shuyu Plains, and she had not forgotten that her household registration still resided in Qinglan Town. Although she possessed the Freedom Divine Art and could use the Freedom Control Art to relocate her household registration at any time, she was still physically present here. Princess Yunshi, may I inquire when you plan to complete the wish task of the Goddess of Freedom, the Deceit? Yunshi suddenly realized that until Yunshi submitted the Heart of Freedom, they would be deprived of a certain freedom. I am uncertain, it could take a few days at best, or several tens of days at worst, but no more than a month. Yunshi refrained from providing a specific timeline. In truth, after she completed the trials of the Goddess of Freedom, the wish task of the Goddess of Freedom, the Deceit, had already been updated. Special task, the wish of the Goddess of Freedom, the Deceit. Task content, please proceed to the Clearwater Plateau, coordinates 366, 455, and bring the Heart of Freedom to the Goddess of Freedom, the Deceit. Task deadline, 30 days. Task completion reward, inheritance of the Goddess of Freedom, the Deceit. Task failure penalty, to be determined based on real-world circumstances. In the Shuyu Plains, the Goddess of Freedom, the Deceit, could not descend, hence she designated the delivery location as the Clearwater Plateau, which should be adjacent to the Shuyu Plains, correct. The reward for task completion had also changed. The inheritance of the Goddess of Freedom, the Deceit, was the only remaining reward. Yunshi held no interest in this, as she was neither a deceit nor would she ever transform into one. What use would she have for the inheritance of a deceit? Very well, then I shall await good news from Princess Yunshi. With that, Yu Honglu remained in place, not departing. Her complexion flushed slightly, as if feeling somewhat embarrassed. Princess Yunshi regarded her with curiosity. Sister Honglu, if you feel embarrassed, you may step aside. Allow me to speak, Princess Yunshi, please add me as a friend. The adorable Yu Honglu pushed past Yu Honglu, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Yunshi. The last of the trio, Yu Hongyi, cleared her throat. Princess Yunshi, may I also request that you add me as a friend? This was the inheritor of the Goddess of Freedom. Should they miss this opportunity, they might never have another chance. Yunshi, Although many towns in the Yusha Principality revered the goddess of freedom, she had not anticipated such enthusiasm from the offspring of the nobility. Surprised yet not unwilling to accept, Yunshi thought that she might visit the capital of the Yusha Principality in the future, and if the atmosphere proved amiable, she might even settle there for a time. Chapter 066, Coordinates. You may add me as a friend, but I implore you not to disclose my identity to others. Certainly, Your Highness Yunshi, I can assure you that the matter concerning you will be shared solely with the Duke and will remain confidential. If you have any reservations, we can formalize this with a contract, Yu Honglu stated with a serious expression. Any verbal promise pales in comparison to the solidity of a contract. There is no need for a contract. I place my trust in you. The offspring of a duke would not lack even this modicum of credibility. Subsequently, Yu Honglu, Yu Hongger, and Yu Hongyi sequentially added Yunshi as a friend before bidding farewell and turning to leave. Meanwhile, Yu Nanfeng and Alisher had concluded their discussions. Zhai Qinquan and Qi Yuan also received pertinent information and expressed their desire to accompany them to the Clearwater Plateau, but were met with a stern refusal from Yu Nanfeng. You have already utilized the Severance Rune. Should you meddle further, it could lead to unforeseen mishaps, and given your capabilities, you would not be of much assistance. Hey Yu Nanfeng, your words wound me deeply. We are all high-level sorcerers. None is superior to the other. Moreover, how many levels does little sister Yunshi have? If she can go, why can't I? Zhai Qinquan protested loudly, casting furtive glances at Alisher. In contrast to him, Qi Yuan remained remarkably rational. Yu Nanfeng nodded affirmatively. While I will not resort to underhanded tactics, you can trust in my strength. Alisher shot a sidelong glance at Qi Yuan. Disregarding Alicia's comments, Qi Yuan turned back to Yu Nanfeng, saying, Nanfeng, since you have made your decision, I will place my faith in you. Ensure you return safely, and Yunshi, you too, exercise utmost caution. Qi Yuan understood that the relationship between Yunshi and Yu Nanfeng was not particularly close. At best, they were merely acquaintances. Yet, she was willing to assist Yu Nanfeng in meeting the goddess of freedom, deceit, based on a previous verbal commitment. This alone convinced Qi Yuan of Yunshi's commendable character. She believed that no one would frivolously gamble with their life. Zhai Qinquan felt somewhat disgruntled but recognized Yu Nanfeng's nature. If she promised not to take him along, she would certainly keep her word. Nanfeng, little sister Yunshi, make sure to return safely. If you encounter any mishaps, send me a message. As they watched Qi Yuan and Zhai Qinquan depart, Yunshi and Yu Nanfeng exchanged glances. Shall we proceed, Yunshi? Where is the coordinate location? Yu Nanfeng produced several high-level spatial teleportation runes, preparing to inscribe the coordinates with spiritual energy. By the way, Nanfeng, are you able to leave Qinglan town? Yunshi suddenly recalled that Yu Nanfeng was still constrained. I can. I had Zhai Qinquan procure a temporary release rune for me, valid for 3 days. That should suffice, wouldn't it? Yunshi nodded in acknowledgement. The coordinates are 366, 455. This location corresponds to the Clearwater Plateau. He had never been to the Clearwater Plateau. He handed the inscribed runes to Yunshi and Alisher. Yunshi accepted them, realizing how much effort he had put into preparing so many high-level runes. They must have cost a considerable sum, which explained his financial difficulties. With spiritual energy surging in her hands, the runes were ignited at once. However, the teleportation runes failed to activate, and despite the complete consumption of the runes' energy, they remained in place. Yunshi and Yu Nanfeng exchanged puzzled looks. It is highly likely that the goddess of freedom, deceit, is already waiting there, having likely set up a special barrier that prevents ordinary teleportation methods from reaching that location, Alisher mused. I believe only specialized spells will prove effective, he remarked, looking at Yunshi. Although the memories related to the freedom goddess arts had been expunged, the concepts associated with freedom were easily recalled. Yunshi nodded in agreement. Perhaps I should give it a try. However, utilizing the control of freedom spell requires the consumption of corresponding spatial energy to teleport to a known coordinate. Nanfeng, do you still have any spatial teleportation runes? The spatial teleportation runes contain spatial energy and could be worth a try. I do. Without further ado, Yu Nanfeng produced 3 high-level spatial teleportation runes and handed them to Yunxi. Over the years, he had accumulated wealth, including the loan contract he signed with Yunxi, which he used to purchase these essential materials, including compensating Alicia for his assistance. To guard against unforeseen circumstances, he had tasked Zhai Qianqun with procuring especially the Severance rune, which was exorbitantly priced. However, there was no alternative, as no one could guarantee that anyone would complete the task this time. To avoid incurring a second punishment, the Severance rune was. At that moment, he truly felt a pang of jealousy, wishing he could devour Zhai Qianqun whole. Control of Freedom, Star Fragment level LV1 consumes 10 to 100 fragments of the Freedom Rule Star Fragment state, allowing the caster to impose the control of freedom on the target, with the extent of control determined by the target's mental resistance and the amount of Freedom Rule fragments consumed. The Control of Freedom spell allows for the consumption of 10 to 100 points of Freedom Rule fragments. To ensure a higher success rate, Yunxi naturally opted for the maximum of 100 points. Nanfeng, Alicia, as I perform this spell on you, please do not resist mentally, as this is crucial for successful teleportation, Yunxi instructed the two. Yu Nanfeng nodded. Alicia regarded Yunxi with an inscrutable expression, but after a few moments, he consented with a nod. For the first time, Yunxi cast the Control of Freedom spell on 3 targets simultaneously, and to her surprise, it proceeded exceptionally smoothly. The two complied with her instructions and did not resist mentally, achieving a success rate of nearly 100%. The 3 high-level teleportation runes were sacrificed, and Freedom transported them to the designated coordinates. 366, 455, as they reopened their eyes, the scenery before them was transformed entirely. They beheld a vibrant blue sky, fluffy white clouds, and verdant grasslands. In the center of the grassland lay a crystal-clear pond, and the overall scene resembled a breathtaking painting of an ethereal realm, indescribably beautiful. However, they did not see the figure of the goddess of freedom, Deceit. A system prompt sounded, indicating that the wish task issued by the goddess of freedom, Deceit, had been updated. Special task. The wish of the goddess of freedom, Deceit. Task content: please present the heart of freedom to the goddess of freedom, Deceit, standing before you. Task deadline: 1 day. Task completion reward: inheritance from the goddess of freedom, Deceit. Task failure penalty: to be determined based on real-world circumstances. Chapter 067, Summoning the Divine. Upon receiving the task prompt, Yunxi was instantly seized by a chilling dread. Please present the heart of freedom and hand it over to the Liberty Goddess, Deceit, before you. The implication of those words was clear. The Liberty Goddess, Deceit, was right before her. Had she rendered herself invisible, or was it something else? Yu Nanfei and Alicia also noticed the disquiet etched upon Yunxi's face. What is the matter, Yunxi? Yu Nanfei inquired, sending her a message. Prior to their teleportation, the trio had agreed to discuss task-related matters within the system's friend interface to avoid drawing the attention of the lurking Liberty Goddess, Deceit. Consequently, Yunxi had added Alicia as a friend in advance. Taking a moment to steady her nerves, Yunxi relayed the updated task message to the two. Yunxi, you must not present the heart of freedom. Otherwise, Yu Nanfei cautioned her. It was highly likely that the moment she revealed the heart, it would be snatched away. Yunxi, I can sense it. The Liberty Goddess, Deceit, is indeed before us. Don't you notice anything peculiar about our surroundings? Alicia reminded her. Yunxi scrutinized the scene once more. Minutes passed, yet she found nothing amiss. Could it be that her current level was too low, and her mental attributes insufficient? She touched her earlobe, contemplating the use of the black mist stone earrings information extraction technique, but was promptly halted by Yu Nanfei. Yunxi, refrain from any probing technique might alert it. Thus, they were left with mere observation, while Alicia too was unable to employ any probing techniques. How had he detected the presence of the Liberty Goddess, Deceit? Although Alicia remained silent, Yunxi recognized it as a subtle test of her capabilities. Alicia found it curious as to why Yu Nanfei had suddenly changed her mind, ultimately permitting Yunxi to take action. Was it because she had acquired the legacy of the Liberty Goddess? Regarding Yu Nanfei's decision not to choose him, while it did not incite rage, he felt compelled to ensure that Yunqi possessed the necessary abilities. After all, should she fail, the wrath of the Liberty Goddess, Deceit, would befall all three of them. Additionally, he was deeply intrigued by what allowed Yunqi to surpass him and claim the legacy of the Liberty Goddess. Though he had lost the memories associated with the divine arts of freedom, he recalled the final trial set by Darker, in which even he had failed to shatter the statue despite utilizing that technique. How had Yunqi accomplished it? Yunqi closed her eyes, attuning herself to her surroundings. The scent of fresh grass wafted to her nostrils, accompanied by the gentle whispers of the wind. In an instant, she felt as though she had returned to the Forest of Freedom, a place so beautiful and liberating. Indeed, everything here resonated with the essence of freedom. Was it possible that the Liberty Goddess, Deceit, had become one with the freedom of this place, existing in some hidden corner, or perhaps, omnipresent, having lingered here for so long without the Liberty Goddess, Deceit, revealing herself? Was it that she chose not to appear, or was she simply unable to? Could it be that Yunqi could interpret this to mean that she did not even require Alicia's assistance to buy time? System, assist me. Beep, preparations have commenced. The little moneymaker system sprang to life, eagerly awaiting her command. Upon receiving the system's affirmative response, Yunqi began to make her wish. I wish for the Liberty Goddess, Deceit, to perish completely. From Darker, she had learned that the Liberty Goddess had been corrupted by a certain cursed object within the treasury, leading to her transformation into Deceit. The current Liberty Goddess, Deceit, was merely a thief, usurping the body of the true Liberty Goddess. They were entirely distinct entities. Thus, Yunqi felt no guilt in voicing her wish. As the inheritor of the Liberty Goddess, seeking vengeance was well within her rights. Beneath the ample folds of her sorceress robe, the radiant glow of the red crystal pulsated in her grasp, its brilliance flickering incessantly. The air around the trio suddenly became stifling, as if the Liberty Goddess, Deceit, had sensed Yunqi's intent to unleash the art of freedom control, yet, for reasons unknown, she remained concealed. Perhaps she held an unwavering confidence in her strength. Did she truly believe that those who sought her life would be thwarted? Exchanging glances, Alicia and Yu Nanfei silently braced themselves, standing guard beside Yunqi. Yu Nanfei clutched a talisman, while a red thread began to subtly manifest around Alicia, both awaiting the emergence of the Liberty Goddess, Deceit. In that moment, it seemed as though the sound of dripping water echoed in their ears. Soon after, ominous clouds swiftly enveloped the sky, flashes of lightning illuminating the scene as thunder rumbled relentlessly. From the heavens, a colossal hand formed of transparent water surged forth, crashing down towards a specific point in the pond. A piercing scream shattered the air. Though concealed within the omnipresent freedom, the Liberty Goddess, Deceit, was forcibly dragged into view by the towering hand. With a fierce grip, the high-ranking deity exerted her dominance over the demigod, akin to a human crushing an ant. Stripped of the heart of freedom, the power of the Liberty Goddess, Deceit, was sealed to a mere fraction, and with a gentle squeeze, her deceitful form crumbled to nothingness. Rain began to fall from the sky, each droplet imbued with terrifying lethality. The shield of light protecting Yunqi flickered as she observed the damage inflicted by each drop, which reached hundreds of points. When dozens of droplets fell simultaneously, the cumulative damage soared into the thousands. Were it not for the protective barrier, she would have been obliterated in an instant, her health of 5,000 points rendered utterly insignificant. It was essential to note that this was merely the feeble energy fluctuation of the water hand manifesting in raindrops, not even edging towards its full potential. Just how formidable must the water hand itself be? Caught off guard, Alicia and Yu Nanfei also activated their protective shields, both recognizing the rain's horrific damage. Yunqi, this. Yu Nanfei hesitated. Is this your spell? Alicia inquired. It is my spell, but not entirely mine, Yunqi replied, casting her gaze towards the unfolding battle. Understanding dawned upon Yu Nanfei and Alicia. This was a technique derived from the art of the Liberty Goddess, yet the hand itself was not a manifestation of Yunqi's own power. After all, no matter how one looked at it, the sheer terror emanating from that hand, could it be the summoning of the divine, they thought in unison. Under the relentless assault of the raindrops, the shield points accumulated over months began to plummet, leaving Yunxi with a sense of foreboding. Were it not for her light shield, her own health would not have endured for long. Fortunately, this torment lasted only a brief span, for the water hand would soon eliminate the Liberty Goddess, Deceit, entirely. Chapter 068, Gratitude. As the colossal hand dissipated, the terrifying raindrop's potency diminished correspondingly, transforming from hundreds of damage points to mere dozens, then to a few, until ultimately, they became innocuous droplets, gliding down from the heavens. Ding! Congratulations player, you have gained 45 free attribute points and 5 free skill points. The moment the free goddess, Deceptive, perished, the system's notification resonated. These were the free attribute and skill points awarded for her vanquishment. Ultimately, the free goddess, Deceptive, succumbed under Yunxi's control of freedom technique, marking it as Yunxi's achievement. Naturally, she also reaped the corresponding experience points. Slaying the LV50 demigod of deception netted her a total of 5 million experience points. Without even accessing the system, Yunxi was certain her experience points had reached the pinnacle of level 20. Alicia and Yunanfei, witnessing this scene, were left in a state of astonishment, compelled to reconsider the lineage that backed Yunxi. After all, the summoning technique could only invoke ancestors connected by blood, and having such a... He already knew the answer, as the binding of freedom that had been imposed upon him had vanished. Indeed, it has met its end. The wish had been successfully granted, after all, at the cost of 3 entire red crystal stones, along with the service fee paid to the system, totaling 13 red crystal stones. Is this what it feels like to possess wealth? Shortly thereafter, a cool, male voice provided Yunxi with a corresponding response to her wish. Your wish has been fulfilled, we may collaborate again in the future. Oh, collaborate again. Yunxi was taken aback. The water deity appeared to be quite affable. Ding! Players should not place their trust in divine responses. After repeated scrutiny, with your capabilities, your soul may bear a mark. The system, having collected the service fee, dutifully elucidated this for Yunxi, averting her from potential pitfalls. Compared to the enigmatic water deity, the system undeniably instilled more confidence in Yunxi. After all, aside from its somewhat avaricious tendencies, it had assisted her on several occasions since her reincarnation. Moreover, unless absolutely necessary, Yunxi generally refrained from employing the wishing technique. Who knows when the next opportunity would arise? The sound of rain gradually subsided, mirroring the tranquil emotions that were now settling within Alicia and Yunanfei. Yunxi, look over there. Yunanfei pointed towards the place where the free goddess, Deceptive, had fallen. The once clear pool was slowly becoming turbid, gradually darkening. That is, hadn't the free goddess, Deceptive, already perished, her wish was for the complete demise of the free goddess, Deceptive. There should be no room for error. Yet, where did the murky aura emanating from the pool come from? It is likely an item of deception dropped upon the demise of a high-level deceptive creature, Alicia interjected, offering a reminder. An item of deception. In her previous life, Yunxi had slain high-level deceptive creatures above LV20, yet none had ever yielded an item of deception. Not every high-level deceptive creature drops an item of deception. Typically, items of deception possess immense value. If purified, they can be transformed into treasures devoid of side effects. Yunanfei elucidated. Since Yunxi was solely responsible for the demise of the free goddess, Deceptive, it was indisputable that this item of deception rightfully belonged to her. The three approached, and as Yunxi submerged her gaze into the pool, she discerned a mass resembling strands of seaweed. Each filament emitted an exceptionally murky aura of deception. Yunxi could sense that beneath the shroud of this aura, the strands harbored not only a vast quantity of fragments of the rules of freedom but also a plethora of peculiar and mixed energies. In summary, it was entirely ungraspable. With such severe deceptive energy, carrying it should cause pollution, correct? Not at all. Simply placing it in a storage bag will suffice, as its spatial properties can isolate the deceptive energy. However, do take heed to change the storage bag periodically. Though I reluctantly admit, over time, even an ordinary storage bag can be eroded by deceptive energy, Yunanfei imparted, offering insights. As for why Yunxi was oblivious to such common knowledge, Yunanfei attributed it to her low level, suggesting that her family had yet to arrange for her education on these matters. Considering that Yunqi was currently in the midst of her external training phase, Yunanfei added, "Would you like me to assist you in finding a purifier?" Yunqi shook her head. She resolved to learn the purification technique herself. With a firm grip on the peculiar strands of hair within the pool, Yunqi suppressed the bizarre sensation at her fingertips and swiftly tucked them into an ordinary storage bag. To prevent her soul space from becoming tainted, she opted to carry it with her, directly placing it into the inner pocket of her warlock robe. This also facilitated monitoring, allowing her to swiftly replace the storage bag should the deceptive energy leak. For now, she was fortunate enough to afford such measures. Had it been in her previous life, she would undoubtedly have chosen to sell it on the spot. With matters concluded, Alicia believed he had rendered little assistance and thus broached the subject with Yunanfei regarding nullifying their prior contract. Yunanfei naturally had no objections. He was not a fool, unwilling to pay an additional cost. "Yunqi, thank you for helping me regain my freedom." Yunanfei produced 2 items and extended them towards Yunqi. The first was the loan contract scroll he had previously signed with Yunqi, which also constituted the payment meant for Alicia. The loan contract, amounting to a staggering 36,000 green crystal stones, had been partially repaid by Yunqi, yet the remaining sum was undeniably substantial. By returning this loan scroll to Yunqi, he was, in effect, gifting her the legendary earrings left behind by his master, a gesture of immense gratitude. The second item was a wooden staff, unassuming in appearance yet possessing a smooth, jade-like texture. "I see you lack a weapon. This would be ideal for your current use." As he spoke, Yunanfei transmitted the detailed information of the staff to Yunqi. Tree Jade Staff, legendary, crafted from Tree Jade Essence. It grants an additional 20 points to mental attributes and enhances spell damage by 10. An additional 20 points to mental attributes and a 10 boost to spell damage. 20 points in mental attributes equate to a pain-free elevation of 10 levels for an ordinary person. Most significantly, this weapon bore no level restrictions. This implied that its worth could only appreciate. How incredibly precious! Unlike the Black Mist Stone earrings, this staff was a genuine top-tier legendary piece of equipment. It was the dream staff of every warlock. The Black Mist Stone earrings could fetch 300 blue crystal stones. The actual value of this staff was self-evident. "Yunqi, please accept it." Yunqi had employed the Freedom God technique to invoke summoning, which undoubtedly required an appropriate price. Upon witnessing her possess means of self-defense as the raindrops fell, he refrained from offering her any superfluous defensive gear, instead wishing to present her with a weapon. Chapter 069, The Association. The Tree Jade Staff is undoubtedly under the unwavering gaze of Yunanfei. Yunqi ceased her refusals. Firstly, she was indeed in dire need of a weapon. To be candid, even at the auctions held in world-class cities, this legendary weapon could be deemed priceless yet unobtainable. Missing this opportunity would make it exceedingly difficult for Yunqi to acquire a weapon of such caliber again. Secondly, she had undeniably incurred significant costs in this battle. As friends, mutual exchanges are entirely natural. Yunanfei recognized her sacrifices and thus proactively presented her with a token of thanks. To reject it excessively would appear somewhat petty. "Nanfei, thank you for your gift, I shall cherish it." Observing that Yunqi had finished her conversation with Yunanfei, Alicia, who had not yet departed, addressed Yunqi. "Your Highness Yunqi, may I inquire if you would be interested in joining the Sorcerer Association?" The Sorcerer Association. Yunqi was taken aback, not expecting Alicia to extend an invitation to her. "I am aware that you have inherited the legacy of the Lady Liberty, but until you have fully matured, seeking affiliation with a large faction is indeed a wise choice. I understand that your family, Your Highness Yunqi, must be quite powerful, yet having the protection of an additional large faction can only be beneficial. After all, Yunqi had the capability to summon such a formidable water deity. Rest assured, the contract I offer you to join the Sorcerer Association will not infringe upon your freedom, nor impose any trivial regulations upon you. At most, it will require that when you ascend to the position of a deity, should the Sorcerer Association encounter difficulties, you lend your assistance to the best of your ability. I can also assure you that your identity will be kept confidential, both internally and externally. The concealment of identity is the most fundamental form of protection and a crucial assurance. In other words, Alicia was essentially making a preemptive investment. Moreover, this was a personal investment based on the Sorcerer Association. The fact that neither internal nor external parties would disclose Yunxi's identity meant that only he was aware of her value. The contract he mentioned presumably exercised his rights as a Star Master, granting Yunxi the utmost freedom. Every Star Master possesses 3 special invitation contracts, and I wish to invite you to be my 3rd special invitee to join the Sorcerer Association. What Alicia proposed presented no detriment to Yunxi at this moment. However, Alicia, could you briefly explain the Sorcerer Association to me? Alicia was surprised. Given Yunxi's extraordinary background, she should have been aware of the Sorcerer Association, yet, if she could summon deities, could it be that she hailed from a reclusive family? Of course. The Sorcerer Association is one of the extraordinary powers in the Divine Collapse continent, fully controlling 20 regions, with bases numbering in the thousands. The internal structure is quite intricate, led by the president of the Sorcerer Association, followed by 2 vice presidents, 7 Star Masters, 13 Domain Lords, and hundreds of legendary members. The deities worshipped by the Sorcerer Association are numerous, with the most powerful being 3 main deities. The deity of causality, the deity of primordial fire, and the deity of exotic lands. Yunxi, should you join the Sorcerer Association, the inheritances of the aforementioned deities may become accessible to you. However, let me be frank, the internal competition within the Sorcerer Association is fierce, and acquiring a deity's inheritance requires one to strive for it. In addition, joining the Sorcerer Association comes with basic benefits. Meanwhile, Yunxi also messaged Yu Nanfei to inquire about Alicia's reliability. Alicia, to be honest, I don't know much about him. Our interactions have been brief, but I am familiar with the Sorcerer Association, which is rife with complex factions, but correspondingly, there are many opportunities. If Alicia's contract is indeed as lenient as he claims, joining would be exceedingly advantageous. Yunxi, as Alicia mentioned, the Sorcerer Association governs many regions, all of which are exceptional, possessing various deities' permanent inheritances and numerous internal benefits that are hard to encounter during your travels. This time, the inheritance of the Lady Liberty was also due to her downfall and the unusual circumstances surrounding the wish task she initiated, resulting in this rare accident, one that occurs once in a millennium. Moreover, Alicia's status as a Star Master is immensely prestigious within the Sorcerer Association. Becoming a special invitee of a Star Master is almost as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Yunxi, you have this opportunity precisely because you are the heir of a deity. My advice is to seize it. However, do keep in mind that if the contract is not as relaxed as Alicia states, do not sign it. Furthermore, after joining the Sorcerer Association, should others tempt you to sign additional contracts, refuse them as well. Yu Nanfei's message was quite clear. If the Lady Liberty were a lesser high deity, even if Yunxi obtained her inheritance, Alicia would not extend an invitation to her. It was precisely because the Lady Liberty was a main deity that Yunxi, as the main deity heir, garnered his favor. Perhaps there was also a hint of curiosity on Alicia's part, a curiosity about how Yunxi managed to defeat him. With Yu Nanfei's words, Yunxi naturally understood the situation. She had reached a decision in her heart. Yunxi, I can stipulate in the contract that any benefits I can secure, any resources you require, I will allocate you a share, at least no less than 1/5. This is my sincerity. While the previous conditions were acceptable, what Alicia now proposed seemed somewhat exaggerated. If not for the miraculous windfall, the relationship between effort and reward is typically proportional. Even the treasury Yunxi acquired came with the risk of gaining nothing and the potential of being annihilated by enemies of her clan. The higher her achievements, the more catastrophic her fall would be. The descent from paradise to hell is merely a matter of perspective. Joining the Sorcerer Association to gain a certain degree of protection in exchange for Yunxi's future capability seemed equitable. However, Alicia offering his personal resources to share with her appeared somewhat unreasonable. Contemplating this, she posed the question. Your Highness Yunxi, if you join the Sorcerer Association as my special invitee, you will be regarded as one of my most significant subordinates. Cultivating core subordinates is only fitting. Your strength will subtly elevate my standing within the Sorcerer Association. Alicia's gaze fell upon Yunqi, and a flicker of imperceptible light passed through his originally vacant eyes. Yunqi realized the truth in his words. By joining the Sorcerer Association as Alicia's special invitee, due to the leniency of the contract, her actual connection to the Sorcerer Association itself would be minimal. Chapter 070, Win-Win. In truth, it was impossible for her to surpass Alicia and ascend to the higher echelons of the Sorcerers Association. Should one aspire to become the president of the Sorcerers Association, one must shoulder the responsibilities that accompany such a role and enter into a corresponding rigorous contract. It is simply unattainable to desire both freedom and authority simultaneously. Your Highness Yunqi, although you will appear to be my subordinate, I shall not command you to undertake any particular tasks. You need only make your presence felt in certain necessary circumstances. Yunqi pondered this, realizing that she would essentially act as Alicia's collaborator, bearing the title of the Sorcerers Association without being genuinely constrained by it. If that is the case, there seems to be little benefit for you. If she bore no utility to Alicia personally, what could prompt his invitation? As I mentioned earlier, the competition within the Sorcerers Association is fierce, with various events held periodically that often pertain to substantial distributions of interests. If you participate in these events as my specially invited contractual partner and achieve commendable rankings, not only will you receive appropriate rewards, but your status as my core subordinate will also enhance my standing in the eyes of the president. To be candid, I am striving for the inheritance rights of the next president. Now it became clear, if I am to become the president of the Sorcerers Association in the future, I promise to grant you the position of vice president, and the commitments I previously made remain valid. Even upon becoming president, I shall allocate to you no less than 1/5 of the resources, if not more, detailed in the contract, ensuring no semblance of falsehood. Such a grand promise indeed. Yet, even without this enticing offer, Alicia's prior commitments exuded sincerity. It must be noted that Alicia does not possess merely one core subordinate. Apart from the 3 specially invited contractors, he undoubtedly has actual subordinates he can command. Not to mention, the approximately 100 white-robed sorcerers accompanying Alicia on this journey must surely be his loyal retinue. To cultivate such a multitude requires, beyond basic resources, the infusion of Alicia's personal assets. His willingness to part with 1/5 for Yunqi already signifies a substantial sacrifice. It must be acknowledged that Alicia is truly astute. While he guarantees he will not overtly command Yunqi, their partnership as specially invited contractors forges a mutual interest. The greater Alicia's stature, the more resources Yunqi shall receive. Once she attains the vice presidency of the Sorcerers Association, it will transcend mere resource allocation and encompass tangible authority, an influence incomparable to any resource. This is not merely cooperation, but a genuine win-win situation. Yunqi reaffirmed her decision. Although she possessed a divine decree from the Temple of Freedom in Dakar, in reality, she could not tread lightly without sufficient strength. After all, with the passage of millennia, the current state of the Temple of Freedom remains shrouded in uncertainty. If the Goddess of Freedom still existed, she would naturally feel secure with divine support. However, the concern lies in the fact that the Goddess of Freedom has indeed fallen. Prince Alicia, may I peruse the contract you have drafted? Alicia nodded. From the moment Yunqi vanquished him to obtain the legacy of the Goddess of Freedom, he had commenced drafting the contract, finalizing it prior to their arrival at the Clearwater Plateau. Sorcerers Association Special Contract, Party A. Alicia, Party B. Yunqi. Contract content. Party A invites Party B to join the Sorcerers Association, becoming a specially invited member linked to Party A. Should Party A perish, the contract becomes void. Obligations of Party A. 1. During the contract period, Party A shall not betray Party B. 2. During the contract period, Party A must timely provide resources to Party B, not less than 1/5 of the resources obtained by Party A. 3. During the contract period, Party A shall not forcibly command Party B due to superior status and shall not restrict Party B's freedom in any manner. 4. During the contract period, Party A shall not disclose Party B's specific identity information to any person, in any manner. 5. During the contract period, Party A must ensure Party B's normal rights within the Sorcerers Association, including basic welfare and opportunities to compete for divine legacies. 6. During the contract period, until Party B has matured, Party A and the Sorcerers Association are obligated to provide corresponding protection for Party B. Obligations of Party B. 1. During the contract period, Party B must not betray Party A. 2. During the contract period, once Party B achieves the position of a primary deity, should the Sorcerers Association face difficulties, Party B must offer assistance to the best of her ability. Consequences of breach by Party A. Death and a reduction of 90% of soul power. Consequences of breach by Party B, death and a reduction of 90% of soul power. The foremost obligation for both parties is to refrain from betrayal. Without this foundational premise, all cooperation would be mere empty words. Alicia's previously promised conditions are meticulously enumerated, even including the basic welfare of the Sorcerers Association. Yunxi also discerned that her entry into the Sorcerers Association is facilitated through Alicia as an intermediary. Should Alicia perish, the contract would automatically become void. It is no wonder Alicia suggested that her achievements in events would elevate his standing with the president. Presumably, the vice president appointed by the current president is also a specially invited contractor. Upon the president's resignation or demise, the vice president would likewise depart. In essence, once the contract is signed, Yunxi is entirely within Alicia's sphere of influence, impervious to being taken away by others. The 7 Great Star Masters and 13 Domain Lords likely regard specially invited contractors as one of the metrics for measuring strength in the competition for the presidential inheritance. Lastly, the penalties for breach of contract represent the gravest of punishments, designed to avert any unforeseen complications in their collaboration. The system contract precludes any means of evading these penalties, including Yunxi's awakened talent, Heart of Freedom. Thus, both parties can confidently proceed with the contract signing. Yunanfei also assisted Yunxi in reviewing the contract multiple times, and upon confirming its integrity, she nodded in approval. As Alicia stated, the constraints imposed by this contract on Yunxi are remarkably lenient. Aside from the prohibition against betrayal, there are virtually no restrictions, even regarding the promise awaiting Yunxi upon her ascension to the status of the Goddess of Freedom. It remains uncertain whether Alicia will still be alive by that time. Prince Alicia, will Yunxi need to sign any additional contracts upon her formal entry into the Sorcerers Association? To be cautious, Yunanfei added this query. Alicia shook his head. As long as Yunxi is unwilling, no one shall compel her. He pointed to the 6th obligation of Party A in the contract. The protection mentioned here is not mere rhetoric. I would not risk violating the contract to allow Yunxi to be coerced within the Sorcerers Association. Yunanfei nodded in understanding. Chapter 071, Organization, and moreover, the pact I hold with Yunxi does not encumber her freedom. Apart from the Sorcerers Association, as long as Yunxi is willing, she may also join other factions, Alicia remarked with a significant tone. As a friend of Yunxi, Your Highness Nanfei would undoubtedly not remain indifferent to her situation. Should she truly suffer any grievances within the Sorcerers Association, she may simply return home or seek you out. It was evident that Alicia recognized the amicable rapport between Yunxi, Yu Nanfei, and Qiyuan. After assisting Yu Nanfei with the Liberty Goddess, Deceptive, this small circle would unconditionally welcome Yunxi. Yunxi, listening in silence, found herself at a loss for words. Alicia's comments made her sound like a helpless child who would flee home at the slightest injustice. Little did they know, in the eyes of Alicia and Yu Nanfei, who were of grandfather generation, Yunxi was indeed perceived as a child. Before the witness of Yu Nanfei, Yunxi signed the contract with Alicia. Yunxi, return with me to the Sorcerers Association. I shall assist you in arranging the membership formalities, suggested Alicia upon the completion of the pact. My residency is temporarily in Qinglan town. I need to return and handle a few matters first, Yunxi replied, shaking her head. Very well, take this. Alicia handed Yunxi a white token, intricately engraved with complex runes. This is my Star Master token, inscribed with a permanent spatial teleportation rune. You can use it to instantly transport yourself to the White Star domain, my territory. Once you have settled your affairs, do come. Star Master token, and the White Star domain. The terminology bore a striking resemblance to the Blue Star domain. Puzzlement surged within Yunqi, but she refrained from rushing to conclusions, knowing she would eventually uncover the truth, and thus she accepted the token. If I give you this token, how will you return? Yunqi inquired. I shall utilize a large teleportation array with the others, Alicia replied. Of course, there were still over 100 white-robed sorcerers who accompanied Alicia on this journey. At this point, Alicia turned to Yu Nanfei with a puzzled expression, asking, Your Highness Nanfei, did you not mention that this inheritance requires a considerable entourage? It seemed odd that he had brought so many yet had not put any to use. Would Yu Nanfei still hold him accountable after the fact? The last trial indeed required it, perhaps this time it has changed. He did not lie, he had even prepared a substantial remuneration for this purpose, which ultimately went unused. Without lingering on the matter, Yu Nanfei produced 3 advanced teleportation runes, inscribing the coordinates. This time, without any hindrance, they successfully teleported back to their original location on the Shuyu plain. After Alicia acknowledged the two with a nod, she turned to depart, heading to rejoin her followers. Yu Nanfei then earnestly addressed Yunqi, as you proceed to the Sorcerers Association, we may not meet for a considerable time. Should you encounter insurmountable difficulties, do not hesitate to message me. Zhai Qinquan and Qiyuan approached as well. Clearly, both had learned of the events through their friend interface, with Zhai Qinquan visibly elated, while Qiyuan, typically inscrutable, slightly lifted the corners of her lips. Upon hearing the exchange between Yu Nanfei and Yunqi, they too recognized it was time to bid farewell. Though reluctant, this was the norm. The path to becoming stronger is often a lonely one. Many formidable individuals choose to leave their hometowns in pursuit of greater power, gradually losing touch with childhood friends. Despite the apparent camaraderie among Qiyuan, Zhai Qinquan, and Yu Nanfei, the passage of time might see the true prodigy Qiyuan distancing herself from her two companions to delve into more potent realms of influence. Similarly, Yunqi's friends back on the Blue Star would find themselves leading their own lives once they ventured deeper into the Divine Fallen continent. The vast distances would render real-life communication increasingly difficult, leading to inevitable estrangement. Setting aside familial backgrounds, Yunqi's current status as a special contracted associate of Alicia represented a meteoric rise. Although she was reluctant to admit it, Alicia's standing within the Sorcerers Association was indeed extraordinary. Even Qiyuan, who often viewed her with disdain, refrained from voicing any objections. Yunqi, congratulations, she said, her tone still measured, yet her eyes shimmered with a subtle emotion as she regarded Yunqi earnestly. Thank you, Qiyuan, Yunqi replied with a smile. While Qiyuan and Yu Nanfei treated Yunqi as a friend, Zhai Qinquan's regard for her was akin to that of a grandfather towards his granddaughter. Just as he had generously gifted Yunqi a separation charm before, now, as they faced parting, Zhai Qinquan wished to bestow upon her every advanced rune he possessed. Brother, Qinquan, this is unnecessary, Yunqi said, both amused and exasperated. She could accept the separation charm for life-preserving purposes, but she could not accept any other runes. Seeing her insistence, Zhai Qinquan could only relent. In the end, he solemnly advised Yunqi, little sister Yunqi, should you face any challenges, be sure to reach out to me. Zhai Qinquan's sentiments mirrored those of Yu Nanfei. Though Yu Nanfei was driven by gratitude, Zhai Qinquan regarded Yunqi as a younger sibling in need of protection. All right, Qinquan, I will not be shy about it. Encountering the three of them was indeed Yunqi's fortune. In a foreign land, to find friends who shared similar values and perspectives was a rare blessing. I must apologize, however, we cannot disclose our backgrounds. Yunqi understood immediately, the constraints of the contract were ubiquitous among large factions. It was no wonder Yu Nanfei had encouraged her to accept Alicia's special contract, likely recognizing its lenient attributes. After a few final words of advice and farewells, the three figures swiftly vanished from sight. Watching them depart, Yunqi returned to Qinglan town. She did not rush to the real estate center to sell her house and liberate her household registration. Instead, she returned home to begin organizing her recent gains. First and foremost was the inheritance from the Liberty Goddess, the Heart of Freedom, fragments of the Freedom Rules, the Freedom series of Divine Technique scrolls, and the final blessing from the Liberty Goddess, 20 points in Freedom attributes, 10 points in Freedom skills. The Heart of Freedom consisted of 2 parts. One was her awakened passive talent, the Heart of Freedom, which immunizes her against any restraints imposed by those with mental attributes lower than her own, excluding system contracts. The second was the divine essence of the Liberty Goddess, which, according to Darker, could not be utilized at this time. Next were the fragments of the Freedom Rules in star-shattered form. She still possessed 500 of them. She had already mastered the 2 divine techniques, the binding of freedom and the control of freedom. The final blessing from the Liberty Goddess granted her an addition of 20 freedom attribute points and 10 freedom skill. Lastly, there were the rewards obtained from vanquishing the Liberty Goddess. Deceptive, Chapter 072, skills with an astounding 5 million experience points. She has ascended to the pinnacle of level 20, achieving a total elevation of 9 levels, thus acquiring 18 free attribute points and 9 free skill points. The presence of the Gem of Slaughter enabled her to vanquish the Statue of Liberty, Trickster, bestowing upon her an additional 45 free attribute points and 5 free skill points. Ultimately, the demise of the Statue of Liberty, Trickster, yielded a peculiar drop, a strand of hair emanating an aura of enigmatic energy. She accessed the system's personal interface. Basic panel name. Yunshi System ID 826927 Race Human Age 20 Level 20 Experience 4 985 621 000 Locked Health 5000 Intermediate Sorcerer Health Cap Constitution 100 Marner 14 414 400 Intermediate Sorcerer Marner Cap Spirit 100 Profession Panel Main Profession Sorcerer. Secondary professions: Chef, Apothecary. Free skill points 24. Attribute panel: Spirit 144. Constitution 50. Luck 92. Max value 100. Cannot allocate freely. Charm 98. Max value 100. Cannot allocate freely. Free attribute points 83. With 5 million experience points, a remaining 985. 600 points remain in a locked state. She has already calculated that to ascend from level 20 to level 40, an additional 805,000 experience points are required. The remaining experience is sufficient for her to reach level 40, provided she successfully completes every tier of breakthrough. In total, she possesses 83 free attribute points. Yunshi has allocated 27 points to Constitution, with the remaining 56 points added to her Spirit, rounding it to a whole number. Spirit 200. Constitution 77. As for the 24 free skill points, Yunshi attempts to allocate points to 2 free divine skills. Ding. The conditions for allocation are temporarily unmet. Conditions unmet for allocation. The divine skills. Surely they must require her to attain demigod status, or to condense a divine essence before she can distribute points. Reluctantly, Yunshi turns to other spells for point allocation. Spirit Control LV20. A sorcerer's exclusive skill, allowing for the free manipulation of spirit energy, with control strength determined by one's own spirit. Elementary Water Ball Technique LV5 consumes 10 to 500 spirit energy, capable of condensing a small water ball that inflicts a maximum water-type spell attack of 1010 to 1500 spirit skill level consumed spirit energy on aberrations. Elementary Water Arrow Technique LV5 consumes 10 to 500 spirit energy, capable of condensing a small water arrow that inflicts a maximum water-type spell attack of 1010 to 1500 spirit skill level consumed spirit energy on aberrations. Intermediate Fireball Technique LV12 consumes 1001-200 spirit energy, capable of condensing a small fireball that inflicts a maximum fire-type spell attack of 2500 to 3600 spirit skill level consumed spirit energy on enemies, dealing double damage to aberrations. Elementary Light Shield Technique LV8 consumes 10 to 800 spirit energy, capable of condensing a halo that grants 2010 to 2800 spirit skill level consumed spirit energy points of defense to oneself, with permanent unlimited stacking, casting cooldown of 2 hours. Elementary Counterattack Technique LV8 consumes 10 to 800 spirit energy, capable of condensing a counterattack barrier that can reflect up to 2010 to 2800 spirit skill level consumed spirit energy points of damage back to the enemy, with permanent unlimited stacking, casting cooldown of 4 hours. Elementary Healing Technique LV5 Consumes 10 to 500 spirit energy, capable of condensing a healing light sphere that can restore up to 1010 to 1500 spirit skill level consumed spirit energy points of health to the target. Elementary Immobilization Technique LV5. Consumes 10 to 500 spirit energy, capable of immobilizing all living beings. The caster's spirit attribute and consumed spirit energy will determine the success rate and duration of the immobilization. Elementary Appraisal Technique LV1. Consumes 10 to 100 spirit energy, capable of appraising the basic attributes of all living and non-living entities. The caster's spirit attribute and consumed spirit energy will determine the success rate of the appraisal. Spirit control is allocated to the maximum level as usual, consuming 9 free skill points. Water Ball Technique, Water Arrow Technique, and Fireball Technique each receive 2 points. Light Shield Technique, Counterattack Technique, and Healing Technique each receive 3 points. Although the allocations are modest, due to Yunxi's enhanced spirit attribute, her overall attack power has risen. Notably, the Fireball Technique has advanced to an intermediate spell, with its minimum consumption now set at 100 spirit energy. The Appraisal Technique, due to the presence of the Black Mist Stone earrings, is temporarily disregarded. Ultimately, Yunxi's only sentiment is that her free skill points remain woefully insufficient. She still needs to venture forth to slay monsters to acquire both free attribute points and free skill points. These resources are perpetually in demand. To break through to level 21, at least one spell must reach LV20. From what she understands, upon breaking through to level 21 and becoming a senior sorcerer, every spell that attains level 20 will have a certain probability of mutation enhancement, potentially evolving into a fated spell. In her previous life, Yunxi never acquired a fated spell, which remains one of her regrets. Therefore, she resolves to elevate all the spells she currently knows to level 20 before advancing to senior sorcerer status, including the purification spell she has yet to learn. The wish spell is of utmost importance, as it is the unique spell. Previously, she relied on the control of free spells to cast the wish spell, but that does not fall within the unique category. If she can master the wish spell, it will truly belong to her as the unique. Conversely, if she cannot learn the wish spell, it signifies that a unique already exists prior to this, and until that unique perishes, she will remain unable to learn the wish spell, continuing to rely on the control of free spells. Furthermore, she must seek out more powerful spells to enhance her chances of acquiring a fated spell before her promotion to senior sorcerer. Currently, Yunxi has 3 avenues for obtaining spells. First, her inheritance crystal. Now that her spirit attribute has risen to 200 points, it can accommodate more inheritances. Second, purchasing spell pattern scrolls from various bookstores, though the likelihood of acquiring powerful spells this way is nearly non-existent and can be disregarded. Third, she can join the Sorcerer Association to learn spells from there, a fundamental benefit as a specially invited contractor of a leisure. Those now, Yunxi closes her eyes and begins to commune with the inheritance crystal within her soul space. Under the protection of the system, Yunxi's soul remains unharmed by any impact. Meanwhile, the progress bar for the inheritance of the crystal gradually increased, reaching 0. 30, then 0. 31. And ultimately culminating at 2, before coming to a complete halt. Chapter 073, White Sand. Indeed, with Yunxi's 200 points in mental attributes, she could only endure 2. Nevertheless, the legacy she received this time was still a rudimentary spell, albeit accompanied by a plethora of introductory knowledge from various other professions. There were some recipes, medicinal formulas, as well as various learning techniques for secondary professions. Among other things, Yunxi's anticipation was dashed, and after collecting her thoughts, she recalled that it had been a while since she last returned to Blue Star, prompting her to log off. Blue Star remained the familiar realm she knew, yet subtly, it had undergone changes. The spiritual energy in the air had grown more potent, with tendrils of eerie energy weaving their way through. This level of eerie energy was not yet sufficient to completely contaminate food or water resources, but it was already altering the atmosphere and elements of Blue Star. In about a year, the dense eerie energy would entirely upend Blue Star, rendering firearms and gunpowder ineffective. Such was the unreasonable nature of it all. She recalled that prior to participating in the Statue of Liberty trial mission, the system had announced a nationwide task, and she wondered how Blue Star was faring now. Approaching the window, she gazed outside, where only a smattering of pedestrians roamed the streets, a stark contrast to the bustling crowds of yore. One could easily surmise that most individuals had sensed the anomaly and had flocked to the fallen god continent to seek masters or join factions to bolster their strength. Only those in prominent positions remained steadfast. Of course, they too received official subsidies. The mobile phone that had been resting on the coffee table was completely drained of power. After recharging it, Yunchi scrolled through the news online. Indeed, various chat groups and official announcements indicated that Blue Star had entered a grave period. The emergence of Eerie energy had instigated a shift in Blue Star's technological civilization. If this continued, the future supply of various resources on Blue Star, including water and electricity, would be precarious. Everything related to technological civilization would likely. Yunchi sighed softly. It was indeed difficult for ordinary people. The only chance of survival lay in seizing this year to strive for strength. Continuing to scroll through the chat records, she saw a message from Yu Jinshan reporting her safety, which eased her mind slightly. In her previous life, Yu Jinshan was among the first to perish. However, in this life, thanks to her reminder, she had logged into the Fallen God continent during the beta testing period and remained safe. This meant that her warning had not been in vain. Destiny could be altered. Yunchi replied to several messages from other friends as well, including faint greetings from her adoptive parents, to which she responded with equal insincerity. 1111, I wonder if you still have enough copper coins. Mom, are you looking to sponsor me some copper coins? Oh, I'm a bit short on copper coins here, could you spare me some? It was impossible for them to give her copper coins. Yet, without hesitation, Yunchi transferred money from her bank card to them. After all, that money was originally given to her by her adoptive parents, so returning it was not an issue. This cash was of no use to her. The eerie energy had already infiltrated reality. Although food had not been entirely contaminated, there were still certain risks. In her previous life, Yunchi had no choice but to eat. In this life, with the means to purchase uncontaminated food from the Fallen God continent, she would refrain from consuming food with contamination risks. The study of purification spells needed to be. After the transfer, Yunchi replied to Yu Yui, Mom, this is all I have left. 1111, I wanted copper coins. Copper coins, do you still have any? No, Mom, don't you have a way to buy copper coins with cash? When they had previously bought copper coins with money, they hadn't shared any with her. Now they were suddenly remembering her. No way. Oh dear, it's not possible now. Forget it, I won't bother you any longer. Don't go, Mom, share some copper coins with me. The message was read but unanswered. Yunchi felt no disappointment, for only expectations could lead to disappointment. To put it bluntly, in that household, only Yun Linlin and Yun Li left her with a decent impression. Yun Linlin was bold and accountable. When she was wrong, she admitted it and apologized, bearing the consequences, bound by a contract ensuring she would not act against Yunchi in the future. Although her time with Yun Li was limited, his current demeanor was that of a cheerful youth. Perhaps they were still young, having not yet grasped the essence of their elders. Regardless, it was wise to distance oneself from insincere family like her adoptive parents. Upon returning to the Fallen God continent, Yunchi made her way to the property center in Qinglan town. After completing a few simple procedures, she successfully sold her house back to the official faction of Qinglan town, and her household registration was restored to a state of freedom. Once everything was in order, Yunchi activated the teleportation rune using the Star Master token left by Alicia.as. The spatial energy surged around her, the scene shifted, and she found herself in a vast white desert. Beneath her feet lay soft sands, and to her right stood magnificent buildings amidst bustling crowds. She had expected to be teleported directly to the Sorcerers Association in the White Star domain, but instead, she arrived at the city's entrance. With the wind whipping up the sand, Yunchi donned the hood of her sorcerer's robe and opened the system to send a message to Alicia. Alicia, I have arrived in the White Star domain. Good, Yunchi, you should have been teleported near the main city of White Sand. Find a place to settle in the main city for now. I have a special task temporarily keeping me occupied. I will return to find you in a few days. After Alicia's message, she received a transfer of 100 green crystal stones. Use this money for now. Let me know if it isn't enough. Yunqi felt a peculiar sense of satisfaction. This was the advantage of having a superior. She hadn't even officially started her job yet, and she was already receiving a salary. She accepted the transfer without hesitation. Closing the chat interface, she finally had the leisure to survey her surroundings. According to Alicia, this was the main city of white sand. Yunqi stood at the entrance of the main city, with a stretch of white sandy desert to her left and the bustling crowd gathered at the city entrance to her right. Walking on the soft sand, she approached the entrance of the city. The entry procedures were similar to those in Qinglan town. First, the customary identity badge check, followed by an identification expert ensuring the human identity of the entrance. Possessing the black mist stone earrings with anti-detection properties, the identification expert was unable to ascertain her race, nearly leading to a misunderstanding. "Miss, I apologize, your identity is in question. You cannot enter the city." Yunqi couldn't possibly remove her black mist stone earrings every time she entered the city. Otherwise, what was the point of purchasing this legendary equipment? She had no choice but to message Yu Nanfei on the spot, inquiring how to adjust the detection range of the black mist stone earrings. Yu Nanfei responded almost instantly, sharing insights without reservation. Following Yu Nanfei's guidance, Yunqi disclosed only a few pieces of information externally. Chapter 074, Management Basic Panel. Name, Yunqi. System ID, 826927. Race, Human. Age, 20. As long as the race is accurate, everything else is negotiable. The appraiser re-evaluated Yunqi's personal information and nodded to the captain beside him, who was checking identity badges, before allowing Yunqi to proceed. Once she entered the city, Yunqi discovered that the architectural style of Baisha main city bore a strike. The most conspicuous feature was the presence of tall buildings. However, the materials used for construction differed, as the structures in Baisha main city predominantly showcased shades of white. Numerous individuals dressed in simple attire stood by the roadside, calling out to the newcomers, "Welcome to Baisha main city. Does anyone require guiding services?" For just 10 copper coins, a comprehensive guide to Baisha main city's basic information is available at an incredible discount. Come and purchase. Chihui Bookstore is now open. Enjoy a 10% discount on all items. Yunqi had an inexplicable sense that Baisha main city was surprisingly down to earth. In Qinglan town, the official authorities would not permit anyone to raise their voices before the Statue of Liberty. Considering that the Star Lord of the Baixing Star domain was Alicia, could it be that the official authority here was the Sorcerers Association? The bustling atmosphere of the city was not the only surprising aspect. To her astonishment, Yunqi spotted a familiar mode of transportation on the right side of the main thoroughfare. The vehicle was large and oval-shaped, with the indigenous people of Baisha main city lining up skillfully with copper coins in hand to board. Could this be a bus? Many newcomers stood in or at this sight, both bewildered and astonished. Observing this, several guides approached. As a newcomer herself, Yunqi remained stationary for a while, attracting the attention of a small girl who approached her. "Would you like me to give you a brief introduction to the basic situation here? Others charge 10 copper coins, but I'll only ask for 8. The girl, no more than 12 or 13 years old, appeared charming and endearing, her sweet voice making her quite likable. "Are you so young and already working? Aren't you afraid of encountering dangerous strangers?" Yunqi inquired. "Not at all. Baisha main city prohibits private conflicts. The patrol teams here are very capable, and violators face severe punishments," the girl replied, pointing to the nearby patrol team, seemingly full of trust in the law enforcement personnel of Baisha main city. "Furthermore, I assure you that my information is entirely accurate, and I won't let you suffer any losses," the girl added earnestly. "Sister, look, this is my work badge from the Sorcerers Association. We have signed a contract with the association, and once we accept educational tasks, we cannot lie, or we will face consequences." Yunqi glanced at the girl's work badge, which read Sorcerers Association External Member, an external member of the Sorcerers Association, undertaking educational tasks. No wonder the patrol teams allowed these individuals to shout. They were all official personnel. It seemed that the Sorcerers Association, managed by Alicia, was quite humane. After all, the simple-clad crowd showed no signs of magical energy, including this little girl. They were all ordinary people who could join the Sorcerers Association to undertake these common tasks and earn a living. "Very well then, I shall rely on you to tell me about Baisha main city. Although she could gather information herself, it would require a significant investment of time. Yunxi produced 8 copper coins and handed them over. The girl's face instantly lit up with joy as she casually asked, "Sister, what aspect of information would you like to know the most?" "Tell me about the Sorcerers Association," she replied, eager to hear the local residents' perspective on the organization. "Huh? Sister, you don't know about the Sorcerers Association. It is the guardian deity of Baisha Main City and even the entire Baixing Star domain," the girl exclaimed in confusion. To her, it was unfathomable that Yunxi, who seemed to have come from a nearby small city, would be unaware of the Sorcerers Association. "No, I meant I want to hear about the Sorcerers Association in Baisha Main City," Yunxi clarified nonchalantly. "Oh, I see." The girl did not ponder further. It was not unusual for every city to have a branch of the Sorcerers Association, and Yunxi's curiosity about the one in Baisha Main City was understandable. The Sorcerers Association in Baisha Main City is the central association of the entire Baixing Star domain. The Star Lord resides here. In Baisha Main City, the management of the Sorcerers Association is very strict, and criminal incidents are rare. The last public punishment of a criminal, if I recall correctly, was 3 months ago. Sister, now that you are in Baisha Main City, you absolutely must not commit any crimes. Otherwise, your fate will be akin to the last criminal. Splat, blood will fly everywhere. Yunxi instantly understood. The Sorcerers Association had to employ iron-fisted measures to govern this star domain, which revered strength. Otherwise, a moment's inattention could allow criminals to escape through special means. Could you tell me about the laws of Baisha Main City? The most crucial laws are the prohibition of murder, theft, and robbery. One must not coerce others into signing contracts, engage in human trafficking, or conduct illegal transactions, among others. This essentially meant that within the city, it was a safe zone. Sister, you may not be aware, but the prices here are quite high. Food can be purchased in the system mall, but accommodations are scarce and expensive. Additionally, transportation fees are mandatory. A ride on the public bus costs 2 copper coins, while private vehicles will be even more costly. This city prohibits the use of flying runes to prevent accidents. If caught by the patrol team, fines will be imposed, so you must be cautious. Sister, I recommend you find a job that provides housing, as Baisha Main City does not allow overnight stays outside unless you do not require sleep. If caught sleeping outside, it will affect the city's appearance, and you will also be fined. Moreover, littering is not permitted. It is said that our Star Lord has a bit of a cleanliness obsession, and anything that affects visual aesthetics is strictly prohibited. Yunxi could only conclude that the nature of the rulers dictated the character of their city. These regulations, as the girl had mentioned, likely had something to do with Alicia's fastidiousness. Are there any other points to note? Let me think. There probably isn't anything else. The girl furrowed her brow in contemplation. Oh, right. Some shops have very poor reputations. You should definitely avoid them, or you will surely be taken advantage of. The girl promptly opened the local system wall interface and began to enumerate which shops were more favorable and which were unreliable. As Yunxi diligently committed this information to memory, she couldn't help but marvel at how worthwhile her expenditure was. This clearly demonstrated that the information management within the Baixing Star domain was not as stringent as one might expect, at least in Baisha Main City. Chapter 075, Purification. Thus, ordinary individuals have found a glimmer of hope. Through the few words spoken by the little girl, Yunxi could discern that Eliza, as the administrator, exhibited a remarkable degree of tolerance towards the indigenous populace. A secure environment fosters a sense of reassurance for the pursuit of knowledge, not to mention, at the very least, this little girl is literate. Had she been in the wilderness plains of her previous life, precious knowledge would have been tightly held by a select few, with all books of knowledge priced at hundreds of gold coins, rendering them entirely. After expressing her gratitude to the little girl, Yunxi proceeded to the official property department. Guided by the address recorded in the local marketplace information, she purchased a residence and registered her household, as she had resolved to join the Sorcerers Association. It seemed she would be residing here for an extended period, and lacking her own home would be quite inconvenient. The bedding she had acquired in Qinglan Town was still usable, and she made sure to bring it along, neatly packed in her storage bag. The property she purchased in the White Sands City was situated not far from the Sorcerers Association complex, in a community known as Yihe Yuan. According to the staff at the property department, this community is one of the finest in White Sands City, and it boasts the highest floors. Each building within the community reaches a staggering height of 100 stories, and Yunxi chose the auspicious number, 99th floor. After completing the payment, the staff handed her the access card, which bore the secret runes corresponding to her door. Each door was equipped with a unique key card. The staff also cautioned Yunxi to guard the card diligently, as losing it would necessitate a lock change to gain entry. With the key in hand, Yunxi, accompanied by the staff, arrived at Yihe Yuan. Each towering edifice was equipped with a spirit energy automatic elevator, ascending at a speed far superior to the elevators of Blue Star. Reaching the 99th floor took merely a few seconds. Observing this, a flicker of curiosity arose within Yunxi. She couldn't shake the feeling that the civilization of White Star bore a striking resemblance to that of Blue Star. They even possessed buses and elevators. If there were spirit energy refrigerators and televisions among the furnishings, it would be all the more reminiscent. Upon unlocking the door, the staff began to introduce the amenities. Alas, while there was no spirit energy television, there was indeed a spirit energy refrigerator. The spirit energy refrigerator was, in fact, an alchemical product, operating on the principle of utilizing white crystal stones as a driving energy source, maintaining an internal temperature of approximately -20 degrees Celsius. The spirit energy automatic elevators and buses also relied on spirit energy as their driving force, all of which were extraordinary alchemical creations. Miss Yunxi, the temperature of the spirit energy refrigerator can be adjusted. You simply need to press this button, the staff informed her. Yunxi nodded in acknowledgement. The exorbitant housing prices were offset by high-end services, the residence was furnished with all necessities, and the decor was exquisite and elegant. The staff even proactively offered to replace the decor for free if she was dissatisfied, assuring her that all furnishings had been purified by a purifier, guaranteeing the absence of any pollutants or harmful substances. Yunxi could only lament once more the advantages of wealth. The price of this residence was indeed outrageous. Unlike Jinglan Town, where purchases were made with gold coins, the upscale properties in White Sands City had starting prices of 10 blue crystal stones, with some reaching as high as 200 to 300 blue crystal stones, equivalent to a piece of legendary-grade equipment. Naturally, buyers could also opt to use green crystal stones for their purchases, albeit at an increased price of approximately 20. The residence Yunxi acquired, though modest in size at around 100 square meters, commanded a considerable price due to its floor level and exquisite decor, totaling 166 blue crystal stones. Thanks to the existence of a sales contract, the staff was obliged to keep her information confidential. Thus, Yunxi paid without a second thought, settling the full amount. Her straightforwardness improved the staff's demeanor towards her. He even took out several cleansing runes on the spot, meticulously purifying each room, and only after confirming that Yunxi had no further requests did he take his leave. Yunxi unpacked her bedding, tied it up a bit, and settled in completely. In the days leading up to Eliza's return, Yunxi kept herself busy, preparing to study witchcraft and purification. Since she had not acquired any new spells of interest from the inheritance crystal, she resolved to explore the spells offered by the Sorcerers Association. Should she fail to find a satisfactory spell, her plan was to upgrade all her existing spells to level 20 before attempting to break through to become a high-level sorcerer. Prior to that, mastering witchcraft and purification was essential. Considering the uniqueness of witchcraft, Yunxi decided to learn this spell first. However, no matter how she attempted to channel spirit energy to delineate the runes of witchcraft, they collapsed the moment she began. Could it be that there was already a unique practitioner before her? After some contemplation, Yunxi refused to give up. Utilizing information extraction, she expended hundreds of thousands of green crystal stones before discovering the truth. It turned out that the runes of witchcraft possessed a reverse operation characteristic. Spirit energy could not be meticulously inscribed in increments. She could only practice repeatedly to achieve proficiency until her spirit energy was sufficient to complete the drawing in one go, at which point she would have truly mastered it. Yunxi had long prepared herself for a protracted battle with witchcraft, so this revelation did not come as a surprise. However, she wondered if her initial estimate of a few months would suffice to fully master it. In contrast, purification proved to be considerably easier. Yunqi's mental attributes had significantly improved, whereas she previously required some time to learn. Her current grasp of purification was remarkably effortless. In just a few days, before Eliza's return, she had completely mastered it. Beginner purification LV1 consumes 10 to 100 spirit energy, capable of purifying all living and non-living entities. The caster's mental attributes, along with the energy consumed and the target's level, will determine the specific degree of purification. Was this the essence of purification? Concurrently, Yunqi finally understood why certain powerful factions referred to sorcerers skilled in purification as purifiers. The reason was simple: other spells simply did not afford them the time for study. Much like appraisers, they needed to dedicate all their energy to either appraisal or purification. Only then could they potentially ascend to the ranks of high-level purifiers or appraisers within a few decades. After all, to purify high-level items, one must elevate their purification to the corresponding level. For instance, to fully purify a strand of hair from the Statue of Liberty, an enigma, one must elevate purification to at least LV50, and perhaps even beyond. Should Yunqi attempt to purify the hair from the Statue of Liberty, an enigma, with her level 1 purification, it would likely take an eternity, regardless of her mental prowess. Chapter 076, The Unknown. The Lady of Liberty, Deception, employs the form of Her Highness the Lady of Liberty, Divinity. The Lady of Liberty, Divinity, occupies the position of the Supreme Deity, and her strand of hair is undoubtedly far from ordinary. Within a mere few days, the strands of the Lady of Liberty have rendered 2 of Yunqi's storage bags utterly useless. It seems she must procure a piece of high-grade spatial equipment. Otherwise, no amount of low-tier storage bags will suffice. No, that's not entirely accurate. That strand of hair can be divided. If it were merely a single hair, perhaps it could indeed be purified successfully. With this thought in mind, Yunqi cautiously extracted a single strand of hair and began to employ the purification technique. Consuming 100 units of spiritual energy to cast the purification spell, she found that this long strand of hair had been purified by less than 0.01 Yunqi. She continued to employ the evolution spell, casting the purification spell approximately every 10 seconds, tirelessly executing it around 100,000 times over the span of several days, until she finally purified the entire strand of hair. Only those with immense patience could undertake such a task, yet, the results were undeniably evident. This strand of hair contained an abundance of fragments of the Freedom Rule, as well as a peculiar energy, perhaps indicative of another type of rule fragment. The specifics of this unknown rule fragment eluded Yunqi, and she did not dwell on it overly much. However, the fragments of the Freedom Rule. Yunqi gently closed her eyes, invoking her heart of freedom, recalling the state of mind she had experienced in the Forest of Freedom, and began to attract the approach of the Freedom Rule fragments. Freed from the entanglement of the sinister energy, the Freedom Rule fragments slowly drew near her. Unbeknownst to Yunqi, another type of rule fragment began to stir, simultaneously entering her soul along with the twinkling starlight formed by the Freedom Rule fragments. Upon sensing this peculiar force of the unknown rule, Yunqi momentarily halted her actions, surprised that she could attract this enigmatic rule fragment as well. From the conversations between Yu Nanfei and others, it was evident that each individual had varying degrees of affinity with different rule fragments. It was precisely due to her high affinity with the Freedom Rule fragments that she could effortlessly manipulate them, casting the Freedom Divine Arts, which ultimately led to her being recognized as the heir to the Freedom Deity, achieving victory through the Wish Art. Now, this unknown rule fragment had inexplicably been drawn to her, a development that Yunqi had not anticipated, especially since she had not perceived this unknown rule fragment even slightly during her recent contemplations. Could it be that this unknown rule fragment has an even higher affinity with her than the Freedom Rule fragments? After a while, the energy of the rule contained within the strand of hair completely entered Yunqi's body. She garnered approximately 30,000 fragments of the Freedom Rule in star particle form, along with around 2,000 fragments of the unknown rule in star particle form. Similar to the Freedom Rule fragments, the process of the unknown rule fragments entering Yunqi's soul was devoid of any side effects, leaving her feeling entirely at ease. The strand of hair, having absorbed all its energy, lay on Yunqi's desk, now dull and devoid of its former luster. After contemplating for a moment, she sought out an exquisite box to store it properly. After all, this could very well be the last relic of the Freedom Goddess. If she were to one day reach the level of vanquishing her enemies, ascending to true heights, perhaps she could use this strand of hair as a medium to locate the reincarnated soul of the Freedom Goddess, assisting her in embarking on the divine path once more, thus repaying the gifts and teachings bestowed upon her. Just as she had wished for the Freedom Divine position, expending less than a single red crystal, only to have it effortlessly granted to her. It was worth noting that when she had made a wish to the unknown water deity, a single act had cost her 3 red crystals. The value of a single act from the water deity compared to the divine position of the Freedom deity was immeasurable. In contrast, the Freedom Goddess had required almost no compensation for her wish, truly embodying the essence of bestowal. After meticulously storing the strand of hair, the system emitted a notification sound. Yunxi opened the system's friend interface to find a message from Alicia. Yunxi, I am back. Where are you? Shall I come find you? I have purchased a house in White Sand City, not far from the Sorcerers Association. How about we meet outside the Sorcerers Association? Sounds good. I am currently outside the city and will head over shortly. Approximately 15 minutes later, Yunxi successfully reunited with Alicia. He appeared weary, with a hint of fatigue on his face. Alicia, are you feeling quite tired? Perhaps you should return and rest first. We can handle the membership formalities tomorrow, Yunxi suggested. Alicia shook his head. Tomorrow will take care of itself. I have spent too long outside, and upon returning, I will have many matters to address. The membership formalities won't take long. Let us go. With your busy schedule, do you still find time to train? Yunxi inquired sincerely, realizing that being a Star Lord was no easy task. Alicia looked at her meaningfully. While undertaking tasks, it also serves as a form of training. Once you truly understand the Sorcerers Association, you will comprehend this. Oh, Yunxi nodded thoughtfully. By the way, here, take this. Yunxi retrieved the Star-Lord token and handed it to him. Alicia reached out to accept it. Subsequently, the two entered the architectural complex of the Sorcerers Association in White Sand City, with Alicia guiding her into a building and directly to an office on the first floor. Indeed, as Alicia had stated, the process of handling the membership formalities was swift, the staff operating with remarkable efficiency and without a hint of delay. Your Highness Yunxi, here is your Star Envoy token. Please keep it safe. Alicia remained throughout the process, his fatigue slightly alleviated as he patiently explained to Yunxi, this Star Envoy token is akin to my Star-Lord token, also inscribed with permanence. Furthermore, it grants significant privileges within the White Sand Star domain. I shall refrain from elaborating further, you can experience it for yourself. Yunxi accepted the Star Envoy token and examined it closely. The token was entirely white, adorned on the front with a star and intricate patterns, while the back displayed her name and system ID. Your Highness Yunxi, here is your dormitory key card, along with your basic salary for this month. Dormitory. Had she purchased her house too early? As for the basic salary, Yunxi stared at the 10 blue crystals in astonishment. Upon calculation, she realized that the luxury residence she had bought in Yihe Yuan could have been purchased with just over a year's worth of basic salary. No wonder Yunnan Fei had encouraged her to join the Sorcerers Association. The benefits were indeed extraordinary. Seeing Yunxi's surprise, Alicia explained, the basic salary for a Star Envoy is equivalent to that of a legendary member. Legendary member implied, levels 31 to 40 of legend. Chapter 077, The Star Envoy. Could it be that her understanding of this matter was incorrect? It was precisely as she had thought. Alicia's eye sparkled with certainty. Your Highness, you may add me as a friend. I will ensure that my monthly salary is transferred to your system account punctually. Yunxi naturally agreed, depositing 10 blue crystals before sharing her ID with him. Once the two had successfully added each other as friends, Alicia continued, all right, the matter here is settled. Yunshi, please follow me. Yunshi stowed away the Star Envoy token and the room card before accompanying him. Alicia led her directly to the top floor of the building, which served as his office. Yunshi, shortly I will summon other Star Envoys to meet you. Additionally, here is an introductory manual for the Sorcerer Association, please peruse it. Alicia first retrieved a volume titled Fundamentals of the Sorcerer Association from the bookshelf, and after a moment's contemplation, he also handed her a copy of Common Language and Knowledge of the White Star Domain. I will attend to some paperwork now. Feel free to ask me any questions if you encounter anything unclear. Yunshi accepted the 2 books, replying, all right. After a cursory glance at Common Language and Knowledge of the White Star Domain, her remarkable memory allowed her to swiftly grasp the entirety of the language used in the White Sand Star Domain. Upon opening Fundamentals of the Sorcerer Association, she confirmed that it was indeed written in the script of the White Sand Star Domain. She had already gleaned some foundational information from Alicia earlier, so she skimmed past those sections. Turning to the page detailing membership levels within the Sorcerer Association, she examined it closely. There were a total of 10 tiers: external member, candidate member, junior member, intermediate member, senior member, legendary member, followed by Star Envoy Domain Envoy, Star Master Domain Master, Vice President, and President. First, the external members, a category of individuals who receive no monthly salary and do not need to sign a contract, can earn rewards by accepting tasks from the Sorcerer Association's task hall. The young girl who had previously explained information about the White Sand main city to Yunshi was an external member. In simple terms, anyone with a legitimate identity could register as an external member to take on tasks and earn a living. While they enjoyed freedom from contractual obligations, they also lacked a basic monthly salary. Next were the candidate members, who receive a monthly salary of 100 copper coins or 1 silver coin, and, like external members, have no entry requirements but must sign a contract. The contract stipulates that candidate members must fulfill obligations such as accepting assignments and undertaking routine tasks like patrolling towns at designated times. In addition to their salary, they receive training from the Sorcerer Association, can attend classes in the association's teaching building, and have free access to the first floor of the library to consult information and resources. This group bears a striking resemblance to the official patrol team members of Qinglan Town, yet given the wealth exhibited by the Sorcerer Association, the training they receive undoubtedly surpasses that of the local official forces by several degrees. From the junior member level onward, certain recruitment standards are required. One must transition to a formal sorcerer and achieve a contribution value of 100 within the association. The monthly salary then experiences a qualitative leap, increasing by a factor of 100 to 100 silver coins or 1 gold coin. Following this progression, intermediate members earn a monthly salary of 100 gold coins or 100 white crystals, contingent upon fulfilling any intermediate profession and achieving a contribution value of 1,000 within the association. Senior members receive a monthly salary of 100 green crystals, requiring any senior profession and a contribution value of 10,000. Legendary members are awarded a monthly salary of 1,000 green crystals or 10 blue crystals, contingent upon any legendary profession and a contribution value of 100,000. The foundational salary of a Star Envoy is equivalent to that of a legendary sorcerer, distinguished only by the unique title and expanded privileges compared to ordinary legendary members. Above them are the Star Masters or Domain Masters, the level to which Alicia belongs. One might surmise that their monthly salary must reach at least 100 blue crystals. Furthermore, this manual contains a detailed map of the Sorcerer Association's complex in the White Sand main city, featuring the library. However, compared to a typical educational institution, the Sorcerer Association offers a greater degree of freedom, relying on self-motivation for learning. The library spans 7 floors, with each level corresponding to a different membership tier. Candidate members can access the first floor, junior members the second floor, and so forth. As a Star Envoy member, Yunshi is permitted to access up to the 6th floor, while the 7th floor is a private reserve belonging to Star Master Alicia, accessible only with permission. The teaching building, as the name suggests, serves as a venue for instruction and learning. Typically, it is senior members who take on teaching assignments while junior learners pay contribution points or currency to attend classes. Many basic courses, such as the low-level Fireball and low-level Waterball spells, are offered free of charge within the Sorcerer Association. Students may also post learning assignments, and as long as they can afford the fees, numerous senior members are willing to accept these assignments for one-on-one instruction. Overall, the most significant aspect of the Sorcerer Association lies in its internal, self-sustaining resources, unconfined by rigid regulations such as mandatory mentorship. Naturally, the prerequisite for enjoying these resources is the signing of a contract, pledging allegiance to the Sorcerer Association and ensuring that its internal resources are not disclosed externally. As Alicia's specially invited Star Envoy, one of the stipulations in their contract is that Yunshi cannot betray Alicia, which likewise implies her fidelity to the Sorcerer Association intertwined with him. She recalled Alicia mentioning that she was the third specially invited contractor he had summoned, thus, it stood to reason that there had already been 2 previous specially invited Star Envoys before her. Alicia, aside from myself, how many Star Envoys do you have under your command? Engrossed in his official duties, Alicia, without lifting his gaze, replied, there are 2 other specially invited Star Envoys and 2 legendary Star Envoys. After a brief pause, it seemed he recognized the complexity of Yunshi's inquiry and set aside his documents to elaborate on the Star Envoys. The 2 special invited Star Envoys are Natasha and Jin Chen. Natasha is a legendary sorcerer of around 80 years of age, while Jin Chen is younger, not yet 30, and has already reached the pinnacle of senior sorcerers. Star Master, I must admit I am quite curious about your age. Alicia possessed the visage of a youth. Could it be that he was truly only in his teenage years? Yunshi's curiosity was piqued. Upon first encountering Alicia, she had imagined him to be an enigmatic master of sorts. Gradually, however, she discovered that apart from his somewhat vacant gaze, he bore little distinction from a typical adolescent. A boy who relished in feigning maturity. It is rather inconvenient to disclose. Could it be that her conjecture was accurate? Yunshi felt a flicker of doubt. Observing her expression, Alicia swiftly redirected the conversation. Both of the legendary Star Envoys are rather elderly. They are veterans of the White Star domain, having reached their 700 or 800 years of age, having accumulated sufficient contribution points to attain the position of Star Envoy. Chapter 078. Doubt. Yunshi, those 2 elderly legendary Star Envoys possess a temperament that is rather difficult to describe. Relying on their age, they often look down upon us younger individuals. Well, you understand. Yunshi preferred not to comprehend. You are the Star Master. Do they, too, presume upon their seniority in your presence? She was genuinely perplexed. After all, they have lived long lives, and their strength and influence are extraordinary. I surpassed them to become the Star Master a few years ago. Do you think they would regard me with favor? But rest assured, they would not dare to overstep their bounds, particularly in light of their excessive regard for contribution value. Yunshi, should you encounter any disrespect, you must inform me. I will deduct their contribution points and ensure they will not have the audacity to do so again. A novel form of punishment. What if I were to be physically harmed? Yunshi inquired with curiosity. If they were to resort to violence, such actions cannot be tolerated, regardless of one's status. All must face the consequences of their transgressions, Alicia stated with gravity. By the way, Yunshi, you should also peruse the laws and regulations of Baisha City on my bookshelf, so you are not unknowingly infringing upon the law. Following Alicia's suggestion, Yunshi picked it up and glanced through it, discovering that much of the content aligned with what the little girl had informed her. Nevertheless, she diligently read through it word for word to avoid missing any details. At that moment, a knock echoed at the door. Alicia set down the document in her hand and said in a deep voice, "Come in." Alicia, it has been quite some time. Wow, is this the new Star Envoy sister you mentioned? How beautiful. The first to enter was a striking young woman with golden hair, her lips curved in a cheerful smile, her azure eyes sparkling with starlight as they fell upon Yunshi. Natasha, this is Yunshi. Yunshi, this is Natasha, the legendary sorceress I spoke of. Hello, Yunshi. Natasha displayed no airs of her esteemed status. As she greeted Yunxi, her eyes crinkled into a smile. "Hello, Natasha," Yunxi responded with a smile of her own, performing a somewhat unrefined version of the universal friendly gesture of the Baixia star domain, which she had just learned from the common language and knowledge of the Baixing star domain. "Oh dear, little sister Yunxi, there is no need for such formalities. We shall be like family from now on." Family. Alicia's expression darkened as she tugged at Natasha's sorceress robes. "Brother, what are you doing? You wouldn't want to keep our relationship a secret, would you?" Yunxi was taken aback. It turned out that Alicia and Natasha were siblings. However, did siblings also require a special invitation contract? "Yunxi, I apologize for not mentioning earlier. She will not be bound to the Sorceress Association, nor does she need to remain there indefinitely. The thoughts you have are not worth contemplating." "Brother, where are you going with this?" "I see you are the one thinking too much. What I meant was, we are all colleagues now, and a close colleague relationship is just like family," Natasha stammered in explanation. Natasha rolled her eyes discreetly, feeling exasperated after finally encountering a young beauty who might resemble a sister-in-law. Alicia's demeanor left her uncertain. This outing, when would she fulfill her mission of marrying off her brother? Had her brother grown wings, running off to become a star master in another faction, completely forgetting about the curse that plagued him? Even if he couldn't find a wife, a contractual one would suffice. "Sister, stop worrying. I have found a way to resolve my curse." Alicia's dark expression conveyed her message to Natasha. Oh, what did you say? Your curse can be resolved? That's impossible. In this world, nothing is impossible, so refrain from mentioning anything futile in front of Yunxi. She is my legitimate cooperative contractor. Oh, okay, sister won't hinder your affairs, rest assured. Since you have chosen this path of not marrying, I shall assist you. However, I must clarify that once this matter is resolved, I shall return to inherit the family business. Understood. I will not contest you for the inheritance. Unaware of the siblings' conversation, Yunxi turned her gaze toward the doorway, where footsteps were already approaching. "Your Highness Alicia, I have arrived." Alicia personally stepped forward to open the door. The newcomer was a young man with a stern countenance. His sharp features and slightly pursed lips conveyed a sense of cold detachment. "Jin Chen, you have arrived. This is Yunxi, the new special contract star envoy." Alicia gestured for Yunxi to approach. Upon hearing this, Jin Chen looked at Yunxi and said coolly, "Hello, Yunxi, I am Jin Chen." "Hello," Yunxi replied, performing a respectful greeting. He was momentarily taken aback but returned the gesture. Yunxi let out a subtle breath. Jin Chen's demeanor was relatively normal, unlike Natasha's excessive enthusiasm, which raised suspicions about her ulterior motives. Soon after, two elderly legendary star envoys arrived. The two legendary star envoys, nearing the limits of their lifespans, bore the marks of aging. One was male, the other female, named Carisha and Fiershaw, respectively. Carisha's hair was grizzled, and he appeared to be a stern old man. Fiershaw had her exquisite black hair elegantly styled, interspersed with strands of white. She wore delicate makeup, rendering the signs of aging on her face nearly imperceptible, save for the subtle wrinkles that occasionally appeared at the corners of her eyes, revealing her true age. Yunxi noticed something interesting. Their naming convention included the suffix Sha. This was the case for Alicia and Natasha as well. Could it be that they were all natives of the Baixing star domain? Only Jin Chen and she were outsiders. After exchanging greetings with the two legendary sorceresses, Alicia took the initiative to say, "Now that everyone is present, let us proceed to the conference room, where Yunxi can get to know us better." "Your Highness, wait. Before we proceed, may I be so bold as to inquire about Miss Yunxi's level?" Carisha's sharp gaze fixed intently on Yunxi. "LV20, Yunxi replied candidly. Carisha and Fiershaw exchanged glances before simultaneously addressing Alicia. "Your Highness, we cannot agree to Yunxi's inclusion." Alicia nearly laughed in disbelief. "Why should their approval matter?" "Your Highness, Miss Yunxi's level is too low. With her capabilities, holding the title of Star Envoy, I fear she may not be worthy of the position." Fiershaw contemplated. I believe I still possess the authority to freely appoint special star envoys, do I not? Alicia stated firmly. Your Highness, we are only looking out for your best interests. Do not forget, in just a few months, the headquarters will hold the new ranking competition for Star Masters and Domain Masters. If the Star Envoys possess insufficient strength, it will not only diminish the prestige of our envoys but also adversely affect your ranking, Carisha argued with reason. Chapter 079, Introduction. You have no right to object to this matter. I have already entered into a contract with Yunxi, and regardless of the events held by the Sorcerers Association headquarters, Yunxi has the prerogative to decide whether to participate. She enjoys the utmost freedom and authority in my presence, and I hope both of you can extend her the respect she deserves. Natasha's eye sparkled with mischief. Her younger brother was bound to enchant his sister-in-law. However, upon observing the calm demeanor on Yunxi's face, Natasha's expression faltered. Perhaps she was overthinking it. Habitually, she had been overly eager to see her brother wed, yet, Alicia had made it abundantly clear that he possessed the means to lift the curse on his own, and as an older sister, she could no longer press him into marriage. So be it. Yunxi remained unmoved, perceiving Alicia's defense as merely a fulfillment of the contract. Your Highness Alicia, what do you mean? What purpose does this contract with the Star Envoy serve? Carisha feigned earnestness, yet was essentially reproaching Alicia for his inaction as the Star Master, having contracted a useless Star Envoy. Your Highness, even though you wield authority, it must not be abused. I shall certainly report this matter to the Sorcerers Association headquarters, Firsha chimed in, unwilling to be outdone. Seizing the opportunity, she collaborated with Carisha to undermine Alicia, yet their words bore no hint of disrespect, as they seemed accustomed to the potential consequences of speaking out of turn. Report as you wish, Alicia retorted coldly. But for now, I shall exercise my rights as the Star Master. I command both of you to proceed to the conference room and elucidate your abilities to the newly appointed Star Envoy, Yunxi, for the sake of mutual understanding. Carisha and Firsha felt immensely frustrated, tempted to storm off, but the repercussions of losing contribution points made them reconsider. Thus, this minor confrontation came to an end as they all made their way to the adjacent conference room. Prior to this, Alicia had sent a message to Yunxi, specifically advising her not to reveal her freedom divine art or her identity as the inheritor of the Goddess of Freedom. Understood, I will not disclose anything. It would be foolish to expose her identity as the inheritor of the supreme deity before her wings had fully developed. That would be akin to courting danger. Upon entering the conference room, they commenced formal introductions. I am Yunxi, I specialize in causality arts and have a secondary focus in fire arts, Alicia stated first. Given the scarcity of skill points, each individual's mastery of arts was exceedingly limited. For instance, in her past life, Yunxi had only mastered 2 advanced arts by the time she reached the level of a senior sorcerer. Alicia's implication was clear. He practiced 2 types of arts, with causality arts as the primary focus and fire arts as secondary. To his left and right sat Carisha and Firsha, respectively. Carisha scoffed disdainfully, reluctantly declaring, I specialize in fire arts. Firsha glanced at him, then added, I specialize in earth arts. In contrast to the 2 legendary Star Envoys' reluctance, Natasha and Jin Chen were much more forthright. Little sister Yunxi, I practice amplification arts and supportive healing arts. If you team up with me, your energy will be replenished, and you need not worry about injuries. Don't listen to her, Yunxi. Natasha is a brute. When she fights, she forgets all about healing others, Alicia unflinchingly exposed her. Yunxi pondered this, suspecting that Natasha's amplification arts must be formidable enough to turn her into a battle maniac. Alicia, you rascal, always undermining me. Natasha huffed indignantly. When it was Jin Chen's turn, his tone remained as frosty as ever. I specialize in fire arts and have a secondary focus in causality arts. Yunxi keenly noticed that when Jin Chen mentioned his secondary focus, Carisha and Firsha shared a fleeting look of discomfort, perhaps tinged with jealousy. Causality arts was also Alicia's primary focus. Alicia had previously mentioned that the deities worshipped by the Sorcerers Association were numerous, among which the 3 most powerful were the deity of causality, the deity of primordial fire, and the deity of alien earth. Among the 4 star envoys, aside from Natasha, the other 3 practiced arts related to these 3 deities. Miss Yunxi, may I inquire which arts you practice? Carisha asked with a mocking tone. I practice fire arts, water arts, and healing arts. Given the specificity of light control and rebound arts, as well as the uniqueness of binding arts and purification arts, Yunxi deemed it unnecessary to mention them. You practice 3 types of arts simultaneously. Carisha expressed surprise. Miss Yunxi, although the Star Master has recognized you, to earn our respect, you must demonstrate commensurate strength. How about this? I will suppress my strength to level 20 and engage you in a friendly spar. We will keep it light. If you can best me, we shall acknowledge your status as a star envoy. Yunxi was not one to seek trouble, yet neither was she one to shy away from it. Very well, she nodded in agreement. Alicia was not concerned, for he knew Yunxi's background was extraordinary, and she had received the final blessing of the Goddess of Freedom, granting her an enhancement of 20 points to her freedom attribute. Even though Carisha had received a fragment of the primordial fire deity's inheritance, his strength suppressed to level 20 might not necessarily surpass Yunxi. Moreover, while Yunxi could not reveal her identity as the inheritor of the supreme deity, she was permitted to utilize divine arts. Unless a true deity were present, no one would be able to discern her capabilities. As they rose to make their way to the Sorcerers Association training grounds, Natasha approached Yunxi and whispered, "Little sister Yunxi, be cautious. That Carisha fellow possesses a fragment of the primordial fire deity's inheritance. Even if it's just a smidgen, it's still far beyond that of an ordinary person. Stay vigilant." "Thank you, Natasha," Yunxi replied. On the path to the training grounds, Yunxi calculated Carisha's potential attack power. Assuming he was a level 40 legendary sorcerer, his mental attribute would typically hover around 80 points. Considering the years he had spent under the Sorcerers Association's patronage, it was plausible that his mental attribute could range from 120 to 200 points. Thus, if he suppressed himself to level 20, he would be sealing away half of his mental attribute, resulting in a range of 60 to 100 points. The standard formula for calculating fire arts was consistent. Mental attribute art level energy consumption. Therefore, Carisha's level 20 arts could yield a maximum attack of 10020200400 points. However, given that Carisha had inherited the fire deity's arts, it was conceivable that his attack power could be doubled. Meanwhile, Yunxi's highest level art was the Fireball technique, capable of reaching a maximum attack of 3,600 points. Intermediate Fireball technique LV12 consumes 1001200 points of energy, capable of condensing a small fireball that can inflict a maximum of 2,500 to 3,600 mental skill level energy consumption, points of fire arts damage on enemies, with double damage against aberrations. Chapter 080. The battle. Yunxi's defeat stemmed from her insufficient mastery of the Fireball technique. Even though her mental attribute was twice that of Carisha's after being suppressed, it was still inadequate. The Sorcerers Association training ground was housed within a towering edifice, each floor accommodating different training rooms. Upon entering the lobby on the ground floor, Yunxi and her companions attracted nearly everyone's attention. In the office building, it was not unusual to encounter Star Masters and Star Envoys, but such occurrences were rare at the training ground. The receptionist promptly approached them. "Your Highness Alicia, and several esteemed Star Envoys, may I inquire? Please prepare a level 20 training room for us," Carisha said, handing his Star Envoy token to the staff. "Certainly." The staff member accepted the token and immediately began processing the necessary arrangements. "You may proceed to room 2203. It has just become available." After completing the registration, the staff returned the Star Envoy token to Carisha. "Let us go, Miss Yunxi," Carisha said with a sinister smile. He had resolved to dissuade Yunxi from continuing, and thus had no intention of holding back. As for Jin Chen, he could be forgiven for possessing the talent to practice causal magic, but why should this young girl, Yunxi, have any merit, with such ordinary elemental affinities, fire, water, healing, and her lowly strength? What right did she have? Upon arriving at room 2203, Carisha and Yunxi stood in the center of the chamber. Before the battle commenced, Alicia had warned Carisha, "Carisha, do not blame me for not forewarning you. Should you utilize power exceeding level 20 in this duel, your contribution points will be reduced by 100,000. What? 100,000. Carisha nearly exploded with indignation. To think that his previous disrespect towards Alicia had only cost him a mere 100 points. A deduction of 100,000 contribution points would take him a century to accumulate. Very well, Alicia, I shall remember this. He gritted his teeth in frustration. Natasha yawned with boredom. That old man Carisha is utterly perplexing. How does he muster so much energy to fuss over trivial matters? Since you invited little sister Yunqi, she must possess extraordinary qualities. After all, why would you choose a level 20 intermediate sorceress over so many legendary sorcerers? Jin Chen nodded in agreement, placing his trust in Alicia and the star envoy he had chosen. Meanwhile, Fairshire harbored an ominous premonition. Could it be that Carisha was truly destined to stumble this time? Admittedly, she had initially been displeased. Why should this young girl be on par with them? However, as time passed, her instincts suggested that Yunqi was indeed remarkable, which was why she remained silent after Carisha proposed the spar.as. Tension mounted, the battle was poised to erupt. At Alicia's command, Yunqi and Carisha simultaneously unleashed their fire spells. Two identical fireballs materialized before the onlookers, one large and deep, the other small and shallow. Yunqi's fireball was grand and profound, while Carisha's was diminutive and insipid. HMPH, merely a FA8, Carisha scoffed. To everyone's astonishment, Carisha's seemingly feeble fireball was effortlessly consumed upon contact with the larger one, demonstrating a complete lack of resistance. The massive fireball surged forward like a ferocious beast, racing towards Carisha with astonishing speed, creating a wave of heat akin to a violent whirlwind that set the surrounding air ablaze. In the blink of an eye, Carisha, who had been disdainful just a moment before, was rendered utterly speechless. How is this possible? He had assumed that even when suppressing his strength to level 20, defeating Yunqi would be a trivial matter. Yet, reality proved otherwise. In a moment of desperation, Carisha had no choice but to grit his teeth and swiftly gather more small fireballs. A few of these tiny spheres collided with the roaring inferno, producing sparks that barely managed to withstand the overwhelming assault of the larger fireball. As the dust settled, Carisha lifted his head, his visage now soiled and disheveled, as though he had just emerged from a tempest of sand. He had suffered a dual blow, solely due to Yunqi's fireball technique. Yunqi too was taken aback. She had not anticipated that Carisha's fireball technique would be so lacking, with a maximum attack power barely exceeding 1,000. Or had he deliberately expended the minimum amount of mental energy? Beside her, Natasha could no longer contain her laughter. Carisha, you are utterly pathetic. Har har har. I told you, since Yunqi is a specially invited star envoy by Alicia, how could she possibly be inferior to a mere veteran like you? Har har har. Do not celebrate. That fireball technique you just unleashed must have consumed a significant portion of your mental energy, correct? Let us see how many more of those you can conjure. I shall now begin to take this seriously. Carisha's lips curled into a cold, disdainful smirk. He then waved his hand, summoning a dozen blazing fireballs that hung in the air like shooting stars, emanating an unsettling heat. Yunqi's heart raced. Could this be the inherited technique of the primordial fire deity? In the next instant, Carisha thrust his hand forward, sending the fireballs hurtling towards Yunqi like arrows released from a bow. They sliced through the air like dragons in flight, their overwhelming presence evoking a sense of dread. Yunqi resolved not to employ any additional techniques. If he was utilizing the minimum mental energy, she would do the same. In this contest of minimal energy expenditure, the competition would hinge on their respective mental attributes. Even if Yunqi consumed only 100 points of mental energy, she could unleash a fireball with a staggering attack power of 2,500. She was eager to witness how her ordinary fireball compared to the one inherited from the primordial fire deity. The reality, however, revealed no significant differences. Just as Carisha's initial small fireball had been overshadowed by the absolute disparity in attack power, his meager 1,000 point fireball was engulfed by Yunqi's potent 500-point fireball, one was simply no match for the other. The relentless fireballs collided in a dazzling display. At that moment, the contest between Yunqi and Kurisha came down to their reserves of mental energy. Initially, Kurisha had believed that Yunqi's first fireball would deplete the majority of her mental energy. However, reality dealt him another staggering blow. After suppressing his level to 20, his mental attribute cap was merely 60 points, far inferior to the foundation Yunqi was exhibiting at that moment. He could resort to subtle cheating, but if Alicia were to discover it later, he would face a deduction of 100,000 contribution points.